Introduction: How this book came to be. In the early summer of 2004, I got a phone call from Steve Jobs. Over the years, he had been friendly to me in a scattered way, with occasional bursts of intensity. This was especially true when he was launching a new product that he wanted on the cover of Time magazine or featured on CNN, places where I used to work. But now that I was no longer at either of those places, I hadn't heard from him much. We talked for a bit about the Aspen Institute, which I had recently joined. I invited him to speak at our summer campus in Colorado. He'd be happy to come, he said, but not to be on stage. Instead, he wanted to take a walk so we could talk. That seemed a little strange. I didn't know yet that taking a long walk was his favorite way to have a serious conversation. It turned out that he wanted me to write his biography. I had recently published a book about Benjamin Franklin and was writing one about Albert Einstein. My first reaction was to wonder, half jokingly, if he saw himself as the natural next person in that sequence. I assumed he was still in the middle of a roller coaster career with many more ups and downs to come, so I hesitated. "Not now," I said, "maybe in a decade or two when you retire." I had known him since 1984. He came to Manhattan then to have lunch with the editors at Time and praise his new Macintosh. Even back then, he was quick to anger, attacking a Time correspondent for writing a story that he felt was too revealing. But when I talked to him afterward, I found myself captivated by his engaging intensity, as so many others have been over the years. We stayed in touch, even after he was forced out of Apple. Whenever he had something to sell, like a Next computer or a Pixar movie, his charm would suddenly focus on me. He would take me to a sushi restaurant in Lower Manhattan to tell me that whatever he was promoting was the best thing he had ever made. I liked him. When he returned to power at Apple, we put him on the cover of Time. Soon after, he started offering me ideas for a series we were doing on the most influential people of the century. He had just launched his Think Different campaign, which featured iconic photos of some of the same people we were considering. He found the task of evaluating historical influence to be fascinating. After I turned down his suggestion to write his biography, I still heard from him from time to time. At one point, I emailed him to ask if a story my daughter told me was true. She said the Apple logo was a tribute to Alan Turing, the British computer pioneer who broke German codes during the war and later committed suicide by biting into an apple laced with cyanide. He replied that he wished he had thought of that, but he hadn't. That email started a conversation about the early history of Apple, and I found myself collecting information on the subject just in case I ever decided to write such a book. When my biography of Einstein came out, he came to a book event in Palo Alto. He pulled me aside and once again suggested that he would be a good subject. His persistence confused me. He was known for guarding his privacy, and I had no reason to believe he had ever read any of my books. "Maybe someday," I continued to say. But in 2009, his wife, Laureen Powell, said to me bluntly, "If you're ever going to do a book on Steve, you'd better do it now." He had just taken a second medical leave. I admitted to her that I hadn't known he was sick when he first brought up the idea. "Almost nobody knew," she said. She explained that he had called me right before he was going to have an operation for cancer, and he was still keeping it a secret. It was then that I decided to write this book. Jobs surprised me by easily agreeing that he would have no control over it, not even the right to see it before it was published. "It's your book," he said. "I won't even read it." But later that fall, he seemed to have second thoughts about cooperating. Though I didn't know it at the time, he was hit by another round of cancer complications. He stopped returning my calls, and I put the project aside for a while. Then, unexpectedly, he phoned me late on the afternoon of New Year's Eve 2009. He was at home in Palo Alto with only his sister, the writer Mona Simpson. His wife and their 3 children had gone on a quick skiing trip, but he wasn't healthy enough to join them. He was feeling reflective, and we talked for more than an hour. He began by remembering that he had wanted to build a frequency counter when he was 12. He was able to look up Bill Hewlett, the founder of HP, in the phone book and call him to get parts. Jobs said that the past 12 years of his life, since returning to Apple, had been his most productive in terms of creating new products. But his more important goal, he said, was to do what Hewlett and his friend David Packard had done. They had created a company so filled with innovative creativity that it would outlive them. I always thought of myself as a humanities person as a kid, but I liked electronics, he said. Then I read something that one of my heroes, Edwin Land of Polaroid, said about the importance of people who could stand at the intersection of humanities and sciences, and I decided that's what I wanted to do. It was as if he were suggesting themes for his biography, and in this case at least, the theme turned out to be a valid one. The creativity that can happen when a feel for both the humanities and the sciences comes together in one strong personality was the topic that most interested me in my biographies of Franklin and Einstein. I believe it will be a key to creating innovative economies in the 21st century. I asked Jobs why he wanted me to be the one to write his biography. "I think you're good at getting people to talk," he replied. That was an unexpected answer. I knew I would have to interview scores of people he had fired, abused, abandoned, or otherwise angered. I feared he would not be comfortable with me getting them to talk. And indeed, he did turn out to be nervous when word got back to him about the people I was interviewing. But after a couple of months, he began encouraging people to talk to me, even his enemies and former girlfriends. He also didn't try to make anything off limits. "I've done a lot of things I'm not proud of, such as getting my girlfriend pregnant when I was 23, and the way I handled that," he said. "But I don't have any skeletons in my closet that can't be allowed out." He didn't seek any control over what I wrote, or even ask to listen to it in advance. His only involvement came when my publisher was choosing the cover art. When he saw an early version of a proposed cover, he disliked it so much that he asked to have input in designing a new one. I was both amused and willing, so I readily agreed. I ended up having more than 40 interviews and conversations with him. Some were formal interviews in his Palo Alto living room. Others were done during long walks and drives or by telephone. During my 2 years of visits, he became increasingly intimate and revealing. However, at times I witnessed what his veteran colleagues at Apple used to call his reality distortion field. Sometimes it was the accidental misfiring of memory that happens to all of us. At other times he was spinning his own version of reality, both to me and to himself. To check and flesh out his story, I interviewed more than 100 friends, relatives, competitors, adversaries, and colleagues. His wife also did not request any restrictions or control, nor did she ask to see what I would publish in advance. In fact, she strongly encouraged me to be honest about his failings as well as his strengths. She is one of the smartest and most grounded people I have ever met. There are parts of his life and personality that are extremely messy, and that's the truth, she told me early on. You shouldn't whitewash it. He's good at spin, but he also has a remarkable story, and I'd like to see that it's all told truthfully. I leave it to you, the listener, to decide if I have succeeded in this mission. I'm sure there are people in this story who will remember some events differently or think that I sometimes got trapped in Jobs' distortion field. As happened when I wrote a book about Henry Kissinger, which in some ways was good preparation for this project, I found that people had such strong positive and negative feelings about Jobs that different versions of the same event were often apparent. But I have done my best to balance conflicting accounts fairly and be transparent about the sources I used. This is a book about the roller coaster life and searingly intense personality of a creative entrepreneur. His passion for perfection and ferocious drive revolutionized 6 industries: personal computers, animated movies, music, phones, tablet computing, and digital publishing. You might even add a 7th industry, retail stores, which Jobs did not quite revolutionize but did reimagine. In addition, he opened the way for a new market for digital content based on apps rather than just websites. Along the way, he produced not only transforming products, but also, on his second try, a lasting company. This company is filled with his DNA, with creative designers and daredevil engineers who could carry his vision forward. In August 2011, right before he stepped down as CEO, the company he started in his parents' garage became the world's most valuable. This is also, I hope, a book about innovation. At a time when the United States is seeking ways to sustain its innovative edge, and when societies around the world are trying to build creative economies for the digital age, Jobs stands as the ultimate icon of inventiveness, imagination, and sustained innovation. He knew that the best way to create value in the 21st century was to connect creativity with technology. So he built a company where leaps of the imagination were combined with remarkable feats of engineering. He and his colleagues at Apple were able to think differently. They developed not merely modest product advances based on focus groups, but whole new devices and services that consumers did not yet know they needed. He was not a model boss or human being tidily packaged for others to copy. Driven by demons, he could drive those around him to fury and despair. But his personality, passions, and products were all interconnected, just as Apple's hardware and software tended to be, as if they were part of an integrated system. His tale is therefore both instructive and cautionary, filled with lessons about innovation, character, leadership, and values. Shakespeare's Henry V is the story of a willful and immature prince who becomes a passionate but sensitive, callous but sentimental, inspiring but flawed king. It begins with the call, "Oh, for a muse of fire that would ascend the brightest heaven of invention." For Steve Jobs, the ascent to the brightest heaven of invention begins with a tale of two sets of parents, and of growing up in a valley that was just learning how to turn silicon into gold. Chapter 1: Childhood, Abandoned and Chosen. The Adoption. When Paul Jobs was discharged from the Coast Guard after World War II, he made a bet with his crewmates. They had arrived in San Francisco, where their ship was taken out of service. Paul bet that he would find himself a wife within 2 weeks. He was a taut, tattooed engine mechanic, 6 feet tall, with a passing resemblance to James Dean. But it wasn't his looks that got him a date with Clara Hagopian, a sweet-natured daughter of Armenian immigrants. It was the fact that he and his friends had a car, unlike the group she had originally planned to go out with that evening. 10 days later, in March 1946, Paul got engaged to Clara and won his bet. It would turn out to be a happy marriage, one that lasted until death parted them more than 40 years later. Paul Reinhold Jobs grew up on a dairy farm in Germantown, Wisconsin. Even though his father was an alcoholic and sometimes abusive, Paul ended up with a gentle and calm nature beneath his tough exterior. After dropping out of high school, he wandered through the Midwest, finding work as a mechanic. At age 19, he joined the Coast Guard, even though he couldn't swim. He was sent to the USS General M.C. Meigs and spent much of the war transporting troops to Italy for General Patton. His talent as a machinist and fireman earned him praise, but he occasionally got into minor trouble and never rose above the rank of seaman. Clara was born in New Jersey, where her parents had settled after fleeing the Turks in Armenia. They moved to the Mission District of San Francisco when she was a child. She had a secret that she rarely mentioned to anyone. She had been married before, but her husband had been killed in the war. So when she met Paul Jobs on that first date, she was ready to start a new life. Like many who lived through the war, they had experienced enough excitement. When it was over, they simply wanted to settle down, raise a family, and lead a less eventful life. They had little money, so they moved to Wisconsin and lived with Paul's parents for a few years. Then they went to Indiana, where he got a job as a machinist for International Harvester. His passion was tinkering with old cars, and he made money in his spare time buying, restoring, and selling them. He eventually quit his day job to become a full-time used car salesman. Clara, however, loved San Francisco. In 1952, she convinced her husband to move back. They got an apartment in the Sunset District, facing the Pacific Ocean, just south of Golden Gate Park. He took a job working for a finance company as a repo man. He would pick the locks of cars whose owners hadn't paid their loans and repossess them. He also bought, repaired, and sold some of the cars, making a decent living in the process. There was, however, something missing in their lives. They wanted children, but Clara had suffered an ectopic pregnancy, where the fertilized egg implanted in a fallopian tube instead of the uterus. She had been unable to have any children since. So by 1955, after 9 years of marriage, they were looking to adopt a child. Like Paul Jobs, Joanne Schiebel was from a rural Wisconsin family of German heritage. Her father, Arthur Schiebel, had immigrated to the area near Green Bay. There he and his wife owned a mink farm and were successful in various other businesses, including real estate and photo engraving. He was very strict, especially about his daughter's relationships. He had strongly disapproved of her first love, an artist who was not a Catholic. So, it was no surprise that he threatened to cut Joanne off completely when, as a graduate student at the University of Wisconsin, she fell in love with Abdul Fattah John Jandali, a Muslim teaching assistant from Syria. Jandali was the youngest of 9 children in a prominent Syrian family. His father owned oil refineries and many other businesses, with large properties in Damascus and Homs. At one point, he pretty much controlled the price of wheat in the region. His mother, he later said, was a traditional Muslim woman who was a conservative, obedient housewife. Like the Schiebel family, the Jandalis valued education highly. Abdul Fattah was sent to a Jesuit boarding school, even though he was Muslim. He got his undergraduate degree at the American University in Beirut before going to the University of Wisconsin to get his doctorate in political science. In the summer of 1954, Joanne went with Abdul Fattah to Syria. They spent 2 months in Homs, where she learned to cook Syrian dishes from his family. When they returned to Wisconsin, she discovered she was pregnant. They were both 23, but they decided not to get married. Her father was dying at the time, and he had threatened to disown her if she married Abdul Fattah. Abortion was also not an easy option in a small Catholic community. So in early 1955, Joanne traveled to San Francisco. There, she was cared for by a kind doctor who sheltered unwed mothers, delivered their babies, and quietly arranged for closed adoptions. Joanne had one requirement. Her child had to be adopted by college graduates. So the doctor arranged for the baby to be placed with a lawyer and his wife. But when a boy was born on February 24, 1955, the chosen couple decided they wanted a girl and backed out. And so it was that the boy became the son not of a lawyer, but of a high school dropout with a passion for mechanics and his down-to-earth wife who worked as a bookkeeper. Paul and Clara named their new baby Stephen Paul Jobs. When Joanne found out that her baby had been placed with a couple who had not even graduated from high school, she refused to sign the adoption papers. The standoff lasted for weeks, even after the baby had settled into the Jobs household. Eventually, Joanne gave in, but with one condition. The couple had to promise and even sign a pledge to set up a savings account to pay for the boy's college education. There was another reason Joanne was hesitant to sign the adoption papers. Her father was about to die, and she planned to marry Jandali soon after. She held out hope. She would later tell family members, sometimes tearing up at the memory, that once they were married, she could get their baby boy back. Arthur Schiebel died in August 1955 after the adoption was finalized. Just after Christmas that year, Joanne and Abdul Fattah were married in St. Philip the Apostle Catholic Church in Green Bay. He got his PhD in international politics the next year, and then they had another child, a girl named Mona. After she and Jandali divorced in 1962, Joanne began a dreamy and wandering life. Her daughter, who grew up to become the acclaimed novelist Mona Simpson, would capture this life in her book, Anywhere But Here. Because Steve's adoption had been closed, it would be 20 years before they would all find each other. Steve Jobs knew from an early age that he was adopted. My parents were very open with me about that, he recalled. He had a clear memory of sitting on the lawn of his house when he was 6 or 7, telling the girl who lived across the street. "So does that mean your real parents didn't want you?" the girl asked. Lightning bolts went off in my head, according to Jobs. I remember running into the house, crying, and my parents said, "No, you have to understand." They were very serious and looked me straight in the eye. They said, "We specifically picked you out." Both of my parents said that and repeated it slowly for me, and they put an emphasis on every word in that sentence. abandoned, chosen, special. Those ideas became part of who Jobs was and how he saw himself. His closest friends think that knowing he was given up at birth left some scars. I think his desire for complete control of whatever he makes comes directly from his personality and the fact that he was abandoned at birth, said one longtime colleague, Del Yoakum. He wants to control his environment, and he sees the product as an extension of himself. Greg Calhoun, who became close to Jobs right after college, saw another effect. Steve talked to me a lot about being abandoned and the pain that caused, he said. It made him independent. He followed the beat of a different drummer, and that came from being in a different world than he was born into. Later in life, when he was the same age his biological father had been when he abandoned him, Jobs would father and abandon a child of his own. He eventually did take responsibility for her. Chrisanne Brennan, the mother of that child, said that being put up for adoption left Jobs full of broken glass, and it helps to explain some of his behavior. He who is abandoned is an abandoner, she said. Andy Hertzfeld, who worked with Jobs at Apple in the early 1980s, is one of the few who remained close to both Brennan and Jobs. The key question about Steve is why he can't control himself at times from being so reflexively cruel and harmful to some people, he said. That goes back to being abandoned at birth. The real underlying problem was the theme of abandonment in Steve's life. Jobs dismissed this idea. There's some notion that because I was abandoned, I worked very hard so I could do well and make my parents wish they had me back, or some such nonsense. But that's ridiculous, he insisted. Knowing I was adopted may have made me feel more independent, but I have never felt abandoned. I've always felt special. My parents made me feel special. He would later get angry whenever anyone referred to Paul and Clara Jobs as his adoptive parents or suggested they were not his real parents. They were my parents 1,000%, he said. When speaking about his biological parents, on the other hand, he was brief. They were my sperm and egg bank. That's not harsh, it's just the way it was, a sperm bank thing, nothing more. Silicon Valley. The childhood that Paul and Clara Jobs created for their new son was in many ways typical of the late 1950s. When Steve was 2, they adopted a girl they named Patty. 3 years later, they moved to a tract house in the suburbs. The finance company where Paul worked as a repo man, CIT, had transferred him to its Palo Alto office, but he couldn't afford to live there. So they ended up in a subdivision in Mountain View, a less expensive town just to the south. There, Paul tried to pass on his love of mechanics and cars. "Steve, this is your workbench now," he said as he marked off a section of the table in their garage. Jobs remembered being impressed by his father's focus on craftsmanship. "I thought my dad's sense of design was pretty good," he said, because he knew how to build anything. If we needed a cabinet, he would build it. When he built our fence, he gave me a hammer so I could work with him. 50 years later, the fence still surrounds the back and side yards of the house in Mountain View. As Jobs showed it off to me, he gently touched the wooden panels and recalled a lesson that his father had deeply instilled in him. It was important, his father said, to craft the backs of cabinets and fences properly, even though they were hidden. He loved doing things right. He even cared about the look of the parts you couldn't see. His father continued to fix up and resell used cars, and he covered the garage walls with pictures of his favorites. He would point out the design details to his son, the lines, the vents, the chrome, the trim of the seats. After work each day, he would change into his work clothes and go to the garage, often with Steve tagging along. I figured I could get him interested in mechanics, but he really wasn't interested in getting his hands dirty, Paul later recalled. He never really cared too much about mechanical things. "I wasn't that into fixing cars," Jobs admitted, "but I was eager to hang out with my dad." Even as he was becoming more aware that he had been adopted, he was growing more attached to his father. One day when he was about 8, he found a photograph of his father from his time in the Coast Guard. He's in the engine room, and he's got his shirt off and looks like James Dean. It was one of those oh wow moments for a kid. Wow, my parents were actually once very young and really good looking. Through cars, his father gave Steve his first introduction to electronics. My dad did not have a deep understanding of electronics, but he'd encountered it a lot in automobiles and other things he would fix. He showed me the basics of electronics, and I got very interested in that. Even more interesting were the trips to hunt for parts. Every weekend, there'd be a junkyard trip. We'd be looking for a generator, a carburetor, all sorts of components. He remembered watching his father bargain at the counter. He was a good bargainer because he knew better than the guys at the counter what the parts should cost. This activity helped fulfill the promise his parents made when he was adopted. My college fund came from my dad paying $50 for a Ford Falcon or some other beat-up car that didn't run, working on it for a few weeks and selling it for $250 and not telling the IRS. The Jobses' house and the others in their neighborhood were built by the real estate developer Joseph Eichler. His company built more than 11,000 homes in various California subdivisions between 1950 and 1974. Inspired by Frank Lloyd Wright's vision of simple modern homes for the average American, Eichler built inexpensive houses. They featured floor-to-ceiling glass walls, open floor plans, exposed post and beam construction, concrete slab floors, and lots of sliding glass doors. Eichler did a great thing, Jobs said on one of our walks around the neighborhood. His houses were smart and cheap and good. They brought clean design and simple taste to lower-income people. They had awesome little features like radiant heating in the floors. You put carpet on them, and we had nice toasty floors when we were kids. Jobs said that his appreciation for Eichler homes gave him a passion for making well-designed products for the mass market. I love it when you can bring really great design and simple capability to something that doesn't cost much, he said, as he pointed out the clean elegance of the houses. It was the original vision for Apple. That's what we tried to do with the first Mac. That's what we did with the iPod. Across the street from the Jobs family lived a man who had become a successful real estate agent. He wasn't that bright, Jobs recalled, but he seemed to be making a fortune. So my dad thought, I can do that. He worked so hard, I remember. He took these night classes, passed the license test, and got into real estate. Then the bottom fell out of the market. As a result, the family found itself financially tight for a year or so while Steve was in elementary school. His mother took a job as a bookkeeper for Varian Associates, a company that made scientific instruments, and they took out a second mortgage. One day, his fourth-grade teacher asked him, "What is it you don't understand about the universe?" Jobs replied, "I don't understand why all of a sudden my dad is so broke." He was proud that his father never adopted a subservient or slick style that might have made him a better salesman. You had to suck up to people to sell real estate, and he wasn't good at that, and it wasn't in his nature. I admired him for that. Paul Jobs went back to being a mechanic. His father was calm and gentle, traits that his son later praised more than he copied. He was also firm. Jobs described one example. Nearby was an engineer who was working at Westinghouse. He was a single guy, a beatnik type. He had a girlfriend. She would babysit me sometimes. Both my parents worked, so I would come here right after school for a couple of hours. He would get drunk and hit her a couple of times. She came over one night, scared out of her wits, and he came over drunk. My dad stood him down, saying, "She's here, but you're not coming in." He stood right there. We like to think everything was perfect in the 1950s, but this guy was one of those engineers who had messed up lives. What made the neighborhood different from thousands of other subdivisions with young trees across America was that even the troublemakers tended to be engineers. When we moved here, there were apricot and plum orchards on all of these corners, Jobs recalled, but it was beginning to boom because of military investment. He soaked up the history of the valley and developed a desire to play his own role. Edwin Land of Polaroid later told him about being asked by President Eisenhower to help build the U-2 spy plane cameras to see how real the Soviet threat was. The film was dropped in canisters and returned to the NASA Ames Research Center in Sunnyvale, not far from where Jobs lived. The first computer terminal I ever saw was when my dad brought me to the Ames Center. he said. I fell totally in love with it. Other defense contractors grew nearby during the 1950s. The Lockheed Missiles and Space Division, which built submarine-launched ballistic missiles, was founded in 1956 next to the NASA Center. By the time Jobs moved to the area 4 years later, it employed 20,000 people. A few hundred yards away, Westinghouse built facilities that produced tubes and electrical transformers for the missile systems. You had all these military companies on the cutting edge, he recalled. It was mysterious and high-tech and made living here very exciting. Following the defense industries, a booming economy based on technology arose. Its roots stretch back to 1938 when David Packard and his new wife moved into a house in Palo Alto with a shed where his friend Bill Hewlett soon moved in. The house had a garage, a feature that would prove both useful and iconic in the valley. They tinkered there until they had their first product, an audio oscillator. By the 1950s, Hewlett-Packard was a fast-growing company making technical instruments. Fortunately, there was a place nearby for entrepreneurs who had outgrown their garages. In a move that would help transform the area into the cradle of the tech revolution, Stanford University's Dean of Engineering, Frederick Terman, created a 700-acre industrial park on university land. It was for private companies that could commercialize the ideas of his students. Its first tenant was Varian Associates, where Clara Jobs worked. Terman came up with this great idea that did more than anything to cause the tech industry to grow up here, Jobs said. By the time Jobs was 10, HP had 9,000 employees and was the blue-chip company where every engineer seeking financial stability wanted to work. The most important technology for the region's growth was, of course, the semiconductor. William Shockley, one of the inventors of the transistor at Bell Labs in New Jersey, moved to Mountain View. In 1956, he started a company to build transistors using silicon rather than the more expensive germanium that was then commonly used. But Shockley became increasingly erratic and abandoned his silicon transistor project. This led 8 of his engineers, most notably Robert Noyce and Gordon Moore, to break away and form Fairchild Semiconductor. That company grew to 12,000 employees, but fragmented in 1968 when Noyce lost a power struggle to become CEO. He took Gordon Moore and founded a company they called Integrated Electronics Corporation, which they soon cleverly shortened to Intel. Their third employee was Andrew Grove, who would later grow the company by shifting its focus from memory chips to microprocessors. Within a few years, there would be more than 50 companies in the area making semiconductors. The rapid growth of this industry was linked to a phenomenon famously discovered by Moore. In 1965, he drew a graph showing the speed of integrated circuits, based on the number of transistors that could be placed on a chip. He showed that it doubled about every 2 years, a trend he expected to continue. This was confirmed in 1971 when Intel managed to etch a complete central processing unit onto one chip, the Intel 4004, which was called a microprocessor. Moore's law has generally held true to this day. Its reliable projection of performance to price allowed 2 generations of young entrepreneurs, including Steve Jobs and Bill Gates, to create cost projections for their forward-looking products. The chip industry gave the region a new name when Don Hoefler, a columnist for the weekly trade paper Electronic News, began a series in January 1971 titled Silicon Valley, USA. The 40-mile Santa Clara Valley, stretching from South San Francisco through Palo Alto to San Jose, has as its commercial backbone El Camino Real. This royal road once connected California's 21 mission churches and is now a bustling avenue. It connects companies and startups that account for a third of the venture capital investment in the United States each year. Growing up, I got inspired by the history of the place, Jobs said. That made me want to be a part of it. Like most kids, he became filled with the passions of the adults around him. Most of the dads in the neighborhood did really neat stuff, like photovoltaics and batteries and radar, Jobs recalled. I grew up in awe of that stuff and asking people about it. The most important of these neighbors, Larry Lang, lived 7 doors away. He was my model of what an HP engineer was supposed to be, A big ham radio operator, hardcore electronics guy, Jobs recalled. He would bring me stuff to play with. As we walked up to Lang's old house, Jobs pointed to the driveway. He took a carbon microphone and a battery and a speaker, and he put it on this driveway. He had me talk into the carbon mic, and it amplified out of the speaker. Jobs had been taught by his father that microphones always needed an electronic amplifier. So I raced home, and I told my dad that he was wrong. "No, it needs an amplifier," his father assured him. When Steve protested, his father said he was crazy. "It can't work without an amplifier. There's some trick." I kept saying no to my dad, telling him he had to see it, and finally he actually walked down with me and saw it. And he said, "Well, I'll be a bat out of hell." Jobs recalled the incident vividly because it was his first realization that his father did not know everything. Then a more unsettling discovery began to dawn on him. He was smarter than his parents. He had always admired his father's competence and cleverness. He was not an educated man, but I had always thought he was pretty damn smart. He didn't read much, but he could do a lot. Almost everything mechanical, he could figure it out. Yet the carbon microphone incident, Jobs said, began a jarring process of realizing that he was in fact more clever and quick than his parents. It was a very big moment that's burned into my mind. When I realized that I was smarter than my parents, I felt tremendous shame for having thought that. I will never forget that moment. This discovery, he later told friends, along with the fact that he was adopted, made him feel apart, detached and separate from both his family and the world. Another layer of awareness occurred soon after. Not only did he discover that he was brighter than his parents, but he discovered that they knew this. Paul and Clara Jobs were loving parents, and they were willing to adapt their lives to suit a son who was very smart and also willful. They would go to great lengths to accommodate him. And soon Steve discovered this fact as well. Both my parents got me. They felt a lot of responsibility once they sensed that I was special. They found ways to keep feeding me stuff and putting me in better schools. They were willing to defer to my needs. So he grew up not only with a sense of having once been abandoned, but also with a sense that he was special. In his own mind, that was more important in the formation of his personality. School. Even before Jobs started elementary school, his mother had taught him how to read. This, however, led to some problems once he got to school. I was kind of bored for the first few years, so I occupied myself by getting into trouble. It also soon became clear that Jobs, by both nature and nurture, was not inclined to accept authority. I encountered authority of a different kind than I had ever encountered before, and I did not like it, and they really almost got me. They came close to really beating any curiosity out of me. His school, Montaloma Elementary, was a series of low-slung 1950s buildings 4 blocks from his house. He countered his boredom by playing pranks. I had a good friend named Rick Ferrantino, and we'd get into all sorts of trouble, he recalled. Like we made little posters announcing "Bring your pet to school day." It was crazy, with dogs chasing cats all over, and the teachers were beside themselves. Another time, they convinced some kids to tell them the combination numbers for their bike locks. Then we went outside and switched all of the locks, and nobody could get their bikes. It took them until late that night to straighten things out. When he was in 3rd grade, the pranks became a bit more dangerous. One time we set off an explosive under the chair of our teacher, Mrs. Thurman. We gave her a nervous twitch. Not surprisingly, he was sent home 2 or 3 times before he finished 3rd grade. By then, however, his father had begun to treat him as special. In his calm but firm manner, he made it clear that he expected the school to do the same. "Look, it's not his fault," Paul Jobs told the teachers, his son recalled. "If you can't keep him interested, it's your fault." His parents never punished him for his misbehavior at school. My father's father was an alcoholic and whipped him with a belt, but I'm not sure if I ever got spanked. Both of his parents, he added, knew the school was at fault for trying to make me memorize stupid stuff rather than stimulating me. He was already starting to show the mix of sensitivity and insensitivity, prickliness and detachment that would mark him for the rest of his life. When it came time for him to go into fourth grade, the school decided it was best to put Jobs and his friend Rick Ferrantino into separate classes. The teacher for the advanced class was a spunky woman named Imogene Hill, known as Teddy. She became, Jobs said, one of the saints of my life. After watching him for a couple of weeks, she figured that the best way to handle him was to bribe him. After school one day, she gave me this workbook with math problems in it, and she said, "I want you to take it home and do this." And I thought, "Are you nuts?" And then she pulled out one of these giant lollipops that seemed as big as the world, and she said, "When you're done with it, if you get it mostly right, I will give you this and $5. And I handed it back within 2 days. After a few months, he no longer needed the bribes. I just wanted to learn and to please her. She returned the favor by getting him a hobby kit for grinding a lens and making a camera. I learned more from her than any other teacher, and if it hadn't been for her, I'm sure I would have gone to jail. It reinforced, once again, the idea that he was special. In my class, it was just me she cared about. She saw something in me. It was not just intelligence that she saw. Years later, she liked to show off a picture of that year's class on Hawaii Day. Jobs had shown up without the suggested Hawaiian shirt, but in the picture, he is front and center wearing one. He had literally been able to talk the shirt off another kid's back. Near the end of fourth grade, Mrs. Hill had Jobs tested. "I scored at the high school sophomore level," he recalled. Now that it was clear he was intellectually special, not only to himself and his parents, but also to his teachers, the school made a remarkable proposal. They suggested he skip 2 grades and go right into 7th. It would be the easiest way to keep him challenged and stimulated. His parents decided, more sensibly, to have him skip only 1 grade. The transition was difficult. He was a socially awkward loner who found himself with kids a year older. Worse yet, the 6th grade was in a different school, Crittenden Middle. It was only 8 blocks from Montaloma Elementary, but in many ways it was a world apart. It was located in a neighborhood filled with ethnic gangs. Fights were a daily occurrence, as were shakedowns in bathrooms. Knives were regularly brought to school as a show of macho. Around the time that Jobs arrived, a group of students were jailed for a gang rape. The bus of a neighboring school was destroyed after its team beat Crittenden's in a wrestling match. Jobs was often bullied, and in the middle of 7th grade, he gave his parents an ultimatum. "I insisted they put me in a different school," he recalled. Financially, this was a tough demand. His parents were barely making ends meet, but by this point, there was little doubt that they would eventually bend to his will. When they resisted, I told them I would just quit going to school if I had to go back to Crittenden. So they researched where the best schools were and scraped together every dime and bought a house for $21,000 in a nicer district. The move was only 3 miles to the south, to a former apricot orchard in Los Altos that had been turned into a subdivision of identical tract homes. Their house at 2066 Chris Drive was a single story with 3 bedrooms and an all-important attached garage with a roll-down door facing the street. There, Paul Jobs could tinker with cars, and his son could tinker with electronics. Its other significant feature was that it was just over the line inside what was then the Cupertino-Sunnyvale School District, one of the safest and best in the valley. When I moved here, these corners were still orchards, Jobs pointed out as we walked in front of his old house. The guy who lived right there taught me how to be a good organic gardener and to compost. He grew everything to perfection. I never had better food in my life. That's when I began to appreciate organic fruits and vegetables. Even though they were not deeply religious, Jobs' parents wanted him to have a religious upbringing, so they took him to the Lutheran church most Sundays. That came to an end when he was 13. In July 1968, Life magazine published a shocking cover showing a pair of starving children in Biafra. Jobs took it to Sunday school and confronted the church's pastor. "If I raise my finger, will God know which one I'm going to raise even before I do it?" The pastor answered, "Yes, God knows everything." Jobs then pulled out the Life cover and asked, "Well, does God know about this? And what's going to happen to those children?" Steve, I know you don't understand, but yes, God knows about that. Jobs announced that he didn't want to have anything to do with worshiping such a God, and he never went back to church. He did, however, spend years studying and trying to practice the teachings of Zen Buddhism. Reflecting years later on his spiritual feelings, he said that religion was at its best when it focused on spiritual experiences rather than on accepted dogma. The juice goes out of Christianity when it becomes too based on faith rather than on living like Jesus or seeing the world as Jesus saw it, he told me. I think different religions are different doors to the same house. Sometimes I think the house exists, and sometimes I don't. It's the great mystery. Paul Jobs was then working at Spectra Physics, a company in nearby Santa Clara that made lasers for electronics and medical products. As a machinist, he crafted the prototypes of products that the engineers were creating. His son was fascinated by the need for perfection. Lasers require precision alignment, Jobs said. The really sophisticated ones, for airborne applications or medical, had very precise features. They would tell my dad something like, "This is what we want, and we want it out of one piece of metal so that the coefficients of expansion are all the same." And he had to figure out how to do it. Most pieces had to be made from scratch, which meant that Paul had to create custom tools and dies. His son was impressed, but he rarely went to the machine shop. It would have been fun if he had gotten to teach me how to use a mill and lathe, but unfortunately, I never went because I was more interested in electronics. One summer, Paul took Steve to Wisconsin to visit the family's dairy farm. Rural life did not appeal to Steve, but one image stuck with him. He saw a calf being born, and he was amazed when the tiny animal struggled up within minutes and began to walk. It was not something she had learned, but it was instead hardwired into her, he recalled. A human baby couldn't do that. I found it remarkable, even though no one else did. He put it in hardware-software terms. It was as if something in the animal's body and in its brain had been engineered to work together instantly, rather than being learned. In 9th grade, Jobs went to Homestead High, which had a sprawling campus of 2-story cinder block buildings painted pink that served 2,000 students. It was designed by a famous prison architect, Jobs recalled. They wanted to make it indestructible. He had developed a love of walking, and he walked the 15 blocks to school by himself each day. He had few friends his own age, but he got to know some seniors who were immersed in the counterculture of the late 1960s. It was a time when the geek and hippie worlds were beginning to show some overlap. My friends were the really smart kids, he said. I was interested in math and science and electronics. They were too, and also into LSD and the whole counterculture trip. His pranks by then typically involved electronics. At one point he wired his house with speakers. But since speakers can also be used as microphones, he built a control room in his closet where he could listen in on what was happening in other rooms. One night, when he had his headphones on and was listening in on his parents' bedroom, his father caught him and angrily demanded that he dismantle the system. He spent many evenings visiting the garage of Larry Lang, the engineer who lived down the street from his old house. Lang eventually gave Jobs the carbon microphone that had fascinated him, and he introduced him to Heath kits. These were assemble-it-yourself kits for making ham radios and other electronic gear that were beloved by the soldering set back then. Heath kits came with all the boards and parts color-coded, but the manual also explained the theory of how it operated, Jobs recalled. It made you realize you could build and understand anything. Once you built a couple of radios, you'd see a TV in the catalog and say, "I can build that as well," even if you didn't. I was very lucky, because when I was a kid, both my dad and the Heath kits made me believe I could build anything. Lang also got him into the Hewlett-Packard Explorers Club, a group of about 15 students who met in the company cafeteria on Tuesday nights. They would get an engineer from one of the labs to come and talk about what he was working on, Jobs recalled. My dad would drive me there. I was in heaven. HP was a pioneer of light-emitting diodes, so we talked about what to do with them. Because his father now worked for a laser company, that topic particularly interested him. One night, he cornered one of HP's laser engineers after a talk and got a tour of the holography lab. But the most lasting impression came from seeing the small computers the company was developing. I saw my first desktop computer there. It was called the 9100A, and it was a glorified calculator, but also really the first desktop computer. It was huge, maybe 40 pounds, but it was a beauty of a thing. I fell in love with it. The kids in the Explorers Club were encouraged to do projects, and Jobs decided to build a frequency counter, which measures the number of pulses per second in an electronic signal. He needed some parts that HP made, so he picked up the phone and called the CEO. Back then, people didn't have unlisted numbers, so I looked up Bill Hewlett in Palo Alto and called him at home, and he answered and chatted with me for 20 minutes. He got me the parts, but he also got me a job in the plant where they made frequency counters. Jobs worked there the summer after his freshman year at Homestead High. My dad would drive me in the morning and pick me up in the evening. His work mainly consisted of just putting nuts and bolts on things, on an assembly line. There was some resentment among his fellow line workers toward the pushy kid who had talked his way in by calling the CEO. I remember telling one of the supervisors, "I love this stuff. I love this stuff." And then I asked him what he liked to do best, and he said, to fuck. Jobs had an easier time getting along with the engineers who worked one floor above. They served donuts and coffee every morning at 10, so I'd go upstairs and hang out with them. Jobs liked to work. He also had a newspaper route. His father would drive him when it was raining. During his sophomore year, he spent weekends in the summer as a stock clerk at a huge electronics store called Haltech. It was to electronics what his father's junkyards were to auto parts, a scavenger's paradise sprawling over an entire city block. It was crammed with new, used, salvaged, and surplus components on shelves, dumped into bins, and piled in an outdoor yard. Out in the back, near the bay, they had a fenced-in area with things like Polaris submarine interiors that had been ripped out and sold for salvage, he recalled. All the controls and buttons were right there. The colors were military greens and grays, but they had these switches and bulb covers of amber and red. There were these big old lever switches that when you flipped them, it was awesome, like you were blowing up Chicago. At the wooden counters up front, which were loaded with thick catalogs and tattered binders, people would haggle for switches, resistors, capacitors, and sometimes the latest memory chips. His father used to do that for auto parts, and he succeeded because he knew their value better than the clerks. Jobs followed his example. He developed a knowledge of electronic parts that was sharpened by his love of negotiating and turning a profit. He would go to electronic flea markets, like the San Jose swap meet, bargain for a used circuit board with valuable chips or components, and then sell those to his manager at Haltech. Jobs was able to get his first car with his father's help when he was 15. It was a two-tone Nash Metropolitan that his father had fitted with an MG engine. Jobs didn't really like it, but he didn't want to tell his father that or miss the chance to have his own car. In retrospect, a Nash Metropolitan might seem like the most wickedly cool car, he later said, but at the time it was the most uncool car in the world. Still, it was a car, so that was great. Within a year, he had saved up enough from his various jobs to trade up to a red Fiat 850 coupe with an Abarth engine. My dad helped me buy and inspect it. The satisfaction of getting paid and saving up for something, that was very exciting. That same summer, between his sophomore and junior years at Homestead, Jobs began smoking marijuana. I got stoned for the first time that summer. I was 15 and then began using pot regularly. At one point, his father found some dope in his son's Fiat. "What's this?" he asked. Jobs coolly replied, "That's marijuana." It was one of the few times in his life that he faced his father's anger. "That was the only real fight I ever got in with my dad," he said. But his father again bent to his will. He wanted me to promise that I'd never use pot again, but I wouldn't promise. In fact, by his senior year, he was also dabbling in LSD and hash, as well as exploring the mind-bending effects of sleep deprivation. I was starting to get stoned a bit more. We would also drop acid occasionally, usually in fields or in cars. He also blossomed intellectually during his last 2 years in high school. He found himself at the intersection, as he had begun to see it, of those who were geekily immersed in electronics and those who were into literature and creative endeavors. I started to listen to music a whole lot, and I started to read more outside of just science and technology. Shakespeare, Plato. I loved King Lear. His other favorites included Moby Dick and the poems of Dylan Thomas. I asked him why he related to King Lear and Captain Ahab, two of the most willful and driven characters in literature. He didn't respond to the connection I was making, so I let it drop. When I was a senior, I had this phenomenal AP English class. The teacher was this guy who looked like Ernest Hemingway. He took a bunch of us snowshoeing in Yosemite. One course that Jobs took would become part of Silicon Valley lore. The electronics class taught by John McCollum, a former Navy pilot who had a showman's flair for exciting his students with tricks like firing up a Tesla coil. His little stock room, to which he would lend the key to his favorite students, was crammed with transistors and other components he had collected. McCollum's classroom was in a shed-like building on the edge of the campus, next to the parking lot. This is where it was, Jobs recalled as he peered in the window, and here, next door, is where the auto shop class used to be. The placement of the two rooms highlighted the shift in interests from his father's generation to his. Mr. McCollum felt that electronics class was the new auto shop. McCollum believed in military discipline and respect for authority. Jobs did not. He no longer tried to hide his dislike for authority. He affected an attitude that combined a wiry and weird intensity with an aloof rebelliousness. McCollum later said, "He was usually off in a corner, doing something on his own, and really didn't want to have much of anything to do with either me or the rest of the class." He never trusted Jobs with a key to the stockroom. One day, Jobs needed a part that was not available, so he made a collect call to the manufacturer, Burroughs, in Detroit. He said he was designing a new product and wanted to test out the part. It arrived by air freight a few days later. When McCollum asked how he had gotten it, Jobs described the collect call and the story he had told with defiant pride. "I was furious," McCollum said. "That was not the way I wanted my students to behave." Jobs' response was, "I don't have the money for the phone call. They've got plenty of money." Jobs took McCollum's class for only 1 year, rather than the 3 that it was offered. For one of his projects, he made a device with a photocell that would switch on a circuit when exposed to light, something any high school science student could have done. He was far more interested in playing with lasers, something he learned from his father. With a few friends, he created light shows for parties by bouncing lasers off mirrors that were attached to the speakers of his stereo system. Chapter 2, Odd Couple, The Two Steves. Woz. While he was a student in John McCollum's electronics class, Jobs became friends with a graduate who was the teacher's all-time favorite. This graduate was a school legend for his wizardry in the class. His name was Stephen Wozniak. His younger brother had been on a swim team with Jobs. Wozniak was almost 5 years older than Jobs and knew far more about electronics. But emotionally and socially, he was still a high school geek. Like Jobs, Wozniak learned a lot from his father, but the lessons were different. Paul Jobs was a high school dropout who, when fixing up cars, knew how to make a neat profit by getting a good deal on parts. Francis Wozniak, known as Jerry, was a brilliant engineering graduate from Caltech, where he had been the quarterback of the football team. He became a rocket scientist at Lockheed. He praised engineering and looked down on those in business, marketing, and sales. I remember him telling me that engineering was the highest level of importance you could reach in the world. Steve Wozniak later recalled, "It takes society to a new level." One of Steve Wozniak's first memories was going to his father's workplace on a weekend. His dad showed him electronic parts, putting them on a table with me so I got to play with them. He watched with fascination as his father tried to get a waveform line on a video screen to stay flat. This was to show that one of his circuit designs was working properly. I could see that whatever my dad was doing, it was important and good. Woz, as he was known even then, would ask about the resistors and transistors lying around the house. His father would pull out a blackboard to illustrate what they did. He would explain what a resistor was by going all the way back to atoms and electrons. He explained how resistors worked when I was in second grade, not by equations, but by having me picture it. Waz's father taught him something else that became deeply ingrained in his childlike, socially awkward personality: never lie. My dad believed in honesty, extreme honesty. That's the biggest thing he taught me. I never lie, even to this day. The only partial exception was for a good practical joke. In addition, he instilled in his son a dislike of extreme ambition, which set Waz apart from Jobs. At an Apple product launch event in 2010, 40 years after they met, Waz reflected on their differences. "My father told me, 'You always want to be in the middle,'" he said. "I didn't want to be up with the high-level people like Steve. My dad was an engineer, and that's what I wanted to be. I was way too shy ever to be a business leader like Steve." By fourth grade, Wozniak became, as he put it, one of the electronics kids. He had an easier time looking at a transistor than at a girl. He developed the chunky and stooped look of someone who spends most of his time hunched over circuit boards. At the same age when Jobs was puzzling over a carbon microphone his dad couldn't explain, Wozniak was using transistors to build an intercom system. It had amplifiers, relays, lights, and buzzers that connected the kids' 9 bedrooms of 6 houses in the neighborhood. And at an age when Jobs was building Heath kits, Wozniak was assembling a transmitter and receiver from Hallicrafters, the most sophisticated radios available. Woz spent a lot of time at home reading his father's electronics journals. He became fascinated by stories about new computers, like the powerful ENIAC. Because he naturally understood Boolean algebra, he marveled at how simple the computers were, not complex. In 8th grade, he built a calculator that included 100 transistors, 200 diodes, and 200 resistors on 10 circuit boards. It won top prize in a local contest run by the Air Force, even though the competitors included students up to 12th grade. Woz became more of a loner when the boys his age started dating girls and going to parties, things he found far more complex than designing circuits. Where before I was popular and riding bikes and everything, suddenly I was socially shut out, he recalled. It seemed like nobody spoke to me for the longest time. He found an outlet by playing childish pranks. In 12th grade, he built an electronic metronome, one of those tick-tick-tick devices that keep time in music class. He realized it sounded like a bomb, so he took the labels off some big batteries, taped them together, and put it in a school locker. He rigged it to start ticking faster when the locker opened. Later that day, he got called to the principal's office. He thought it was because he had won the school's top math prize again. Instead, he was met by the police. The principal had been called when the device was found. He bravely ran onto the football field, clutching it to his chest, and pulled the wires off. Woz tried and failed to hold back his laughter. He was actually sent to the juvenile detention center, where he spent the night. It was a memorable experience. He taught the other prisoners how to disconnect the wires to the ceiling fans and connect them to the bars so people got shocked when they touched them. Getting shocked was a badge of honor for Woz. He prided himself on being a hardware engineer, which meant that random shocks were common. He once designed a roulette game where 4 people put their thumbs in a slot. When the ball landed, one would get shocked. "Hardware guys will play this game, but software guys are too chicken," he noted. During his senior year, he got a part-time job at Sylvania and had the chance to work on a computer for the first time. He learned Fortran from a book and read the manuals for most of the systems of the day, starting with the digital equipment PDP-8. Then he studied the specifications for the latest microchips and tried to redesign the computers using these newer parts. The challenge he set for himself was to replicate the design using the fewest components possible. Each night, he would try to improve his drawing from the night before. By the end of his senior year, he had become a master. I was now designing computers with half the number of chips the actual company had in their own design, but only on paper. He never told his friends. After all, most 17-year-olds were getting their kicks in other ways. On Thanksgiving weekend of his senior year, Wozniak visited the University of Colorado. It was closed for the holiday, but he found an engineering student who gave him a tour of the labs. He begged his father to let him go there, even though the out-of-state tuition was more than the family could easily afford. They made a deal. He could go for 1 year, but then he would have to transfer to De Anza Community College back home. After arriving at Colorado in the fall of 1969, he spent so much time playing pranks, like producing reams of printouts saying, "Fuck Nixon," that he failed a couple of his courses and was put on probation. In addition, he created a program to calculate Fibonacci numbers that used so much computer time the university threatened to bill him for it. So he readily kept his promise to his parents and transferred to De Anza. After a pleasant year at De Anza, Wozniak took time off to make some money. He found work at a company that made computers for the California Motor Vehicle Department. A coworker made him a wonderful offer. He would provide some spare chips so Wozniak could make one of the computers he had been sketching on paper. Wozniak decided to use as few chips as possible, both as a personal challenge and because he did not want to take advantage of his colleagues' generosity. Much of the work was done in the garage of a friend just around the corner, Bill Fernandez, who was still at Homestead High. To help their efforts, they drank large amounts of Cragmont cream soda. They would ride their bikes to the Sunnyvale Safeway to return the bottles, collect the deposits, and buy more. That's how we started referring to it as the cream soda computer, Wozniak recalled. It was basically a calculator that could multiply numbers entered by a set of switches and display the results in binary code with little lights. When it was finished, Fernandez told Wozniak there was someone at Homestead High he should meet. His name is Steve. He likes to do pranks like you do, and he's also into building electronics like you are. It may have been the most significant meeting in a Silicon Valley garage since Hewlett met Packard 32 years earlier. Steve and I just sat on the sidewalk in front of Bill's house for the longest time, just sharing stories, mostly about pranks we'd pulled, and also what kind of electronic designs we'd done, Wozniak recalled. We had so much in common. Typically, it was really hard for me to explain to people what kind of design stuff I worked on, but Steve got it right away, and I liked him. He was kind of skinny and wiry and full of energy. Jobs was also impressed. Woz was the first person I'd met who knew more electronics than I did, he once said, stretching his own expertise a bit. I liked him right away. I was a little more mature than my years, and he was a little less mature than his, so it evened out. Woz was very bright, but emotionally he was my age. In addition to their interest in computers, they shared a passion for music. It was an incredible time for music, Jobs recalled. It was like living at a time when Beethoven and Mozart were alive. Really, people will look back on it that way, and Woz and I were deeply into it. In particular, Wozniak introduced Jobs to the glories of Bob Dylan. We tracked down this guy in Santa Cruz who put out this newsletter on Dylan, Jobs said. Dylan taped all of his concerts, and some of the people around him were not scrupulous, because soon there were tapes all around, bootlegs of everything, and this guy had them all. Hunting down Dylan tapes soon became a joint venture. The two of us would go tramping through San Jose and Berkeley and ask about Dylan bootlegs and collect them, said Wozniak. We'd buy brochures of Dylan lyrics and stay up late interpreting them. Dylan's words struck chords of creative thinking. Added Jobs, I had more than 100 hours, including every concert on the 65 and 66 tour, the one where Dylan went electric. Both of them bought high-end T-Seek reel-to-reel tape decks. I would use mine at a low speed to record many concerts on one tape, said Wozniak. Jobs matched his obsession. Instead of big speakers, I bought a pair of awesome headphones and would just lie in my bed and listen to that stuff for hours. Jobs had formed a club at Homestead High to put on music and light shows and also play pranks. They once glued a gold-painted toilet seat onto a flower planter. It was called the Buck Fry Club, a play on the name of the principal. Even though they had already graduated, Wozniak and his friend Alan Baum joined forces with Jobs at the end of his junior year to produce a farewell gesture for the departing seniors. Showing off the Homestead campus 4 decades later, Jobs paused at the scene of the prank and pointed. "See that balcony? That's where we did the banner prank that sealed our friendship." On a big bedsheet that Baum had tie-dyed with the school's green and white colors, they painted a huge hand giving the middle finger salute. Baum's nice Jewish mother helped them draw it and showed them how to do the shading and shadows to make it look more real. "I know what that is," she snickered. They created a system of ropes and pulleys so that it could be dramatically lowered as the graduating class marched past the balcony. They signed it Swab Job, the initials of Wozniak and Baum, combined with part of Jobs' name. The prank became part of school lore and got Jobs suspended one more time. Another prank involved a pocket device Wozniak built that could emit TV signals. He would take it to a room where a group of people were watching TV, such as in a dorm. He would secretly press the button so that the screen would get fuzzy with static. When someone got up and hit the set, Wozniak would let go of the button and the picture would clear up. Once he had the unsuspecting viewers hopping up and down at his will, he would make things harder. He would keep the picture fuzzy until someone touched the antenna. Eventually, he would make people think they had to hold the antenna while standing on one foot or touching the top of the set. Years later, at a presentation where he was having his own trouble getting a video to work, Jobs broke from his script and recounted the fun they had with the device. Woz would have it in his pocket and we'd go into a dorm where a bunch of folks would be like watching Star Trek, and he'd screw up the TV. Someone would go up to fix it, and just as they had their foot off the ground, he would turn it back on. And as they put their foot back on the ground, he'd screw it up again. Contorting himself into a pretzel on stage, Jobs concluded to great laughter, and within 5 minutes he would have someone like this. The Blue Box, the ultimate combination of pranks and electronics, and the escapade that helped to create Apple, was launched one Sunday afternoon. Wozniak read an article in Esquire that his mother had left for him on the kitchen table. It was September 1971, and he was about to drive off to Berkeley, his third college, the next day. The story, Ron Rosenbaum's Secrets of the Little Blue Box, described how hackers and phone phreakers had found ways to make long-distance calls for free. They did this by copying the tones that routed signals on the AT&T network. Halfway through the article, I had to call my best friend, Steve Jobs, and read parts of this long article to him, Wozniak recalled. He knew that Jobs, then starting his senior year, was one of the few people who would share his excitement. A hero of the article was John Draper, a hacker known as Captain Crunch. He had discovered that the sound from a toy whistle in the breakfast cereal was the same 2,600 hertz tone used by the phone network's call routing switches. It could trick the system into letting a long-distance call go through without extra charges. The article revealed that other tones used to route calls could be found in an issue of the Bell System Technical Journal. AT&T immediately began asking libraries to pull that issue from their shelves. As soon as Jobs got the call from Wozniak that Sunday afternoon, he knew they had to get their hands on the technical journal right away. Woz picked me up a few minutes later, and we went to the library at the Stanford Linear Accelerator Center to see if we could find it, Jobs recounted. It was Sunday, and the library was closed, but they knew how to get in through a door that was rarely locked. I remember that we were furiously digging through the stacks, and it was Woz who finally found the journal with all the frequencies. It was like, holy shit, and we opened it, and there it was. We kept saying to ourselves, it's real, holy shit, it's real. It was all laid out, the tones, the frequencies. Wozniak went to Sunnyvale Electronics before it closed that evening and bought the parts to make an analog tone generator. Jobs had built a frequency counter when he was part of the HP Explorers Club, and they used it to calibrate the desired tones. With a dial, they could copy and tape record the sounds specified in the article. By midnight, they were ready to test it. Unfortunately, the oscillators they used were not stable enough to produce the right chirps to fool the phone company. We could see the instability using Steve's frequency counter, recalled Wozniak, and we just couldn't make it work. I had to leave for Berkeley the next morning, so we decided I would work on building a digital version once I got there. No one had ever created a digital version of a blue box, but Woz was made for the challenge. Using diodes and transistors from Radio Shack, and with the help of a music student in his dorm who had perfect pitch, he got it built before Thanksgiving. "I have never designed a circuit I was prouder of," he said. "I still think it was incredible." One night, Wozniak drove down from Berkeley to Jobs' house to try it. They attempted to call Wozniak's uncle in Los Angeles, but they got a wrong number. It didn't matter. Their device had worked. "Hi, we're calling you for free! We're calling you for free!" Wozniak shouted. The person on the other end was confused and annoyed. Jobs chimed in, "We're calling from California! From California! With a blue box." This probably baffled the man even more, since he was also in California. At first, the blue box was used for fun and pranks. The most daring of these was when they called the Vatican and Wozniak pretended to be Henry Kissinger wanting to speak to the Pope. "They are at the summit meeting in Moscow, and we need to talk to the Pope," Woz said in a fake accent. He was told that it was 5:30 in the morning and the Pope was sleeping. When he called back, he got a bishop who was supposed to serve as the translator. But they never actually got the Pope on the line. They realized that Woz wasn't Henry Kissinger, Jobs recalled. "We were at a public phone booth." It was then that they reached an important milestone, one that would establish a pattern in their partnerships. Jobs came up with the idea that the blue box could be more than just a hobby. They could build and sell them. "I got together the rest of the components, like the casing and power supply and keypads, and figured out how we could price it," Jobs said, foreshadowing the roles he would play when they founded Apple. The finished product was about the size of 2 decks of playing cards. The parts cost about $40, and Jobs decided they should sell it for $150. Following the example of other phone freaks like Captain Crunch, they gave themselves nicknames. Wozniak became Berkeley Blue, and Jobs was O.F. Tobark. They took the device to college dorms and gave demonstrations by attaching it to a phone and speaker. While potential customers watched, they would call the Ritz in London or a dial-a-joke service in Australia. "We made 100 or so blue boxes and sold almost all of them," Jobs recalled. The fun and profits came to an end at a Sunnyvale pizza parlor. Jobs and Wozniak were about to drive to Berkeley with a blue box they had just finished making. Jobs needed money and was eager to sell, so he pitched the device to some guys at the next table. They were interested, so Jobs went to a phone booth and demonstrated it with a call to Chicago. The potential buyers said they had to go to their car for money. So we walk over to the car, Woz and me, and I've got the blue box in my hand, and the guy gets in, reaches under the seat, and he pulls out a gun, Jobs recounted. He had never been that close to a gun, and he was terrified. So he's pointing the gun right at my stomach, and he says, "Hand it over, brother." My mind raced. There was the car door here, and I thought maybe I could slam it on his legs and we could run, but there was this high probability that he would shoot me. So I slowly handed it to him, very carefully. It was a weird sort of robbery. The guy who took the blue box actually gave Jobs a phone number and said he would try to pay for it if it worked. When Jobs later called the number, the guy said he couldn't figure out how to use it. So Jobs, in his clever way, convinced the guy to meet him and Wozniak in a public place. But they ended up deciding not to have another encounter with the gunman, even for the small chance of getting their $150 back. The partnership paved the way for a bigger adventure together. If it hadn't been for the blue boxes, there wouldn't have been an Apple, Jobs later reflected. I'm 100% sure of that. Woz and I learned how to work together, and we gained the confidence that we could solve technical problems and actually put something into production. They had created a device with a little circuit board that could control billions of dollars worth of infrastructure. You cannot believe how much confidence that gave us. Woz came to the same conclusion. It was probably a bad idea selling them, but it gave us a taste of what we could do with my engineering skills and his vision. The Blue Box adventure set a template for a partnership that would soon be born. Wozniak would be the gentle wizard, creating a neat invention that he would have been happy to give away. Jobs would figure out how to make it user-friendly, package it, market it, and make a few bucks. The Dropout, turn on, tune in. Chrisanne Brennan. Toward the end of his senior year at Homestead, in the spring of 1972, Jobs started going out with a girl named Chrisanne Brennan. She was about his age, but still a junior. With her light brown hair, green eyes, high cheekbones, and fragile look, she was very attractive. She was also dealing with her parents' difficult divorce, which made her vulnerable. We worked together on an animated movie, then started going out, and she became my first real girlfriend. Jobs recalled, as Brennan later said, Steve was kind of crazy, that's why I was attracted to him. Jobs' craziness was the kind he cultivated. He had begun his lifelong experiments with strict diets, eating only fruits and vegetables, so he was as lean and tense as a greyhound. He learned to stare at people without blinking, and he mastered long silences broken by quick bursts of fast talking. This odd mix of intensity and aloofness, combined with his shoulder-length hair and scraggly beard, gave him the air of a crazed shaman. He switched between being charismatic and creepy. He shuffled around and looked half mad, Brennan remembered. He had a lot of angst. It was like a big darkness around him. Jobs had begun to use acid by then, and he introduced Brennan to it as well, in a wheat field just outside Sunnyvale. It was great, he recalled. I had been listening to a lot of Bach. All of a sudden, the wheat field was playing Bach. It was the most wonderful feeling of my life up to that point. I felt like the conductor of this symphony with Bach coming through the wheat. That summer of 1972, after his graduation, he and Brennan moved into a cabin in the hills above Los Altos. I'm going to go live in a cabin with Chrisanne, he announced to his parents one day. His father was furious. No, you're not, he said. Over my dead body. They had recently fought about marijuana, and once again the younger Jobs was determined to have his way. He just said goodbye and walked out. Brennan spent a lot of her time that summer painting. She was talented, and she did a picture of a clown for Jobs that he kept on the wall. Jobs wrote poetry and played guitar. He could be brutally cold and rude to her at times, but he was also captivating and able to get his way. He was an enlightened being who was cruel, she recalled. That's a strange combination. Midway through the summer, Jobs was almost killed when his red Fiat caught fire. He was driving on Skyline Boulevard in the Santa Cruz Mountains with a high school friend, Tim Brown. Brown looked back, saw flames coming from the engine, and calmly said to Jobs, "Pull over, your car is on fire." Jobs did. His father, despite their arguments, drove out to the hills to tow the Fiat home. To make money for a new car, Jobs got Wozniak to drive him to De Anza College to look at the Help Wanted bulletin board. They found out that the Westgate Shopping Center in San Jose was looking for college students who could dress up in costumes and entertain kids. So for $3 an hour, Jobs, Wozniak, and Brennan put on heavy, full-body costumes and headgear to play Alice in Wonderland, the Mad Hatter, and the White Rabbit. Wozniak, in his earnest and sweet way, found it fun. I said, I want to do it. It's my chance, because I love children. I think Steve looked at it as a lousy job, but I looked at it as a fun adventure. Jobs did indeed find it a pain. It was hot, the costumes were heavy, and after a while I felt like I wanted to smack some of the kids. Patience was never one of his strengths. Reed College. 17 years earlier, Jobs' parents had made a pledge when they adopted him. He would go to college. So they had worked hard and saved diligently for his college fund, which was modest but enough by the time he graduated. But Jobs, becoming ever more willful, did not make it easy. At first, he considered not going to college at all. I think I might have headed to New York if I didn't go to college, he recalled, thinking about how different his world, and perhaps all of ours, might have been if he had chosen that path. When his parents pushed him to go to college, he responded in a passive-aggressive way. He didn't consider state schools, like Berkeley, where Wozniak then was, even though they were more affordable. Nor did he look at Stanford, just up the road and likely to offer a scholarship. The kids who went to Stanford, they already knew what they wanted to do, he said. They weren't really artistic. I wanted something that was more artistic and interesting. Instead, he insisted on applying only to Reed College, a private liberal arts school in Portland, Oregon, that was one of the most expensive in the nation. He was visiting Wozniak at Berkeley when his father called to say an acceptance letter had arrived from Reed. His father tried to talk him out of going there, and so did his mother. It was far more than they could afford, they said. But their son gave them an ultimatum. If he couldn't go to Reed, he wouldn't go anywhere. They gave in as usual. Reed had only 1,000 students, half the number at Homestead High. It was known for its free-spirited hippie lifestyle, which existed somewhat uneasily alongside its tough academic standards and required curriculum. 5 years earlier, Timothy Leary, the guru of psychedelic enlightenment, had sat cross-legged at the Reed College Commons during his League for Spiritual Discovery college tour. He urged his listeners, "Like every great religion of the past, we seek to find the divinity within. These ancient goals we define in the metaphor of the present: turn on, tune in, drop out." Many of Reed's students took all three of those commands seriously. The dropout rate during the 1970s was more than 1/3. When it came time for Jobs to start college in the fall of 1972, his parents drove him up to Portland. But in another small act of rebellion, he refused to let them come onto campus. In fact, he didn't even say goodbye or thank you. He later recounted the moment with uncharacteristic regret. "It's one of the things in life I really feel ashamed about. I was not very sensitive, and I hurt their feelings. I shouldn't have. They had done so much to make sure I could go there, but I just didn't want them around. I didn't want anyone to know I had parents. I wanted to be like an orphan who had bummed around the country on trains and just arrived out of nowhere, with no roots, no connections, no background." In late 1972, there was a fundamental shift happening on American campuses. The nation's involvement in the Vietnam War and the draft that went with it was ending. Political activism at colleges faded. In many late-night dorm conversations, it was replaced by an interest in paths to personal fulfillment. Jobs found himself deeply influenced by a variety of books on spirituality and enlightenment, most notably Be Here Now, a guide to meditation and the wonders of psychedelic drugs by Baba Ram Das, who was born Richard Alpert. "It was profound," Jobs said. "It transformed me and many of my friends." The closest of those friends was another wispy-bearded freshman named Daniel Kotke. He met Jobs a week after they arrived at Reed and shared his interest in Zen, Dylan, and acid. Kotke, from a wealthy New York suburb, was smart but low-key, with a sweet flower-child personality made even more mellow by his interest in Buddhism. That spiritual quest had caused him to give up material possessions, but he was nonetheless impressed by Jobs' tape deck. "Steve had a T-8 reel-to-reel and massive quantities of Dylan bootlegs," Kotke recalled. "He was both really cool and high-tech." Jobs started spending much of his time with Kotke and his girlfriend, Elizabeth Holmes, even after he insulted her at their first meeting by grilling her about how much money it would take to get her to have sex with another man. They hitchhiked to the coast together, engaged in the typical dorm talks about the meaning of life, attended the love festivals at the local Hare Krishna temple, and went to the Zen Center for free vegetarian meals. "It was a lot of fun," said Kotke, "but also philosophical, and we took Zen very seriously." Jobs began sharing other books with Kotke, including Zen Mind, Beginner's Mind by Shunryu Suzuki, Autobiography of a Yogi by Paramahansa Yogananda, and Cutting Through Spiritual Materialism by Chogyam Trungpa. They created a meditation room in the attic crawlspace above Elizabeth Holmes's room and decorated it with Indian prints, a Durry rug, candles, incense, and meditation cushions. There was a hatch in the ceiling leading to an attic which had a huge amount of space. Jobs said, "We took psychedelic drugs there sometimes, but mainly we just meditated." Jobs' engagement with Eastern spirituality, especially Zen Buddhism, was not just a passing phase or youthful interest. He embraced it with his typical intensity, and it became deeply ingrained in his personality. "Steve is very much Zen," said Kotke. It was a deep influence. You see it in his whole approach of stark, minimalist aesthetics, intense focus. Jobs also became deeply influenced by the emphasis that Buddhism places on intuition. I began to realize that an intuitive understanding in consciousness was more significant than abstract thinking and intellectual logical analysis, he later said. His intensity, however, made it difficult for him to achieve inner peace. His Zen awareness was not accompanied by an excess of calm, peace of mind, or interpersonal mellowness. He and Kotke enjoyed playing a 19th-century German variation of chess called Kriegspiel. In this game, the players sit back to back. Each has his own board and pieces and cannot see those of his opponent. A moderator tells them if a move they want to make is legal or illegal, and they have to try to figure out where their opponent's pieces are. The wildest game I played with them was during a lashing rainstorm sitting by the fireside, recalled Holmes, who served as moderator. They were tripping on acid. They were moving so fast I could barely keep up with them. Another book that deeply influenced Jobs during his freshman year was Diet for a Small Planet by Francis Moore Lappy, which praised the personal and planetary benefits of vegetarianism. That's when I swore off meat pretty much for good, he recalled. But the book also reinforced his tendency to embrace extreme diets, which included purges, fasts, or eating only one or two foods, such as carrots or apples, for weeks on end. Jobs and Kotke became serious vegetarians during their freshman year. Steve got into it even more than I did, said Kotke. He was living off Roman meal cereal. They would go shopping at a farmer's co-op, where Jobs would buy a box of cereal that would last a week and other bulk health food. He would buy flats of dates and almonds and lots of carrots, and he got a champion juicer, and we'd make carrot juice and carrot salads. There is a story about Steve turning orange from eating so many carrots, and there is some truth to that. Friends remember him having at times a sunset-like orange color. Jobs' dietary habits became even more obsessive when he read Mucusless Diet Healing System by Arnold Ehret, an early 20th century German nutrition fanatic. Ehret believed in eating nothing but fruits and starchless vegetables, which he said prevented the body from forming harmful mucus. He also advocated cleansing the body regularly through long fasts. That meant the end of even Roman meal cereal, or any bread, grains, or milk. Jobs began warning friends of the mucus dangers lurking in their bagels. I got into it in my typical nutso way, he said. At one point, he and Kotke went for an entire week eating only apples, and then Jobs began to try even purer fasts. He started with 2-day fasts and eventually tried to stretch them to a week or more. He would break them carefully with large amounts of water and leafy vegetables. After a week, you start to feel fantastic, he said. You get a ton of vitality from not having to digest all this food. I was in great shape. I felt I could get up and walk to San Francisco anytime I wanted. Vegetarianism and Zen Buddhism, meditation and spirituality, acid and rock, Jobs rolled together in an amped-up way the multiple impulses that were hallmarks of the enlightenment-seeking campus subculture of the era. And even though he barely indulged it at Reed, there was still an undercurrent of electronic geekiness in his soul that would someday combine surprisingly well with the rest of the mix. Robert Friedland. One day, to raise some cash, Jobs decided to sell his IBM Selectric typewriter. He walked into the room of the student who had offered to buy it, only to find him having sex with his girlfriend. Jobs started to leave, but the student invited him to take a seat and wait while they finished. I thought, this is kind of far out, Jobs later recalled. And so began his relationship with Robert Friedland, one of the few people in Jobs' life who were able to mesmerize him. He adopted some of Friedland's charismatic traits and for a few years treated him almost like a guru, until he began to see him as a charlatan. Friedland was 4 years older than Jobs, but still an undergraduate. The son of an Auschwitz survivor who became a prosperous Chicago architect, he had originally gone to Bowdoin, a liberal arts college in Maine. But while a sophomore, he was arrested for possession of 24,000 tablets of LSD worth $125,000. The local newspaper showed him with shoulder-length wavy blonde hair, smiling at the photographers as he was led away. He was sentenced to 2 years at a federal prison in Virginia, from which he was paroled in 1972. That fall, he headed off to Reed, where he immediately ran for student body president, saying that he needed to clear his name from the miscarriage of justice he had suffered. He won. Friedland had heard Baba Ram Das, the author of Be Here Now, give a speech in Boston. Like Jobs and Kotke, he had gotten deeply into Eastern spirituality. During the summer of 1973, he traveled to India to meet Ram Das's Hindu guru, Neem Karoli Baba, famously known to his many followers as Maharajji. When he returned that fall, Friedland had taken a spiritual name and walked around in sandals and flowing Indian robes. He had a room off campus, above a garage, and Jobs would go there many afternoons to seek him out. He was entranced by the apparent intensity of Friedland's conviction that a state of enlightenment truly existed and could be reached. He turned me on to a different level of consciousness, Jobs said. Friedland found Jobs fascinating as well. He was always walking around barefoot, he later told a reporter. The thing that struck me was his intensity. Whatever he was interested in, he would generally carry to an irrational extreme. Jobs had perfected his trick of using stares and silences to control other people. One of his numbers was to stare at the person he was talking to. He would stare into their fucking eyeballs, ask some question, and would want a response without the other person averting their eyes. According to Kotke, some of Jobs's personality traits, including a few that lasted throughout his career, were borrowed from Friedland. Friedland taught Steve the reality distortion field, said Kotke. He was charismatic and a bit of a con man and could bend situations to his very strong will. He was mercurial, sure of himself, a little dictatorial. Steve admired that, and he became more like that after spending time with Robert. Jobs also absorbed how Friedland made himself the center of attention. Robert was very much an outgoing, charismatic guy, a real salesman, Kotke recalled. When I first met Steve, he was shy and self-effacing, a very private guy. I think Robert taught him a lot about selling, about coming out of his shell, of opening up and taking charge of a situation. Friedland projected a high-wattage aura. He would walk into a room and you would instantly notice him. Steve was the absolute opposite when he came to Reed. After he spent time with Robert, some of it started to rub off. On Sunday evenings, Jobs and Friedland would go to the Hare Krishna temple on the western edge of Portland, often with Kotke and Holmes in tow. They would dance and sing songs at the top of their lungs. We would work ourselves into an ecstatic frenzy, Holmes recalled. Robert would go insane and dance like crazy. Steve was more subdued, as if he was embarrassed to let loose. Then they would be treated to paper plates piled high with vegetarian food. Friedland was in charge of a 220-acre apple farm, about 40 miles southwest of Portland, owned by an eccentric millionaire uncle from Switzerland named Marcel Muller. After Friedland became involved with Eastern spirituality, he turned it into a commune called the All One Farm. Jobs would spend weekends there with Kotke, Holmes, and other like-minded seekers of enlightenment. The farm had a main house, a large barn, and a garden shed, where Kotke and Holmes slept. Jobs took on the task of pruning the Gravenstein apple trees. Steve ran the apple orchard, said Friedland. We were in the organic cider business. Steve's job was to lead a crew of freaks to prune the orchard and whip it back into shape. Monks and disciples from the Hare Krishna temple would come and prepare vegetarian feasts fragrant with cumin, coriander, and turmeric. Steve would be starving when he arrived, and he would stuff himself, Holmes recalled. Then he would go and purge. For years I thought he was bulimic. It was very upsetting because we had gone to all that trouble of creating these feasts, and he couldn't hold it down. Jobs was also beginning to have a little trouble with Friedland's cult leader style. Perhaps he saw a little bit too much of Robert in himself, said Kotke. Although the commune was supposed to be a refuge from materialism, Friedland began operating it more like a business. His followers were told to chop and sell firewood, make apple presses and wood stoves, and engage in other commercial activities for which they were not paid. One night, Jobs slept under the table in the kitchen and was amused to notice that people kept coming in and stealing each other's food from the refrigerator. Communal economics were not for him. It started to get very materialistic, Jobs recalled. Everybody got the idea they were working very hard for Robert's farm, and one by one they started to leave. I got pretty sick of it. Many years later, after Friedland had become a billionaire copper and gold mining executive, working out of Vancouver, Singapore, and Mongolia, I met him for drinks in New York. That evening, I emailed Jobs and mentioned my meeting. He telephoned me from California within an hour and warned me against listening to Friedland. He said that when Friedland was in trouble because of environmental abuses committed by some of his mines, he had tried to contact Jobs to intervene with Bill Clinton, but Jobs had not responded. Robert always portrayed himself as a spiritual person, but he crossed the line from being charismatic to being a con man, Jobs said. It was a strange thing to have one of the spiritual people in your young life turn out to be, symbolically and in reality, a gold miner. Drop out. Jobs quickly became bored with college. He liked being at Reed, just not taking the required classes. In fact, he was surprised when he found out that, for all of its hippie atmosphere, there were strict course requirements. When Wozniak came to visit, Jobs waved his schedule at him and complained, "They are making me take all these courses." Woz replied, "Yes, that's what they do in college." Jobs refused to go to the classes he was assigned, and instead went to the ones he wanted, such as a dance class where he could enjoy both the creativity and the chance to meet girls. "I would never have refused to take the courses you were supposed to. That's a difference in our personality," Wozniak marveled. Jobs also began to feel guilty, he later said, about spending so much of his parents' money on an education that did not seem worthwhile. "All of my working-class parents' savings were being spent on my college tuition," he recounted in a famous commencement address at Stanford. "I had no idea what I wanted to do with my life, and no idea how college was going to help me figure it out. And here I was, spending all of the money my parents had saved their entire life. So I decided to drop out and trust that it would all work out okay." He didn't actually want to leave Reed. He just wanted to stop paying tuition and taking classes that didn't interest him. Remarkably, Reed tolerated that. "He had a very inquiring mind that was enormously attractive," said the Dean of Students, Jack Dudman. "He refused to accept automatically received truths, and he wanted to examine everything himself." Dudman allowed Jobs to audit classes and stay with friends in the dorms even after he stopped paying tuition. "The minute I dropped out, I could stop taking the required classes that didn't interest me and begin dropping in on the ones that looked interesting," he said. Among them was a calligraphy class that appealed to him after he saw beautifully drawn posters on campus. "I learned about serif and sans serif typefaces, about varying the amount of space between different letter combinations, about what makes great typography great. It was beautiful, historical, artistically subtle in a way that science can't capture, and I found it fascinating." It was yet another example of Jobs consciously placing himself at the intersection of the arts and technology. In all of his products, technology would be married to great design, elegance, human touches, and even romance. He would be at the forefront of pushing for friendly graphical user interfaces. The calligraphy course would become iconic in that regard. "If I had never dropped in on that single course in college, the Mac would have never had multiple typefaces or proportionally spaced fonts. And since Windows just copied the Mac, it's likely that no personal computer would have them." In the meantime, Jobs lived a bohemian existence on the fringes of Reed. He went barefoot most of the time, wearing sandals when it snowed. Elizabeth Holmes made meals for him, trying to keep up with his obsessive diets. He returned soda bottles for spare change, continued his treks to the free Sunday dinners at the Hare Krishna temple, and wore a down jacket in the unheated garage apartment he rented for $20 a month. When he needed money, he found work at the psychology department lab maintaining the electronic equipment used for animal behavior experiments. Occasionally, Chris Ann Brennan would come to visit. Their relationship sputtered along erratically, but mostly he tended to the stirrings of his own soul and his personal quest for enlightenment. "I came of age at a magical time," he reflected later. "Our consciousness was raised by Zen and also by LSD. Even later in life, he would credit psychedelic drugs for making him more enlightened. Taking LSD was a profound experience, one of the most important things in my life. LSD shows you that there's another side to the coin, and you can't remember it when it wears off, but you know it. It reinforced my sense of what was important, creating great things instead of making money, putting things back into the stream of history and of human consciousness as much as I could." Chapter 4, Atari in India, Zen and the Art of Game Design. Atari. In February 1974, after 18 months of hanging around Reed, Jobs decided to move back to his parents' home in Los Altos and look for a job. It was not a difficult search. At peak times during the 1970s, the classified section of the San Jose Mercury carried up to 60 pages of technology help-wanted ads. One of those caught Jobs' eye. "Have fun, make money," it said. That day, Jobs walked into the lobby of the video game manufacturer Atari and told the personnel director, who was startled by his unkempt hair and clothes, that he wouldn't leave until they gave him a job. Atari's founder was a burly entrepreneur named Nolan Bushnell. He was a charismatic visionary with a nice touch of showmanship. In other words, another role model waiting to be copied. After he became famous, he liked driving around in a Rolls, smoking dope, and holding staff meetings in a hot tub. Like Friedland had done, and as Jobs would learn to do, he was able to turn charm into a cunning force, to cajole and intimidate and distort reality with the power of his personality. His chief engineer was Al Alcorn, beefy and jovial and a bit more grounded. He was the house grown-up trying to implement the vision and curb the enthusiasms of Bushnell. Their big hit so far was a video game called Pong, in which two players tried to hit a blip on a screen with two movable lines that acted as paddles. If you're under 30, ask your parents about it. When Jobs arrived in the Atari lobby wearing sandals and demanding a job, Al Alcorn was the one who was called. "I was told, we've got a hippie kid in the lobby. He says he's not going to leave until we hire him. Should we call the cops or let him in?" I said, "Bring him on in." Jobs thus became one of the first 50 employees at Atari, working as a technician for $5 an hour. In retrospect, it was weird to hire a dropout from Reed, Alcorn recalled. But I saw something in him. He was very intelligent, enthusiastic, excited about tech. Alcorn assigned him to work with a straight-laced engineer named Don Lang. The next day, Lang complained, "This guy's a goddamn hippie with body odor. Why did you do this to me? And he's impossible to deal with." Jobs clung to the belief that his fruit-heavy vegetarian diet would prevent not just mucus, but also body odor, even if he didn't use deodorant or shower regularly. It was a flawed theory. Lang and others wanted to fire Jobs, but Bushnell worked out a solution. "The smell and behavior wasn't an issue with me," he said. "Steve was prickly, but I kind of liked him. So I asked him to go on the night shift. It was a way to save him." Jobs would come in after Lang and others had left and work through most of the night. Even when isolated like this, he became known for his brashness. On those occasions when he did happen to interact with others, he was likely to inform them that they were dumb shits. In retrospect, he stands by that judgment. "The only reason I shone was that everyone else was so bad," Jobs recalled. Despite his arrogance, or perhaps because of it, he was able to charm Atari's boss. "He was more philosophical than the other people I worked with," Bushnell recalled. "We used to discuss free will versus determinism. I tended to believe that things were much more determined, that we were programmed. If we had perfect information, we could predict people's actions. Steve felt the opposite. That outlook matched his faith in the power of will to bend reality." Jobs helped improve some of the games by pushing the chips to produce fun designs. Bushnell's inspiring willingness to play by his own rules rubbed off on him. In addition, he intuitively appreciated the simplicity of Atari's games. They came with no manual and had to be simple enough for a stoned freshman to figure them out. The only instructions for Atari's Star Trek game were 1. Insert quarter, 2. Avoid Klingons. Not all of his co-workers avoided Jobs. He became friends with Ron Wayne, a draftsman at Atari, who had earlier started a company that built slot machines. It failed, but Jobs became fascinated with the idea that it was possible to start your own company. "Ron was an amazing guy," said Jobs. "He started companies. I had never met anybody like that." He proposed to Wayne that they go into business together. Jobs said he could borrow $50,000 and they could design and market a slot machine. But Wayne had already been burned in business, so he declined. "I said that was the quickest way to lose $50,000, Wayne recalled, but I admired the fact that he had a burning drive to start his own business. One weekend, Jobs was visiting Wayne at his apartment. They were having philosophical discussions, as they often did, when Wayne said that there was something he needed to tell him. "Yeah, I think I know what it is," Jobs replied. "I think you like men." Wayne said yes. "It was my first encounter with someone who I knew was gay," Jobs recalled. "He planted the right perspective of it for me." Jobs grilled him. "When you see a beautiful woman, what do you feel?" Wayne replied, "It's like when you look at a beautiful horse. You can appreciate it, but you don't want to sleep with it. You appreciate beauty for what it is." Wayne said that it is a testament to Jobs that he felt like revealing this to him. Nobody at Atari knew, and I could count on my toes and fingers the number of people I told in my whole life. But I guess it just felt right to tell him that he would understand, and it didn't have any effect on our relationship. India. One reason Jobs was eager to make some money in early 1974 was that Robert Friedland, who had gone to India the summer before, was urging him to take his own spiritual journey there. Friedland had studied in India with Neem Karoli Baba, or Maharajji, who had been the guru to much of the 60s hippie movement. Jobs decided he should do the same, and he recruited Daniel Kotke to go with him. Jobs was not motivated by mere adventure. "For me, it was a serious search," he said. "I'd been turned on to the idea of enlightenment and trying to figure out who I was and how I fit into things." Kotke adds that Jobs' quest seemed driven partly by not knowing his birth parents. There was a hole in him, and he was trying to fill it. When Jobs told the folks at Atari that he was quitting to go search for a guru in India, the jovial Al Alcorn was amused. He comes in and stares at me and declares, "I'm going to find my guru." And I say, "No shit, that's super. Write me." And he says he wants me to help pay, and I tell him, "Bullshit." Then Alcorn had an idea. Atari was making kits and shipping them to Munich, where they were built into finished machines and distributed by a wholesaler in Turin. But there was a problem. Because the games were designed for the American rate of 60 frames per second, there were frustrating interference problems in Europe, where the rate was 50 frames per second. Alcorn sketched out a fix with Jobs and then offered to pay for him to go to Europe to implement it. "It's got to be cheaper to get to India from there," he said. Jobs agreed. So Alcorn sent him on his way with the encouragement, "Say hi to your guru for me." Jobs spent a few days in Munich, where he solved the interference problem. But in the process, he baffled the dark-suited German managers. They complained to Alcorn that he dressed and smelled like a bum and behaved rudely. I said, "Did he solve the problem?" And they said, "Yeah." I said, "If you got any more problems, you just call me. I got more guys just like him." They said, No, we'll take care of it next time." For his part, Jobs was upset that the Germans kept trying to feed him meat and potatoes. "They don't even have a word for vegetarian," he complained, incorrectly, in a phone call to Alcorn. He had a better time when he took the train to see the distributor in Turin. The Italian pastas and his host's friendly company were more to his liking. "I had a wonderful couple of weeks in Turin, which is this charged-up industrial town," he recalled. "The distributor took me every night to dinner at this place, where there were only 8 tables and no menu. You'd just tell them what you wanted, and they made it. One of the tables was on reserve for the chairman of Fiat. It was really super. He next went to Lugano, Switzerland, where he stayed with Friedland's uncle. From there, he took a flight to India. When he got off the plane in New Delhi, he felt waves of heat rising from the tarmac, even though it was only April. He had been given the name of a hotel, but it was full, so he went to one his taxi driver insisted was good. I'm sure he was getting some backsheesh, because he took me to this complete dive. Jobs asked the owner if the water was filtered and foolishly believed the answer. I got dysentery pretty fast. I was sick, really sick, a really high fever. I dropped from 160 pounds to 120 in about a week. Once he was healthy enough to move, he decided he needed to get out of Delhi. So he headed to the town of Haridwar in western India near the source of the Ganges. A festival known as the Kumbh Mela was taking place. More than 10 million people poured into a town that usually had fewer than 100,000 residents. There were holy men all around, tents with this teacher and that teacher. There were people riding elephants, you name it. I was there for a few days, but I decided that I needed to get out of there too. He went by train and bus to a village near Nainital in the foothills of the Himalayas. That was where Neem Karoli Baba lived, or had lived. By the time Jobs got there, he was no longer alive, at least not in the same form. Jobs rented a room with a mattress on the floor from a family who helped him recover by feeding him vegetarian meals. There was a copy there of Autobiography of a Yogi in English that a previous traveler had left, and I read it several times because there was not a lot to do. I walked around from village to village and recovered from my dysentery. Among those who were part of the community, there was Larry Brilliant, an epidemiologist who was working to eradicate smallpox. He later ran Google's philanthropic arm and the Skull Foundation. He became Jobs' lifelong friend. At one point, Jobs was told of a young Hindu holy man who was holding a gathering of his followers at the Himalayan estate of a wealthy businessman. It was a chance to meet a spiritual being and hang out with his followers, but it was also a chance to have a good meal. I could smell the food as we got near, and I was very hungry. As Jobs was eating, the holy man, who was not much older than Jobs, picked him out of the crowd, pointed at him, and began laughing maniacally. He came running over and grabbed me, and made a tooting sound and said, "You are just like a baby," recalled Jobs. I was not relishing this attention. Taking Jobs by the hand, he led him out of the worshipful crowd and walked him up to a hill, where there was a well and a small pond. We sit down, and he pulls out this straight razor. I'm thinking he's a nutcase, and begin to worry. Then he pulls out a bar of soap. I had long hair at the time, and he lathered up my hair and shaved my head. He told me that he was saving my health. Daniel Kotke arrived in India at the beginning of the summer, and Jobs went back to New Delhi to meet him. They wandered, mainly by bus, rather aimlessly. By this point, Jobs was no longer trying to find a guru who could impart wisdom. Instead, he was seeking enlightenment through ascetic experience, deprivation, and simplicity. He was not able to achieve inner calm. Kotke remembers him getting into a furious shouting match with a Hindu woman in a village marketplace who, Jobs alleged, had been watering down the milk she was selling them. Yet Jobs could also be generous. When they got to the town of Manali, Kotke's sleeping bag was stolen with his traveler's checks in it. Steve covered my food expenses and bus ticket back to Delhi, Kotke recalled. He also gave Kotke the rest of his own money, $100, to tide him over. During his 7 months in India, he had written to his parents only sporadically. He got mail at the American Express office in New Delhi when he passed through. So they were somewhat surprised when they got a call from the Oakland airport asking them to pick him up. They immediately drove up from Los Altos. My head had been shaved, I was wearing Indian cotton robes, and my skin had turned a deep chocolate brown red from the sun, he recalled. So I'm sitting there and my parents walked past me about 5 times, and finally my mother came up and said, "Steve," and I said, "Hi." They took him back home, where he continued trying to find himself. It was a pursuit with many paths toward enlightenment. In the mornings and evenings, he would meditate and study Zen. In between, he would drop in to audit physics or engineering courses at Stanford. The search. Jobs' interest in Eastern spirituality, Hinduism, Zen Buddhism, and the search for enlightenment was not just a passing phase of a 19-year-old. Throughout his life, he would seek to follow many of the basic principles of Eastern religions, such as the emphasis on experiential prajna, which is wisdom or cognitive understanding that is intuitively experienced through concentration of the mind. Years later, sitting in his Palo Alto garden, He reflected on the lasting influence of his trip to India. Coming back to America was, for me, much more of a cultural shock than going to India. The people in the Indian countryside don't use their intellect like we do. They use their intuition instead, and their intuition is far more developed than in the rest of the world. Intuition is a very powerful thing, more powerful than intellect, in my opinion. That's had a big impact on my work. Western rational thought is not an innate human characteristic. It is learned and is the great achievement of Western civilization. In the villages of India, they never learned it. They learned something else, which is in some ways just as valuable, but in other ways is not. That's the power of intuition and experiential wisdom. Coming back after 7 months in Indian villages, I saw the craziness of the Western world as well as its capacity for rational thought. If you just sit and observe, you will see how restless your mind is. If you try to calm it, it only makes it worse, but over time it does calm. And when it does, there's room to hear more subtle things. That's when your intuition starts to blossom and you start to see things more clearly and be in the present more. Your mind just slows down and you see a tremendous expanse in the moment. You see so much more than you could see before. It's a discipline. You have to practice it. Zen has been a deep influence in my life ever since. At one point I was thinking about going to Japan and trying to get into the Eiheiji monastery, but my spiritual advisor urged me to stay here. He said there is nothing over there that isn't here, and he was correct. I learned the truth of the Zen, saying that if you are willing to travel around the world to meet a teacher, one will appear next door. Jobs did in fact find a teacher right in his own neighborhood. Shunryu Suzuki, who wrote Zen Mind, Beginner's Mind, and ran the San Francisco Zen Center, used to come to Los Altos every Wednesday evening to lecture and meditate with a small group of followers. After a while, he asked his assistant, Kobun Chino Otogawa, to open a full-time center there. Jobs became a faithful follower, along with his occasional girlfriend, Chrysanne Brennan, and Daniel Kotke and Elizabeth Holmes. He also began to go by himself on retreats to the Tasajara Zen Center, a monastery near Carmel, where Kobun also taught. Kotke found Kobun amusing. His English was atrocious, he recalled. He would speak in a kind of haiku with poetic, suggestive phrases. We would sit and listen to him, and half the time we had no idea what he was going on about. I took the whole thing as a kind of light-hearted interlude. Holmes was more into the scene. We would go to Kobun's meditations, sit on zafu cushions, and he would sit on a dais, she said. We learned how to tune out distractions. It was a magical thing. One evening we were meditating with Kobun when it was raining, and he taught us how to use ambient sounds to bring us back to focus on our meditation. As for Jobs, his devotion was intense. He became really serious and self-important and just generally unbearable, according to Kotke. He began meeting with Kobun almost daily, and every few months they went on retreats together to meditate. I ended up spending as much time as I could with him, Jobs recalled. He had a wife who was a nurse at Stanford and 2 kids. She worked the night shift, so I would go over and hang out with him in the evenings. She would get home about midnight and shoo me away. They sometimes discussed whether Jobs should devote himself fully to spiritual pursuits, but Kobun counseled otherwise. He assured Jobs that he could keep in touch with his spiritual side while working in a business. The relationship turned out to be lasting and deep. 17 years later, Kobun would perform Jobs' wedding ceremony. Jobs' compulsive search for self-awareness also led him to undergo primal scream therapy. This had recently been developed and popularized by a Los Angeles psychotherapist named Arthur Janoff. It was based on the Freudian theory that psychological problems are caused by the repressed pains of childhood. Janoff argued that they could be resolved by resuffering these primal moments while fully expressing the pain, sometimes in screams. To Jobs, this seemed preferable to talk therapy because it involved intuitive feeling and emotional action rather than just rational analyzing. This was not something to think about, he later said. This was something to do, to close your eyes, hold your breath, jump in, and come out the other end more insightful. A group of Janoff's followers ran a program called the Oregon Feeling Center in an old hotel in Eugene. It was managed by Jobs' Reed College guru, Robert Friedland, whose all-one farm commune was nearby. In late 1974, Jobs signed up for a 12-week course of therapy there, costing $1,000. Steve and I were both into personal growth, so I wanted to go with him, Kotke recounted, but I couldn't afford it. Jobs confided to close friends that he was driven by the pain he felt about being put up for adoption and not knowing his birth parents. Steve had a very profound desire to know his physical parents so he could better know himself, Friedland later said. He had learned from Paul and Clara Jobs that his birth parents had both been graduate students at a university and that his father might be Syrian. He had even thought about hiring a private investigator, but he decided not to do so for the time being. I didn't want to hurt my parents, he recalled, referring to Paul and Clara. He was struggling with the fact that he had been adopted, according to Elizabeth Holmes. He felt that it was an issue that he needed to get hold of emotionally. Jobs admitted as much to her. "This is something that is bothering me, and I need to focus on it," he said. He was even more open with Greg Calhoun. He was doing a lot of soul-searching about being adopted, and he talked about it with me a lot, Calhoun recalled. The primal scream and the mucusless diets, he was trying to cleanse himself and get deeper into his frustration about his birth. He told me he was deeply angry about the fact that he had been given up. John Lennon had undergone the same primal scream therapy in 1970. In December of that year, he released the song Mother with the Plastic Ono Band. It dealt with Lennon's own feelings about a father who had abandoned him and a mother who had been killed when he was a teenager. The chorus includes the haunting chant, "Mama don't go, Daddy come home." Jobs used to play the song often. Jobs later said that Janov's teachings did not prove very useful. He offered a ready-made, buttoned-down answer, which turned out to be far too oversimplistic. It became obvious that it was not going to yield any great insight. But Holmes contended that it made him more confident. After he did it, he was in a different place. He had a very abrasive personality, but there was a peace about him for a while. His confidence improved and his feelings of inadequacy were reduced. Jobs came to believe that he could impart that feeling of confidence to others and thus push them to do things they hadn't thought possible. Holmes had broken up with Kotke and joined a religious cult in San Francisco that expected her to sever ties with all past friends. But Jobs rejected that command. He arrived at the cult house in his Ford Ranchero one day and announced that he was driving up to Friedland's apple farm and she was to come. Even more brazenly, he said she would have to drive part of the way, even though she didn't know how to use the stick shift. Once we got on the open road, he made me get behind the wheel and he shifted the car until we got up to 55 miles per hour, she recalled. Then he puts on a tape of Dylan's blood on the tracks, lays his head in my lap, and goes to sleep. He had the attitude that he could do anything, and therefore so can you. He put his life in my hands. So that made me do something I didn't think I could do. It was the brighter side of what would become known as his reality distortion field. If you trust him, you can do things, Holmes said. If he's decided that something should happen, then he's just going to make it happen. Breakout. One day in early 1975, Al Alcorn was sitting in his office at Atari when Ron Wayne burst in. "Hey, Stevie is back," he shouted. "Wow, bring him on in," Alcorn replied. Jobs shuffled in barefoot, wearing a saffron robe and carrying a copy of Be Here Now. He handed it to Alcorn and insisted he read it. "Can I have my job back?" he asked. He looked like a Hare Krishna guy, but it was great to see him, Alcorn recalled. So I said, "Sure." Once again, for the sake of harmony, Jobs worked mostly at night. Wozniak, who was living in an apartment nearby and working at HP, would come by after dinner to hang out and play the video games. He had become addicted to Pong at a Sunnyvale bowling alley, and he was able to build a version that he hooked up to his home TV set. One day in the late summer of 1975, Nolan Bushnell, defying the common belief that paddle games were over, decided to develop a single-player version of Pong. Instead of competing against an opponent, the player would hit the ball into a wall that lost a brick whenever it was hit. He called Jobs into his office, sketched it out on his little blackboard, and asked him to design it. There would be a bonus, Bushnell told him, for every chip fewer than 50 that he used. Bushnell knew that Jobs was not a great engineer, but he assumed correctly that he would recruit Wozniak, who was always hanging around. I looked at it as a 2-for-1 thing, Bushnell recalled. Woz was a better engineer. Wozniak was thrilled when Jobs asked him to help and proposed splitting the fee. This was the most wonderful offer in my life, to actually design a game that people would use, he recalled. Jobs said it had to be done in 4 days, and with the fewest chips possible. What he hid from Wozniak was that the deadline was one that Jobs had set, because he needed to get to the All-One farm to help prepare for the apple harvest. He also didn't mention that there was a bonus for keeping down the number of chips. A game like this might take most engineers a few months, Wozniak recalled. I thought that there was no way I could do it, but Steve made me sure that I could. So he stayed up 4 nights in a row and did it. During the day at HP, Wozniak would sketch out his design on paper. Then, after a fast food meal, he would go right to Atari and stay all night. As Wozniak worked on the design, Jobs sat on a bench to his left, putting it together by wire-wrapping the chips onto a breadboard. While Steve was breadboarding, I spent time playing my favorite game ever, which was the auto racing game Grand Track 10, Wozniak said. Astonishingly, they were able to get the job done in 4 days, and Wozniak used only 45 chips. Recollections differ, but by most accounts, Jobs simply gave Wozniak half of the base fee and not the bonus Bushnell paid for saving 5 chips. It would be another 10 years before Wozniak discovered, by being shown the story in a book on the history of Atari titled Zap, that Jobs had been paid this bonus. I think that Steve needed the money, and he just didn't tell me the truth, Wozniak later said. When he talks about it now, there are long pauses, and he admits that it causes him pain. I wish he had just been honest. If he had told me he needed the money, he should have known I would have just given it to him. He was a friend. You help your friends. To Wozniak, it showed a fundamental difference in their characters. Ethics always mattered to me, and I still don't understand why he would have gotten paid one thing and told me he'd gotten paid another, he said. But you know, people are different. When Jobs learned this story was published, he called Wozniak to deny it. He told me that he didn't remember doing it, and that if he did something like that, he would remember it, so he probably didn't do it, Wozniak recalled. When I asked Jobs directly, he became unusually quiet and hesitant. I don't know where that allegation comes from, he said. I gave him half the money I ever got. That's how I've always been with Woz. I mean, Woz stopped working in 1978. He never did 1 ounce of work after 1978, and yet he got exactly the same shares of Apple stock that I did. Is it possible that memories are mixed up and that Jobs did not, in fact, cheat Wozniak? There's a chance that my memory is all wrong and messed up, Wozniak told me, but after a pause, he reconsidered. But no, I remember the details of this one, the $350 check. He confirmed his memory with Nolan Bushnell and Al Alcorn. I remember talking about the bonus money to Woz, and he was upset, Bushnell said. I said yes, there was a bonus for each chip they saved, and he just shook his head and then clucked his tongue. Whatever the truth, Wozniak later insisted that it was not worth rehashing. Jobs is a complex person, he said, and being manipulative is just the darker side of the traits that make him successful. Wozniak would never have been that way, but as he points out, he also could never have built Apple. I would rather let it pass, he said when I pressed the point. It's not something I want to judge Steve by. The Atari experience helped shape Jobs' approach to business and design. He appreciated the user-friendliness of Atari's insert quarter, avoid Klingons games. That simplicity rubbed off on him and made him a very focused product person, said Ron Wayne. Jobs also absorbed some of Bushnell's take-no-prisoners attitude. Nolan wouldn't take no for an answer, according to Alcorn, and this was Steve's first impression of how things got done. Nolan was never abusive, like Steve sometimes is, but he had the same driven attitude. It made me cringe, but damn it, it got things done. In that way, Nolan was a mentor for Jobs. Bushnell agreed. There is something indefinable in an entrepreneur, and I saw that in Steve, he said. He was interested not just in engineering, but also the business aspects. I taught him that if you act like you can do something, then it will work. I told him, pretend to be completely in control and people will assume that you are. Chapter 5, The Apple I, Turn On, Boot Up, Jack In. Machines of Loving Grace. In San Francisco and the Santa Clara Valley during the late 1960s, various cultural streams flowed together. First, there was the technology revolution. It began with the growth of military contractors and soon included electronics firms, microchip makers, video game designers, and computer companies. Then there was a hacker subculture. It was filled with wireheads, freakers, cyberpunks, hobbyists, and just plain geeks. This group included engineers who didn't fit the typical mold and their kids who weren't on the same wavelength as the rest of the suburbs. There were also semi-academic groups studying the effects of LSD. Participants included Doug Engelbart of the Augmentation Research Center in Palo Alto, who later helped develop the computer mouse and graphical user interfaces. Another was Ken Kesey, who celebrated the drug with music and light shows, featuring a house band that became the Grateful Dead. And there was the hippie movement, born out of the Bay Area's Beat Generation, and the rebellious political activists who came from the free speech movement at Berkeley. On top of it all were various self-fulfillment movements pursuing paths to personal enlightenment: Zen and Hinduism, meditation and yoga, primal scream and sensory deprivation, Esalen and Est. This fusion of flower power and processor power, enlightenment and technology, was embodied by Steve Jobs. He meditated in the mornings, audited physics classes at Stanford, worked nights at Atari, and dreamed of starting his own business. There was just something going on here, he said, looking back at the time and place. The best music came from here: the Grateful Dead, Jefferson Airplane, Joan Baez, Janis Joplin, and so did the integrated circuit, and things like the Whole Earth catalog. At first, the technologists and the hippies did not get along well. Many in the counterculture saw computers as ominous and Orwellian, the domain of the Pentagon and the power structure. In The Myth of the Machine, the historian Lewis Mumford warned that computers were sucking away our freedom and destroying life-enhancing values. A phrase on punch cards of the time, "Do not fold, spindle, or mutilate," became an ironic slogan of the anti-war left. But by the early 1970s, a shift was happening. Computing went from being dismissed as a tool of bureaucratic control to being embraced as a symbol of individual expression and liberation. John Markoff wrote in his study of the convergence between the counterculture and the computer industry, What the Dormouse Said. This feeling was lyrically expressed in Richard Brautigan's 1967 poem, All Watched Over by Machines of Loving Grace. The cyberdelic fusion was confirmed when Timothy Leary declared that personal computers had become the new LSD. Years later, he revised his famous mantra to proclaim, "Turn on, boot up, jack in." The musician Bono, who later became a friend of Jobs, often discussed with him why those immersed in the rock, drugs, rebel counterculture of the Bay Area ended up helping to create the personal computer industry. The people who invented the 21st century were pot-smoking, sandal-wearing hippies from the West Coast like Steve, because they saw differently, he said. The hierarchical systems of the East Coast, England, Germany, and Japan do not encourage this different thinking. The 60s produced an anarchic mindset that is great for imagining a world not yet in existence. One person who encouraged the members of the counterculture to make common cause with the hackers was Stuart Brand. A mischievous visionary who generated fun and ideas over many decades, Brand was a participant in one of the early 60s LSD studies in Palo Alto. He joined with his fellow subject Ken Kesey to produce the acid-celebrating Trips Festival. He also appeared in the opening scene of Tom Wolfe's The Electric Kool-Aid Acid Test, and worked with Doug Engelbart to create a groundbreaking sound and light presentation of new technologies called the Mother of All Demos. Most of our generation scorned computers as the embodiment of centralized control, Brand later noted. But a tiny contingent, later called hackers, embraced computers and set about transforming them into tools of liberation. That turned out to be the true royal road to the future. Brand ran the Whole Earth Truck Store, which began as a roving truck that sold useful tools and educational materials. In 1968, he decided to extend its reach with the Whole Earth catalog. On its first cover was the famous picture of Earth taken from space. Its subtitle was Access to Tools. The underlying philosophy was that technology could be our friend. Brand wrote on the first page of the first edition, "A realm of intimate personal power is developing. Power of the individual to conduct his own education, find his own inspiration, shape his own environment, and share his adventure with whoever is interested. Tools that aid this process are sought and promoted by the Whole Earth catalog." Buckminster Fuller followed with a poem that began, "I see God in the instruments and mechanisms that work reliably." Jobs became a Whole Earth fan. He was particularly taken by the final issue, which came out in 1971 when he was still in high school. He brought it with him to college and then to the All One Farm. On the back cover of their final issue, Jobs recalled, was a photograph of an early morning country road, the kind you might find yourself hitchhiking on if you were so adventurous. Beneath it were the words, "Stay hungry, stay foolish." Brand sees Jobs as one of the purest examples of the cultural mix that the catalog sought to celebrate. "Steve is right at the nexus of the counterculture and technology," he said. "He got the notion of tools for human use." Brand's catalog was published with the help of the Portola Institute, a foundation dedicated to the young field of computer education. The foundation also helped launch the People's Computer Company, which was not a company at all, but a newsletter and organization with the motto, "Computer Power to the People." There were occasional Wednesday night potluck dinners, and two of the regulars, Gordon French and Fred Moore, decided to create a more formal club where news about personal electronics could be shared. They were energized by the arrival of the January 1975 issue of Popular Mechanics, which had on its cover the first personal computer kit, the Altair. The Altair wasn't much, just a $495 pile of parts that had to be soldered to a board that would then do little. But for hobbyists and hackers, it marked the dawn of a new era. Bill Gates and Paul Allen read the magazine and started working on a version of BASIC, an easy-to-use programming language, for the Altair. It also caught the attention of Jobs and Wozniak. And when an Altair kit arrived at the People's Computer Company, it became the centerpiece for the first meeting of the club that French and Moore had decided to launch. The Homebrew Computer Club. The group became known as the Homebrew Computer Club, and it perfectly represented the fusion of counterculture and technology from the Whole Earth movement. It would become to the personal computer era something like what the Turk's Head Coffee House was to the age of Dr. Johnson, a place where ideas were exchanged and spread. Moore wrote the flyer for the first meeting, held on March 5, 1975, in French's Menlo Park garage. "Are you building your own computer? Terminal, TV, typewriter?" it asked. "If so, you might like to come to a gathering of people with like-minded interests." Alan Baum spotted the flyer on the HP bulletin board and called Wozniak, who agreed to go with him. "That night turned out to be one of the most important nights of my life," Wozniak recalled. About 30 other people showed up, spilling out of French's open garage door, and they took turns describing their interests. Wozniak, who later admitted to being extremely nervous, said he liked video games, pay movies for hotels, scientific calculator design, and TV terminal design, according to the minutes prepared by Moore. There was a demonstration of the new Altair, but more important to Wozniak was seeing the specification sheet for a microprocessor. As he thought about the microprocessor, a chip that had an entire central processing unit on it, he had an insight. He had been designing a terminal with a keyboard and monitor that would connect to a distant minicomputer. Using a microprocessor, he could put some of the capacity of the minicomputer inside the terminal itself, so it could become a small, standalone computer on a desktop. It was an enduring idea. Keyboard, screen, and computer all in one integrated personal package. "This whole vision of a personal computer just popped into my head," he said. "That night I started to sketch out on paper what would later become known as the Apple I." At first, he planned to use the same microprocessor that was in the Altair, an Intel 8080, but each of those cost almost more than my monthly rent, so he looked for an alternative. He found one in the Motorola 6800, which a friend at HP was able to get for $40 apiece. Then he discovered a chip made by MOS Technologies that was electronically the same but cost only $20. It would make his machine affordable, but it would carry a long-term cost. Intel's chips ended up becoming the industry standard, which would haunt Apple when its computers were incompatible with them. After work each day, Wozniak would go home for a TV dinner and then return to HP to work on his computer in his spare time. He spread out the parts in his cubicle, figured out where they should go, and soldered them onto his motherboard. Then he began writing the software that would get the microprocessor to display images on the screen. Because he could not afford to pay for computer time, he wrote the code by hand. After a couple of months, he was ready to test it. I typed a few keys on the keyboard, and I was shocked. The letters were displayed on the screen. It was Sunday, June 29, 1975, a milestone for the personal computer. It was the first time in history, Wozniak later said, anyone had typed a character on a keyboard and seen it show up on their own computer screen right in front of them. Jobs was impressed. He peppered Wozniak with questions. Could the computer ever be networked? Was it possible to add a disk for memory storage? He also began to help Wozniak get components. Particularly important were the dynamic random access memory chips. Jobs made a few calls and was able to get some from Intel for free. Steve is just that sort of person, said Wozniak. I mean, he knew how to talk to a sales representative. I could never have done that. I'm too shy. Jobs began to go with Wozniak to homebrew meetings, carrying the TV monitor and helping to set things up. The meetings now attracted more than 100 enthusiasts and had been moved to the auditorium of the Stanford Linear Accelerator Center. Presiding with a pointer and a freeform style was Lee Felsenstein, another example of the merger between the world of computing and the counterculture. He was an engineering school dropout, a participant in the free speech movement, and an anti-war activist. He had written for the alternative newspaper Berkeley Barb, and then gone back to being a computer engineer. Wozniak was usually too shy to talk in the meetings, but people would gather around his machine afterward, and he would proudly show off his progress. Moore had tried to instill in the homebrew an ethic of swapping and sharing rather than commerce. The theme of the club, Wozniak said, was "Give to help others." It was an expression of the hacker ethic that information should be free and all authority should be mistrusted. I designed the Apple I because I wanted to give it away for free to other people, said Wozniak. This was not an outlook that Bill Gates embraced. After he and Paul Allen had completed their basic interpreter for the Altair, Gates was appalled that members of the Homebrew Club were making copies of it and sharing it without paying him. So he wrote what would become a famous letter to the club. As the majority of hobbyists must be aware, most of you steal your software. Is this fair? One thing you do is prevent good software from being written. Who can afford to do professional work for nothing? I would appreciate letters from anyone who wants to pay up. Steve Jobs, similarly, did not embrace the idea that Wozniak's creations, whether a blue box or a computer, should be free. So he convinced Wozniak to stop giving away copies of his schematics. Most people didn't have time to build it themselves anyway, Jobs argued. Why don't we build and sell printed circuit boards to them? It was an example of their partnership. Every time I'd design something great, Steve would find a way to make money for us, said Wozniak. Wozniak admitted that he would have never thought of doing that on his own. It never crossed my mind to sell computers. It was Steve who said, "Let's hold them in the air and sell a few." Jobs worked out a plan to pay a guy he knew at Atari to draw the circuit boards and then print up 50 or so. That would cost about $1,000, plus the fee to the designer. They could sell them for $40 apiece and perhaps make a profit of $700. Wozniak was doubtful that they could sell them all. I didn't see how we would make our money back, he recalled. He was already in trouble with his landlord for bouncing checks, and now had to pay each month in cash. Jobs knew how to appeal to Wozniak. He didn't argue that they were sure to make money, but instead that they would have a fun adventure. "Even if we lose our money, we'll have a company," said Jobs as they were driving in his Volkswagen bus. "For once in our lives, we'll have a company." This was enticing to Wozniak, even more than any prospect of getting rich. He recalled, "I was excited to think about us like that, to be two best friends starting a company. Wow. I knew right then that I'd do it. How could I not?" To raise the money they needed, Wozniak sold his HP 65 calculator for $500, though the buyer ended up not paying him for half of that. For his part, Jobs sold his Volkswagen bus for $1,500. But the person who bought it came to find him 2 weeks later and said the engine had broken down, and Jobs agreed to pay for half of the repairs. Despite these small setbacks, they now had, with their own small savings, about $1,300 in working capital, the design for a product, and a plan. They would start their own computer company. Now that they had decided to start a business, they needed a name. Jobs had gone for another visit to the All One farm, where he had been pruning the Gravenstein apple trees, and Wozniak picked him up at the airport. On the ride down to Los Altos, they discussed options. They considered some typical tech words like matrix, and some new words like executech, and some straightforward, boring names like Personal Computers, Inc. The deadline for deciding was the next day, when Jobs wanted to start filing the papers. Finally, Jobs proposed Apple Computer. "I was on one of my fruitarian diets," he explained. "I had just come back from the Apple farm. It sounded fun, spirited, and not intimidating. Apple took the edge off the word computer. Plus, it would get us ahead of Atari in the phone book." He told Wozniak that if a better name didn't come to them by the next afternoon, they would just stick with Apple. And they did. Apple. It was a smart choice. The word instantly signaled friendliness and simplicity. It managed to be both slightly unusual and as normal as a slice of pie. There was a hint of counterculture, back-to-nature earthiness to it, yet nothing could be more American. And the two words together, Apple Computer, provided an amusing contrast. "It doesn't quite make sense," said Mike Markula, who soon after became the first chairman of the new company. "So it forces your brain to dwell on it. Apple and computers, that doesn't go together. So it helped us grow brand awareness." Wozniak was not yet ready to commit full-time. He was an HP company man at heart, or so he thought, and he wanted to keep his day job there. Jobs realized he needed an ally to help persuade Wozniak and to settle disagreements. So he enlisted his friend Ron Wayne, the middle-aged engineer at Atari who had once started a slot machine company. Wayne knew that it would not be easy to make Wozniak quit HP, nor was it necessary right away. Instead, the key was to convince him that his computer designs would belong to the Apple partnership. Woz had a parental attitude toward the circuits he developed, and he wanted to be able to use them in other applications or let HP use them, Wayne said. Jobs and I realized that these circuits would be the core of Apple. We spent 2 hours in a roundtable discussion at my apartment, and I was able to get Woz to accept this. His argument was that a great engineer would be remembered only if he teamed with a great marketer, and this required him to commit his designs to the partnership. Jobs was so impressed and grateful that he offered Wayne a 10% stake in the new partnership, making him a tiebreaker if Jobs and Wozniak disagreed. "They were very different, but they made a powerful team," said Wayne. Jobs at times seemed to be driven by demons, while Wozniak seemed naive and was sometimes treated like a toy by angels. Jobs had a bravado that helped him get things done, occasionally by manipulating people. He could be charismatic, even mesmerizing, but also cold and brutal. Wozniak, in contrast, was shy and socially awkward, which made him seem childishly sweet. Woz is very bright in some areas, but he's almost like a savant, since he was so stunted when it came to dealing with people he didn't know, said Jobs. "We were a good pair." It helped that Jobs was in awe of Wozniak's engineering wizardry, and Wozniak was in awe of Jobs' business drive. "I never wanted to deal with people and step on toes, but Steve could call up people he didn't know and make them do things," Wozniak recalled. He could be rough on people he didn't think were smart, but he never treated me rudely, even in later years when maybe I couldn't answer a question as well as he wanted. Even after Wozniak became convinced that his new computer design should belong to the Apple partnership, he felt he had to offer it first to HP since he was working there. I believed it was my duty to tell HP about what I had designed while working for them. That was the right thing and the ethical thing. So he demonstrated it to his managers in the spring of 1976. The senior executive at the meeting was impressed and seemed torn. But he finally said it was not something HP could develop. It was a hobbyist product, at least for now, and didn't fit into the company's high-quality market segments. I was disappointed, Wozniak recalled, but now I was free to enter into the Apple partnership. On April 1, 1976, Jobs and Wozniak went to Wayne's apartment in Mountain View to draw up the partnership agreement. Wayne said he had some experience writing in legalese, so he composed the 3-page document himself. His legalese got the better of him. Paragraphs began with various flourishes. Be it noted herewith, be it further noted herewith. Now therefore, in consideration of the respective assignments of interests. But the division of shares and profits was clear. 45%, 45%, and 10%. And it was specified that any spending of more than $100 would require the agreement of at least 2 of the partners. Also, the responsibilities were spelled out. Wozniak shall assume both general and major responsibility for the conduct of electrical engineering. Jobs shall assume general responsibility for electrical engineering and marketing, and Wayne shall assume major responsibility for mechanical engineering and documentation. Jobs signed in lowercase script, Wozniak in careful cursive, and Wayne in an unreadable squiggle. Wayne then got cold feet. As Jobs started planning to borrow and spend more money, he remembered the failure of his own company. He didn't want to go through that again. Jobs and Wozniak had no personal assets, but Wayne, who worried about a global financial meltdown, kept gold coins hidden in his mattress. Because they had structured Apple as a simple partnership rather than a corporation, the partners would be personally responsible for the debts. Wayne was afraid potential creditors would go after him. So he returned to the Santa Clara County office just 11 days later with a statement of withdrawal and an amendment to the partnership agreement. By virtue of a reassessment of understandings by and between all parties, it began, Wayne shall hereinafter cease to function in the status of partner. It noted that in payment for his 10% of the company, he received $800 and shortly after, $1,500 more. Had he stayed on and kept his 10% stake at the end of 2010, it would have been worth approximately $2.6 billion. Instead, he was then living alone in a small home in Pahrump, Nevada, where he played the penny slot machines and lived off his Social Security check. He later claimed he had no regrets. I made the best decision for me at the time. Both of them were real whirlwinds, and I knew my stomach and it wasn't ready for such a ride. Jobs and Wozniak took the stage together for a presentation to the Homebrew Computer Club shortly after they signed Apple into existence. Wozniak held up one of their newly produced circuit boards and described the microprocessor, the 8 kilobytes of memory, and the version of BASIC he had written. He also emphasized what he called the main thing, a human typable keyboard instead of a stupid cryptic front panel with a bunch of lights and switches. Then it was Jobs' turn. He pointed out that the Apple, unlike the Altair, had all the essential components built in. Then he challenged them with a question. How much would people be willing to pay for such a wonderful machine? He was trying to get them to see the amazing value of the Apple. It was a rhetorical flourish he would use at product presentations over the next few decades. The audience was not very impressed. The Apple had a cut-rate microprocessor, not the Intel 8080, but one important person stayed behind to hear more. His name was Paul Terrell, and in 1975 he had opened a computer store, which he named the Byte Shop, on Camino Real in Menlo Park. Now a year later, he had 3 stores and visions of building a national chain. Jobs was thrilled to give him a private demo. "Take a look at this," he said. You're going to like what you see. Terrell was impressed enough to hand Jobs and Wozniak his card. Keep in touch, he said. I'm keeping in touch, Jobs announced the next day when he walked barefoot into the bite shop. He made the sale. Terrell agreed to order 50 computers. But there was a condition. He didn't want just $50 printed circuit boards, for which customers would then have to buy all the chips and do the assembly. That might appeal to a few hardcore hobbyists, but not to most customers. Instead, he wanted the boards to be fully assembled. For that, he was willing to pay about $500 apiece, cash on delivery. Jobs immediately called Wozniak at HP. Are you sitting down? He asked. Wozniak said he wasn't. Jobs nevertheless proceeded to give him the news. I was shocked, just completely shocked, Wozniak recalled. I will never forget that moment. To fill the order, they needed about $15,000 worth of parts. Alan Baum, the third prankster from Homestead High, and his father agreed to loan them $5,000. Jobs tried to borrow more from a bank in Los Altos, but the manager looked at him and, not surprisingly, declined. He went to Haltech Supply and offered an equity stake in Apple in return for the parts, but the owner decided they were a couple of young, scruffy-looking guys and declined. Al Alcorn at Atari would sell them chips only if they paid cash up front. Finally, Jobs was able to convince the manager of Kramer Electronics to call Paul Terrell to confirm that he had really committed to a $25,000 order. Terrell was at a conference when he heard over a loudspeaker that he had an emergency call. Jobs had been persistent. The Kramer manager told him that two scruffy kids had just walked in waving an order from the bite shop. Was it real? Terrell confirmed that it was, and the store agreed to give Jobs the parts on 30-day credit. GarageBand. The Jobs house in Los Altos became the assembly point for the 50 Apple I boards that had to be delivered to the bite shop within 30 days, when the payment for the parts would be due. All available hands were recruited, Jobs and Wozniak plus Daniel Kotke, his ex-girlfriend Elizabeth Holmes, who had broken away from the cult she'd joined, and Jobs' pregnant sister, Patty. Her old bedroom, as well as the kitchen table and garage, were taken over as workspace. Holmes, who had taken jewelry classes, was given the task of soldering chips. Most I did well, but I got flux on a few of them, she recalled. This didn't please Jobs. We don't have a chip to spare, he complained correctly. He moved her to bookkeeping and paperwork at the kitchen table, and he did the soldering himself. When they completed a board, they would hand it off to Wozniak. I would plug each assembled board into the TV and keyboard to test it to see if it worked. If it did, I put it in a box. If it didn't, I'd figure what pin hadn't gotten into the socket right. Paul Jobs stopped his sideline of repairing old cars so that the Apple team could have the whole garage. He put in a long old workbench, hung a diagram of the computer on the new plasterboard wall he built, and set up rows of labeled drawers for the components. He also built a burn box with heat lamps so the computer boards could be tested by running overnight at high temperatures. When there was an occasional temper tantrum, a not uncommon event around his son, Paul would bring some of his calm. "What's the matter?" he would say. "You got a feather up your ass?" In return, he occasionally asked to borrow back the TV set so he could watch the end of a football game. During some of these breaks, Jobs and Kotke would go outside and play guitar on the lawn. Clara Jobs didn't mind losing most of her house to piles of parts and house guests, but she was frustrated by her son's increasingly strange diets. She would roll her eyes at his latest eating obsessions, recalled Holmes. She just wanted him to be healthy, and he would be making weird pronouncements like, "I'm a fruitarian, and I will only eat leaves picked by virgins in the moonlight." After a dozen assembled boards had been approved by Wozniak, Jobs drove them over to the bite shop. Terrell was a bit surprised. There was no power supply, case, monitor, or keyboard. He had expected something more finished, but Jobs stared him down, and he agreed to take delivery and pay. After 30 days, Apple was on the verge of being profitable. "We were able to build the boards more cheaply than we thought, because I got a good deal on parts," Jobs recalled. So the 50 we sold to the bite shop almost paid for all the material we needed to make 100 boards. Now they could make a real profit by selling the remaining 50 to their friends and fellow members of the homebrew club. Elizabeth Holmes officially became the part-time bookkeeper at $4 an hour. She drove down from San Francisco once a week and figured out how to transfer Jobs' checkbook into a ledger. To make Apple seem like a real company, Jobs hired an answering service, which would relay messages to his mother. Ron Wayne drew a logo using the ornate line-drawing style of Victorian illustrated fiction. It featured Newton sitting under a tree framed by a quote from Wordsworth, "A mind forever voyaging through strange seas of thought, alone." It was a rather odd motto, one that fit Wayne's self-image more than Apple Computer. Perhaps a better Wordsworth line would have been the poet's description of those involved in the start of the French Revolution. Bliss was it in that dawn to be alive, but to be young was very heaven. As Wozniak later exclaimed, "We were participating in the biggest revolution that had ever happened, I thought. I was so happy to be a part of it." Wozniak had already begun thinking about the next version of the machine, so they started calling their current model the Apple I. Jobs and Wozniak would drive up and down Camino Real trying to get the electronics stores to sell it. In addition to the 50 sold by the Bite Shop and almost 50 sold to friends, they were building another 100 for retail stores. Not surprisingly, they had conflicting ideas. Wozniak wanted to sell them for about what it cost to build them, but Jobs wanted to make a serious profit. Jobs won. He picked a retail price that was about 3 times what it cost to build the boards and a 33% markup over the $500 wholesale price that Terrell and other stores paid. The result was $666.66. "I was always into repeating digits," Wozniak said. "The phone number for my dial-a-joke service was 255-6666. Neither of them knew that in the Book of Revelation, 666 symbolized the number of the beast. They soon faced complaints, especially after 666 was featured in that year's hit movie, The Omen. In 2010, one of the original Apple I computers was sold at auction by Christie's for $213,000. The first feature story on the new machine appeared in the July 1976 issue of Interface, a now defunct hobbyist magazine. Jobs and friends were still making them by hand in his house, but the article referred to him as the director of marketing and a former private consultant to Atari. It made Apple sound like a real company. Steve communicates with many of the computer clubs to keep his finger on the heartbeat of this young industry, the article reported. It also quoted him explaining, "If we can rap about their needs, feelings, and motivations, we can respond appropriately by giving them what they want." By this time, they had other competitors in addition to the Altair, most notably the IMSI 8080 and Processor Technology Corporation's SOL-20. The latter was designed by Lee Felsenstein and Gordon French of the Homebrew Computer Club. They all had the chance to go on display during Labor Day weekend of 1976 at the first annual Personal Computer Festival, held in a tired hotel on the decaying boardwalk of Atlantic City, New Jersey. Jobs and Wozniak took a TWA flight to Philadelphia, carrying one cigar box with the Apple I and another with the prototype for the successor that Wozniak was working on. Sitting in the row behind them was Felsenstein, who looked at the Apple I and pronounced it thoroughly unimpressive. Wozniak was unnerved by the conversation in the row behind him. "We could hear them talking in advanced business talk," he recalled, using business-like acronyms we'd never heard before. Wozniak spent most of his time in their hotel room, tweaking his new prototype. He was too shy to stand at the card table that Apple had been assigned near the back of the exhibition hall. Daniel Kotke had taken the train down from Manhattan, where he was now attending Columbia, and he manned the table while Jobs walked the floor to inspect the competition. What he saw did not impress him. Wozniak, he felt reassured, was the best circuit engineer, and the Apple I, and surely its successor, could beat the competition in terms of functionality. However, the SOL-20 was better looking. It had a sleek metal case, a keyboard, a power supply, and cables. It looked as if it had been produced by adults. The Apple I, on the other hand, appeared as scruffy as its creators. Chapter 6: The Apple II, Dawn of a New Age. As Jobs walked the floor of the Personal Computer Festival, he realized that Paul Terrell of the Byte Shop had been right all along. Personal computers should come in a complete, ready-to-use package. The next Apple computer, he decided, had to be different. It needed a great case and a built-in keyboard. It had to be a complete system, from the power supply all the way to the software. My vision was to create the first fully packaged computer, he recalled. We were no longer aiming for the handful of hobbyists who liked to assemble their own computers, who knew how to buy transformers and keyboards. For every one of them, there were 1,000 people who would want the machine to be ready to run. In their hotel room on that Labor Day weekend of 1976, Wozniak worked on the prototype of the new machine, to be named the Apple II. Jobs hoped this machine would take them to the next level. They brought the prototype out only once, late at night, to test it on the color projection television in one of the conference rooms. Wozniak had come up with a clever way to trick the machine's chips into creating color. He wanted to see if it would work on a television that used a projector to display on a movie-like screen. I figured a projector might have a different color circuitry that would choke on my color method, he recalled. So I hooked up the Apple II to this projector and it worked perfectly. As he typed on his keyboard, colorful lines and swirls burst onto the screen across the room. The only outsider who saw this first Apple II was the hotel's technician. He said he had looked at all the machines, and this was the one he would be buying. To produce the fully packaged Apple II would require a lot of money, so they considered selling the rights to a larger company. Jobs went to Al Alcorn and asked for a chance to pitch it to Atari's management. He set up a meeting with the company's president, Joe Keenan, who was a lot more conservative than Alcorn and Bushnell. Steve goes in to pitch him, but Joe couldn't stand him, Alcorn recalled. He didn't appreciate Steve's hygiene. Jobs was barefoot and at one point put his feet up on a desk. "Not only are we not going to buy this thing," Keenan shouted, "but get your feet off my desk," Alcorn recalled, thinking, "Oh well, there goes that possibility." In September, Chuck Peddle of the Commodore Computer Company came by the Jobs house to get a demo. We'd opened Steve's garage to the sunlight, and he came in wearing a suit and a cowboy hat, Wozniak recalled. Peddle loved the Apple II, and he arranged a presentation for his top executives a few weeks later at Commodore headquarters. "You might want to buy us for a few $100,000, Jobs said when they got there. Wozniak was stunned by this ridiculous suggestion, but Jobs persisted. The Commodore executives called a few days later to say they had decided it would be cheaper to build their own machine. Jobs was not upset. He had checked out Commodore and decided that its leadership was sleazy. Wozniak did not regret the lost money, but his engineering sensibilities were offended when the company came out with the Commodore PET 9 months later. "It kind of sickened me. They made a real crappy product by doing it so quick. They could have had Apple." The Commodore flirtation brought a potential conflict between Jobs and Wozniak to the surface. Were they truly equal in what they contributed to Apple and what they should get out of it? Jerry Wozniak, who praised the value of engineers over mere entrepreneurs and marketers, thought most of the money should go to his son. He confronted Jobs personally when he came by the Wozniak house. "You don't deserve shit," he told Jobs. "You haven't produced anything." Jobs began to cry, which was not unusual for him. He had never been good at controlling his emotions. He told Steve Wozniak that he was willing to call off the partnership. "If we're not 50-50, he said to his friend, "you can have the whole thing." Wozniak, however, understood better than his father the partnership they had. If it had not been for Jobs, he might still be handing out diagrams of his boards for free at the back of homebrew meetings. It was Jobs who had turned his clever designs into a budding business, just as he had with the Blue Box. He agreed they should remain partners. It was a smart decision. To make the Apple II successful required more than just Wozniak's amazing circuit design. It needed to be packaged into a fully integrated consumer product, and that was Jobs' role. He began by asking their former partner, Ron Wayne, to design a case. I assumed they had no money, so I did one that didn't require any tooling and could be fabricated in a standard metal shop, he said. His design called for a plexiglass cover attached by metal straps and a roll-top door that slid down over the keyboard. Jobs didn't like it. He wanted a simple and elegant design, which he hoped would set Apple apart from the other machines with their clunky gray metal cases. While looking at appliances at Macy's, he was struck by the Cuisinart food processors. He decided that he wanted a sleek case made of light-molded plastic. At a homebrew meeting, he offered a local consultant, Jerry Manock, $1,500 to produce such a design. Manock, doubtful about Jobs' appearance, asked for the money up front. Jobs refused, but Manock took the job anyway. Within weeks, he had produced a simple foam-molded plastic case that was uncluttered and exuded friendliness. Jobs was thrilled. Next came the power supply. Digital geeks like Wozniak paid little attention to something so analog and ordinary, but Jobs decided it was a key component. In particular, he wanted, as he would his entire career, to provide power in a way that avoided the need for a fan. Fans inside computers were not Zen-like. They were distracting. He dropped by Atari to consult with Alcorn, who knew old-fashioned electrical engineering. Al turned me on to this brilliant guy named Rod Holt, who was a chain-smoking Marxist who had been through many marriages and was an expert on everything, Jobs recalled. Like Manock and others meeting Jobs for the first time, Holt took a look at him and was skeptical. "I'm expensive," Holt said. Jobs sensed he was worth it and said that cost was no problem. "He just conned me into working," said Holt, who ended up joining Apple full-time. Instead of a conventional linear power supply, Holt built one like those used in oscilloscopes. It switched the power on and off, not 60 times per second, but thousands of times. This allowed it to store power for a much shorter time and thus give off less heat. That switching power supply was as revolutionary as the Apple II logic board was, Jobs later said. Rod doesn't get a lot of credit for this in the history books, but he should. Every computer now uses switching power supplies, and they all rip off Rod's design. For all of Wozniak's brilliance, this was not something he could have done. "I only knew vaguely what a switching power supply was," Wozniak admitted. Jobs' father had once taught him that a drive for perfection meant caring about the craftsmanship even of the parts you can't see. Jobs applied that to the layout of the circuit board inside the Apple II. He rejected the first design because the lines were not straight enough. This passion for perfection led him to indulge his instinct to control. Most hackers and hobbyists like to customize, modify, and connect various things to their computers. To Jobs, this was a threat to a seamless, end-to-end user experience. Wozniak, a hacker at heart, disagreed. He wanted to include 8 slots on the Apple II for users to insert whatever smaller circuit boards and peripherals they might want. Jobs insisted there be only 2, for a printer and a modem. "Usually I'm really easy to get along with, but this time I told him, if that's what you want, go get yourself another computer," Wozniak recalled. "I knew that people like me would eventually come up with things to add to any computer." Wozniak won the argument that time, but he could sense his power fading. "I was in a position to do that then. I wouldn't always be." Mike Markula. All of this required money. The tooling of this plastic case was going to cost like $100,000, Jobs said. Just to get this whole thing into production was going to be like $200,000. He went back to Nolan Bushnell, this time to get him to put in some money and take a minority ownership stake. "He asked me if I would put $50,000 in, and he would give me a third of the company," said Bushnell. "I was so smart, I said no. It's kind of fun to think about that when I'm not crying." Bushnell suggested that Jobs try Don Valentine, a straight-shooting former marketing manager at National Semiconductor who had founded Sequoia Capital, a pioneering venture capital firm. Valentine arrived at the Jobs' garage in a Mercedes, wearing a blue suit, button-down shirt, and striped tie. His first impression was that Jobs looked and smelled odd. Steve was trying to be the embodiment of the counterculture. He had a wispy beard, was very thin, and looked like Ho Chi Minh. Valentine, however, did not become a top Silicon Valley investor by relying on first impressions. What bothered him more was that Jobs knew nothing about marketing and seemed content to sell his product to individual stores one by one. "If you want me to finance you," Valentine told him, "you need to have one person as a partner who understands marketing and distribution and can write a business plan." Jobs tended to be either prickly or eager when older people offered him advice. With Valentine, he was the latter. "Send me 3 suggestions," he replied. Valentine did. Jobs met them, and he clicked with one of them, a man named Mike Markula. Markula would end up playing a critical role at Apple for the next 2 decades. Markula was only 33, but he had already retired after working at Fairchild and then Intel, where he made millions on his stock options when the chip maker went public. He was a cautious and shrewd man, with the precise moves of someone who had been a gymnast in high school. He excelled at figuring out pricing strategies, distribution networks, marketing, and finance. Despite being slightly reserved, he had a flashy side when it came to enjoying his new wealth. He built himself a house in Lake Tahoe and later a huge mansion in the hills of Woodside. When he showed up for his first meeting at Jobs' garage, he was driving not a dark Mercedes like Valentine, but a highly polished gold Corvette convertible. When I arrived at the garage, Woz was at the workbench and immediately began showing off the Apple II, Markula recalled. I looked past the fact that both guys needed a haircut and was amazed by what I saw on that workbench. You can always get a haircut. Jobs immediately liked Markula. He was short, and he had been passed over for the top marketing job at Intel, which I suspect made him want to prove himself. He also struck Jobs as decent and fair. You could tell that if he could screw you, he wouldn't. He had a real moral sense to him. Wozniak was equally impressed. "I thought he was the nicest person ever," he recalled. "Better still, he actually liked what we had." Markula proposed to Jobs that they write a business plan together. "If it comes out well, I'll invest," Markula said, "and if not, you've got a few weeks of my time for free." Jobs began going to Markula's house in the evenings, discussing projections and talking through the night. "We made a lot of assumptions, such as about how many houses would have a personal computer, and there were nights we were up until 4 a.m., Jobs recalled. Markula ended up writing most of the plan. Steve would say, "I will bring you this section next time," but he usually didn't deliver on time, so I ended up doing it. Markula's plan envisioned ways of getting beyond the hobbyist market. He talked about introducing the computer to regular people in regular homes, doing things like keeping track of your favorite recipes or balancing your checkbook, Wozniak recalled. Markula made a wild prediction. "We're going to be a Fortune 500 company in 2 years," he said. "This is the start of an industry. It happens once in a decade." It would take Apple 7 years to break into the Fortune 500. But the spirit of Markula's prediction turned out to be true. Markula offered to guarantee a line of credit of up to $250,000 in return for being made a 1/3 owner. Apple would become a corporation, and he, along with Jobs and Wozniak, would each own 26% of the stock. The rest would be reserved to attract future investors. The 3 met in the cabana by Markula's swimming pool and sealed the deal. "I thought it was unlikely that Mike would ever see that $250,000 again, and I was impressed that he was willing to risk it," Jobs recalled. Now it was necessary to convince Wozniak to come on board full-time. "Why can't I keep doing this on the side and just have HP as my secure job for life?" he asked. Markula said that wouldn't work, and he gave Wozniak a deadline of a few days to decide. "I felt very insecure in starting a company where I would be expected to push people around and control what they did," Wozniak recalled. "I'd decided long ago that I would never become someone authoritative." So he went to Markula's cabana and announced that he was not leaving HP. Markula shrugged and said okay, but Jobs got very upset. He cajoled Wozniak. He got friends to try to convince him. He cried, yelled, and threw a couple of fits. He even went to Wozniak's parents' house, burst into tears, and asked Jerry for help. By this point, Wozniak's father had realized there was real money to be made by capitalizing on the Apple II, and he joined forces on Jobs' behalf. I started getting phone calls at work and home from my dad, my mom, my brother, and various friends, Wozniak recalled. Every one of them told me I'd made the wrong decision. None of that worked. Then Alan Baum, their old friend from the Buck Fry Club at Homestead High, called. "You really ought to go ahead and do it," he said. He argued that if he joined Apple full-time, he would not have to go into management or give up being an engineer. "That was exactly what I needed to hear," Wozniak later said. "I could stay at the bottom of the organization chart as an engineer." He called Jobs and declared that he was now ready to come on board. On January 3, 1977, the new corporation, the Apple Computer Company, was officially created, and it bought out the old partnership that had been formed by Jobs and Wozniak 9 months earlier. Few people noticed. That month, the Homebrew Club surveyed its members and found that of the 181 who owned personal computers, only 6 owned an Apple. Jobs was convinced, however, that the Apple II would change that. Markkula would become a father figure to Jobs. Like Jobs' adoptive father, he would indulge Jobs' strong will, and like his biological father, he would end up abandoning him. Markkula was as much a father-son relationship as Steve ever had, said the venture capitalist Arthur Rock. He began to teach Jobs about marketing and sales. "Mike really took me under his wing," Jobs recalled. "His values were much aligned with mine. He emphasized that you should never start a company with the goal of getting rich. Your goal should be making something you believe in and making a company that will last." Markkula wrote his principles in a 1-page paper titled The Apple Marketing Philosophy that stressed 3 points. The first was empathy, an intimate connection with the feelings of the customer. We will truly understand their needs better than any other company. The second was focus. In order to do a good job of those things that we decide to do, we must eliminate all of the unimportant opportunities. The third and equally important principle, awkwardly named, was impute. It emphasized that people form an opinion about a company or product based on the signals that it conveys. "People do judge a book by its cover," he wrote. "We may have the best product, the highest quality, the most useful software, etc. If we present them in a slipshod manner, they will be perceived as slipshod. If we present them in a creative, professional manner, we will impute the desired qualities." For the rest of his career, Jobs would understand the needs and desires of customers better than any other business leader. He would focus on a handful of core products, and he would care, sometimes obsessively, about marketing and image and even the details of packaging. "When you open the box of an iPhone or iPad, we want that tactile experience to set the tone for how you perceive the product," he said. "Mike taught me that." Regis McKenna. The first step in this process was convincing the Valley's top publicist, Regis McKenna, to take on Apple as a client. McKenna came from a large working-class Pittsburgh family. Bred into his bones was a steeliness that he cloaked with charm. A college dropout, he had worked for Fairchild and National Semiconductor before starting his own PR and advertising firm. His 2 specialties were giving out exclusive interviews with his clients to journalists he had cultivated, and coming up with memorable ad campaigns that created brand awareness for products like microchips. One of these was a series of colorful magazine ads for Intel that featured racing cars and poker chips rather than the usual dull performance charts. These caught Jobs' eye. He called Intel and asked who created them. "Regis McKenna," he was told. "I asked them what Regis McKenna was," Jobs recalled, "and they told me he was a person." When Jobs phoned, he couldn't get through to McKenna. Instead, he was transferred to Frank Burge, an account executive who tried to put him off. Jobs called back almost every day. Burge finally agreed to drive out to the Jobs garage. "Holy Christ, this guy is going to be something else," he recalled thinking. "What's the least amount of time I can spend with this clown without being rude?" Then, when he was confronted with the unwashed and shaggy Jobs, 2 things hit him. First, he was an incredibly smart young man. Second, I didn't understand a 50th of what he was talking about. So Jobs and Wozniak were invited to have a meeting with, as his playful business cards read, Regis McKenna himself. This time it was the normally shy Wozniak who became prickly. McKenna glanced at an article Wozniak was writing about Apple and suggested that it was too technical and needed to be livened up. "I don't want any PR man touching my copy," Wozniak snapped. McKenna suggested it was time for them to leave his office. "But Steve called me back right away and said he wanted to meet again," McKenna recalled. "This time he came without Woz, and we hit it off." McKenna had his team get to work on brochures for the Apple II. The first thing they did was replace Ron Wayne's ornate Victorian woodcut-style logo, which was the opposite of McKenna's colorful and playful advertising style. So an art director, Rob Janoff, was assigned to create a new one. "Don't make it cute," Jobs ordered. Janoff came up with a simple apple shape in two versions, one whole and the other with a bite taken out of it. The first looked too much like a cherry, so Jobs chose the one with a bite. He also picked a version that was striped in 6 colors, with psychedelic hues sandwiched between whole earth green and sky blue, even though that made printing the logo much more expensive. Atop the brochure, McKenna put a saying, often attributed to Leonardo da Vinci, that would become the defining rule of Jobs' design philosophy: simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. The first launch event. The introduction of the Apple II was scheduled to coincide with the first West Coast Computer Fair, to be held in April 1977 in San Francisco. It was organized by a homebrew club member, Jim Warren. Jobs signed Apple up for a booth as soon as he got the information packet. He wanted to secure a location right at the front of the hall as a dramatic way to launch the Apple II, so he shocked Wozniak by paying $5,000 in advance. "Steve decided that this was our big launch," said Wozniak. "We would show the world we had a great machine and a great company." It was an application of Markula's warning that it was important to impute your greatness by making a memorable impression on people, especially when launching a new product. That was reflected in the care that Jobs took with Apple's display area. Other exhibitors had card tables and poster board signs. Apple had a counter draped in black velvet and a large pane of backlit plexiglass with Janoff's new logo. They put on display the only 3 Apple IIs that had been finished, but empty boxes were piled up to give the impression that there were many more available. Jobs was furious that the computer cases had arrived with tiny blemishes on them, so he had his handful of employees sand and polish them. The imputing even extended to dressing up Jobs and Wozniak. Markula sent them to a San Francisco tailor for 3-piece suits, which looked faintly ridiculous on them, like tuxedos on teenagers. Markula explained how we would all have to dress up nicely, how we should appear and look, how we should act, Wozniak recalled. It was worth the effort. The Apple II looked solid yet friendly in its sleek beige case, unlike the intimidating metal-clad machines and naked boards on the other tables. Apple got 300 orders at the show, and Jobs met a Japanese textile maker, Mizushima Satoshi, who became Apple's first dealer in Japan. The fancy clothes and Markula's instructions could not, however, stop the irrepressible Wozniak from playing some practical jokes. One program that he displayed tried to guess people's nationality from their last name and then produced the relevant ethnic jokes. He also created and distributed a fake brochure for a new computer called the Zaltire, with all sorts of fake ad copy superlatives like, "Imagine a car with 5 wheels." Jobs briefly fell for the joke and even took pride that the Apple II stacked up well against the Zaltaire in the comparison chart. He didn't realize who had pulled the prank until 8 years later, when Wozniak gave him a framed copy of the brochure as a birthday gift. Mike Scott. Apple was now a real company, with a dozen employees, a line of credit, and the daily pressures that can come from customers and suppliers. It had even moved out of the Jobs' garage, finally, into a rented office on Stevens Creek Boulevard in Cupertino, about a mile from where Jobs and Wozniak went to high school. Jobs did not handle his growing responsibilities gracefully. He had always been temperamental and bratty. At Atari, his behavior had caused him to be banished to the night shift, but at Apple, that was not possible. He became increasingly tyrannical and sharp in his criticism, according to Markula. He would tell people, "That design looks like shit." He was particularly rough on Wozniak's young programmers, Randy Wigginton and Chris Espinosa. Steve would come in, take a quick look at what I had done, and tell me it was shit without having any idea what it was or why I had done it, said Wigginton, who was just out of high school. There was also the issue of his hygiene. He was still convinced, against all evidence, that his vegan diets meant that he didn't need to use a deodorant or take regular showers. We would have to literally put him out the door and tell him to go take a shower, said Markula. At meetings, we had to look at his dirty feet. Sometimes, to relieve stress, he would soak his feet in the toilet, a practice that was not as soothing for his colleagues. Markula disliked confrontation, so he decided to bring in a president, Mike Scott, to keep a tighter rein on Jobs. Markula and Scott had joined Fairchild on the same day in 1967, had offices next to each other, and shared the same birthday, which they celebrated together each year. At their birthday lunch in February 1977, when Scott was turning 32, Markula invited him to become Apple's new president. On paper, he looked like a great choice. He was running a manufacturing line for National Semiconductor, and he had the advantage of being a manager who fully understood engineering. In person, however, he had some quirks. He was overweight, had tics and health problems, and was so tightly wound that he walked the halls with clenched fists. He could also be argumentative. In dealing with Jobs, that could be good or bad. Wozniak quickly embraced the idea of hiring Scott. Like Markula, he hated dealing with the conflicts that Jobs created. Jobs, not surprisingly, had more mixed feelings. I was only 22, and I knew I wasn't ready to run a real company, he said. But Apple was my baby, and I didn't want to give it up. Giving up any control was agonizing for him. He wrestled with the issue over long lunches at Bob's Big Boy Hamburgers, Wozniak's favorite place, and at the Good Earth restaurant, Jobs' favorite. He finally agreed, reluctantly. Mike Scott, called Scotty to distinguish him from Mike Markula, had one main duty: managing Jobs. This was usually done through Jobs' preferred way of meeting, which was taking a walk together. My very first walk was to tell him to bathe more often, Scott recalled. He said that in exchange I had to read his fruitarian diet book and consider it as a way to lose weight. Scott never adopted the diet or lost much weight, and Jobs made only minor changes to his hygiene. Steve was adamant that he bathed once a week, and that was adequate as long as he was eating a fruitarian diet. Jobs' desire for control and his dislike of authority was bound to be a problem with the man brought in to be his boss. This was especially true when Jobs discovered that Scott was one of the only people he had met who would not bend to his will. The question between Steve and me was who could be most stubborn, and I was pretty good at that, Scott said. He needed to be sat on, and he sure didn't like that. Jobs later said, "I never yelled at anyone more than I yelled at Scotty." An early showdown came over employee badge numbers. Scott assigned number 1 to Wozniak and number 2 to Jobs. Not surprisingly, Jobs demanded to be number 1. "I wouldn't let him have it because that would stoke his ego even more," said Scott. Jobs threw a tantrum, even cried. Finally, he proposed a solution. He would have badge number 0. Scott gave in, at least for the purpose of the badge. But the Bank of America required a positive integer for its payroll system, and Jobs's remained number 2. There was a more fundamental disagreement that went beyond personal petulance. Jay Elliott, who was hired by Jobs after a chance meeting in a restaurant, noted Jobs's key trait. His obsession is a passion for the product, a passion for product perfection. Mike Scott, on the other hand, never let a passion for the perfect take precedence over pragmatism. The design of the Apple II case was one of many examples. The Pantone Company, which Apple used to specify colors for its plastic, had more than 2,000 shades of beige. None of them were good enough for Steve, Scott marveled. He wanted to create a different shade, and I had to stop him. When the time came to tweak the design of the case, Jobs spent days agonizing over just how rounded the corners should be. "I didn't care how rounded they were," said Scott. "I just wanted it decided." Another dispute was over engineering benches. Scott wanted a standard gray. Jobs insisted on special order benches that were pure white. All of this finally led to a showdown in front of Markula about whether Jobs or Scott had the power to sign purchase orders. Markula sided with Scott. Jobs also insisted that Apple be different in how it treated customers. He wanted a 1-year warranty to come with the Apple II. This amazed Scott. The usual warranty was 90 days. Again, Jobs dissolved into tears during one of their arguments over the issue. They walked around the parking lot to calm down, and Scott decided to give in on this one. Wozniak began to get annoyed at Jobs' style. Steve was too tough on people. I wanted our company to feel like a family where we all had fun and shared whatever we made. Jobs, for his part, felt that Wozniak simply would not grow up. He was very childlike. He did a great version of BASIC, but then never could buckle down and write the floating point BASIC we needed, so we ended up later having to make a deal with Microsoft. He was just too unfocused. But for the time being, the personality clashes were manageable, mainly because the company was doing so well. Ben Rosen, the analyst whose newsletters shaped the opinions of the tech world, became an enthusiastic supporter of the Apple II. An independent developer came up with the first spreadsheet and personal finance program for personal computers, VisiCalc. For a while, it was available only on the Apple II, turning the computer into something that businesses and families could justify buying. The company began attracting influential new investors. The pioneering venture capitalist Arthur Rock had initially been unimpressed when Markula sent Jobs to see him. He looked as if he had just come back from seeing that guru he had in India, Rock recalled, and he kind of smelled that way too. But after Rock checked out the Apple II, he made an investment and joined the board. The Apple II would be marketed in various models for the next 16 years, with close to 6 million sold. More than any other machine, it launched the personal computer industry. Wozniak deserves the historic credit for the design of its amazing circuit board and related operating software, which was one of the era's great feats of solo invention. But Jobs was the one who integrated Wozniak's boards into a friendly package, from the power supply to the sleek case. He also created the company that grew up around Wozniak's machines. As Regis McKenna later said, Woz designed a great machine, but it would be sitting in hobby shops today were it not for Steve Jobs. Nevertheless, most people considered the Apple II to be Wozniak's creation. That would spur Jobs to pursue the next great advance, one that he could call his own. Chapter 7, Krisan and Lisa, He Who Is Abandoned. Ever since they had lived together in a cabin during the summer after he graduated from high school, Krisan Brennan had woven in and out of Jobs' life. When he returned from India in 1974, they spent time together at Robert Friedland's farm. Steve invited me up there, and we were just young and easy and free, she recalled. There was an energy there that went to my heart. When they moved back to Los Altos, their relationship drifted into being, for the most part, merely friendly. He lived at home and worked at Atari. She had a small apartment and spent a lot of time at Kobuchino's Zen Center. By early 1975, she had begun a relationship with a mutual friend, Greg Calhoun. She was with Greg, but went back to Steve occasionally, Elizabeth Holmes said. That was pretty much the way it was with all of us. We were sort of shifting back and forth. It was the 70s, after all. Calhoun had been at Reed with Jobs, Friedland, Kotke, and Holmes. Like the others, he became deeply involved with Eastern spirituality, dropped out of Reed, and found his way to Friedland's farm. There he moved into an 8-by-20-foot chicken coop that he converted into a little house by raising it onto cinder blocks and building a sleeping loft inside. In the spring of 1975, Brennan moved in with him, and the next year they decided to make their own pilgrimage to India. Jobs advised Calhoun not to take Brennan with him, saying that she would interfere with his spiritual quest, but they went together anyway. I was just so impressed by what happened to Steve on his trip to India that I wanted to go there, she said. Theirs was a serious trip, beginning in March 1976 and lasting almost a year. At one point, they ran out of money, so Calhoun hitchhiked to Iran to teach English in Tehran. Brennan stayed in India, and when Calhoun's teaching stint was over, they hitchhiked to meet each other in the middle in Afghanistan. The world was a very different place back then. After a while, their relationship frayed, and they returned from India separately. By the summer of 1977, Brennan had moved back to Los Altos, where she lived for a while in a tent on the grounds of Coben Chino's Zen Center. By this time, Jobs had moved out of his parents' house and was renting a $600 per month suburban ranch house in Cupertino with Daniel Kotke. It was an odd scene of free-spirited hippie types living in a tract house they named Rancho Suburbia. It was a 4-bedroom house, and we occasionally rented one of the bedrooms out to all sorts of crazy people, including a stripper for a while, Jobs recalled. Kotke couldn't quite figure out why Jobs had not just gotten his own house, which he could have afforded by then. I think he just wanted to have a roommate, Kotke speculated. Even though her relationship with Jobs was sporadic, Brennan soon moved in as well. This made for a set of living arrangements worthy of a French farce. The house had 2 big bedrooms and 2 tiny ones. Jobs, not surprisingly, took the largest of them, and Brennan, who was not really in a relationship with him, moved into the other big bedroom. The 2 middle rooms were like for babies, and I didn't want either of them, so I moved into the living room and slept on a foam pad, said Kotke. They turned one of the small rooms into space for meditating and dropping acid, like the attic space they had used at Reed. It was filled with foam packing material from apple boxes. Neighborhood kids used to come over and we would toss them in it, and it was great fun, said Kotke. But then Chrisanne brought home some cats who peed in the foam, and then we had to get rid of it. Living in the house at times rekindled the physical relationship between Brennan and Jobs, and within a few months she was pregnant. Steve and I were in and out of a relationship for 5 years before I got pregnant, she said. We didn't know how to be together, and we didn't know how to be apart. When Greg Calhoun hitchhiked from Colorado to visit them on Thanksgiving 1977, Brennan told him the news. She said, "Steve and I got back together, and now I'm pregnant, but now we are on again and off again, and I don't know what to do." Calhoun noticed that Jobs was disconnected from the whole situation. He even tried to convince Calhoun to stay with them and come to work at Apple. Steve was just not dealing with Chrisanne or the pregnancy, he recalled. He could be very engaged with you in one moment, but then very disengaged. There was a side to him that was frighteningly cold. When Jobs did not want to deal with a distraction, he sometimes just ignored it, as if he could will it out of existence. At times he was able to distort reality not just for others, but even for himself. In the case of Brennan's pregnancy, he simply shut it out of his mind. When confronted, he would deny that he knew he was the father, even though he admitted that he had been sleeping with her. "I wasn't sure it was my kid, because I was pretty sure I wasn't the only one she was sleeping with," he told me later. "She and I were not really even going out when she got pregnant. She just had a room in our house." Brennan had no doubt that Jobs was the father. She had not been involved with Greg or any other men at the time. Was he lying to himself, or did he not know that he was the father? "I just think he couldn't access that part of his brain or the idea of being responsible," Kotke said. Elizabeth Holmes agreed. She said, "He considered the option of parenthood and considered the option of not being a parent, and he decided to believe the latter. He had other plans for his life." There was no discussion of marriage. "I knew that she was not the person I wanted to marry, and we would never be happy, and it wouldn't last long," Jobs later said. "I was all in favor of her getting an abortion, but she didn't know what to do. She thought about it repeatedly and decided not to, or I don't know that she ever really decided. I think time just decided for her." Brennan told me that it was her choice to have the baby. She said, "He said he was fine with an abortion, but never pushed for it." Interestingly, given his own background, he was strongly against one option. "He strongly discouraged me putting the child up for adoption," she said. There was a disturbing irony. Jobs and Brennan were both 23, the same age that Joanne Schiebel and Abdul Fattah Jandali had been when they had Jobs. He had not yet found his biological parents, but his adoptive parents had told him some of their story. "I didn't know then about this coincidence of our ages, so it didn't affect my discussions with Chrisanne," he later said. He dismissed the idea that he was somehow following his biological father's pattern of getting his girlfriend pregnant when he was 23. But he did admit that the ironic connection gave him pause. When I did find out that he was 23 when he got Joanne pregnant with me, I thought, whoa. The relationship between Jobs and Brennan quickly fell apart. Chrisanne would get into this kind of victim mode when she would say that Steve and I were ganging up on her, Kotke recalled. Steve would just laugh and not take her seriously. Brennan was not, as even she later admitted, very emotionally stable. She began breaking plates, throwing things, trashing the house, and writing obscene words in charcoal on the wall. She said that Jobs kept provoking her with his callousness. She said, he was an enlightened being who was cruel. Kotke was caught in the middle. Daniel didn't have that DNA of ruthlessness, so he was a bit flipped by Steve's behavior, Brennan said. He would go from, Steve's not treating you right, to laughing at me with Steve. Robert Friedland came to her rescue. He heard that I was pregnant, and he said to come on up to the farm to have the baby, she recalled. So I did. Elizabeth Holmes and other friends were still living there, and they found an Oregon midwife to help with the delivery. On May 17, 1978, Brennan gave birth to a baby girl. 3 days later, Jobs flew up to be with them and helped name the new baby. The practice on the commune was to give children Eastern spiritual names, but Jobs insisted that she had been born in America and ought to have a name that fit. Brennan agreed. They named her Lisa Nicole Brennan, not giving her the last name Jobs, and then he left to go back to work at Apple. He didn't want to have anything to do with her or with me, said Brennan. She and Lisa moved to a tiny, run-down house in back of a home in Menlo Park. They lived on welfare because Brennan did not feel up to suing for child support. Finally, the county of San Mateo sued Jobs to try to prove he was the father and get him to take financial responsibility. At first, Jobs was determined to fight the case. His lawyers wanted Kotke to testify that he had never seen them in bed together, and they tried to line up evidence that Brennan had been sleeping with other men. At one point, I yelled at Steve on the phone, "You know that is not true," Brennan recalled. He was going to drag me through court with a little baby and try to prove I was a whore and that anyone could have been the father of that baby. A year after Lisa was born, Jobs agreed to take a paternity test. Brennan's family was surprised, but Jobs knew that Apple would soon be going public, and he decided it was best to get the issue resolved. DNA tests were new, and the one that Jobs took was done at UCLA. I had read about DNA testing, and I was happy to do it to get things settled, he said. The results were pretty conclusive. Probability of paternity is 94.41%, the report read. The California courts ordered Jobs to start paying $385 a month in child support, sign an agreement admitting he was the father, and pay the county back $5,856 in welfare payments. He was given visitation rights, but for a long time didn't use them. Even then, Jobs continued at times to bend the reality around him. He finally told us on the board, Arthur Rock recalled, but he kept insisting that there was a large probability that he wasn't the father. He was delusional. He told a reporter for Time, Michael Moritz, that when you analyze the statistics, it was clear that 28% of the male population in the United States could be the father. It was not only a false claim, but an odd one. Worse yet, when Chrisanne Brennan later heard what he said, she mistakenly thought that Jobs was claiming that she might have slept with 28% of the men in the United States. He was trying to paint me as a slut or a whore, she recalled. He spun the whore image onto me in order to not take responsibility. Years later, Jobs was remorseful for the way he behaved, one of the few times in his life he admitted as much. He said, "I wish I had handled it differently. I could not see myself as a father then, so I didn't face up to it. But when the test results showed she was my daughter, it's not true that I doubted it. I agreed to support her until she was 18 and give some money to Chrisanne as well. I found a house in Palo Alto and fixed it up and let them live there rent-free. Her mother found her great schools, which I paid for. I tried to do the right thing. But if I could do it over, I would do a better job." Once the case was resolved, Jobs began to move on with his life, maturing in some respects, though not all. He put aside drugs, eased away from being a strict vegan, and cut back the time he spent on Zen retreats. He began getting stylish haircuts and buying suits and shirts from the upscale San Francisco clothing store Wilkes-Bashford, and he settled into a serious relationship with one of Regis McKenna's employees, a beautiful Polynesian-Polish woman named Barbara Jasinski. There was still, to be sure, a childlike, rebellious streak in him. He, Jasinski, and Kotke liked to go skinny dipping in Felt Lake on the edge of Interstate 280 near Stanford. He bought a 1966 BMW motorcycle that he decorated with orange tassels on the handlebars. He could also still be bratty. He belittled waitresses and frequently returned food with the announcement that it was garbage. At the company's first Halloween party in 1979, he dressed in robes as Jesus Christ. It was an act of semi-ironic self-awareness that he considered funny, but that caused a lot of eye-rolling. Even his first attempts at domestic life had some quirks. He bought a proper house in the Los Gatos Hills, which he decorated with a Maxfield Parrish painting, a Braun coffee maker, and Henkel's knives. But because he was so obsessive when it came to choosing furniture, it remained mostly empty without beds or chairs or couches. Instead, his bedroom had a mattress in the center, framed pictures of Einstein and Maharajji on the walls, and an Apple II on the floor. Chapter 8: Xerox and Lisa Graphical User Interfaces. New baby. The Apple II took the company from Jobs' garage to the top of a new industry. Its sales grew dramatically, from 2,500 units in 1977 to 210,000 in 1981. But Jobs was restless. The Apple II could not stay successful forever, and he knew that no matter how much he had done to package it, from the power cord to the case, it would always be seen as Wozniak's masterpiece. He needed his own machine. More than that, he wanted a product that would, in his words, make a dent in the universe. At first, he hoped that the Apple III would be that product. It would have more memory, the screen would display 80 characters across instead of 40, and it would handle uppercase and lowercase letters. Giving in to his passion for industrial design, Jobs decreed the size and shape of the external case. He refused to let anyone change it, even as committees of engineers added more components to the circuit boards. The result was stacked boards with poor connectors that frequently failed. When the Apple III began shipping in May 1980, it was a flop. Randy Wigginton, one of the engineers, summed it up. The Apple III was kind of like a baby conceived during a group orgy, and later everybody had this bad headache and there's this bastard child and everyone says, "It's not mine." By then, Jobs had distanced himself from the Apple III and was scrambling for ways to produce something more radically different. At first, he flirted with the idea of touchscreens, but he found himself frustrated. At one demonstration of the technology, he arrived late, fidgeted for a while, then abruptly cut off the engineers in the middle of their presentation with a curt, "Thank you." They were confused. "Would you like us to leave?" one asked. Jobs said yes, then berated his colleagues for wasting his time. Then he and Apple hired 2 engineers from Hewlett-Packard to create a totally new computer. The name Jobs chose for it would have made even the most cynical psychiatrist do a double take: the Lisa. Other computers had been named after the daughters of their designers, but Lisa was a daughter Jobs had abandoned and had not yet fully admitted was his. "Maybe he was doing it out of guilt," said Andrea Cunningham, who worked at Regis McKenna on public relations for the project. "We had to come up with an acronym so that we could claim it was not named after Lisa the child. The one they came up with was Local Integrated Systems Architecture. Despite being meaningless, it became the official explanation for the name. Among the engineers, it was called Lisa Invented Stupid Acronym. Years later, when I asked about the name, Jobs admitted simply, "Obviously it was named for my daughter." The Lisa was designed as a $2,000 machine based on a 16-bit microprocessor rather than the 8-bit one used in the Apple II. Without the wizardry of Wozniak, who was still working quietly on the Apple II, the engineers began producing a straightforward computer with a conventional text display. They were unable to push the powerful microprocessor to do much exciting. Jobs began to grow impatient with how boring it was turning out to be. There was, however, one programmer who was bringing some life to the project, Bill Atkinson. He was a doctoral student in neuroscience who had experimented with his fair share of acid. When he was asked to come work for Apple, he declined. But then Apple sent him a non-refundable plane ticket, and he decided to use it and let Jobs try to persuade him. "We are inventing the future," Jobs told him at the end of a 3-hour pitch. "Think about surfing on the front edge of a wave. It's really exhilarating. Now think about dog paddling at the tail end of that wave. It wouldn't be anywhere near as much fun. Come down here and make a dent in the universe." Atkinson did. With his shaggy hair and droopy mustache that didn't hide the animation in his face, Atkinson had some of Wozniak's ingenuity along with Jobs' passion for awesome products. His first job was to develop a program to track a stock portfolio by auto-dialing the Dow Jones service, getting quotes, then hanging up. "I had to create it fast because there was a magazine ad for the Apple II showing a hubby at the kitchen table looking at an Apple screen filled with graphs of stock prices, and his wife is beaming at him. But there wasn't such a program, so I had to create one." Next, he created for the Apple II a version of Pascal, a high-level programming language. Jobs had resisted, thinking that BASIC was all the Apple II needed, but he told Atkinson, "Since you're so passionate about it, I'll give you 6 days to prove me wrong." He did, and Jobs respected him ever after. By the fall of 1979, Apple was developing 3 potential successors to the Apple II workhorse. There was the ill-fated Apple III, there was the Lisa project, which was beginning to disappoint Jobs, and somewhere off Jobs' radar, at least for the moment, there was a small secret project for a low-cost machine being developed by a colorful employee named Jeff Raskin. Raskin was a former professor who had taught Bill Atkinson. His goal was to make an inexpensive computer for the masses that would be like an appliance, a self-contained unit with computer, keyboard, monitor, and software all together, and have a graphical interface. He tried to get his colleagues at Apple interested in a cutting-edge research center, right in Palo Alto, that was pioneering such ideas. PARC. The Xerox Corporation's Palo Alto Research Center, known as Xerox PARC, was established in 1970 to create a breeding ground for digital ideas. It was located, for better and for worse, 3,000 miles from the commercial pressures of Xerox corporate headquarters in Connecticut. Among its visionaries was the scientist Alan Kay, who had 2 great sayings that Jobs embraced. The best way to predict the future is to invent it, and people who are serious about software should make their own hardware. Kay pushed the vision of a small personal computer called the Dynabook that would be easy enough for children to use. So Xerox PARC's engineers began to develop user-friendly graphics that could replace all of the command lines and DOS prompts that made computer screens intimidating. The metaphor they came up with was that of a desktop. The screen could have many documents and folders on it, and you could use a mouse to point and click on the one you wanted to use. This graphical user interface, or GUI, pronounced GUI, was made possible by another concept pioneered at Xerox PARC, bit mapping. Until then, most computers were character-based. You would type a character on a keyboard, and the computer would generate that character on the screen, usually in glowing greenish phosphor against a dark background. Since there were a limited number of letters, numerals, and symbols, it didn't take a lot of computer code or processing power to do this. In a bitmap system, on the other hand, each and every pixel on the screen is controlled by bits in the computer's memory. To render something on the screen, such as a letter, the computer has to tell each pixel to be light or dark, or, in the case of color displays, what color to be. This uses a lot of computing power, but it allows for gorgeous graphics, fonts, and amazing screen displays. Bitmapping and graphical interfaces became features of Xerox PARC's prototype computers, such as the Alto, and its object-oriented programming language Smalltalk. Jeff Raskin decided that these features were the future of computing, so he began urging Jobs and other Apple colleagues to go check out Xerox PARC. Raskin had one problem. Jobs saw him as an insufferable theorist, or, to use Jobs' own more precise term, a shithead who sucks. So Raskin enlisted his friend Atkinson, who was on the other side of Jobs' shithead genius division of the world, to convince Jobs to take an interest in what was happening at Xerox PARC. What Raskin didn't know was that Jobs was working on a more complex deal. Xerox's venture capital division wanted to be part of the second round of Apple financing during the summer of 1979. Jobs made an offer. "I will let you invest $1 million in Apple if you will open the kimono at PARC." Xerox accepted. It agreed to show Apple its new technology and in return got to buy 100,000 shares at about $10 each. By the time Apple went public a year later, Xerox's $1 million worth of shares were worth $17.6 million. But Apple got the better end of the bargain. Jobs and his colleagues went to see Xerox PARC's technology in December 1979. When Jobs realized he hadn't been shown enough, he got an even fuller demonstration a few days later. Larry Tesler was one of the Xerox scientists called upon to do the briefings, and he was thrilled to show off the work that his bosses back east had never seemed to appreciate. But the other briefer, Adele Goldberg, was appalled that her company seemed willing to give away its crown jewels. "It was incredibly stupid, completely nuts, and I fought to prevent giving Jobs much of anything," she recalled. Goldberg got her way at the first briefing. Jobs, Raskin, and the Lisa team leader John Couch were led into the main lobby, where a Xerox Alto had been set up. It was a very controlled show of a few applications, primarily a word processing one, Goldberg said. Jobs wasn't satisfied, and he called Xerox headquarters demanding more. So he was invited back a few days later. This time, he brought a larger team that included Bill Atkinson and Bruce Horn, an Apple programmer who had worked at Xerox PARC. They both knew what to look for. "When I arrived at work, there was a lot of commotion, and I was told that Jobs and a bunch of his programmers were in the conference room," said Goldberg. One of her engineers was trying to keep them entertained with more displays of the word processing program. But Jobs was growing impatient. "Let's stop this bullshit," he kept shouting. So the Xerox folks huddled privately and decided to open the kimono a bit more, but only slowly. They agreed that Tesler could show off Smalltalk, the programming language, but he would demonstrate only what was known as the unclassified version. "It will dazzle Jobs and he'll never know he didn't get the confidential disclosure," the head of the team told Goldberg. They were wrong. Atkinson and others had read some of the papers published by Xerox PARC, so they knew they were not getting a full description. Jobs phoned the head of the Xerox venture capital division to complain. A call immediately came back from corporate headquarters in Connecticut, ordering that Jobs and his group should be shown everything. Goldberg stormed out in a rage. When Tesler finally showed them what was truly under the hood, the Apple folks were astonished. Atkinson stared at the screen, examining each pixel so closely that Tesler could feel his breath on his neck. Jobs bounced around and waved his arms excitedly. "He was hopping around so much I don't know how he actually saw most of the demo, but he did, because he kept asking questions," Tesler recalled. "He was the exclamation point for every step I showed." Jobs kept saying that he couldn't believe that Xerox had not commercialized the technology. "You're sitting on a gold mine," he shouted. "I can't believe Xerox is not taking advantage of this." The Smalltalk demonstration showed 3 amazing features. One was how computers could be networked. The second was how object-oriented programming worked. But Jobs and his team paid little attention to these features because they were so amazed by the third one, the graphical interface that was made possible by a bitmapped screen. "It was like a veil being lifted from my eyes," Jobs recalled. "I could see what the future of computing was destined to be." When the Xerox PARC meeting ended after more than 2 hours, Jobs drove Bill Atkinson back to the Apple office in Cupertino. He was speeding, and so were his mind and mouth. "This is it," he shouted, emphasizing each word. "We've got to do it." It was the breakthrough he had been looking for, bringing computers to the people, with the cheerful but affordable design of an Eichler home and the ease of use of a sleek kitchen appliance. "How long would this take to implement?" he asked. "I'm not sure," Atkinson replied. "Maybe 6 months." It was a wildly optimistic assessment, but also a motivating one. Great artists steal. The Apple raid on Xerox PARC is sometimes described as one of the biggest heists in the history of industry. Jobs occasionally endorsed this view with pride. As he once said, Picasso had a saying, "Good artists copy, great artists steal," and we have always been shameless about stealing great ideas. Another assessment, also sometimes supported by Jobs, is that what happened was less a theft by Apple than a fumble by Xerox. They were copier heads who had no clue about what a computer could do, he said of Xerox's management. They just grabbed defeat from the greatest victory in the computer industry. Xerox could have owned the entire computer industry. Both assessments contain a lot of truth, but there's more to it than that. There is a shadow, as T.S. Eliot noted, between the idea and the creation. In the history of innovation, new ideas are only part of the equation. Execution is just as important. Jobs and his engineers significantly improved the graphical interface ideas they saw at Xerox PARC. Then they were able to implement them in ways that Xerox never could. For example, the Xerox mouse had 3 buttons, was complicated, cost $300, and didn't roll around smoothly. A few days after his second Xerox PARC visit, Jobs went to a local industrial design firm, IDEO, and told one of its founders, Dean Hovey, that he wanted a simple single-button model that cost $15. "And I want to be able to use it on Formica and my blue jeans," he said. Hovey complied. The improvements were not just in the details, but in the entire concept. The mouse at Xerox PARC could not be used to drag a window around the screen. Apple's engineers created an interface so you could not only drag windows and files around, you could even drop them into folders. The Xerox system required you to select a command to do anything, from resizing a window to changing the extension that located a file. The Apple system transformed the desktop metaphor into a virtual reality by allowing you to directly touch, manipulate, drag, and relocate things. And Apple's engineers worked closely with its designers, with Jobs pushing them daily to improve the desktop concept. They added delightful icons and menus that pulled down from a bar atop each window, and the ability to open files and folders with a double click. It's not as if Xerox executives ignored what their scientists had created at PARC. In fact, they did try to capitalize on it. In the process, they showed why good execution is as important as good ideas. In 1981, well before the Apple Lisa or Macintosh, they introduced the Xerox Star. This machine featured their graphical user interface, mouse, bitmap display, windows, and desktop metaphor. But it was clunky. It could take minutes to save a large file, costly, at $16,595 in stores, and aimed mainly at the networked office market. It was a flop. Only 30,000 were ever sold. Jobs and his team went to a Xerox dealer to look at the Star as soon as it was released. But he deemed it so worthless that he told his colleagues they couldn't spend the money to buy one. "We were very relieved," he recalled. "We knew they hadn't done it right, and that we could at a fraction of the price." A few weeks later, he called Bob Belleville, one of the hardware designers on the Xerox Star team. "Everything you've ever done in your life is shit," Jobs said. "So why don't you come work for me?" Belleville did, and so did Larry Tesler. In his excitement, Jobs began to take over the daily management of the Lisa project, which was being run by John Couch, a former HP engineer. Ignoring Couch, he dealt directly with Atkinson and Tesler to insert his own ideas, especially on Lisa's graphical interface design. "He would call me at all hours, 2 a.m. or 5 a.m., said Tesler. "I loved it, but it upset my bosses at the Lisa division." Jobs was told to stop making calls outside of the proper channels. He held himself back for a while, but not for long. One important showdown occurred when Atkinson decided that the screen should have a white background rather than a dark one. This would allow a feature that both Atkinson and Jobs wanted, WYSIWYG, pronounced WYSIWYG, an acronym for "What you see is what you get." What you saw on the screen was what you'd get when you printed it out. "The hardware team screamed bloody murder," Atkinson recalled. "They said it would force us to use a phosphor that was a lot less persistent and would flicker more." So Atkinson enlisted Jobs, who came down on his side. The hardware folks grumbled, but then went off and figured it out. Steve wasn't much of an engineer himself, but he was very good at assessing people's answers. He could tell whether the engineers were defensive or unsure of themselves. One of Atkinson's amazing feats, which we are so used to now that we rarely marvel at it, was to allow the windows on a screen to overlap so that the top one covered parts of the ones below it. Atkinson made it possible to move these windows around, just like shuffling papers on a desk. The windows below would become visible or hidden as you moved the top ones. Of course, on a computer screen, there are no layers of pixels underneath the pixels that you see, so there are no windows actually hiding underneath the ones that appear to be on top. To create the illusion of overlapping windows requires complex coding that involves what are called regions. Atkinson pushed himself to make this trick work because he thought he had seen this ability during his visit to Xerox PARC. In fact, the folks at PARC had never accomplished it. They later told him they were amazed that he had done so. "I got a feeling for the empowering aspect of naivete," Atkinson said. "Because I didn't know it couldn't be done, I was enabled to do it." He was working so hard that one morning, in a daze, he drove his Corvette into a parked truck and nearly killed himself. Jobs immediately drove to the hospital to see him. "We were pretty worried about you," he said when Atkinson regained consciousness. Atkinson gave him a pained smile and replied, "Don't worry, I still remember regions." Jobs also had a passion for smooth scrolling. Documents should not lurch line by line as you scroll through them, but instead should flow. He was adamant that everything on the interface had a good feeling to the user, Atkinson said. They also wanted a mouse that could easily move the cursor in any direction, not just up, down, and left, right. This required using a ball rather than the usual two wheels. One of the engineers told Atkinson that there was no way to build such a mouse commercially. After Atkinson complained to Jobs over dinner, he arrived at the office the next day to discover that Jobs had fired the engineer. When his replacement met Atkinson, his first words were, "I can build the mouse." Atkinson and Jobs became best friends for a while, eating together at the Good Earth most nights. But John Couch and the other professional engineers on his Lisa team, many of them button-down HP types, resented Jobs' meddling and were infuriated by his frequent insults. There was also a clash of visions. Jobs wanted to build a Volks Lisa, a simple and inexpensive product for the masses. There was a tug-of-war between people like me, who wanted a lean machine, and those from HP, like Couch, who were aiming for the corporate market, Jobs recalled. Both Mike Scott and Mike Markula were intent on bringing some order to Apple and became increasingly concerned about Jobs' disruptive behavior. So in September 1980, they secretly plotted a reorganization. Couch was made the undisputed manager of the Lisa division. Jobs lost control of the computer he had named after his daughter. He was also stripped of his role as vice president for research and development. He was made non-executive chairman of the board. This position allowed him to remain Apple's public face, but it meant that he had no operational control. That hurt. "I was upset and felt abandoned by Markula," he said. "He and Scotty felt I wasn't up to running the Lisa division. I brooded about it a lot." Chapter 9, Going Public, a Man of Wealth and Fame. Options. You'll remember Mike Markula, who joined Jobs and Wozniak to turn their small partnership into the Apple Computer Company back in January 1977. At that time, they valued the company at just over $5,000. But less than 4 years later, they decided it was time to take the company public. It would become the most sought-after initial public offering since Ford Motors in 1956. By the end of December 1980, Apple would be valued at $1.79 billion. Yes, you heard that right, billion. In the process, it would make 300 people millionaires. But Daniel Kottke was not one of them. You might remember him as Jobs' close friend from college, who traveled with him to India and lived with him during the difficult time with Chrysan Brennan. He joined Apple when it was headquartered in Jobs' garage, and he still worked there as an hourly employee, but he was not at a high enough level to be included in the stock options that were given out before the company went public. Kottke said, "I totally trusted Steve, and I assumed he would take care of me like I'd taken care of him, so I didn't push. The official reason he wasn't given stock options was that he was an hourly technician, not a salaried engineer, which was the cutoff level for options. Even so, he could have justifiably been given founder's stock, but Jobs decided not to. Steve is the opposite of loyal, according to Andy Hertzfeld, an early Apple engineer who has nevertheless remained friends with him. He's anti-loyal. He has to abandon the people he is close to. Kottke decided to press his case with Jobs by waiting outside his office to catch him and make a plea. But each time, Jobs brushed him off. What was really so difficult for me is that Steve never told me I wasn't eligible, recalled Kottke. He owed me that as a friend. When I would ask him about stock, he would tell me I had to talk to my manager. Finally, almost 6 months after the company went public, Kottke worked up the courage to march into Jobs' office and try to resolve the issue. But when he got in to see him, Jobs was so cold that Kottke froze. I just got choked up and began to cry and just couldn't talk to him, Kottke recalled. Our friendship was all gone. It was so sad. Rod Holt, the engineer who had built the power supply, was getting a lot of options, and he tried to change Jobs' mind. "We have to do something for your buddy Daniel," he said, and he suggested they each give him some of their own options. "Whatever you give him, I will match it," Holt said. Jobs replied, "Okay, I will give him 0. Wozniak, not surprisingly, had the opposite attitude. Before the shares went public, he decided to sell 2,000 of his options at a very low price to 40 different mid-level employees. Most of them made enough to buy a home. Wozniak bought a dream home for himself and his new wife, but she soon divorced him and kept the house. He also later gave shares directly to employees he felt had been shortchanged, including Kottke, Fernandez, Wigginton, and Espinosa. Everyone loved Wozniak, all the more so after his generosity, but many also agreed with Jobs that he was awfully naive and childlike. A few months later, a United Way poster showing a destitute man went up on a company bulletin board. Someone scrawled on it, "Woz in 1990. Jobs was not naive. He had made sure his deal with Cresan Brennan was signed before the company went public. Jobs was the public face of the initial public offering, and he helped choose the 2 investment banks handling it, the traditional Wall Street firm Morgan Stanley and the unconventional boutique firm Hambrecht and Quist in San Francisco. Steve was very irreverent toward the guys from Morgan Stanley, which was a pretty uptight firm in those days, recalled Bill Hambrecht. Morgan Stanley planned to price the offering at $18, even though it was obvious the shares would quickly shoot up. "Tell me what happens to this stock that we priced at 18? Jobs asked the bankers. "Don't you sell it to your good customers? If so, how can you charge me a 7% commission?" Hambrecht recognized that there was a basic unfairness in the system. He later went on to create the idea of a reverse auction to price shares before an initial public offering. Apple went public on the morning of December 12, 1980. By then, the bankers had priced the stock at $22 a share. It went to $29 on the first day. Jobs had come into the Hambrecht and Quist office just in time to watch the opening trades. At age 25, he was now worth $256 million. Baby, you're a rich man. Before he was rich, after he was rich, and throughout a life that included being both broke and a billionaire, Steve Jobs' attitude toward wealth was complex. He was an anti-materialistic hippie who capitalized on the inventions of a friend who wanted to give them away for free. He was a Zen devotee who made a pilgrimage to India and then decided his calling was to create a business. And yet somehow these attitudes seemed to weave together rather than conflict. He had a great love for some material objects, especially those that were finely designed and crafted. He loved Porsche and Mercedes cars, Henkel's knives and Braun appliances, BMW motorcycles and Ansel Adams prints, Bosendorfer pianos, and Bang & Olufsen audio equipment. Yet the houses he lived in, no matter how rich he became, were not flashy and were furnished so simply they would have made a shaker proud. Neither then nor later would he travel with an entourage, keep a personal staff, or even have security protection. He bought a nice car, but always drove himself. When Markula asked Jobs to join him in buying a Learjet, he declined, though he eventually would demand a Gulfstream from Apple to use. Like his father, he could be tough when bargaining with suppliers, but he didn't let a craving for profits take precedence over his passion for building great products. 30 years after Apple went public, he reflected on what it was like to come into money suddenly. He said, "I never worried about money. I grew up in a middle-class family, so I never thought I would starve. And I learned at Atari that I could be an okay engineer, so I always knew I could get by. I was voluntarily poor when I was in college in India, and I lived a pretty simple life even when I was working. So I went from fairly poor, which was wonderful because I didn't have to worry about money, to being incredibly rich, when I also didn't have to worry about money. I watched people at Apple who made a lot of money and felt they had to live differently. Some of them bought a Rolls-Royce and various houses, each with a house manager and then someone to manage the house managers. Their wives got plastic surgery and turned into these bizarre people. This was not how I wanted to live. It's crazy. I made a promise to myself that I'm not going to let this money ruin my life." He was not particularly philanthropic. He briefly set up a foundation, but he discovered that it was annoying to have to deal with the person he had hired to run it. This person kept talking about venture philanthropy and how to leverage giving. Jobs became contemptuous of people who made a display of philanthropy or thought they could reinvent it. Earlier, he had quietly sent in a $5,000 check to help launch Larry Brilliant's Seva Foundation to fight diseases of poverty, and he even agreed to join the board. But when Brilliant brought some board members, including Wavy Gravy and Jerry Garcia, to Apple right after its public offering to ask for a donation, Jobs was not forthcoming. Instead, he worked on finding ways that a donated Apple II and a VisiCalc program could make it easier for the foundation to do a survey. It was planning on blindness in Nepal. His biggest personal gift was to his parents, Paul and Clara Jobs, to whom he gave about $750,000 worth of stock. They sold some to pay off the mortgage on their Los Altos home, and their son came over for the little celebration. It was the first time in their lives they didn't have a mortgage, Jobs recalled. They had a handful of their friends over for the party, and it was really nice. Still, they didn't consider buying a nicer house. They weren't interested in that, Jobs said. They had a life they were happy with. Their only splurge was to take a princess cruise each year. The one through the Panama Canal was the big one for my dad, according to Jobs, because it reminded him of when his Coast Guard ship went through on its way to San Francisco to be taken out of service. With Apple's success came fame for its poster boy. Inc. became the first magazine to put him on its cover in October 1981. "This man has changed business forever," it proclaimed. It showed Jobs with a neatly trimmed beard and well-styled long hair, wearing blue jeans and a dress shirt with a blazer that was a little too shiny. He was leaning on an Apple II and looking directly into the camera with the mesmerizing stare he had picked up from Robert Friedland. When Steve Jobs speaks, it is with the gee-whiz enthusiasm of someone who sees the future and is making sure it works, the magazine reported. Time followed in February 1982 with a feature on young entrepreneurs. The cover was a painting of Jobs, again with his hypnotic stare. Jobs, said the main story, practically single-handed created the personal computer industry. The accompanying profile, written by Michael Moritz, noted, "At 26, Jobs heads a company that 6 years ago was located in a bedroom and garage of his parents' house, but this year it is expected to have sales of $600 million. As an executive, Jobs has sometimes been petulant and harsh on subordinates. He admits, I've got to learn to keep my feelings private." Despite his new fame and fortune, he still saw himself as a child of the counterculture. On a visit to a Stanford class, he took off his expensive blazer and his shoes, perched on top of a table, and crossed his legs into a lotus position. The students asked questions, such as when Apple's stock price would rise, which Jobs brushed off. Instead, he spoke of his passion for future products, such as someday making a computer as small as a book. When the business questions ended, Jobs turned the tables on the well-groomed students. "How many of you are virgins?" he asked. There were nervous giggles. "How many of you have taken LSD?" More nervous laughter, and only one or two hands went up. Later, Jobs would complain about the new generation of kids, who seemed to him more materialistic and career-focused than his own. "When I went to school, it was right after the 60s and before this general wave of practical purposefulness had set in," he said. "Now students aren't even thinking in idealistic terms, or at least nowhere near as much." His generation, he said, was different. "The idealistic wind of the 60s is still at our backs, though, and most of the people I know who are my age have that ingrained in them forever." Chapter 10, The Mac is Born. You Say You Want a Revolution. Jeff Raskin's baby. Jeff Raskin was the type of character who could fascinate Steve Jobs, or annoy him. As it turned out, he did both. A philosophical guy who could be both playful and serious, Raskin had studied computer science, taught music and visual arts, conducted a chamber opera company, and organized guerrilla theater. His 1967 doctoral thesis at UC San Diego argued that computers should have graphical rather than text-based interfaces. When he got fed up with teaching, he rented a hot air balloon, flew over the chancellor's house, and shouted down his decision to quit. When Jobs was looking for someone to write a manual for the Apple II in 1976, he called Raskin, who had his own small consulting firm. Raskin went to the garage, saw Wozniak working hard at a workbench, and was convinced by Jobs to write the manual for $50. Eventually, he became the manager of Apple's publications department. One of Raskin's dreams was to build an inexpensive computer for the masses. In 1979, he convinced Mike Markkula to put him in charge of a small development project, codenamed Annie, to do just that. Since Raskin thought it was sexist to name computers after women, he renamed the project in honor of his favorite type of Apple, the Macintosh. But he changed the spelling so it wouldn't conflict with the name of the audio equipment maker Macintosh Laboratory. The proposed computer became known as the Macintosh. Raskin imagined a machine that would sell for $1,000 and be a simple appliance, with the screen, keyboard, and computer all in one unit. To keep the cost down, he proposed a tiny 5-inch screen and a very cheap and underpowered microprocessor, the Motorola 6809. Raskin thought of himself as a philosopher, and he wrote his thoughts in an ever-expanding notebook he called the Book of Macintosh. He also issued occasional manifestos. One of these was called Computers by the Millions, and it began with a hope. If personal computers are to be truly personal, it will have to be as likely as not that a family, picked at random, will own one. Throughout 1979 and early 1980, the Macintosh project had a shaky existence. Every few months, it would almost be canceled, but each time Raskin managed to persuade Markkula to give it another chance. It had a research team of only 4 engineers, located in the original Apple office space next to the Good Earth restaurant, a few blocks from the company's new main building. The workspace was filled with enough toys and radio-controlled model airplanes, Raskin's passion, to make it look like a daycare center for geeks. Every now and then, work would stop for a loosely organized game of Nerf ball tag. Andy Hertzfeld recalled, "This inspired everyone to surround their work area with barricades made out of cardboard to provide cover during the game, making part of the office look like a cardboard maze." Jobs was fascinated by Raskin's vision, but not by his willingness to make compromises to keep the cost down. At one point in the fall of 1979, Jobs told him to focus instead on building what he repeatedly called an insanely great product. "Don't worry about price, just specify the computer's abilities," Jobs told him. Raskin responded with a sarcastic memo. It spelled out everything you would want in the proposed computer: a high-resolution color display, a printer that worked without a ribbon and could produce graphics in color at a page per second, unlimited access to the internet, and the ability to recognize speech and synthesize music, even simulate Caruso singing with the Mormon Tabernacle Choir with variable reverberation. The memo concluded, "Starting with the abilities desired is nonsense. We must start both with a price goal and a set of abilities, and keep an eye on today's and the immediate future's technology." In other words, Raskin had little patience for Jobs' belief that you could bend reality if you had enough passion for your product. Thus, they were destined to clash, especially after Jobs was kicked out of the Lisa project in September 1980 and began looking for someplace else to make his mark. It was inevitable that his gaze would fall on the Macintosh project. Raskin's manifestos about an inexpensive machine for the masses with a simple graphic interface and clean design stirred his soul. And it was also inevitable that once Jobs set his sights on the Macintosh project, Raskin's days were numbered. Steve started acting on what he thought we should do, Jeff started brooding, and it instantly was clear what the outcome would be, recalled Joanna Hoffman, a member of the Mac team. The first conflict was over Raskin's devotion to the underpowered Motorola 6809 microprocessor. Once again, it was a clash between Raskin's desire to keep the Mac's price under $1,000 and Jobs' determination to build an insanely great machine. So Jobs began pushing for the Mac to switch to the more powerful Motorola 68000, which is what the Lisa was using. Just before Christmas 1980, he challenged Burrell Smith, without telling Raskin, to make a redesigned prototype that used the more powerful chip. As his hero Wozniak would have done, Smith threw himself into the task around the clock, working non-stop for 3 weeks and using all sorts of breathtaking programming leaps. When he succeeded, Jobs was able to force the switch to the Motorola 68000, and Raskin had to brood and recalculate the cost of the Mac. There was something larger at stake. The cheaper microprocessor that Raskin wanted would not have been able to handle all of the gee-whiz graphics, windows, menus, a mouse, and so on that the team had seen on their visits to Xerox PARC. Raskin had convinced everyone to go to Xerox PARC, and he liked the idea of a bitmap display and windows, but he was not as charmed by all the cute graphics and icons, and he absolutely detested the idea of using a point-and-click mouse instead of the keyboard. Some of the people on the project became enamored of the quest to do everything with the mouse, he later grumbled. Another example is the absurd application of icons. An icon is a symbol equally incomprehensible in all human languages. There's a reason why humans invented phonetic languages. Raskin's former student Bill Atkinson sided with Jobs. They both wanted a powerful processor that could support fancier graphics and the use of a mouse. Steve had to take the project away from Jeff, Atkinson said. Jeff was pretty firm and stubborn, and Steve was right to take it over. The world got a better result. The disagreements were more than just philosophical. They became clashes of personality. I think that he likes people to jump when he says jump, Raskin once said. I felt that he was untrustworthy, and that he does not take kindly to being found wanting. He doesn't seem to like people who see him without a halo. Jobs was equally dismissive of Raskin. Jeff was really pompous, he said. He didn't know much about interfaces. So I decided to grab some of his people who were really good, like Atkinson, bring in some of my own, take the thing over and build a less expensive Lisa, not some piece of junk. Some on the team found Jobs impossible to work with. Jobs seems to introduce tension, politics, and hassles rather than enjoying a buffer from those distractions, one engineer wrote in a memo to Raskin in December 1980. I thoroughly enjoy talking with him, and I admire his ideas, practical perspective, and energy. But I just don't feel that he provides the trusting, supportive, relaxed environment that I need. But many others realize that despite his temperamental failings, Jobs had the charisma and corporate clout that would lead them to make a dent in the universe. Jobs told the staff that Raskin was just a dreamer, whereas he was a doer and would get the Mac done in a year. It was clear he wanted vindication for having been ousted from the Lisa Group, and he was energized by competition. He publicly bet John Couch $5,000 that the Mac would ship before the Lisa. We can make a computer that's cheaper and better than the Lisa and get it out first, he told the team. Jobs asserted his control of the group by canceling a brown bag lunch seminar that Raskin was scheduled to give to the whole company in February 1981. Raskin happened to go by the room anyway and discovered that there were 100 people there waiting to hear him. Jobs had not bothered to notify anyone else about his cancellation order. So Raskin went ahead and gave a talk. That incident led Raskin to write a blistering memo to Mike Scott, who once again found himself in the difficult position of being a president trying to manage a company's temperamental co-founder and major stockholder. It was titled Working for with Steve Jobs, and in it Raskin asserted, "He is a dreadful manager. I have always liked Steve, but I have found it impossible to work for him. Jobs regularly misses appointments. This is so well known as to be almost a running joke. He acts without thinking and with bad judgment. He does not give credit where due. Very often, when told of a new idea, he will immediately attack it and say that it is worthless or even stupid, and tell you that it was a waste of time to work on it. This alone is bad management. But if the idea is a good one, he will soon be telling people about it as though it was his own." That afternoon, Scott called in Jobs and Raskin for a showdown in front of Markula. Jobs started crying. He and Raskin agreed on only one thing. Neither could work for the other. On the Lisa project, Scott had sided with Couch. This time, he decided it was best to let Jobs win. After all, the Mac was a minor development project housed in a distant building that could keep Jobs occupied away from the main campus. Raskin was told to take a leave of absence. "They wanted to humor me and give me something to do, which was fine," Jobs recalled. "It was like going back to the garage for me. I had my own ragtag team, and I was in control." Raskin's ouster may not have seemed fair, but it ended up being good for the Macintosh. Raskin wanted an appliance with little memory, an anemic processor, a cassette tape, no mouse, and minimal graphics. Unlike Jobs, he might have been able to keep the price down to close to $1,000, and that may have helped Apple win market share. But he could not have pulled off what Jobs did, which was to create and market a machine that would transform personal computing. In fact, we can see where the road not taken led. Raskin was hired by Canon to build the machine he wanted. "It was the Canon Cat, and it was a total flop," Atkinson said. "Nobody wanted it. When Steve turned the Mac into a compact version of the Lisa, it made it into a computing platform instead of a consumer electronic device." Towers. A few days after Raskin left, Jobs appeared at the cubicle of Andy Hertzfeld, a young engineer on the Apple II team. Hertzfeld had a cherubic face and a playful demeanor, similar to his friend Burrell Smith. Hertzfeld recalled that most of his colleagues were afraid of Jobs because of his spontaneous temper tantrums and his tendency to tell everyone exactly what he thought, which often wasn't very favorable. But Hertzfeld was excited by him. "Are you any good?" Jobs asked the moment he walked in. "We only want really good people working on the Mac, and I'm not sure you're good enough." Hertzfeld knew how to answer. "I told him that yes, I thought that I was pretty good." Jobs left, and Hertzfeld went back to his work. Later that afternoon, he looked up to see Jobs peering over the wall of his cubicle. "I've got good news for you," he said. "You're working on the Mac team now. Come with me." Hertzfeld replied that he needed a couple more days to finish the Apple II product he was in the middle of. "What's more important than working on the Macintosh?" Jobs demanded. Hertzfeld explained that he needed to get his Apple II DOS program in good enough shape to hand it over to someone. "You're just wasting your time with that," Jobs replied. "Who cares about the Apple II? The Apple II will be dead in a few years. The Macintosh is the future of Apple, and you're going to start on it now." With that, Jobs yanked out the power cord to Hertzfeld's Apple II, causing the code he was working on to vanish. "Come with me," Jobs said. "I'm going to take you to your new desk." Jobs drove Hertzfeld, computer and all, in his silver Mercedes to the Macintosh offices. "Here's your new desk," he said, plopping him in a space next to Burrell Smith. "Welcome to the Mac team." The desk had been Raskin's. In fact, Raskin had left so hastily that some of the drawers were still filled with his odds and ends, including model airplanes. Jobs' main test for recruiting people in the spring of 1981 to be part of his merry band of pirates was making sure they had a passion for the product. He would sometimes bring candidates into a room where a prototype of the Mac was covered by a cloth, dramatically unveil it, and watch. If their eyes lit up, if they went right for the mouse and started pointing and clicking, Steve would smile and hire them, recalled Andrea Cunningham. He wanted them to say, "Wow!" Bruce Horn was one of the programmers at Xerox PARC. When some of his friends, like Larry Tesler, decided to join the Macintosh group, Horn considered going there as well. But he got a good offer and a $15,000 signing bonus to join another company. Jobs called him on a Friday night. "You have to come into Apple tomorrow morning," he said. "I have a lot of stuff to show you." Horn did, and Jobs hooked him. Steve was so passionate about building this amazing device that would change the world, Horn recalled. By sheer force of his personality, he changed my mind. Jobs showed Horn exactly how the plastic would be molded and would fit together at perfect angles, and how good the board was going to look inside. He wanted me to see that this whole thing was going to happen, and it was thought out from end to end. "Wow," I said, "I don't see that kind of passion every day." So I signed up. Jobs even tried to get Wozniak involved again. I resented the fact that he had not been doing much, but then I thought, hell, I wouldn't be here without his brilliance, Jobs later told me. But just as Jobs was starting to get him interested in the Mac, Wozniak crashed his new single-engine Beechcraft while trying to take off near Santa Cruz. He barely survived and ended up with partial amnesia. Jobs spent time at the hospital, but when Wozniak recovered, he decided it was time to take a break from Apple. 10 years after dropping out of Berkeley, he decided to return there to finally get his degree, enrolling under the name of Rocky Raccoon Clark. To make the project his own, Jobs decided it should no longer be codenamed after Raskin's favorite apple. In various interviews, Jobs had been referring to computers as a bicycle for the mind. The ability of humans to create a bicycle allowed them to move more efficiently than even a condor. Likewise, the ability to create computers would multiply the efficiency of their minds. So one day, Jobs decreed that from then on, the Macintosh should be known instead as the bicycle. This did not go over well. Burl and I thought this was the silliest thing we ever heard, and we simply refused to use the new name, recalled Hertzfeld. Within a month, the idea was dropped. By early 1981, the Mac team had grown to about 20, and Jobs decided that they should have bigger offices. So he moved everyone to the second floor of a brown-shingled, two-story building about 3 blocks from Apple's main offices. It was next to a Texaco station, and so became known as Texaco Towers. To make the office more lively, he told the team to buy a stereo system. Burl and I ran out and bought a silver, cassette-based boombox right away, before he could change his mind, recalled Hertzfeld. Jobs' triumph was soon complete. A few weeks after winning his power struggle with Raskin to run the Mac division, he helped push out Mike Scott as Apple's president. Scotty had become more and more erratic, sometimes bullying and sometimes nurturing. He finally lost most of his support among the employees when he surprised them by imposing a round of layoffs that he handled with unusual ruthlessness. In addition, he had begun to suffer a variety of health problems, ranging from eye infections to narcolepsy. When Scott was on vacation in Hawaii, Markkula called together the top managers to ask if he should be replaced. Most of them, including Jobs and John Couch, said yes. So Markkula took over as an interim and rather passive president. Jobs found that he now had free rein to do what he wanted with the Mac division. Chapter 11, The Reality Distortion Field, playing by his own set of rules. When Andy Hertzfeld joined the Macintosh team, he got a briefing from Bud Tribble, another software designer, about the huge amount of work that still needed to be done. Jobs wanted it finished by January 1982, in less than a year. "That's crazy," Hertzfeld said. "There's no way." Tribble explained that Jobs would not accept any facts to the contrary. "The best way to describe the situation is a term from Star Trek," Tribble explained. "Steve has a reality distortion field." When Hertzfeld looked puzzled, Tribble elaborated. "In his presence, reality is malleable. He can convince anyone of practically anything. It wears off when he's not around, but it makes it hard to have realistic schedules." Tribble recalled that he got the phrase from the Menagerie episodes of Star Trek, in which the aliens create their own new world through sheer mental force. He meant the phrase as both a compliment and a warning. "It was dangerous to get caught in Steve's distortion field," Tribble said, "but it was what led him to actually be able to change reality." At first, Hertzfeld thought that Tribble was exaggerating, but after 2 weeks of working with Jobs, he became a keen observer of the phenomenon. The reality distortion field was a confounding melange of a charismatic rhetorical style, indomitable will, and eagerness to bend any fact to fit the purpose at hand, he said. There was little that could shield you from its force, Hertzfeld discovered. Amazingly, the reality distortion field seemed to be effective even if you were acutely aware of it. We would often discuss potential techniques for grounding it, but after a while most of us gave up, accepting it as a force of nature. After Jobs ordered that the sodas in the office refrigerator be replaced by Odwalla organic orange and carrot juices, someone on the team had t-shirts made. They said reality distortion field on the front and on the back, it's in the juice. To some people, calling it a reality distortion field was just a clever way to say that Jobs tended to lie. But it was in fact a more complex form of deception. He would state something, whether a fact about world history or an account of who suggested an idea at a meeting, without even considering if it was true. It came from willfully defying reality, not only to others, but to himself. He can deceive himself, said Bill Atkinson. It allowed him to con people into believing his vision, because he has personally embraced and internalized it. A lot of people distort reality, of course. When Jobs did so, it was often a tactic for getting something done. Wozniak, who was as naturally honest as Jobs was strategic, marveled at how effective it could be. His reality distortion is when he has an illogical vision of the future, such as telling me that I could design the breakout game in just a few days. You realize that it can't be true, but he somehow makes it true. When members of the Mac team got caught in his reality distortion field, they were almost hypnotized. He reminded me of Rasputin, said Debbie Coleman. He laser-beamed in on you and didn't blink. It didn't matter if he was serving purple Kool-Aid. You drank it. But like Wozniak, she believed that the reality distortion field was empowering. She claimed, it was a self-fulfilling distortion. You did the impossible because you didn't realize it was impossible. At the root of the reality distortion was Jobs' belief that the rules didn't apply to him. He had some evidence for this. In his childhood, he had often been able to bend reality to his desires. Rebelliousness and willfulness were ingrained in his character. He had the sense that he was special, a chosen one, an enlightened one. He thinks there are a few people who are special, people like Einstein and Gandhi and the gurus he met in India, and he's one of them, said Hertzfeld. He told Chrysan this. Once he even hinted to me that he was enlightened. It's almost like Nietzsche. Jobs never studied Nietzsche, but the philosopher's concept of the will to power and the special nature of the Superman came naturally to him. As Nietzsche wrote in Thus Spoke Zarathustra, the spirit now wills his own will, and he who had been lost to the world now conquers the world. If reality did not agree with his will, he would ignore it, as he had done with the birth of his daughter and would do years later when first diagnosed with cancer. Even in small, everyday rebellions, such as not putting a license plate on his car and parking it in handicapped spaces, he acted as if he were not subject to the rules around him. Another key aspect of Jobs' worldview was his binary way of categorizing things. People were either enlightened or an asshole. Their work was either the best or totally shitty. Bill Atkinson, the Mac designer who fell on the good side of these divisions, described what it was like. It was difficult working under Steve, because there was a great polarity between gods and shitheads. If you were a god, you were up on a pedestal and could do no wrong. Those of us who were considered to be gods, as I was, knew that we were actually mortal and made bad engineering decisions and farted like any person, so we were always afraid that we would get knocked off our pedestal. The ones who were shitheads, who were brilliant engineers working very hard, felt there was no way they could get appreciated and rise above their status. But these categories were not permanent, for Jobs could quickly reverse himself. When briefing Hertzfeld about the reality distortion field, Tribble specifically warned him about Jobs' tendency to change his mind like high-voltage alternating current. Just because he tells you that something is awful or great, it doesn't necessarily mean he'll feel that way tomorrow, Tribble explained. If you tell him a new idea, he'll usually tell you that he thinks it's stupid. But then, if he actually likes it, exactly 1 week later, he'll come back to you and propose your idea to you, as if he thought of it. The audacity of this pirouette technique would have amazed a ballet dancer. If one line of argument failed to persuade, he would deftly switch to another, Hertzfeld said. Sometimes he would throw you off balance by suddenly adopting your position as his own without acknowledging that he ever thought differently. That happened repeatedly to Bruce Horn, the programmer who, with Tesla, had been lured from Xerox PARC. 1 week I'd tell him about an idea that I had, and he would say it was crazy, Horn recalled. The next week he'd come and say, "Hey, I have this great idea, and it would be my idea." You'd call him on it and say, "Steve, I told you that a week ago." And he'd say, yeah, and just move right along. It was as if Jobs's brain circuits were missing a device that would control the extreme spikes of impulsive opinions that popped into his mind. So in dealing with him, the Mac team adopted an audio concept called a low-pass filter. In processing his input, they learned to reduce the volume of his high-frequency signals. That served to smooth out the data and provide a less jittery moving average of his evolving attitudes. After a few cycles of him taking alternating extreme positions, said Hertzfeld, we would learn to low-pass filter his signals and not react to the extremes. Was Jobs's unfiltered behavior caused by a lack of emotional sensitivity? No, almost the opposite. He was very emotionally attuned, able to read people and know their psychological strengths and weaknesses. He could stun an unsuspecting victim with a perfectly aimed emotional snap. He intuitively knew when someone was faking it or truly knew something. This made him masterful at cajoling, stroking, persuading, flattering, and intimidating people. He had the uncanny capacity to know exactly what your weak point is, know what will make you feel small, to make you cringe, Joanna Hoffman said. It's a common trait in people who are charismatic and know how to manipulate people. Knowing that he can crush you makes you feel weakened and eager for his approval, so then he can elevate you and put you on a pedestal and own you. Ann Bowers became an expert at dealing with Jobs's perfectionism, petulance, and prickliness. She had been the human resources director at Intel, but had stepped aside after she married its co-founder, Bob Noyce. She joined Apple in 1980 and served as a calming mother figure who would step in after one of Jobs' tantrums. She would go to his office, shut the door, and gently lecture him. I know, he would say. Well then, please stop doing it, she would insist. Bowers recalled, he would be good for a while, and then a week or so later I would get a call again. She realized that he could barely contain himself. He had these huge expectations, and if people didn't deliver, he couldn't stand it. He couldn't control himself. I could understand why Steve would get upset, and he was usually right, but it had a hurtful effect. It created a fear factor. He was self-aware, but that didn't always change his behavior. Jobs became close to Bowers and her husband, and he would drop in at their Los Gatos Hills home unannounced. She would hear his motorcycle in the distance and say, I guess we have Steve for dinner again. For a while, she and Noyce were like a surrogate family. He was so bright and also so needy. He needed a grown-up, a father figure, which Bob became, and I became like a mother figure. There were some upsides to Jobs's demanding and wounding behavior. People who were not crushed ended up being stronger. They did better work out of both fear and an eagerness to please. His behavior can be emotionally draining, but if you survive, it works, Hoffman said. You could also push back, sometimes, and not only survive but thrive. That didn't always work. Raskin tried it, succeeded for a while, and then was destroyed. But if you were calmly confident, if Jobs sized you up and decided that you knew what you were doing, he would respect you. In both his personal and his professional life over the years, his inner circle tended to include many more strong people than flatterers. The Mac team knew that. Every year, beginning in 1981, it gave out an award to the person who did the best job of standing up to him. The award was partly a joke, but also partly real, and Jobs knew about it and liked it. Joanna Hoffman won the first year. From an Eastern European refugee family, she had a strong temper and will. One day, for example, she discovered that Jobs had changed her marketing projections in a way she found totally reality distorting. Furious, she marched to his office. As I'm climbing the stairs, I told his assistant I'm going to take a knife and stab it into his heart, she recounted. Al Eisenstadt, the corporate counsel, came running out to restrain her, but Steve heard me out and backed down. Hoffman won the award again in 1982. I remember being envious of Joanna because she would stand up to Steve, and I didn't have the nerve yet, said Debbie Coleman, who joined the Mac team that year. Then, in 1983, I got the award. I had learned you had to stand up for what you believe, which Steve respected. I started getting promoted by him after that. Eventually, she rose to become head of manufacturing. One day, Jobs barged into the cubicle of one of Atkinson's engineers and uttered his usual, "This is shit." As Atkinson recalled, the guy said, "No, it's not. It's actually the best way," and he explained to Steve the engineering trade-offs he'd made. Jobs backed down. Atkinson taught his team to put Jobs' words through a translator. We learned to interpret "this is shit" to actually be a question that means, "Tell me why this is the best way to do it." But the story had a postscript, which Atkinson also found instructive. Eventually, the engineer found an even better way to perform the function that Jobs had criticized. He did it better because Steve had challenged him, said Atkinson, which shows you can push back on him but should also listen, for he's usually right. Jobs' prickly behavior was partly driven by his perfectionism and his impatience with those who made compromises to get a product out on time and on budget. He could not make trade-offs well, said Atkinson. If someone didn't care to make their product perfect, they were a bozo. At the West Coast Computer Fair in April 1981, for example, Adam Osborne released the first truly portable personal computer. It was not great. It had a 5-inch screen and not much memory, but it worked well enough. As Osborne famously declared, "Adequacy is sufficient, all else is superfluous." Jobs found that approach to be morally appalling, and he spent days making fun of Osborne. "This guy just doesn't get it," Jobs repeatedly railed as he wandered the Apple corridors. "He's not making art, he's making shit." One day, Jobs came into the cubicle of Larry Kenyon, an engineer working on the Macintosh operating system, and complained that it was taking too long to boot up. Kenyon started to explain, but Jobs cut him off. "If it could save a person's life, would you find a way to shave 10 seconds off the boot time?" he asked. Kenyon admitted that he probably could. Jobs went to a whiteboard and showed that if there were 5 million people using the Mac, and it took 10 seconds extra to turn it on every day, that added up to 300 million or so hours per year that people would save, which was the equivalent of at least 100 lifetimes saved per year. Larry was suitably impressed, and a few weeks later he came back and it booted up 28 seconds faster, Atkinson recalled. Steve had a way of motivating by looking at the bigger picture. The result was that the Macintosh team came to share Jobs' passion for making a great product, not just a profitable one. Jobs thought of himself as an artist, and he encouraged the design team to think of ourselves that way too, said Hertzfeld. The goal was never to beat the competition or to make a lot of money. It was to do the greatest thing possible, or even a little greater. He once took the team to see an exhibit of Tiffany glass at the Metropolitan Museum in Manhattan because he believed they could learn from Louis Tiffany's example of creating great art that could be mass-produced. Bud Tribble recalled, "We said to ourselves, hey, if we're going to make things in our lives, we might as well make them beautiful." Was all of his stormy and abusive behavior necessary? Probably not, nor was it justified. There were other ways to have motivated his team. Even though the Macintosh would turn out to be great, it was way behind schedule and way over budget because of Jobs' impulsive interventions. There was also a cost in brutalized human feelings, which caused much of the team to burn out. Steve's contributions could have been made without so many stories about him terrorizing folks. Wozniak said, "I like being more patient and not having so many conflicts. I think a company can be a good family. If the Macintosh project had been run my way, things probably would have been a mess. But I think if it had been a mix of both our styles, it would have been better than just the way Steve did it." But even though Jobs' style could be demoralizing, it could also be oddly inspiring. It infused Apple employees with an abiding passion to create groundbreaking products and a belief that they could accomplish what seemed impossible. They had t-shirts made that read 90 hours a week and loving it. Out of a fear of Jobs mixed with an incredibly strong urge to impress him, they exceeded their own expectations. I've learned over the years that when you have really good people, you don't have to baby them, Jobs later explained. By expecting them to do great things, you can get them to do great things. The original Mac team taught me that A-plus players like to work together, and they don't like it if you tolerate B work. Ask any member of that Mac team. They will tell you it was worth the pain. Most of them agree. He would shout at a meeting, "You asshole, you never do anything right," Debbie Coleman recalled. It was like an hourly occurrence. Yet I consider myself the absolute luckiest person in the world to have worked with him. Chapter 12, The Design, Real Artists Simplify. A Bauhaus Aesthetic. Unlike most kids who grew up in Eichler homes, Jobs knew what they were and why they were so wonderful. He liked the idea of simple and clean modernism made for the masses. He also loved listening to his father describe the styling details of various cars. So from the beginning at Apple, he believed that great industrial design, a colorfully simple logo, a sleek case for the Apple II, would set the company apart and make its products distinctive. The company's first office, after it moved out of his family garage, was in a small building it shared with a Sony sales office. Sony was famous for its signature style and memorable product designs, so Jobs would drop by to study the marketing material. He would come in looking scruffy and fondle the product brochures and point out design features, said Dana Lewin, who worked there. Every now and then, he would ask, "Can I take this brochure?" By 1980, he had hired Lewin. His fondness for the dark, industrial look of Sony faded around June 1981, when he began attending the annual International Design Conference in Aspen. The meeting that year focused on Italian style, and it featured the architect-designer Mario Bellini, the filmmaker Bernardo Bertolucci, the car maker Sergio Pininfarina, and the Fiat heiress and politician Susanna Agnelli. I had come to revere the Italian designers, just like the kid in Breaking Away reveres the Italian bikers, Jobs recalled, so it was an amazing inspiration. In Aspen, he was exposed to the spare and functional design philosophy of the Bauhaus movement. This was enshrined by Herbert Bayer in the buildings, living suites, sans serif font typography, and furniture on the Aspen Institute campus. Like his mentors Walter Gropius and Ludwig Mies van der Rohe, Bayer believed that there should be no distinction between fine art and applied industrial design. The modernist international style promoted by the Bauhaus taught that design should be simple, yet have an expressive spirit. It emphasized rationality and functionality by using clean lines and forms. Among the maxims preached by Mies and Gropius were, "God is in the details, and less is more." As with Eichler homes, the artistic sensibility was combined with the ability for mass production. Jobs publicly discussed his embrace of the Bauhaus style in a talk he gave at the 1983 Design Conference. The theme was, "The future isn't what it used to be." He predicted the passing of the Sony style in favor of Bauhaus simplicity. The current wave of industrial design is Sony's high-tech look, which is gunmetal gray, maybe paint it black, do weird stuff to it, he said. It's easy to do that, but it's not great. He proposed an alternative, born of the Bauhaus, that was more true to the function and nature of the products. What we're going to do is make the products high-tech, and we're going to package them cleanly so that you know they're high-tech. We will fit them in a small package, and then we can make them beautiful and white, just like Braun does with its electronics. He repeatedly emphasized that Apple's products would be clean and simple. We will make them bright and pure and honest about being high-tech, rather than a heavy industrial look of black, 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 like Sony, he preached. So that's our approach, very simple, and we're really shooting for Museum of Modern Art quality. The way we're running the company, the product design, the advertising, it all comes down to this. Let's make it simple, really simple. Apple's design mantra would remain the one featured on its first brochure. Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. Jobs felt that design simplicity should be linked to making products easy to use. Those goals do not always go together. Sometimes a design can be so sleek and simple that a user finds it intimidating or unfriendly to navigate. The main thing in our design is that we have to make things intuitively obvious, Jobs told the crowd of design experts. For example, he praised the desktop metaphor he was creating for the Macintosh. People know how to deal with a desktop intuitively. If you walk into an office, there are papers on the desk. The one on the top is the most important. People know how to switch priority. Part of the reason we model our computers on metaphors like the desktop is that we can leverage this experience people already have. Speaking at the same time as Jobs that Wednesday afternoon, but in a smaller seminar room, was Maya Lin. She was 23 and had been catapulted into fame the previous November when her Vietnam Veterans Memorial was dedicated in Washington, D.C. They struck up a close friendship, and Jobs invited her to visit Apple. "I came to work with Steve for a week," Lin recalled. "I asked him, 'Why do computers look like clunky TV sets? Why don't you make something thin? Why not a flat laptop?' Jobs replied that this was indeed his goal as soon as the technology was ready. At that time, there was not much exciting happening in the world of industrial design, Jobs felt. He had a Richard Sapper lamp, which he admired. He also liked the furniture of Charles and Ray Eames and the brawn products of Dieter Rams. But there were no towering figures energizing the world of industrial design the way that Raymond Loewy and Herbert Bayer had done. There really wasn't much going on in industrial design, particularly in Silicon Valley, and Steve was very eager to change that, said Lin. His design sensibility is sleek but not slick, and it's playful. He embraced minimalism, which came from his Zen devotion to simplicity, but he avoided allowing that to make his products cold. They stayed fun. He's passionate and super serious about design, but at the same time, there's a sense of play. As Jobs' design tastes evolved, he became particularly attracted to the Japanese style and began spending time with its stars, such as Issey Miyake and I.M. Pei. His Buddhist training was a big influence. "I have always found Buddhism, Japanese Zen Buddhism in particular, to be aesthetically sublime," he said. "The most sublime thing I've ever seen are the gardens around Kyoto. I'm deeply moved by what that culture has produced, and it's directly from Zen Buddhism." Like a Porsche, Jeff Raskin's vision for the Macintosh was that it would be like a boxy carry-on suitcase, which would be closed by flipping up the keyboard over the front screen. When Jobs took over the project, he decided to sacrifice portability for a distinctive design that wouldn't take up much space on a desk. He plopped down a phone book and declared, to the horror of the engineers, that it shouldn't have a footprint larger than that. So his design team of Jerry Manock and Terry Oyama began working on ideas that had the screen above the computer box, with a keyboard that was detachable. One day in March 1981, Andy Hertzfeld came back to the office from dinner to find Jobs hovering over their one Mac prototype in intense discussion with the creative services director, James Ferris. "We need it to have a classic look that won't go out of style like the Volkswagen Beetle," Jobs said. From his father, he had developed an appreciation for the shapes of classic cars. "No, that's not right," Ferris replied. "The line should be voluptuous, like a Ferrari." "Not a Ferrari, that's not right either," Jobs countered. "It should be more like a Porsche." Jobs owned a Porsche 928 at the time. When Bill Atkinson was over one weekend, Jobs brought him outside to admire the car. "Great art stretches the taste. It doesn't follow tastes," he told Atkinson. He also admired the design of the Mercedes. "Over the years, they've made the lines softer, but the details starker," he said one day as he walked around the parking lot. "That's what we have to do with the Macintosh." Oyama drafted a preliminary design and had a plaster model made. The Mac team gathered around for the unveiling and expressed their thoughts. Hertzfeld called it cute. Others also seemed satisfied. Then Jobs let loose a blistering burst of criticism. "It's way too boxy. It's got to be more curvaceous. The radius of the first chamfer needs to be bigger, and I don't like the size of the bevel." With his new fluency in industrial design lingo, Jobs was referring to the angular or curved edge connecting the sides of the computer. But then he gave a resounding compliment. "It's a start," he said. Every month or so, Manock and Oyama would present a new version based on Jobs' previous criticisms. The latest plaster model would be dramatically unveiled, and all the previous attempts would be lined up next to it. That not only helped them see the design's evolution, but it also prevented Jobs from insisting that one of his suggestions had been ignored. By the fourth model, I could barely distinguish it from the third one, said Hertzfeld, but Steve was always critical and decisive, saying he loved or hated a detail that I could barely perceive. One weekend, Jobs went to Macy's in Palo Alto and again spent time studying appliances, especially the Cuisinart. He came bounding into the Mac office that Monday, asked the design team to go buy one, and made a raft of new suggestions based on its lines, curves, and bevels. Jobs kept insisting that the machine should look friendly. As a result, it evolved to resemble a human face. With the disk drive built in below the screen, the unit was taller and narrower than most computers, suggesting a head. The recess near the base created a gentle chin, and Jobs narrowed the strip of plastic at the top so that it avoided the Neanderthal forehead that made the Lisa subtly unattractive. The patent for the design of the Apple case was issued in the name of Steve Jobs as well as Manock and Oyama. Even though Steve didn't draw any of the lines, his ideas and inspiration made the design what it is, Oyama later said. To be honest, we didn't know what it meant for a computer to be friendly until Steve told us. Jobs obsessed with equal intensity about the look of what would appear on the screen. One day, Bill Atkinson burst into Texaco Towers all excited. He had just come up with a brilliant algorithm that could draw circles and ovals on the screen quickly. The math for making circles usually required calculating square roots, which the 68,000 microprocessor didn't support. But Atkinson found a workaround based on the fact that the sum of a sequence of odd numbers produces a sequence of perfect squares. For example, 1 plus 3 equals 4, and 1 plus 3 plus 5 equals 9. Hertzfeld recalled that when Atkinson showed his demo, everyone was impressed except Jobs. "Well, circles and ovals are good," he said. "But how about drawing rectangles with rounded corners?" "I don't think we really need it," said Atkinson, who explained that it would be almost impossible to do. "I wanted to keep the graphics routines lean and limit them to the primitives that truly needed to be done," he recalled. "Rectangles with rounded corners are everywhere," Jobs said, jumping up and getting more intense. "Just look around this room." He pointed out the whiteboard, the tabletop, and other objects that were rectangular with rounded corners. "And look outside, there's even more, practically everywhere you look." He dragged Atkinson out for a walk, pointing out car windows, billboards, and street signs. "Within 3 blocks, we found 17 examples," said Jobs. "I started pointing them out everywhere until he was completely convinced." Hertzfeld recalled, "When he finally got to a no parking sign, I said, 'Okay, you're right, I give up. We need to have a rounded corner rectangle as a primitive.'" Hertzfeld continued, "Bill returned to Texaco Towers the following afternoon with a big smile on his face. His demo was now drawing rectangles with beautifully rounded corners blisteringly fast. The dialog boxes and windows on the Lisa and the Mac, and almost every other subsequent computer, ended up being rendered with rounded corners." At the calligraphy class he had audited at Reed, Jobs learned to love typefaces, with all their serif and sans serif variations, proportional spacing, and leading. "When we were designing the first Macintosh computer, it all came back to me," he later said of that class. Because the Mac was bitmapped, it was possible to devise an endless array of fonts, ranging from the elegant to the wacky, and render them pixel by pixel on the screen. To design these fonts, Hertzfeld recruited a high school friend from suburban Philadelphia, Susan Kerr. They named the fonts after the stops on Philadelphia's main line commuter train: Overbrook, Marion, Ardmore, and Rosemont. Jobs found the process fascinating. Late one afternoon, he stopped by and started brooding about the font names. "They were little cities that nobody's ever heard of," he complained. "They ought to be world-class cities." The fonts were renamed Chicago, New York, Geneva, London, San Francisco, Toronto, and Venice. Markula and some others could never quite appreciate Jobs' obsession with typography. His knowledge of fonts was remarkable, and he kept insisting on having great ones, Markula recalled. I kept saying, "Fonts? Don't we have more important things to do?" In fact, the delightful assortment of Macintosh fonts, when combined with LaserWriter printing and great graphics capabilities, would help launch the desktop publishing industry and be a boon for Apple's bottom line. It also introduced all sorts of regular folks, from high school journalists to moms who edited PTA newsletters, to the quirky joy of knowing about fonts, which was once reserved for printers, grizzled editors, and other ink-stained wretches. Care also developed the icons, such as the trash can for discarding files, that helped define graphical interfaces. She and Jobs got along well because they shared an instinct for simplicity and a desire to make the Mac whimsical. He usually came in at the end of every day, she said. He'd always want to know what was new, and he's always had good taste and a good sense for visual details. Sometimes he came in on Sunday morning, so Care made it a point to be there working. Every now and then, she would run into a problem. He rejected one of her drawings of a rabbit, an icon for speeding up the mouse click rate, saying that the furry creature looked too gay. Jobs gave similar attention to the title bars at the top of windows and documents. He had Atkinson and Care do them over and over again as he agonized over their look. He did not like the ones on the Lisa because they were too black and harsh. He wanted the ones on the Mac to be smoother, to have pinstripes. We must have gone through 20 different title bar designs before he was happy, Atkinson recalled. At one point, Care and Atkinson complained that he was making them spend too much time on tiny little tweaks to the title bar when they had bigger things to do. Jobs erupted. "Can you imagine looking at that every day?" he shouted. "It's not just a little thing. It's something we have to do right." Chris Espinosa found one way to satisfy Jobs' design demands and control-freak tendencies. Espinosa, one of Wozniak's young followers from the days in the garage, had been convinced to drop out of Berkeley by Jobs. Jobs had argued that he would always have a chance to study, but only one chance to work on the Mac. On his own, Espinosa decided to design a calculator for the computer. We all gathered around as Chris showed the calculator to Steve and then held his breath, waiting for Steve's reaction, Hertzfeld recalled. "Well, it's a start," Jobs said, "but basically it stinks. The background color is too dark, some lines are the wrong thickness, and the buttons are too big." Espinosa kept refining it in response to Jobs' critiques day after day, but with each version came new criticisms. So finally one afternoon when Jobs came by, Espinosa unveiled his inspired solution, the Steve Jobs roll-your-own-calculator construction set. It allowed the user to tweak and personalize the look of the calculator by changing the thickness of the lines, the size of the buttons, the shading, the background, and other features. Instead of just laughing, Jobs plunged in and started to play around with the look to suit his tastes. After about 10 minutes, he got it the way he liked. His design, not surprisingly, was the one that shipped on the Mac and remained the standard for 15 years. Although his focus was on the Macintosh, Jobs wanted to create a consistent design language for all Apple products. So he set up a contest to choose a world-class designer who would be for Apple what Dieter Rams was for Braun. The project was codenamed Snow White, not because of his preference for the color, but because the products to be designed were codenamed after the Seven Dwarfs. The winner was Hartmut Esslinger, a German designer who was responsible for the look of Sony's Trinitron televisions. Jobs flew to the Black Forest region of Bavaria to meet him, and was impressed not only with Esslinger's passion, but also his spirited way of driving his Mercedes at more than 100 miles per hour. Even though he was German, Esslinger proposed that there should be a born-in-America gene for Apple's DNA that would produce a California global look. He said it would be inspired by Hollywood and music, a bit of rebellion, and natural sex appeal. His guiding principle was form follows emotion, a play on the familiar saying that form follows function. He produced 40 models of products to demonstrate the concept, and when Jobs saw them, he proclaimed, "Yes, this is it." The Snow White look, which was adopted immediately for the Apple IIc, featured white cases, tight rounded curves, and lines of thin grooves for both ventilation and decoration. Jobs offered Esslinger a contract on the condition that he moved to California. They shook hands, and in Esslinger's not-so-modest words, that handshake launched one of the most decisive collaborations in the history of industrial design. Esslinger's firm, Frog Design, opened in Palo Alto in mid-1983 with a $1.2 million annual contract to work for Apple. From then on, every Apple product has included the proud declaration, "Designed in California." From his father, Jobs had learned that a hallmark of passionate craftsmanship is making sure that even the hidden parts are done beautifully. One of the most extreme and telling implementations of that philosophy came when he closely examined the printed circuit board that would hold the chips and other components deep inside the Macintosh. No consumer would ever see it, but Jobs began critiquing it on aesthetic grounds. "That part's really pretty," he said. "But look at the memory chips. That's ugly. The lines are too close together." One of the new engineers interrupted and asked why it mattered. "The only thing that's important is how well it works. Nobody is going to see the PC board." Jobs reacted in his usual way. "I want it to be as beautiful as possible, even if it's inside the box. A great carpenter isn't going to use lousy wood for the back of a cabinet, even though nobody's going to see it." In an interview a few years later, after the Macintosh came out, Jobs again repeated that lesson from his father. When you're a carpenter making a beautiful chest of drawers, you're not going to use a piece of plywood on the back, even though it faces the wall, and nobody will ever see it. You'll know it's there, so you're going to use a beautiful piece of wood on the back. For you to sleep well at night, the aesthetic, the quality, has to be carried all the way through. From Mike Markula, he had learned the importance of packaging and presentation. People do judge a book by its cover, so for the box of the Macintosh, Jobs chose a full-color design and kept trying to make it look better. He got the guys to redo it 50 times, recalled Alan Rossman, a member of the Mac team who married Joanna Hoffman. It was going to be thrown in the trash as soon as the consumer opened it, but he was obsessed by how it looked. To Rossman, this showed a lack of balance. Money was being spent on expensive packaging while they were trying to save money on the memory chips. But for Jobs, each detail was essential to making the Macintosh amazing. When the design was finally locked in, Jobs called the Macintosh team together for a ceremony. "Real artists sign their work," he said. So he got out a sheet of drafting paper and a Sharpie pen and had all of them sign their names. The signatures were engraved inside each Macintosh. No one would ever see them, but the members of the team knew that their signatures were inside, just as they knew that the circuit board was laid out as elegantly as possible. Jobs called them each up by name, one at a time. Burl Smith went first. Jobs waited until last, after all 45 of the others. He found a place right in the center of the sheet and signed his name in lowercase letters with a grand flair. Then he toasted them with champagne. "With moments like this, he got us seeing our work as art," said Atkinson. Chapter 13. Building the Mac. The journey is the reward. Now we begin Chapter 13. When IBM introduced its personal computer in August 1981, Jobs had his team buy one and take it apart. They all agreed that it was terrible. Chris Espinosa called it a half-assed, hackneyed attempt, and there was some truth to that. It used old-fashioned command-line prompts and didn't support the kind of graphical displays Apple was working on. Apple became overconfident. They didn't realize that corporate technology managers might feel safer buying from a well-known company like IBM rather than from one named after a fruit. Bill Gates happened to be visiting Apple headquarters for a meeting on the day the IBM PC was announced. They didn't seem to care, he said. It took them a year to realize what had happened. Reflecting its bold confidence, Apple took out a full-page ad in the Wall Street Journal. The headline read, "Welcome, IBM. Seriously." This cleverly framed the upcoming computer battle as a two-way fight. It was the spunky and rebellious Apple against the giant establishment company, IBM. This conveniently made other companies that were doing just as well as Apple, like Commodore, Tandy, and Osborne, seem irrelevant. Throughout his career, Jobs liked to see himself as an enlightened rebel fighting against evil empires, a Jedi warrior, or a Buddhist samurai battling the forces of darkness. IBM was his perfect enemy. He cleverly cast the upcoming battle not as a mere business competition, but as a spiritual struggle. If, for some reason, we make some giant mistakes and IBM wins, my personal feeling is that we are going to enter sort of a computer dark ages for about 20 years. He told an interviewer, once IBM gains control of a market sector, they almost always stop innovation. Even 30 years later, reflecting back on the competition, Jobs described it as a holy crusade. He said IBM was essentially Microsoft at its worst. They were not a force for innovation, they were a force for evil. They were like AT&T or Microsoft or Google is. Unfortunately for Apple, Jobs also targeted another competitor to his Macintosh, the company's own Lisa computer. Partly this was psychological. He had been kicked out of that group, and now he wanted to beat it. He also saw healthy rivalry as a way to motivate his team. That's why he bet John Couch $5,000 that the Mac would ship before the Lisa. The problem was that the rivalry became unhealthy. Jobs repeatedly portrayed his band of engineers as the cool kids on the block, in contrast to the slow, corporate-type engineers working on the Lisa. More importantly, when he moved away from Jeff Raskin's plan for an inexpensive and underpowered portable appliance and reimagined the Mac as a desktop machine with a graphical user interface, it became a smaller version of the Lisa. This new version would likely undercut the Lisa in the marketplace. Larry Tesler, who managed application software for the Lisa, realized that it would be important to design both machines to use many of the same software programs. So, to make peace, he arranged for Burrell Smith and Andy Hertzfeld to come to the Lisa workspace and demonstrate the Mac prototype. 25 engineers showed up and were listening politely when halfway into the presentation the door burst open. It was Rich Page, a volatile engineer who was responsible for much of the Lisa's design. "The Macintosh is going to destroy the Lisa," he shouted. "The Macintosh is going to ruin Apple." Neither Smith nor Hertzfeld responded, so Page continued his rant. "Jobs wants to destroy Lisa because we wouldn't let him control it," he said, looking as if he were about to cry. "Nobody's going to buy a Lisa because they know the Mac is coming. But you don't care." He stormed out of the room and slammed the door, but a moment later he barged back in briefly. "I know it's not your fault," he said to Smith and Hertzfeld. "Steve Jobs is the problem. Tell Steve that he's destroying Apple." Jobs did indeed make the Macintosh into a low-cost competitor to the Lisa, one with incompatible software. Making matters worse was that neither machine was compatible with the Apple II. With no one in overall charge at Apple, there was no chance of reining Jobs in. End-to-end control. Jobs' hesitation to make the Mac compatible with the Lisa's design was about more than just rivalry or revenge. There was a philosophical reason, one that was tied to his need for control. He believed that for a computer to be truly great, its hardware and software had to be closely connected. When a computer was open to running software that also worked on other computers, it would end up sacrificing some of its capabilities. The best products, he believed, were whole widgets that were designed from start to finish, with the software closely tailored to the hardware and vice versa. This is what would set the Macintosh apart. It had an operating system that worked only on its own hardware. This was different from the environment Microsoft was creating, where its operating system could be used on hardware made by many different companies. ZDNet's editor Dan Farber explained, "Jobs is a strong-willed elitist artist who doesn't want his creations changed in unflattering ways by unworthy programmers. It would be as if someone off the street added some brush strokes to a Picasso painting or changed the lyrics to a Dylan song." In later years, Jobs' whole widget approach would set the iPhone, iPod, and iPad apart from their competitors. It led to amazing products, but it wasn't always the best strategy for dominating a market. From the first Mac to the latest iPhone, Jobs' systems have always been sealed shut to prevent consumers from meddling and modifying them, noted Leander Kahney, author of Cult of the Mac. Jobs' desire to control the user experience had been at the center of his debate with Wozniak. The debate was about whether the Apple II should have slots that let a user plug in expansion cards to the computer's motherboard and add new functions. Wozniak won that argument. The Apple II had 8 slots. But this time around, it would be Jobs' machine, not Wozniak's, and the Macintosh would have limited slots. You wouldn't even be able to open the case and get to the motherboard. For a hobbyist or hacker, that was uncool. But for Jobs, the Macintosh was for the masses. He wanted to give them a controlled experience. It reflects his personality, which is to want control, said Barry Cash, who was hired by Jobs in 1982 to be a market strategist at Texaco Towers. Steve would talk about the Apple II and complain, "We don't have control, and look at all these crazy things people are trying to do to it. That's a mistake I'll never make again." He went so far as to design special tools so that the Macintosh case could not be opened with a regular screwdriver. "We're going to design this thing so nobody but Apple employees can get inside this box," he told Cash. Jobs also decided to eliminate the cursor arrow keys on the Macintosh keyboard. The only way to move the cursor was to use the mouse. It was a way of forcing old-fashioned users to adapt to point-and-click navigation, even if they didn't want to. Unlike other product developers, Jobs did not believe the customer was always right. If they wanted to resist using a mouse, they were wrong. There was one other advantage, he believed, to getting rid of the cursor keys. It forced outside software developers to write programs specially for the Mac operating system, rather than just writing generic software that could be ported to a variety of computers. That made for the type of tight integration between application software, operating systems, and hardware devices that Jobs liked. Jobs' desire for end-to-end control also made him allergic to proposals that Apple license the Macintosh operating system to other office equipment manufacturers and allow them to make Macintosh clones. The new and energetic Macintosh marketing director, Mike Murray, proposed a licensing program in a confidential memo to Jobs in May 1982. "We would like the Macintosh user environment to become an industry standard," he wrote. "The hitch, of course, is that now one must buy Mac hardware in order to get this user environment. Rarely, if ever, has one company been able to create and maintain an industry-wide standard that cannot be shared with other manufacturers." His proposal was to license the Macintosh operating system to Tandy. Because Tandy's Radio Shack stores went after a different type of customer, Murray argued, it would not severely hurt Apple sales. But Jobs was fundamentally against such a plan. His approach meant that the Macintosh remained a controlled environment that met his standards. But it also meant that, as Murray feared, it would have trouble securing its place as an industry standard in a world of IBM clones. Machines of the Year. As 1982 came to a close, Jobs came to believe that he was going to be Time's Man of the Year. He arrived at Texaco Towers one day with the magazine's San Francisco bureau chief, Michael Moritz, and encouraged colleagues to give Moritz interviews. But Jobs did not end up on the cover. Instead, the magazine chose the computer as the topic for the year-end issue and called it the Machine of the Year. Accompanying the main story was a profile of Jobs, which was based on the reporting done by Moritz and written by Jay Cox, an editor who usually handled rock music for the magazine. With his smooth sales pitch and a blind faith that would have been the envy of the early Christian martyrs, it is Stephen Jobs, more than anyone, who kicked open the door and let the personal computer move in, the story proclaimed. It was a richly reported piece, but also harsh at times. So harsh that Moritz, after he wrote a book about Apple and went on to be a partner in the venture firm Sequoia Capital with Don Valentine, denied it by complaining that his reporting had been siphoned, filtered, and poisoned with gossipy benzene by an editor in New York whose regular task was to chronicle the wayward world of rock and roll music. The article quoted Bud Tribble on Jobs' reality distortion field and noted that he would occasionally burst into tears at meetings. Perhaps the best quote came from Jeff Raskin. Jobs, he declared, would have made an excellent King of France. To Jobs' dismay, the magazine made public the existence of the daughter he had abandoned, Lisa Brennan. Jobs knew that Kotke was the one who had told the magazine about Lisa, and he yelled at him in the Mac Group's workspace in front of half a dozen people. Kotke recalled, "When the Time reporter asked me if Steve had a daughter named Lisa, I said, of course. Friends don't let friends deny that they're the father of a child. I'm not going to let my friend be a jerk and deny paternity. He was really angry and felt violated and told me in front of everyone that I had betrayed him. But what truly crushed Jobs was that he was not, after all, chosen as the Man of the Year. As he later told me, Time decided they were going to make me Man of the Year, and I was 27, so I actually cared about stuff like that. I thought it was pretty cool. They sent out Mike Moritz to write a story. We're the same age, and I had been very successful, and I could tell he was jealous, and there was an edge to him. He wrote this terrible hatchet job. So the editors in New York get this story and say, we can't make this guy Man of the Year. That really hurt, but it was a good lesson. It taught me to never get too excited about things like that, since the media is a circus anyway. They FedExed me the magazine, and I remember opening the package, thoroughly expecting to see my face on the cover, and it was this computer sculpture thing. I thought, huh. And then I read the article, and it was so awful that I actually cried. In fact, there's no reason to believe that Moritz was jealous or that he intended his reporting to be unfair. Nor was Jobs ever slated to be Man of the Year, despite what he thought. That year, the top editors, of which I was a junior editor, decided early on to go with the computer rather than a person. They commissioned, months in advance, a piece of art from the famous sculptor George Siegel to be a gatefold cover image. Ray Cave was then the magazine's editor. We never considered Jobs, he said. You couldn't personify the computer, so that was the first time we decided to go with an inanimate object. We never searched around for a face to be put on the cover. Apple launched the Lisa in January 1983, a full year before the Mac was ready, and Jobs paid his $5,000 bet to Couch. Even though he was not part of the Lisa team, Jobs went to New York to do publicity for it in his role as Apple's chairman and poster boy. He had learned from his public relations consultant, Regis McKenna, how to give out exclusive interviews in a dramatic way. Reporters from chosen publications were brought in one by one for their hour with him in his Carlisle hotel suite, where a Lisa computer was set on a table and surrounded by cut flowers. The publicity plan called for Jobs to focus on the Lisa and not mention the Macintosh, because speculation about it could undermine the Lisa. But Jobs couldn't help himself. In most of the stories based on his interviews that day, in Time, Business Week, The Wall Street Journal, and Fortune, the Macintosh was mentioned. Later this year, Apple will introduce a less powerful, less expensive version of Lisa, the Macintosh, Fortune reported. Jobs himself has directed that project. Business Week quoted him as saying, "When it comes out, Mac is going to be the most incredible computer in the world." He also admitted that the Mac and the Lisa would not be compatible. It was like launching the Lisa with the kiss of death. The Lisa did indeed die a slow death. Within 2 years, it would be discontinued. It was too expensive, and we were trying to sell it to big companies when our expertise was selling to consumers, Jobs later said. But there was a silver lining for Jobs. Within months of Lisa's launch, it became clear that Apple had to pin its hopes on the Macintosh instead. Let's be pirates. As the Macintosh team grew, it moved from Texaco Towers to the main Apple buildings on Banley Drive, finally settling in mid-1983 into Banley 3. It had a modern atrium lobby with video games, which Burrell Smith and Andy Hertzfeld chose, and a Toshiba compact disc stereo system with Martin Logan speakers and 100 CDs. The software team was visible from the lobby in a fishbowl-like glass enclosure, and the kitchen was stocked daily with Odwalla juices. Over time, the atrium attracted even more toys, most notably a Bosendorfer piano and a BMW motorcycle that Jobs felt would inspire an obsession with precise craftsmanship. Jobs kept a tight rein on the hiring process. The goal was to get people who were creative, wickedly smart, and slightly rebellious. The software team would make applicants play Defender, Smith's favorite video game. Jobs would ask his usual offbeat questions to see how well the applicant could think in unexpected situations. One day, he, Hertzfeld, and Smith interviewed a candidate for software manager who, it became clear as soon as he walked in the room, was too uptight and conventional to manage the wizards in the fishbowl. Jobs began to toy with him mercilessly. "How old were you when you lost your virginity?" he asked. The candidate looked baffled. "What did you say?" he asked. "Are you a virgin?" Jobs asked. The candidate sat there flustered, so Jobs changed the subject. "How many times have you taken LSD?" Hertzfeld recalled. The poor guy was turning varying shades of red, so I tried to change the subject and asked a straightforward technical question. But when the candidate droned on in his response, Jobs broke in. "Gobble, gobble, gobble, gobble," he said, cracking up Smith and Hertzfeld. "I guess I'm not the right guy," the poor man said as he got up to leave. For all of his obnoxious behavior, Jobs also had the ability to instill in his team a sense of team spirit. After tearing people down, he would find ways to lift them up and make them feel that being part of the Macintosh project was an amazing mission. Every 6 months, he would take most of his team on a 2-day retreat at a nearby resort. The retreat in September 1982 was at the Pajaro Dunes near Monterey. 50 or so members of the Mac division sat in the lodge facing a fireplace. Jobs sat on top of a table in front of them. He spoke quietly for a while, then walked to an easel and began posting his thoughts. The first was, "Don't compromise." It was a command that would, over time, be both helpful and harmful. Most technology teams made trade-offs. The Mac, on the other hand, would end up being as insanely great as Jobs and his followers could possibly make it, but it would not ship for another 16 months, way behind schedule. After mentioning a scheduled completion date, he told them, "It would be better to miss than to turn out the wrong thing." A different type of project manager willing to make some trade-offs might try to lock in dates after which no changes could be made, not Jobs. He displayed another saying, "It's not done until it ships." Another chart contained a Zen-like phrase that he later told me was his favorite maxim: "The journey is the reward." The Mac team, he liked to emphasize, was a special group with a noble mission. Someday they would all look back on their journey together and, forgetting or laughing off the painful moments, would regard it as a magical high point in their lives. At the end of the presentation, someone asked whether he thought they should do some market research to see what customers wanted. "No," he replied, "because customers don't know what they want until we've shown them." Then he pulled out a device that was about the size of a desk diary. "Do you want to see something neat?" When he flipped it open, it turned out to be a mock-up of a computer that could fit on your lap, with a keyboard and screen hinged together like a notebook. "This is my dream of what we will be making in the mid to late 80s, he said. They were building a company that would invent the future. For the next 2 days, there were presentations by various team leaders and the influential computer industry analyst Ben Rosen, with a lot of time in the evenings for pool parties and dancing. At the end, Jobs stood in front of the group and gave a soliloquy. "As every day passes, the work 50 people are doing here is going to send a giant ripple through the universe," he said. "I know I might be a little hard to get along with, but this is the most fun thing I've done in my life." Years later, most of those in the audience would be able to laugh about the little hard to get along with episodes and agree with him that creating that giant ripple was the most fun they had in their lives. The next retreat was at the end of January 1983, the same month the Lisa was launched, and there was a shift in tone. 4 months earlier, Jobs had written on his flip chart, "Don't compromise." This time, one of the sayings was, "Real artists ship." Nerves were frayed. Atkinson had been left out of the publicity interviews for the Lisa launch, and he marched into Jobs' hotel room and threatened to quit. Jobs tried to minimize the slight, but Atkinson refused to be calmed. Jobs got annoyed. "I don't have time to deal with this now," he said. "I have 60 other people out there who are pouring their hearts into the Macintosh, and they're waiting for me to start the meeting." With that, he brushed past Atkinson to go address the faithful. Jobs proceeded to give a rousing speech in which he claimed that he had resolved the dispute with Macintosh Audio Labs to use the Macintosh name. In fact, the issue was still being negotiated, but the moment called for a bit of the old reality distortion field. He pulled out a bottle of mineral water and symbolically christened the prototype on stage. Down the hall, Atkinson heard the loud cheer and with a sigh joined the group. The party that followed featured skinny dipping in the pool, a bonfire on the beach, and loud music that lasted all night, which caused the hotel, La Playa in Carmel, to ask them never to come back. Another of Jobs' sayings at the retreat was, "It's better to be a pirate than to join the Navy." He wanted to instill a rebel spirit in his team, to have them behave like swashbucklers who were proud of their work but willing to take ideas from others. As Susan Kerr put it, he meant, let's have a renegade feeling to our group. We can move fast. We can get things done. To celebrate Jobs' birthday a few weeks later, the team paid for a billboard on the road to Apple headquarters. It read, "Happy 28th, Steve. The journey is the reward, the pirates." One of the Mac team's programmers, Steve Capps, decided this new spirit deserved a Jolly Roger flag. He cut a patch of black cloth and had Susan Kerr paint a skull and crossbones on it. The eye patch she put on the skull was an Apple logo. Late one Sunday night, Capps climbed to the roof of their newly built Banley 3 building and hoisted the flag on a scaffolding pole that the construction workers had left behind. It waved proudly for a few weeks, until members of the Lisa team, in a late-night raid, stole the flag and sent their Mac rivals a ransom note. Capps led a raid to recover it and was able to wrestle it from a secretary who was guarding it for the Lisa team. Some of the adults overseeing Apple worried that Jobs' buccaneer spirit was getting out of hand. "Flying that flag was really stupid," said Arthur Rock. "It was telling the rest of the company they were no good." But Jobs loved it, and he made sure it waved proudly all the way through to the completion of the Mac project. "We were the renegades, and we wanted people to know it," he recalled. Veterans of the Mac team had learned that they could stand up to Jobs. If they knew what they were talking about, he would tolerate the pushback, even admire it. By 1983, those most familiar with his reality distortion field had discovered something further. They could, if necessary, just quietly ignore what he decreed. If they turned out to be right, he would appreciate their renegade attitude and willingness to ignore authority. After all, that's what he did. By far, the most important example of this involved the choice of a disk drive for the Macintosh. Apple had a corporate division that built mass storage devices, and it had developed a disk drive system, codenamed Twiggy, that could read and write onto those thin, delicate 5¼ inch floppy disks that older listeners will recall. But by the time the Lisa was ready to ship in the spring of 1983, it was clear that the Twiggy was buggy. Because the Lisa also came with a hard disk drive, this was not a complete disaster. But the Mac had no hard disk, so it faced a crisis. "The Mac team was beginning to panic," said Hertzfeld. "We were using a single Twiggy drive, and we didn't have a hard disk to fall back on." The team discussed the problem at the January 1983 retreat, and Debbie Coleman gave Jobs data about the Twiggy's failure rate. A few days later, he drove to Apple's factory in San Jose to see the Twiggy being made. More than half were rejected. Jobs erupted. With his face flushed, he began shouting and sputtering about firing everyone who worked there. Bob Belleville, the head of the Mac engineering team, gently guided him to the parking lot, where they could take a walk and talk about alternatives. One possibility that Belleville had been exploring was to use a new 3½ inch disk drive that Sony had developed. The disk was cased in sturdier plastic and could fit into a shirt pocket. Another option was to have a clone of Sony's 3½ inch disk drive manufactured by a smaller Japanese supplier, the Alps Electronics Company, which had been supplying disk drives for the Apple II. Alps had already licensed the technology from Sony, and if they could build their own version in time, it would be much cheaper. Jobs and Belleville, along with Apple veteran Rod Holt, the guy Jobs had enlisted to design the first power supply for the Apple II, flew to Japan to figure out what to do. They took the bullet train from Tokyo to visit the Alps facility. The engineers there didn't even have a working prototype, just a crude model. Jobs thought it was great, but Belleville was appalled. There was no way, he thought, that Alps could have it ready for the Mac within a year. As they proceeded to visit other Japanese companies, Jobs was on his worst behavior. He wore jeans and sneakers to meetings with Japanese managers in dark suits. When they formally handed him little gifts, as was the custom, he often left them behind, and he never returned the favor with gifts of his own. He would sneer when rows of engineers lined up to greet him, bow, and politely offer their products for inspection. Jobs hated both the devices and the fawning. "What are you showing me this for?" he snapped at one stop. "This is a piece of crap. Anybody could build a better drive than this." Although most of his hosts were appalled, some seemed amused. They had heard tales of his obnoxious style and brash behavior, and now they were getting to see it in full display. The final stop was the Sony factory, located in a drab suburb of Tokyo. To Jobs, it looked messy and inelegant. A lot of the work was done by hand. He hated it. Back at the hotel, Belleville argued for going with the Sony disk drive. It was ready to use. Jobs disagreed. He decided that they would work with Alps to produce their own drive, and he ordered Belleville to stop all work with Sony. Belleville decided it was best to partially ignore Jobs. He asked a Sony executive to get its disk drive ready for use in the Macintosh. If and when it became clear that Alps could not deliver on time, Apple would switch to Sony. So Sony sent over the engineer who had developed the drive, Hidetoshi Komodo, a Purdue graduate who fortunately had a good sense of humor about his secret task. Whenever Jobs would come from his corporate office to visit the Mac team's engineers, which was almost every afternoon, they would hurriedly find somewhere for Komodo to hide. At one point, Jobs ran into him at a newsstand in Cupertino and recognized him from the meeting in Japan, but he didn't suspect anything. The closest call was when Jobs came bustling into the Mac workspace unexpectedly one day while Komodo was sitting in one of the cubicles. A Mac engineer grabbed him and pointed him to a janitorial closet. "Quick, hide in this closet, please, now!" Komodo looked confused, Hertzfeld recalled, but he jumped up and did as told. He had to stay in the closet for 5 minutes, until Jobs left. The Mac engineers apologized. "No problem," he replied, "but American business practices, they are very strange. Very strange." Belleville's prediction came true. In May 1983, the people at Alps admitted it would take them at least 18 more months to get their clone of the Sony drive into production. At a retreat in Pajaro Dunes, Markula grilled Jobs on what he was going to do. Finally, Belleville interrupted and said that he might have an alternative to the Alps drive ready soon. Jobs looked baffled for just a moment. And then it became clear to him why he'd seen Sony's top disc designer in Cupertino. "You son of a bitch," Jobs said. But it was not in anger. There was a big grin on his face. As soon as he realized what Belleville and the other engineers had done behind his back, Hertzfeld said, Steve swallowed his pride and thanked them for disobeying him and doing the right thing. It was, after all, what he would have done in their situation. Chapter 14, Enter Scully, the Pepsi Challenge. Now we move on to Chapter 14. The Courtship. You'll remember Mike Markula, the early investor and mentor figure at Apple. He had never wanted to be Apple's president. He enjoyed designing his new houses, flying his private plane, and living well off his stock options. He did not enjoy settling conflicts or managing difficult personalities. He had stepped into the role of president reluctantly after he felt he had to remove Mike Scott. He had promised his wife the job would be temporary. By the end of 1982, after almost 2 years, she gave him an order: find a replacement right away. Jobs knew that he was not ready to run the company himself, even though a part of him wanted to try. Despite his arrogance, he could be self-aware. Markula agreed. He told Jobs that he was still a bit too rough around the edges and immature to be Apple's president. So they launched a search for someone from outside the company. The person they most wanted was Don Estridge. He had built IBM's personal computer division from scratch and launched a PC that, even though Jobs and his team looked down on it, was now outselling Apple's. Estridge had protected his division in Boca Raton, Florida, safely away from the corporate mentality of IBM's headquarters in New York. Like Jobs, he was driven and inspiring, but unlike Jobs, he had the ability to let others think that his brilliant ideas were their own. Jobs flew to Boca Raton with an offer of a $1 million salary and a $1 million signing bonus, but Estridge turned him down. He was not the type to jump ship and join the enemy. He also enjoyed being part of the establishment, a member of the Navy rather than a pirate. He was uncomfortable with Jobs' stories of cheating the phone company. When asked where he worked, he loved to be able to answer, IBM. So Jobs and Markula hired Jerry Roche, a friendly corporate headhunter, to find someone else. They decided not to focus on technology executives. What they needed was a consumer marketer who knew advertising and had the corporate polish that would impress Wall Street. Roche set his sights on the hottest consumer marketing wizard of the moment, John Scully. He was the president of the Pepsi-Cola division of PepsiCo, and his Pepsi Challenge campaign had been a huge success in advertising and publicity. When Jobs gave a talk to Stanford business students, he heard good things about Scully, who had spoken to the class earlier, so he told Roche he would be happy to meet him. Scully's background was very different from Jobs's. His mother was an Upper East Side Manhattan socialite who wore white gloves when she went out, and his father was a proper Wall Street lawyer. Scully was sent to St. Mark's School, then got his undergraduate degree from Brown and a business degree from Wharton. He had risen through the ranks at PepsiCo as an innovative marketer and advertiser, with little passion for product development or information technology. Scully flew to Los Angeles to spend Christmas with his 2 teenage children from a previous marriage. He took them to visit a computer store where he was struck by how poorly the products were marketed. When his kids asked why he was so interested, he said he was planning to go up to Cupertino to meet Steve Jobs. They were completely blown away. They had grown up among movie stars, but to them, Jobs was a true celebrity. It made Scully take the prospect of being hired as his boss more seriously. When he arrived at Apple headquarters, Scully was startled by the simple offices and casual atmosphere. Most people were less formally dressed than PepsiCo's maintenance staff, he noted. Over lunch, Jobs picked quietly at his salad, but when Scully declared that most executives found computers more trouble than they were worth, Jobs switched into his passionate evangelical mode. "We want to change the way people use computers," he said. On the flight home, Scully outlined his thoughts. The result was an 8-page memo on marketing computers to consumers and business executives. It was a bit simplistic in parts, filled with underlined phrases, diagrams, and boxes, but it revealed his newfound enthusiasm for figuring out ways to sell something more interesting than soda. Among his recommendations was to invest in in-store merchandising that romances the consumer with Apple's potential to enrich their life. He was still reluctant to leave Pepsi, but Jobs intrigued him. "I was taken by this young, impetuous genius and thought it would be fun to get to know him a little better," he recalled. So Scully agreed to meet again when Jobs next came to New York. This happened to be for the January 1983 Lisa introduction at the Carlyle Hotel. After the full day of press sessions, the Apple team was surprised to see an unscheduled visitor come into the suite. Jobs loosened his tie and introduced Scully as the president of Pepsi and a potential big corporate customer. As John Couch demonstrated the Lisa, Jobs chimed in with bursts of commentary. He sprinkled his favorite words, revolutionary and incredible, claiming it would change the nature of human interaction with computers. They then headed off to the Four Seasons restaurant, a shimmering haven of elegance and power. As Jobs ate a special vegan meal, Scully described Pepsi's marketing successes. "The Pepsi Generation campaign," he said, "sold not a product but a lifestyle and an optimistic outlook. I think Apple's got a chance to create an Apple generation." Jobs enthusiastically agreed. The Pepsi Challenge campaign, in contrast, focused on the product. It combined ads, events, and public relations to create a buzz. The ability to turn the introduction of a new product into a moment of national excitement was, Jobs noted, what he and Regis McKenna wanted to do at Apple. When they finished talking, it was close to midnight. "This has been one of the most exciting evenings in my whole life," Jobs said as Scully walked him back to the Carlyle. "I can't tell you how much fun I've had." When he finally got home to Greenwich, Connecticut that night, Scully had trouble sleeping. Engaging with Jobs was a lot more fun than negotiating with bottlers. "It stimulated me," roused my long-held desire to be an architect of ideas, he later noted. The next morning, Roche called Scully. I don't know what you guys did last night, but let me tell you, Steve Jobs is ecstatic, he said. And so the courtship continued, with Scully playing hard to get, but not impossible. Jobs flew east for a visit one Saturday in February and took a limo up to Greenwich. He found Scully's newly built mansion to be over the top, with its floor-to-ceiling windows, but he admired the 300-pound custom-made oak doors that were so carefully hung and balanced that they swung open with the touch of a finger. Steve was fascinated by that because he is, as I am, a perfectionist, Scully recalled. Thus began the somewhat unhealthy process of a starstruck Scully seeing in Jobs qualities that he fancied in himself. Scully usually drove a Cadillac, but sensing his guest's taste, he borrowed his wife's Mercedes 450 SL convertible to take Jobs to see Pepsi's 144-acre corporate headquarters. This campus was as lavish as Apple's was simple. To Jobs, it symbolized the difference between the feisty new digital economy and the Fortune 500 corporate establishment. A winding drive led through manicured fields and a sculpture garden, featuring pieces by Rodin, Moore, Calder, and Giacometti, to a concrete and glass building designed by Edward Durrell Stone. Scully's huge office had a Persian rug, 9 windows, a small private garden, a hideaway study, and its own bathroom. When Jobs saw the corporate fitness center, he was astonished that executives had a separate area with its own whirlpool from that of the regular employees. That's weird, he said. Scully hurried to agree. As a matter of fact, I was against it, and I go over and work out sometimes in the employees' area, he said. Their next meeting was a few weeks later in Cupertino, when Scully stopped on his way back from a Pepsi bottlers convention in Hawaii. Mike Murray, the Macintosh marketing manager, was in charge of preparing the team for the visit, but he didn't know the real reason for it. PepsiCo could end up purchasing literally thousands of Macs over the next few years, he wrote excitedly in a memo to the Macintosh staff. During the past year, Mr. Scully and a certain Mr. Jobs have become friends. Mr. Scully is considered to be one of the best marketing heads in the big leagues. As such, let's give him a good time here. Jobs wanted Scully to share his excitement about the Macintosh. This product means more to me than anything I've done, he said. I want you to be the first person outside of Apple to see it. He dramatically pulled the prototype out of a vinyl bag and gave a demonstration. Scully found Jobs as memorable as his machine. He seemed more a showman than a businessman, he said. Every move seemed calculated, as if it was rehearsed to create an occasion of the moment. Jobs had asked Hertzfeld and the others to prepare a special screen display for Scully's amusement. He's really smart, Jobs said. You wouldn't believe how smart he is. The explanation that Scully might buy a lot of Macintoshes for Pepsi sounded a little bit fishy to me, Hertzfeld recalled. But he and Susan Kerr created a screen of Pepsi caps and cans that danced around with the Apple logo. Hertzfeld was so excited he began waving his arms around during the demo, but Scully seemed unimpressed. He asked a few questions, but he didn't seem all that interested, Hertzfeld recalled. He never ended up warming to Scully. He was incredibly phony, a complete poseur, he later said. He pretended to be interested in technology, but he wasn't. He was a marketing guy, and that is what marketing guys are, paid poseurs. Things came to a head when Jobs visited New York in March 1983 and was able to turn the courtship into a blind and blinding romance. I really think you're the guy, Jobs said as they walked through Central Park. I want you to come and work with me. I can learn so much from you. Jobs, who had sought out father figures in the past, knew just how to play to Scully's ego and insecurities. It worked. I was smitten by him, Scully later admitted. Steve was one of the brightest people I'd ever met. I shared with him a passion for ideas. Scully, who was interested in art history, steered them toward the Metropolitan Museum for a little test of whether Jobs was really willing to learn from others. I wanted to see how well he could take coaching in a subject where he had no background, he recalled. As they strolled through the Greek and Roman antiquities, Scully explained the difference between the archaic sculpture of the 6th century BC and the Periclean sculptures a century later. Jobs, who loved to pick up historical tidbits he never learned in college, seemed to soak it in. I gained a sense that I could be a teacher to a brilliant student, Scully recalled. Once again, he indulged the idea that they were alike. I saw in him a mirror image of my younger self. I, too, was impatient, stubborn, arrogant, impetuous. My mind exploded with ideas, often to the exclusion of everything else. I, too, was intolerant of those who couldn't live up to my demands. As they continued their long walk, Scully confided that on vacations he went to the Left Bank in Paris to draw in his sketchbook. If he hadn't become a businessman, he would be an artist. Jobs replied that if he weren't working with computers, he could see himself as a poet in Paris. They continued down Broadway to Colony Records on 49th Street, where Jobs showed Scully the music he liked, including Bob Dylan, Joan Baez, Ella Fitzgerald, and the Windham Hill jazz artists. Then they walked all the way back up to the San Remo on Central Park West and 74th, where Jobs was planning to buy a 2-story tower penthouse apartment. The final moment occurred outside the penthouse on one of the terraces, with Scully sticking close to the wall because he was afraid of heights. First, they discussed money. I told him I needed $1 million in salary, $1 million for a sign-up bonus, said Scully. Jobs claimed that would be doable. Even if I have to pay for it out of my own pocket, he said. We'll have to solve those problems because you're the best person I've ever met. I know you're perfect for Apple, and Apple deserves the best. He added that never before had he worked for someone he really respected, but he knew that Scully was the person who could teach him the most. Jobs gave him his unblinking stare. Scully offered one last hesitation, a token suggestion that maybe they should just be friends, and he could offer Jobs advice from the sidelines. Anytime you're in New York, I'd love to spend time with you. He later recounted the climactic moment. Steve's head dropped as he stared at his feet. After a weighty, uncomfortable pause, he issued a challenge that would haunt me for days. Do you want to spend the rest of your life selling sugared water, or do you want a chance to change the world? Scully felt as if he had been punched in the stomach. There was no response possible other than to agree. He had an uncanny ability to always get what he wanted, to size up a person and know exactly what to say to reach them, Scully recalled. I realized for the first time in 4 months that I couldn't say no. The winter sun was beginning to set. They left the apartment and walked back across the park to the Carlisle. The honeymoon. Scully arrived in California just in time for the May 1983 Apple management retreat at Pajaro Dunes. Even though he had left all but one of his dark suits back in Greenwich, he was still having trouble adjusting to the casual atmosphere. In the front of the meeting room, Jobs sat on the floor in the lotus position, absent-mindedly playing with his bare toes. Scully tried to set an agenda. He wanted to discuss how to differentiate their products. The Apple II, Apple III, Lisa, and Mac, and whether it made sense to organize the company around product lines, markets, or functions. But the discussion descended into a free-for-all of random ideas, complaints, and debates. At one point, Jobs attacked the Lisa team for producing an unsuccessful product. Well, someone shot back, you haven't delivered the Macintosh. Why don't you wait until you get a product out before you start being critical? Scully was astonished. At Pepsi, no one would have challenged the chairman like that. Yet here, everyone began piling on Steve. It reminded him of an old joke he had heard from one of the Apple ad salesmen. What's the difference between Apple and the Boy Scouts? The Boy Scouts have adult supervision. In the midst of the bickering, a small earthquake began to rumble the room. Head for the beach, someone shouted. Everyone ran through the door to the water. Then someone else shouted that the previous earthquake had produced a tidal wave, so they all turned and ran the other way. The indecision, the contradictory advice, the specter of natural disaster only foreshadowed what was to come, Scully later wrote. One Saturday morning, Jobs invited Scully and his wife Lizzie over for breakfast. He was then living in a nice but ordinary Tudor-style home in Los Gatos with his girlfriend Barbara Jasinski, a smart and reserved beauty who worked for Regis McKenna. Lizzie had brought a pan and made vegetarian omelets. Jobs had moved away from his strict vegan diet for the time being. "I'm sorry I don't have much furniture," Jobs apologized. "I just haven't gotten around to it." It was one of his enduring quirks. His exacting standards of craftsmanship combined with a Spartan streak made him reluctant to buy any furnishings that he wasn't passionate about. He had a Tiffany lamp, an antique dining table, and a Laserdisc video player attached to a Sony television, but foam cushions on the floor instead of sofas and chairs. Scully smiled and mistakenly thought that it was similar to his own frantic and Spartan life in a cluttered New York City apartment early in his own career. Jobs confided in Scully that he believed he would die young, and therefore he needed to accomplish things quickly so that he would make his mark on Silicon Valley history. "We all have a short period of time on this earth," he told the Scullys as they sat around the table that morning. "We probably only have the opportunity to do a few things really great and do them well. None of us has any idea how long we're going to be here. Nor do I, but my feeling is I've got to accomplish a lot of these things while I'm young." Jobs and Scully would talk dozens of times a day in the early months of their relationship. "Steve and I became soulmates, near constant companions," Scully said. "We tended to speak in half sentences and phrases." Jobs flattered Scully. When he dropped by to discuss something, he would say something like, "You're the only one who will understand." They would tell each other repeatedly, indeed so often that it should have been worrying, how happy they were to be with each other and working together. And at every opportunity, Scully would find similarities with Jobs and point them out. We could complete each other's sentences because we were on the same wavelength. Steve would rouse me from sleep at 2 a.m. with a phone call to chat about an idea that suddenly crossed his mind. "Hi, it's me," he'd harmlessly say to the dazed listener, totally unaware of the time. I curiously had done the same in my Pepsi days. Steve would rip apart a presentation he had to give the next morning, throwing out slides and text. So had I, as I struggled to turn public speaking into an important management tool during my early days at Pepsi. As a young executive, I was always impatient to get things done, and often felt I could do them better myself. So did Steve. Sometimes I felt as if I was watching Steve playing me in a movie. The similarities were uncanny, and they were behind the amazing symbiosis we developed. This was self-delusion, and it was a recipe for disaster. Jobs began to sense it early on. We had different ways of looking at the world, different views on people, different values, Jobs recalled. I began to realize this a few months after he arrived. He didn't learn things very quickly, and the people he wanted to promote were usually bozos. Yet Jobs knew that he could manipulate Scully by encouraging his belief that they were so alike. And the more he manipulated Scully, the more contemptuous of him he became. Canny observers in the Mac group, such as Joanna Hoffman, soon realized what was happening and knew that it would make the inevitable breakup more explosive. "Steve made Scully feel like he was exceptional," she said. Scully had never felt that. Scully became infatuated because Steve projected on him a whole bunch of attributes that he didn't really have. When it became clear that Scully didn't match all of these projections, Steve's distortion of reality had created an explosive situation. The passion eventually began to cool on Scully's side as well. Part of his weakness in trying to manage a dysfunctional company was his desire to please other people, one of many traits he did not share with Jobs. He was a polite person. This caused him to recoil at Jobs' rudeness to their fellow workers. We would go to the Mac building at 11 at night, he recalled, and they would bring him code to show. In some cases, he wouldn't even look at it. He would just take it and throw it back at them. I'd say, "How can you turn it down?" And he would say, "I know they can do better." Scully tried to coach him. "You've got to learn to hold things back," he told him at one point. Jobs would agree, but it was not in his nature to filter his feelings through a gauze. Scully began to believe that Jobs' mercurial personality and erratic treatment of people were rooted deep in his psychological makeup, perhaps the reflection of a mild bipolarity. There were big mood swings. Sometimes he would be ecstatic, at other times he was depressed. At times he would launch into brutal tirades without warning. and Scully would have to calm him down. 20 minutes later, I would get another call and be told to come over because Steve is losing it again, he said. Their first major disagreement was over how to price the Macintosh. It had been conceived as a $1,000 machine, but Jobs' design changes had pushed up the cost so that the plan was to sell it at $1,995. However, when Jobs and Scully began making plans for a huge launch and marketing push, Scully decided that they needed to charge $500 more. To him, the marketing costs were like any other production cost and needed to be factored into the price. Jobs resisted, furiously. "It will destroy everything we stand for," he said. "I want to make this a revolution, not an effort to squeeze out profits." Scully said it was a simple choice. He could have the $1,995 price, or he could have the marketing budget for a big launch, but not both. "You're not going to like this," Jobs told Hertzfeld and the other engineers, but Scully is insisting that we charge $2,495 for the Mac instead of $1,995. Indeed, the engineers were horrified. Hertzfeld pointed out that they were designing the Mac for people like themselves, and overpricing it would be a betrayal of what they stood for. So Jobs promised them, "Don't worry, I'm not going to let him get away with it." But in the end, Scully prevailed. Even 25 years later, Jobs seethed when recalling the decision. He said, "It's the main reason the Macintosh sales slowed and Microsoft got to dominate the market." The decision made him feel that he was losing control of his product and company, and this was as dangerous as making a tiger feel cornered. Chapter 15, The Launch, A Dent in the Universe. Now we begin Chapter 15. Real Artistship. The high point of the October 1983 Apple Sales Conference in Hawaii was a skit. It was based on a TV show called The Dating Game. Jobs played the MC. His three contestants, whom he had convinced to fly to Hawaii, were Bill Gates and two other software executives, Mitch Kapor and Fred Gibbons. As the show's catchy theme song played, the three took their stools. Gates, looking like a high school sophomore, got wild applause from the 750 Apple salesmen. He said, "During 1984, Microsoft expects to get half of its revenues from software for the Macintosh." Jobs, clean-shaven and energetic, gave a toothy smile. He asked if Gates thought that the Macintosh's new operating system would become one of the industry's new standards. Gates answered, "To create a new standard takes not just making something that's a little bit different, it takes something that's really new and captures people's imagination. And the Macintosh, of all the machines I've ever seen, is the only one that meets that standard." But even as Gates was speaking, Microsoft was shifting. It was moving from being mainly a partner with Apple to being more of a competitor. It would continue to make application software, like Microsoft Word for Apple. But a rapidly increasing share of its revenue would come from the operating system it had written for the IBM personal computer. The year before, 279,000 Apple IIs were sold, compared to 240,000 IBM PCs and their clones. But the figures for 1983 were coming in starkly different. 420,000 Apple IIs versus 1.3 million IBMs and its clones. And both the Apple III and the Lisa were dead in the water. Just when the Apple sales force was arriving in Hawaii, this shift was hammered home on the cover of Business Week. Its headline, "Personal Computers, and the winner is IBM." The story inside detailed the rise of the IBM PC. "The battle for market supremacy is already over," the magazine declared. "In a stunning blitz, IBM has taken more than 26% of the market in 2 years and is expected to account for half the world market by 1985. An additional 25% of the market will be turning out IBM-compatible machines." That put all the more pressure on the Macintosh, due out in January 1984, 3 months away, to save the day against IBM. At the sales conference, Jobs decided to play the showdown to the hilt. He took the stage and listed all the mistakes made by IBM since 1958. Then, in ominous tones, he described how it was now trying to take over the market for personal computers. "Will Big Blue dominate the entire computer industry?" The entire information age? Was George Orwell right about 1984? At that moment, a screen came down from the ceiling. It showed a preview of an upcoming 60-second television ad for the Macintosh. In a few months, it was destined to make advertising history. But in the meantime, it served its purpose of rallying Apple's demoralized sales force. Jobs had always been able to draw energy by imagining himself as a rebel pitted against the forces of darkness. Now he was able to energize his troops with the same vision. There was one more hurdle. Hertzfeld and the other wizards had to finish writing the code for the Macintosh. It was due to start shipping on Monday, January 16th. 1 week before that, the engineers concluded they could not make that deadline. Jobs was at the Grand Hyatt in Manhattan, getting ready for the press previews. So a Sunday morning conference call was scheduled. The software manager calmly explained the situation to Jobs, while Hertzfeld and the others huddled around the speakerphone, holding their breath. All they needed was an extra 2 weeks. The first shipments to the dealers could have a version of the software labeled Demo. These could be replaced as soon as the new code was finished at the end of the month. There was a pause. Jobs didn't get angry. Instead, he spoke in cold, somber tones. He told them they were really great. So great, in fact, that he knew they could get this done. "There's no way we're slipping," he declared. There was a collective gasp in the Banley Building workspace. "You guys have been working on this stuff for months now. Another couple weeks isn't going to make that much of a difference. You may as well get it over with. I'm going to ship the code a week from Monday with your names on it." "Well, we've got to finish it," Steve Capps said. And so they did. Once again, Jobs' reality distortion field pushed them to do what they had thought was impossible. On Friday, Randy Wigginton brought in a huge bag of chocolate-covered espresso beans for the final 3 all-nighters. When Jobs arrived at work at 8:30 in the morning that Monday, he found Hertzfeld sprawled nearly unconscious on the couch. They talked for a few minutes about a remaining tiny glitch, and Jobs declared that it wasn't a problem. Hertzfeld dragged himself to his blue Volkswagen Rabbit, license plate MacWiz, and drove home to bed. A short while later, Apple's Fremont factory began to roll out boxes decorated with colorful line drawings of the Macintosh. Real artists ship, Jobs had declared, and now the Macintosh team had. The 1984 ad. In the spring of 1983, when Jobs had begun to plan for the Macintosh launch, he asked for a commercial that was as revolutionary and astonishing as the product they had created. "I want something that will stop people in their tracks," he said. "I want a thunderclap." The task fell to the Chiat Day advertising agency, which had acquired the Apple account when it bought the advertising side of Regis McKenna's business. The person in charge was a lanky beach bum with a bushy beard, wild hair, a goofy grin, and twinkling eyes named Lee Clow. He was the creative director of the agency's office in the Venice Beach section of Los Angeles. Clow was savvy and fun, in a laid-back yet focused way, and he formed a bond with Jobs that would last 3 decades. Clow and 2 of his team, the copywriter Steve Hayden and the art director Brent Thomas, had been playing with a tagline based on the George Orwell novel, Why 1984 Won't Be Like 1984. Jobs loved it and asked them to develop it for the Macintosh launch. So they put together a storyboard for a 60-second ad that would look like a scene from a sci-fi movie. It featured a rebellious young woman outrunning the Orwellian thought police and throwing a sledgehammer into a screen, showing a mind-controlling speech by Big Brother. The concept captured the feeling of the personal computer revolution. Many young people, especially those in the counterculture, had seen computers as tools that could be used by Orwellian governments and giant corporations to crush individuality. But by the end of the 1970s, they were also being seen as potential tools for personal empowerment. The ad cast Macintosh as a warrior for the latter cause, a cool, rebellious, and heroic company that was the only thing standing in the way of the big evil corporation's plan for world domination and total mind control. Jobs liked that. Indeed, the concept for the ad had a special meaning for him. He saw himself as a rebel, and he liked to associate himself with the values of the ragtag band of hackers and pirates he recruited to the Macintosh Group. Even though he had left the Apple commune in Oregon to start the Apple Corporation, he still wanted to be seen as a member of the counterculture rather than the corporate culture. But he also realized, deep inside, that he had increasingly abandoned the hacker spirit. Some might even accuse him of selling out. When Wozniak stayed true to the homebrew ethic by sharing his design for the Apple I for free, it was Jobs who insisted that they sell the boards instead. He was also the one who, despite Wozniak's reluctance, wanted to turn Apple into a corporation and not freely distribute stock options to the friends who had been in the garage with them. Now he was about to launch the Macintosh, a machine that violated many of the principles of the hacker's code. It was overpriced. It would have no slots, which meant that hobbyists could not plug in their own expansion cards or connect to the motherboard to add their own new functions. And it took special tools just to open the plastic case. It was a closed and controlled system, like something designed by Big Brother rather than by a hacker. So the 1984 ad was a way of reaffirming to himself and to the world his desired self-image. The heroine, with a drawing of a Macintosh on her pure white tank top, was a renegade out to foil the establishment. By hiring Ridley Scott, fresh off the success of Blade Runner, as the director, Jobs could connect himself and Apple to the cyberpunk feeling of the time. With the ad, Apple could identify itself with the rebels and hackers who thought differently, and Jobs could reclaim his right to identify with them as well. Scully was initially skeptical when he saw the storyboards, but Jobs insisted that they needed something revolutionary. He was able to get an unprecedented budget of $750,000 just to film the ad, which they planned to premiere during the Super Bowl. Ridley Scott made it in London using dozens of real skinheads among the spellbound masses listening to Big Brother on the screen. A female discus thrower was chosen to play the heroine. Using a cold industrial setting dominated by metallic gray colors, Scott created the dystopian atmosphere of Blade Runner. Just at the moment when Big Brother announces, "We shall prevail," the heroine's hammer smashes the screen and it vaporizes in a flash of light and smoke. When Jobs previewed the ad for the Apple sales force at the meeting in Hawaii, they were thrilled, so he screened it for the board at its December 1983 meeting. When the lights came back on in the boardroom, everyone was silent. Philip Schlein, the CEO of Macy's California, had his head on the table. Mike Markula stared silently. At first, it seemed he was overwhelmed by the power of the ad. Then he spoke. "Who wants to move to find a new agency?" Scully recalled. Most of them thought it was the worst commercial they had ever seen. Scully himself got cold feet. He asked Chiat Day to sell off the two commercial spots, one 60 seconds, the other 30, that they had purchased. Jobs was beside himself. One evening, Wozniak, who had been drifting in and out of Apple for the past 2 years, wandered into the Macintosh building. Jobs grabbed him and said, "Come over here and look at this." He pulled out a VCR and played the ad. "I was astounded," Wozniak recalled. "I thought it was the most incredible thing." When Jobs said the board had decided not to run it during the Super Bowl, Wozniak asked what the cost of the time slot was. Jobs told him $800,000. With his usual impulsive generosity, Wozniak immediately offered, "Well, I'll pay half if you will." He ended up not needing to. The agency was able to sell off the 30-second time slot, but in an act of passive defiance, it didn't sell the longer one. "We told them that we couldn't sell the 60-second slot, though in truth we didn't try," recalled Lee Clow. Scully, perhaps to avoid a showdown with either the board or Jobs, decided to let Bill Campbell, the head of marketing, figure out what to do. Campbell, a former football coach, decided to take a chance. "I think we ought to go for it," he told his team. Early in the third quarter of Super Bowl XVIII, the dominant Raiders scored a touchdown against the Redskins. Instead of an instant replay, television screens across the nation went black for an ominous 2 full seconds. Then an eerie black and white image of drones marching to spooky music began to fill the screen. More than 96 million people watched an ad that was unlike any they'd seen before. At its end, as the drones watched in horror as Big Brother vaporized, an announcer calmly said, On January 24th, Apple Computer will introduce Macintosh, and you'll see why 1984 won't be like 1984. It was a sensation. That evening, all 3 networks and 50 local stations aired news stories about the ad, giving it a viral life unprecedented in the pre-YouTube era. It would eventually be selected by both TV Guide and Advertising Age as the greatest commercial of all time. Publicity blast. Over the years, Steve Jobs would become the grand master of product launches. In the case of the Macintosh, the astonishing Ridley Scott ad was just one of the ingredients. Another part of the recipe was media coverage. Jobs found ways to ignite blasts of publicity that were so powerful the frenzy would feed on itself, like a chain reaction. It was a phenomenon that he would be able to replicate whenever there was a big product launch. From the Macintosh in 1984 to the iPad in 2010. Like a magician, he could pull the trick off over and over again, even after journalists had seen it happen a dozen times and knew how it was done. Some of the moves he had learned from Regis McKenna, who was a pro at cultivating and stroking proud reporters. But Jobs had his own intuitive sense of how to stoke the excitement, manipulate the competitive instincts of journalists, and trade exclusive access for lavish treatment. In December 1983, he took his elfin engineering wizards, Andy Hertzfeld and Burrell Smith, to New York to visit Newsweek to pitch a story on the kids who created the Mac. After giving a demo of the Macintosh, they were taken upstairs to meet Katharine Graham, the legendary owner, who had an insatiable interest in whatever was new. Afterward, the magazine sent its technology columnist and a photographer to spend time in Palo Alto with Hertzfeld and Smith. The result was a flattering and smart 4-page profile of the two of them, with pictures that made them look like cherubs of a new age. The article quoted Smith saying what he wanted to do next. "I want to build the computer of the 90s. Only I want to do it tomorrow." The article also described the mix of volatility and charisma displayed by his boss. Jobs sometimes defends his ideas with highly vocal displays of temper that aren't always bluster. Rumor has it that he has threatened to fire employees for insisting that his computers should have cursor keys, a feature that Jobs considers obsolete. But when he is on his best behavior, Jobs is a curious blend of charm and impatience, oscillating between shrewd reserve and his favorite expression of enthusiasm, insanely great. The technology writer Stephen Levy, who was then working for Rolling Stone, came to interview Jobs. Jobs urged him to convince the magazine's publisher to put the Macintosh team on the cover of the magazine. The chances of Jan Wenner agreeing to displace Sting in favor of a bunch of computer nerds were approximately 1 in a Googleplex, Levy thought, correctly. Jobs took Levy to a pizza place and pressed the case. He said that Rolling Stone was on the ropes, running crummy articles, looking desperately for new topics and new audiences. The Mac could be its salvation. Levy pushed back. Rolling Stone was actually good, he said, and he asked Jobs if he had read it recently. Jobs said that he had, an article about MTV that was a piece of shit. Levy replied that he had written that article. Jobs, to his credit, didn't back down from his assessment. Instead, he turned philosophical as he talked about the Macintosh. "We are constantly benefiting from advances that came before us and taking things that people before us developed," he said. "It's a wonderful, ecstatic feeling to create something that puts it back in the pool of human experience and knowledge." Levy's story didn't make it to the cover. But in the future, every major product launch that Jobs was involved in, at Next, at Pixar, and years later when he returned to Apple, would end up on the cover of either Time, Newsweek, or Businessweek. January 24th, 1984. On the morning that he and his teammates completed the software for the Macintosh, Andy Hertzfeld had gone home exhausted. He expected to stay in bed for at least a day. But that afternoon, after only 6 hours of sleep, he drove back to the office. He wanted to check in to see if there had been any problems, and most of his colleagues had done the same. They were lounging around, dazed but excited, when Jobs walked in. "Hey, pick yourselves up off the floor. You're not done yet," he announced. "We need a demo for the intro." His plan was to dramatically unveil the Macintosh in front of a large audience and have it show off some of its features to the inspirational theme from Chariots of Fire. It needs to be done by the weekend, to be ready for the rehearsals, he added. They all groaned, Hertzfeld recalled, but as we talked, we realized that it would be fun to cook up something impressive. The launch event was scheduled for the Apple annual stockholders meeting on January 24, 8 days away, at the Flint Auditorium of De Anza Community College. The television ad and the frenzy of press preview stories were the first two parts of what would become the Steve Jobs playbook for making the introduction of a new product seem like a major moment in world history. The third part was the public unveiling of the product itself, with fanfare and flourishes, in front of an audience of adoring fans, mixed with journalists who were ready to be swept up in the excitement. Hertzfeld pulled off the remarkable feat of writing a music player in 2 days so that the computer could play the Chariots of Fire theme. But when Jobs heard it, he thought it was terrible, so they decided to use a recording instead. At the same time, Jobs was thrilled with a speech generator that turned text into spoken words with a charming electronic accent, and he decided to make it part of the demo. "I want the Macintosh to be the first computer to introduce itself," he insisted. At the rehearsal the night before the launch, nothing was working well. Jobs hated the way the animation scrolled across the Macintosh screen, and he kept ordering tweaks. He was also dissatisfied with the stage lighting, and he directed Scully to move from seat to give his opinion as various adjustments were made. Scully had never thought much about variations of stage lighting and gave the kind of tentative answers a patient might give an eye doctor when asked which lens made the letters clearer. The rehearsals and changes went on for 5 hours, well into the night. He was driving people insane, getting mad at the stagehands for every glitch in the presentation, Scully recalled. "I thought there was no way we were going to get it done for the show the next morning." Most of all, Jobs worried about his presentation. Scully thought of himself as a good writer, so he suggested changes to Jobs' script. Jobs recalled being slightly annoyed, but their relationship was still in the phase when he was showering Scully with flattery and boosting his ego. "I think of you just like Woz and Markula," he told Scully. "You're like one of the founders of the company. They founded the company, but you and I are founding the future." Scully lapped it up. The next morning, the 2,600-seat auditorium was packed. Jobs arrived in a double-breasted blue blazer, a starched white shirt, and a pale green bow tie. "This is the most important moment in my entire life," he told Scully as they waited backstage for the program to begin. "I'm really nervous. You're probably the only person who knows how I feel about this." Scully grasped his hand, held it for a moment, and whispered, "Good luck." As chairman of the company, Jobs went on stage first to start the shareholders' meeting. He did so with his own form of an opening prayer. "I'd like to open the meeting," he said, "with a 20-year-old poem by Dylan. That's Bob Dylan." He broke into a little smile, then looked down to read from the second verse of "The Times They Are A-Changin'." His voice was high-pitched as he raced through the 10 lines, ending with, "For the loser now will be later to win, for the times they are a-changin'." That song was the anthem that kept the multi-millionaire board chairman in touch with his counterculture self-image. He had a bootleg copy of his favorite version, which was from the live concert Dylan performed with Joan Baez on Halloween 1964 at Lincoln Center's Philharmonic Hall. Scully came on stage to report on the company's earnings, and the audience started to become restless as he droned on. Finally, he ended with a personal note. "The most important thing that has happened to me in the last 9 months at Apple has been a chance to develop a friendship with Steve Jobs," he said. "For me, the rapport we have developed means an awful lot." The lights dimmed as Jobs reappeared on stage and launched into a dramatic version of the battle cry he had delivered at the Hawaii Sales Conference. "It is 1958, he began. IBM passes up a chance to buy a young, fledgling company that has invented a new technology called xerography. 2 years later, Xerox was born, and IBM has been kicking themselves ever since." The crowd laughed. Hertzfeld had heard versions of the speech both in Hawaii and elsewhere, but he was struck by how this time it was pulsing with more passion. After recounting other IBM missteps, Jobs picked up the pace and the emotion as he built toward the present. He said, "It is now 1984. It appears that IBM wants it all. Apple is perceived to be the only hope to offer IBM a run for its money. Dealers, after initially welcoming IBM with open arms, now fear an IBM-dominated and controlled future and are turning back to Apple as the only force who can ensure their future freedom. IBM wants it all and is aiming its guns at its last obstacle to industry control, Apple. Will Big Blue dominate the entire computer industry? The entire information age. Was George Orwell right?" As he built to the climax, the audience went from murmuring to applauding to a frenzy of cheering and chanting. But before they could answer the Orwell question, the auditorium went black, and the 1984 commercial appeared on the screen. When it was over, the entire audience was on its feet, cheering. With a flair for the dramatic, Jobs walked across the dark stage to a small table with a cloth bag on it. "Now I'd like to show you Macintosh in person," he said. He took out the computer, keyboard, and mouse, connected them deftly, then pulled one of the new 3.5-inch floppies from his shirt pocket. The theme from Chariots of Fire began to play. Jobs held his breath for a moment because the demo had not worked well the night before, but this time it ran flawlessly. The word Macintosh scrolled horizontally on the screen, then underneath it the words "insanely great" appeared in script, as if being slowly written by hand. Not used to such beautiful graphic displays, the audience quieted for a moment. A few gasps could be heard, and then, in rapid succession, came a series of screenshots. Bill Atkinson's quick-draw graphics package, followed by displays of different fonts, documents, charts, drawings, a chess game, a spreadsheet, and a drawing of Steve Jobs with a thought bubble containing a Macintosh. When it was over, Jobs smiled and offered a treat. "We've done a lot of talking about Macintosh recently," he said, "but today, for the first time ever, I'd like to let Macintosh speak for itself." With that, he strolled back over to the computer, pressed the button on the mouse, and in a vibrating but endearing electronic deep voice, Macintosh became the first computer to introduce itself. "Hello, I'm Macintosh. It sure is great to get out of that bag," it began. The only thing it didn't seem to know how to do was to wait for the wild cheering and shrieks that erupted. Instead of basking for a moment, it continued. "Unaccustomed as I am to public speaking, I'd like to share with you a maxim I thought of the first time I met an IBM mainframe. Never trust a computer you can't lift." Once again, the roar almost drowned out its final lines. "Obviously, I can talk, but right now I'd like to sit back and listen. So it is with considerable pride that I introduce a man who's been like a father to me, Steve Jobs." Pandemonium erupted, with people in the crowd jumping up and down and pumping their fists in a frenzy. Jobs nodded slowly, a tight-lipped but broad smile on his face, then looked down and started to choke up. The ovation continued for 5 minutes. After the Macintosh team returned to Banley 3 that afternoon, a truck pulled into the parking lot. Jobs had them all gather next to it. Inside were 100 new Macintosh computers, each personalized with a plaque. Steve presented them one at a time to each team member, with a handshake and a smile, as the rest of us stood around cheering, Hertzfeld recalled. It had been a grueling ride, and many egos had been bruised by Jobs' obnoxious and rough management style. But neither Raskin, nor Wozniak, nor Scully, nor anyone else at the company could have pulled off the creation of the Macintosh, nor would it likely have emerged from focus groups and committees. On the day he unveiled the Macintosh, a reporter from Popular Science asked Jobs what type of market research he had done. Jobs responded by scoffing, "Did Alexander Graham Bell do any market research before he invented the telephone?" Chapter 16, Gates and Jobs When Orbits Intersect. Now we begin Chapter 16. The Macintosh Partnership. In astronomy, a binary system happens when the orbits of two stars are linked because of their gravitational pull on each other. There have been similar situations in history, when a period is shaped by the relationship and rivalry of two orbiting superstars. Think of Albert Einstein and Niels Bohr in 20th century physics, for example, or Thomas Jefferson and Alexander Hamilton in early American government. For the first 30 years of the personal computer age, Starting in the late 1970s, the defining binary star system was made up of two high-energy college dropouts, both born in 1955. Bill Gates and Steve Jobs, despite their similar ambitions at the meeting point of technology and business, had very different personalities and backgrounds. Gates's father was a prominent Seattle lawyer, and his mother was a civic leader on a variety of prestigious boards. He became a tech geek at the area's finest private school, Lakeside High, but he was never a rebel, a hippie, a spiritual seeker, or a member of the counterculture. Instead of a blue box to cheat the phone company, Gates created a program for his school to schedule classes, which helped him get into ones with the right girls, and a car counting program for local traffic engineers. He went to Harvard, and when he decided to drop out, it was not to find enlightenment with an Indian guru, but to start a computer software company. Gates was good at computer coding, unlike Jobs, and his mind was more practical, disciplined, and full of analytical processing power. Jobs was more intuitive and romantic and had a greater instinct for making technology usable, design delightful, and interfaces friendly. He had a passion for perfection, which made him fiercely demanding, and he managed by charisma and unpredictable intensity. Gates was more methodical. He held tightly scheduled product review meetings where he would cut to the heart of issues with laser-like skill. Both could be rude, but with Gates, who early in his career seemed to have a typical geek's flirtation with the edges of the Asperger's scale, the cutting behavior tended to be less personal, based more on intellectual sharpness than emotional callousness. Jobs would stare at people with a burning, wounding intensity. Gates sometimes had trouble making eye contact, but he was fundamentally humane. Each one thought he was smarter than the other one, but Steve generally treated Bill as someone who was slightly inferior, especially in matters of taste and style, said Andy Hertzfeld. Bill looked down on Steve because he couldn't actually program. From the beginning of their relationship, Gates was fascinated by Jobs and slightly envious of his mesmerizing effect on people. But he also found him fundamentally odd and weirdly flawed as a human being. And he was put off by Jobs' rudeness and his tendency to be either in the mode of saying you were shit or trying to seduce you. For his part, Jobs found Gates unnervingly narrow. He'd be a broader guy if he had dropped acid once or gone off to an ashram when he was younger, Jobs once declared. Their differences in personality and character would lead them to opposite sides of what would become the fundamental divide in the digital age. Jobs was a perfectionist who craved control and indulged in the uncompromising temperament of an artist. He and Apple became the examples of a digital strategy that tightly integrated hardware, software, and content into a seamless package. Gates was a smart, calculating, and pragmatic analyst of business and technology. He was open to licensing Microsoft's operating system and software to a variety of manufacturers. After 30 years, Gates would develop a grudging respect for Jobs. He really never knew much about technology, but he had an amazing instinct for what works, he said. But Jobs never returned the favor by fully appreciating Gates's real strengths. Bill is basically unimaginative and has never invented anything, which is why I think he's more comfortable now in philanthropy than technology, Jobs said, unfairly. He just shamelessly ripped off other people's ideas. When the Macintosh was first being developed, Jobs went up to visit Gates at his office near Seattle. Microsoft had written some applications for the Apple II, including a spreadsheet program called Multiplan. Jobs wanted to get Gates and his company excited about doing even more for the upcoming Macintosh. Sitting in Gates's conference room, Jobs painted an enticing picture of a computer for the masses, with a friendly interface, which would be churned out by the millions in an automated California factory. His description of the dream factory sucking in California silicon components and turning out finished Macintoshes caused the Microsoft team to give the project the codename SAND. They even reverse-engineered it into an acronym, Steve's Amazing New Device. Gates had launched Microsoft by writing a version of BASIC, a programming language, for the Altair. Jobs wanted Microsoft to write a version of BASIC for the Macintosh because Wozniak, despite much prodding by Jobs, had never improved his version of the Apple II's BASIC to handle floating-point numbers. In addition, Jobs wanted Microsoft to write application software, such as word processing and spreadsheet programs, for the Macintosh. At the time, Jobs was a king and Gates was still a courtier. In 1982, Apple's annual sales were $1 billion, while Microsoft's were a mere $32 million. Gates signed on to create graphical versions of a new spreadsheet called Excel, a word processing program called Word, and BASIC. Gates frequently went to Cupertino for demonstrations of the Macintosh operating system, and he was not very impressed. I remember the first time we went down. Steve had this app where it was just things bouncing around on the screen, he said. That was the only app that ran. Gates was also put off by Jobs' attitude. It was kind of a weird seduction visit where Steve was saying, "We don't really need you, and we're doing this great thing, and it's under the cover." He's in his Steve Jobs sales mode, but kind of the sales mode that also says, "I don't need you, but I might let you be involved." The Macintosh pirates found Gates hard to take. You could tell that Bill Gates was not a very good listener. He couldn't bear to have anyone explain how something worked to him. He had to leap ahead instead and guess about how he thought it would work, Hertzfeld recalled. They showed him how the Macintosh's cursor moved smoothly across the screen without flickering. "What kind of hardware do you use to draw the cursor?" Gates asked. Hertzfeld, who took great pride that they could achieve their functionality solely using software, replied, "We don't have any special hardware for it." Gates insisted that it was necessary to have special hardware to move the cursor that way. "So what do you say to somebody like that?" Bruce Horn, one of the Macintosh engineers, later said. "It made it clear to me that Gates was not the kind of person that would understand or appreciate the elegance of a Macintosh." Despite their mutual wariness, both teams were excited by the prospect that Microsoft would create graphical software for the Macintosh that would take personal computing into a new realm. They went to dinner at a fancy restaurant to celebrate. Microsoft soon dedicated a large team to the task. "We had more people working on the Mac than he did," Gates said. "He had about 14 or 15 people. We had like 20 people. We really bet our life on it." And even though Jobs thought that they didn't show much taste, the Microsoft programmers were persistent. "They came out with applications that were terrible," Jobs recalled, "but they kept at it and they made them better." Eventually, Jobs became so fond of Excel that he made a secret bargain with Gates. If Microsoft would make Excel exclusively for the Macintosh for 2 years and not make a version for IBM PCs, then Jobs would shut down his team working on a version of BASIC for the Macintosh and instead indefinitely license Microsoft's BASIC. Gates smartly took the deal. This angered the Apple team, whose project got canceled and gave Microsoft a lever in future negotiations. For the time being, Gates and Jobs formed a bond. That summer, they went to a conference hosted by the industry analyst Ben Rosen at a Playboy Club retreat in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Nobody there knew about the graphical interfaces that Apple was developing. Everybody was acting like the IBM PC was everything, which was nice, but Steve and I were kind of smiling that, "Hey, we've got something," Gates recalled. "And he's kind of leaking," but nobody actually caught on. Gates became a regular at Apple retreats. "I went to every luau," said Gates. "I was part of the crew." Gates enjoyed his frequent visits to Cupertino, where he got to watch Jobs interact erratically with his employees and display his obsessions. Steve was in his ultimate Pied Piper mode, proclaiming how the Mac will change the world and overworking people like mad, with incredible tensions and complex personal relationships. Sometimes Jobs would start on a high, then fall into sharing his fears with Gates. We'd go down Friday night, have dinner, and Steve would just be promoting that everything is great. Then the second day, without fail, he'd be kind of, "Oh shit, is this thing gonna sell? Oh God, I have to raise the price. I'm sorry I did that to you, and my team is a bunch of idiots." Gates saw Jobs' reality distortion field at play when the Xerox Star was launched. At a joint team dinner one Friday night, Jobs asked Gates how many stars had been sold so far. Gates said 600. The next day, in front of Gates and the whole team, Jobs said that 300 stars had been sold, forgetting that Gates had just told everyone it was actually 600. So his whole team starts looking at me like, "Are you going to tell him that he's full of shit?" Gates recalled. And in that case, I didn't take the bait. On another occasion, Jobs and his team were visiting Microsoft and having dinner at the Seattle Tennis Club. Jobs launched into a sermon about how the Macintosh and its software would be so easy to use that there would be no manuals. It was like anybody who ever thought that there would be a manual for any Mac application was the greatest idiot, said Gates. And we were like, does he really mean it? Should we not tell him that we have people who are actually working on manuals? After a while, the relationship became bumpier. The original plan was to have some of the Microsoft applications, like Excel, Chart, and File, carry the Apple logo and come bundled with the purchase of a Macintosh. We were going to get $10 per app per machine, said Gates. But this arrangement upset competing software makers. In addition, it seemed that some of Microsoft's programs might be late. So Jobs used a provision in his deal with Microsoft and decided not to bundle its software. Microsoft would have to scramble to distribute its software as products sold directly to consumers. Gates went along without much complaint. He was already getting used to the fact that, as he put it, Jobs could play fast and loose. He suspected that the unbundling would actually help Microsoft. We could make more money selling our software separately, Gates said. It works better that way if you're willing to think you're going to have reasonable market share. Microsoft ended up making its software for various other platforms. It began to give priority to the IBM PC version of Microsoft Word rather than the Macintosh version. In the end, Jobs' decision to back out of the bundling deal hurt Apple more than it did Microsoft. When Excel for the Macintosh was released, Jobs and Gates unveiled it together at a press dinner at New York's Tavern on the Green. Asked if Microsoft would make a version of it for IBM PCs, Gates did not reveal the bargain he had made with Jobs, but simply answered that, in time, that might happen. Jobs took the microphone. "I'm sure in time we'll all be dead," he joked. The Battle of the GUI. At that time, Microsoft was producing an operating system called DOS, which it licensed to IBM and compatible computers. It was based on an old-fashioned command-line interface that confronted users with grumpy little prompts like C:\\\. As Jobs and his team began to work closely with Microsoft, they grew worried that it would copy Macintosh's graphical user interface. Andy Hertzfeld noticed that his contact at Microsoft was asking detailed questions about how the Macintosh operating system worked. "I told Steve that I suspected that Microsoft was going to clone the Mac," he recalled. They were right to worry. Gates believed that graphical interfaces were the future, and that Microsoft had just as much right as Apple to copy what had been developed at Xerox PARC. As he freely admitted later, we sort of say, "Hey, we believe in graphics interfaces. We saw the Xerox Alto too." In their original deal, Jobs had convinced Gates to agree that Microsoft would not create graphical software for anyone other than Apple until a year after the Macintosh was supposed to ship in January 1983. Unfortunately for Apple, the deal did not account for the possibility that the Macintosh launch would be delayed for a year. So Gates was within his rights when, in November 1983, he revealed that Microsoft planned to develop a new operating system for IBM PCs. It would feature a graphical interface with windows, icons, and a mouse for point-and-click navigation. It would be called Windows. Gates hosted a Jobs-like product announcement, the most lavish in Microsoft's history up to that point, at the Helmsley Palace Hotel in New York. Jobs was furious. He knew there was little he could do about it. Microsoft's deal with Apple not to do competing graphical software was running out, but he lashed out anyway. "Get Gates down here immediately," he ordered Mike Boich, who was Apple's evangelist to other software companies. Gates arrived, alone and willing to discuss things with Jobs. "He called me down to get pissed off at me," Gates recalled. "I went down to Cupertino, like a command performance. I told him, we're doing Windows. I said to him, we're betting our company on graphical interfaces." They met in Jobs' conference room, where Gates found himself surrounded by 10 Apple employees who were eager to watch their boss confront him. Jobs didn't disappoint his troops. "You're ripping us off," he shouted. "I trusted you. And now you're stealing from us." Hertzfeld recalled that Gates just sat there coolly, looking Steve in the eye, before hurling back in his squeaky voice what became a classic zinger. "Well, Steve, I think there's more than one way of looking at it. I think it's more like we both had this rich neighbor named Xerox, and I broke into his house to steal the TV set and found out that you had already stolen it." Gates's 2-day visit brought out the full range of Jobs' emotional responses and manipulation techniques. It also made it clear that the Apple-Microsoft partnership had become a scorpion dance. Both sides were circling warily, knowing that a sting by either could cause problems for both. After the confrontation in the conference room, Gates quietly gave Jobs a private demo of what was being planned for Windows. Steve didn't know what to say, Gates recalled. He could either say, "Oh, this is a violation of something," but he didn't. He chose to say, "Oh, it's actually really a piece of shit." Gates was thrilled because it gave him a chance to calm Jobs down for a moment. I said, "Yes, it's a nice little piece of shit." So Jobs went through a range of other emotions. "During the course of this meeting, he's just ruder than shit," Gates said. "And then there's a part where he's almost crying, like, 'Oh, just give me a chance to get this thing off.'" Gates responded by becoming very calm. "I'm good at when people are emotional. I'm kind of less emotional." As he often did when he wanted to have a serious conversation, Jobs suggested they go on a long walk. They walked the streets of Cupertino, back and forth to De Anza College, stopping at a diner and then walking some more. "We had to take a walk, which is not one of my management techniques," Gates said. That was when he began saying things like, Okay, but don't make it too much like what we're doing." As it turned out, Microsoft wasn't able to get Windows 1.0 ready for shipping until the fall of 1985. Even then, it was a shoddy product. It lacked the elegance of the Macintosh interface, and it had tiled windows rather than the magical clipping of overlapping windows that Bill Atkinson had created. Reviewers ridiculed it and consumers rejected it. Nevertheless, as is often the case with Microsoft products, persistence eventually made Windows better and then dominant. Jobs never got over his anger. "They just ripped us off completely because Gates has no shame," Jobs told me almost 30 years later. Upon hearing this, Gates responded, "If he believes that, he really has entered into one of his own reality distortion fields." In a legal sense, Gates was right, as courts over the years have ruled. And on a practical level, he had a strong case as well. Even though Apple made a deal for the right to use what it saw at Xerox PARC, it was inevitable that other companies would develop similar graphical interfaces. As Apple found out, the look and feel of a computer interface design is a hard thing to protect. And yet, Jobs' dismay was understandable. Apple had been more innovative, imaginative, elegant in execution, and brilliant in design. But even though Microsoft created a crudely copied series of products, it would end up winning the war of operating systems. This exposed a flaw in how the universe worked. The best and most innovative products don't always win. A decade later, this truth caused Jobs to let loose a rant that was somewhat arrogant and over the top, but also had a hint of truth to it. "The only problem with Microsoft is they just have no taste. They have absolutely no taste," he said. "I don't mean that in a small way. I mean that in a big way, in the sense that they don't think of original ideas and they don't bring much culture into their product." Chapter 17, What Goes Up? Now let's begin Chapter 17. Flying high. The launch of the Macintosh in January 1984 sent Jobs into an even higher orbit of celebrity. This was clear during a trip to Manhattan he took at the time. He went to a party that Yoko Ono threw for her son, Sean Lennon, and gave the 9-year-old a Macintosh. The boy loved it. The artists Andy Warhol and Keith Haring were there, and they were so captivated by what they could create with the machine that the contemporary art world almost took a strange turn. "I drew a circle," Warhol exclaimed proudly after using QuickDraw. Warhol insisted that Jobs take a computer to Mick Jagger. When Jobs arrived at the rock star's townhouse, Jagger seemed confused. He didn't quite know who Jobs was. Later, Jobs told his team, "I think he was on drugs. Either that or he's brain damaged." Jagger's daughter Jade, however, took to the computer immediately and started drawing with Mac Paint, so Jobs gave it to her instead. He bought the top-floor duplex apartment that he'd shown Scully in the San Remo on Manhattan's Central Park West. He hired James Freed of I.M. Pei's firm to renovate it, but he never moved in. He would later sell it to Bono for $15 million. He also bought an old Spanish colonial-style 14-bedroom mansion in Woodside, in the hills above Palo Alto. He moved into it but never got around to furnishing it. At Apple, his status was restored. Instead of trying to limit Jobs' authority, Scully gave him more. The Lisa and Macintosh divisions were combined, with Jobs in charge. He was flying high, but this did not make him more mellow. Indeed, there was a memorable display of his brutal honesty when he stood in front of the combined Lisa and Macintosh teams to describe how they would be merged. His Macintosh group leaders would get all of the top positions, he said, and a quarter of the Lisa staff would be laid off. "You guys failed," he said, looking directly at those who had worked on the Lisa. "You're a B team, B players. Too many people here are B or C players, so today we are releasing some of you to have the opportunity to work at our sister companies here in the Valley." Bill Atkinson, who had worked on both teams, thought it was not only cruel but unfair. These people had worked really hard and were brilliant engineers, he said. But Jobs had latched onto what he believed was a key management lesson from his Macintosh experience. You have to be ruthless if you want to build a team of A players. It's too easy, as a team grows, to put up with a few B players, and they then attract a few more B players, and soon you will even have some C players, he recalled. The Macintosh experience taught me that A players like to work only with other A players, which means you can't indulge B players. For the time being, Jobs and Scully were able to convince themselves that their friendship was still strong. They expressed their fondness so enthusiastically and often that they sounded like high school sweethearts at a greeting card display. The first anniversary of Scully's arrival came in May 1984. To celebrate, Jobs lured him to a dinner party at Le Mouton Noir, an elegant restaurant in the hills southwest of Cupertino. To Scully's surprise, Jobs had gathered the Apple board, its top managers, and even some East Coast investors. As they all congratulated him during cocktails, Scully recalled, a beaming Steve stood in the background, nodding his head up and down and wearing a Cheshire cat smile on his face. Jobs began the dinner with a generous toast. "The happiest 2 days for me were when Macintosh shipped and when John Scully agreed to join Apple," he said. "This has been the greatest year I've ever had in my whole life, because I've learned so much from John." He then presented Scully with a montage of mementos from the year. In response, Scully gushed about the joys of being Jobs' partner for the past year. He concluded with a line that, for different reasons, everyone at the table found memorable. "Apple has one leader," he said, "Steve and me." He looked across the room, caught Jobs' eye, and watched him smile. "It was as if we were communicating with each other," Scully recalled. But he also noticed that Arthur Rock and some of the others were looking puzzled, perhaps even skeptical. They were worried that Jobs was completely manipulating him. They had hired Scully to control Jobs, and now it was clear that Jobs was the one in control. Scully was so eager for Steve's approval that he was unable to stand up to him, Rock recalled. Keeping Jobs happy and deferring to his expertise may have seemed like a smart strategy to Scully. But he failed to realize that it was not in Jobs' nature to share control. Deference did not come naturally to him. He began to become more vocal about how he thought the company should be run. At the 1984 business strategy meeting, for example, he pushed to make the company's centralized sales and marketing staffs bid on the right to provide their services to the various product divisions. This would have meant, for example, that the Macintosh Group could decide not to use Apple's marketing team and instead create its own. No one else was in favor, but Jobs kept trying to force it through. "People were looking to me to take control, to get him to sit down and shut up, but I didn't," Scully recalled. As the meeting broke up, he heard someone whisper, "Why doesn't Scully shut him up?" When Jobs decided to build a state-of-the-art factory in Fremont to manufacture the Macintosh, His aesthetic passions and controlling nature kicked into high gear. He wanted the machinery to be painted in bright colors, like the Apple logo. But he spent so much time looking at paint chips that Apple's manufacturing director, Matt Carter, finally just installed them in their usual beige and gray. When Jobs took a tour, he ordered that the machines be repainted in the bright colors he wanted. Carter objected. This was precision equipment, he said, and repainting the machines could cause problems. He turned out to be right. One of the most expensive machines, which got painted bright blue, ended up not working properly and was nicknamed Steve's Folly. Finally, Carter quit. It took so much energy to fight him, and it was usually over something so pointless that finally I had enough. He recalled. Jobs chose as a replacement Debbie Coleman, the spunky but good-natured Macintosh financial officer. You may remember she once won the team's annual award for the person who best stood up to Jobs. But she knew how to cater to his whims when necessary. When Apple's art director, Clement Mock, told her that Jobs wanted the walls to be pure white, she protested, "You can't paint a factory pure white. There's going to be dust and stuff all over." Mock replied, "There's no white that's too white for Steve." She ended up going along. With its pure white walls and its bright blue, yellow, and red machines, the factory floor looked like an Alexander Calder showcase, said Coleman. When asked about his obsessive concern over the look of the factory, Jobs said it was a way to ensure a passion for perfection. He said, "I'd go out to the factory and I'd put on a white glove to check for dust. I'd find it everywhere, on machines, on the tops of the racks, on the floor, and I'd ask Debbie to get it cleaned. I told her I thought we should be able to eat off the floor of the factory. Well, this drove Debbie up the wall. She didn't understand why, and I couldn't explain it back then. You see, I'd been very influenced by what I'd seen in Japan. Part of what I greatly admired there, and part of what we were lacking in our factory, was a sense of teamwork and discipline. If we didn't have the discipline to keep that place spotless, then we weren't going to have the discipline to keep all these machines running." One Sunday morning, Jobs brought his father to see the factory. Paul Jobs had always been meticulous about making sure that his craftsmanship was exact and his tools were in order. His son was proud to show that he could do the same. Coleman came along to give the tour. Steve was beaming, she recalled. He was so proud to show his father this creation. Jobs explained how everything worked, and his father seemed truly admiring. He kept looking at his father, who touched everything and loved how clean and perfect everything looked. Things were not quite as sweet when Danielle Mitterrand toured the factory. The wife of France's socialist president, François Mitterrand, who admired Cuba, asked a lot of questions through her translator about the working conditions. Jobs, who had grabbed Alain Rossmann to serve as his translator, kept trying to explain the advanced robotics and technology. After Jobs talked about the just-in-time production schedules, she asked about overtime pay. He was annoyed. So he described how automation helped him keep labor costs down, a subject he knew would not please her. "Is it hard work?" she asked. "How much vacation time do they get?" Jobs couldn't contain himself. "If she's so interested in their welfare," he said to her translator, "tell her she can come work here any time." The translator turned pale and said nothing. After a moment, Rossmann stepped in to say, in French, "Mr. Jobs says he thanks you for your visit and your interest in the factory." Neither Jobs nor Madame Mitterrand knew what happened, Rossmann recalled, but her translator looked very relieved. Afterward, as he sped his Mercedes down the freeway toward Cupertino, Jobs fumed to Rossmann about Madame Mitterrand's attitude. At one point, he was going just over 100 miles per hour when a policeman stopped him and began writing a ticket. After a few minutes, as the officer scribbled away, Jobs honked. "Excuse me," the policeman said. Jobs replied, "I'm in a hurry." Amazingly, the officer didn't get mad. He simply finished writing the ticket and warned that if Jobs was caught going over 55 again, he would be sent to jail. As soon as the policeman left, Jobs got back on the road and accelerated to 100. He absolutely believed that the normal rules didn't apply to him, Rossmann marveled. His wife, Joanna Hoffman, saw the same thing when she went with Jobs to Europe a few months after the Macintosh was launched. He was just completely obnoxious and thinking he could get away with anything, she recalled. In Paris, she had arranged a formal dinner with French software developers, but Jobs suddenly decided he didn't want to go. Instead, he shut the car door on Hoffman and told her he was going to see the poster artist Folon instead. The developers were so pissed off they wouldn't shake our hands, she said. In Italy, he took an instant dislike to Apple's general manager, a soft, round man who came from a conventional business background. Jobs told him bluntly that he was not impressed with his team or his sales strategy. "You don't deserve to be able to sell the Mac," Jobs said coldly. But that was mild compared to his reaction to the restaurant the unlucky manager had chosen. Jobs demanded a vegan meal, but the waiter very elaborately served a sauce filled with sour cream. Jobs got so nasty that Hoffman had to threaten him. She whispered that if he didn't calm down, she was going to pour her hot coffee on his lap. The most serious disagreements Jobs had on the European trip were about sales forecasts. Using his reality distortion field, Jobs was always pushing his team to come up with higher projections. He kept threatening the European managers that he wouldn't give them any products unless they projected bigger sales. They insisted on being realistic, and Hoffman had to act as a referee. By the end of the trip, my whole body was shaking uncontrollably, Hoffman recalled. It was on this trip that Jobs first got to know Jean-Louis Gasset, Apple's manager in France. Gasset was one of the few to stand up successfully to Jobs on the trip. "He has his own way with the truth," Gasset later remarked. The only way to deal with him was to outbully him. When Jobs made his usual threat about cutting France's product allocations if Gasset didn't increase sales projections, Gasset got angry. "I remember grabbing his lapel and telling him to stop, and then he backed down. I used to be an angry man myself. I am a recovering asaholic, so I could recognize that in Steve." Gasset was impressed, however, at how Jobs could turn on the charm when he wanted to. François Mitterrand had been preaching the gospel of informatique pour tous, computing for all, and various academic experts in technology, such as Marvin Minsky and Nicolas Negroponte, came over to join the chorus. Jobs gave a talk to the group at the Hotel Bristol and painted a picture of how France could move ahead if it put computers in all of its schools. Paris also brought out the romantic in him. Both Gasset and Negroponte tell tales of him pining over women while he was there. Falling. After the burst of excitement that came with the release of the Macintosh, its sales began to slow down in the second half of 1984. The problem was a fundamental one. It was a dazzling, but painfully slow and underpowered computer, and no amount of hype could hide that. Its beauty was that its user interface looked like a sunny playroom rather than a gloomy dark screen with sickly green pulsating letters and grumpy command lines. But that led to its greatest weakness. A character on a text-based display took less than a byte of code. But when the Mac drew a letter, pixel by pixel in any elegant font you wanted, it required 20 or 30 times more memory. The Lisa handled this by shipping with more than 1,000 kilobytes of RAM, whereas the Macintosh had only 128. Another problem was the lack of an internal hard disk drive. Jobs had called Joanna Hoffman a Xerox bigot when she fought for such a storage device. He insisted that the Macintosh have just one floppy disk drive. If you wanted to copy data, you could end up with a new form of tennis elbow from having to swap floppy disks in and out of the single drive. In addition, the Macintosh lacked a fan, another example of Jobs' stubbornness. Fans, he felt, disturbed the calm of a computer. This caused many component failures and earned the Macintosh the nickname the beige toaster, which did not help its popularity. It was so seductive that it had sold well enough for the first few months. But when people became more aware of its limitations, sales fell. As Hoffman later lamented, the reality distortion field can serve as a spur, but then reality itself hits. At the end of 1984, with Lisa sales practically non-existent and Macintosh sales falling below 10,000 a month, Jobs made a shoddy and uncharacteristic decision out of desperation. He decided to take the inventory of unsold Lisas, add a Macintosh emulation program, and sell them as a new product, the Macintosh XL. Since the Lisa had been discontinued and would not be restarted, it was a rare instance of Jobs producing something he did not believe in. "I was furious because the Mac XL wasn't real," said Hoffman. "It was just to get rid of the excess leases. It sold well, and then we had to discontinue the horrible hoax, so I resigned." The dark mood was evident in the ad that was developed in January 1985. It was supposed to repeat the anti-IBM feeling of the powerful 1984 ad. Unfortunately, there was a fundamental difference. The first ad had ended on a heroic, optimistic note, but the storyboards presented by Lee Clow and Jay Chiat for the new ad, titled Lemmings, showed dark-suited, blindfolded corporate managers marching off a cliff to their death. From the beginning, both Jobs and Scully were uneasy. It didn't seem as if it would convey a positive or glorious image of Apple. Instead, it would just insult every manager who had bought an IBM. Jobs and Scully asked for other ideas, but the agency people pushed back. "You guys didn't want to run 1984 last year," one of them said. According to Scully, Lee Clow added, "I will put my whole reputation, everything, on this commercial." When the filmed version, done by Ridley Scott's brother Tony, came in, the concept looked even worse. The mindless managers marching off the cliff were singing a slow, funeral-like version of the Snow White song, "Hi-ho, hi-ho." The dreary filmmaking made it even more depressing than the storyboards suggested. "I can't believe you're going to insult business people across America by running that," Debbie Coleman yelled at Jobs when she saw the ad. At the marketing meetings, she stood up to make her point about how much she hated it. "I literally put a resignation letter on his desk. I wrote it on my Mac. I thought it was an insult to corporate managers. We were just beginning to get a foothold with desktop publishing." Nevertheless, Jobs and Scully gave in to the agency's pleas and ran the commercial during the Super Bowl. They went to the game together at Stanford Stadium with Scully's wife, Lizzie, who couldn't stand Jobs, and Jobs' new girlfriend, Tina Reds. When the commercial was shown near the end of the fourth quarter of a boring game, the fans watched on the overhead screen and had little reaction. Across the country, most of the response was negative. It insulted the very people Apple was trying to reach, the president of a market research firm told Fortune. Apple's marketing manager suggested afterward that the company might want to buy an ad in the Wall Street Journal apologizing. Jay Chiat threatened that if Apple did that, his agency would buy the facing page and apologize for the apology. Jobs' discomfort, with both the ad and the situation at Apple in general, was on display when he traveled to New York in January. He was there to do another round of one-on-one press interviews. Andy Cunningham from Regis McKenna's firm was in charge of hand-holding and logistics at the Carlisle Hotel. When Jobs arrived, he told her that his suite needed to be completely redone, even though it was 10 p.m., and the meetings were to begin the next day. The piano was not in the right place, the strawberries were the wrong type, but his biggest objection was that he didn't like the flowers. He wanted calla lilies. "We got into a big fight on what a calla lily is," Cunningham recalled. "I know what they are, because I had them at my wedding, but he insisted on having a different type of lily and said I was stupid because I didn't know what a real calla lily was." So Cunningham went out, and this being New York, was able to find a place open at midnight where she could get the lilies he wanted. By the time they got the room rearranged, Jobs started objecting to what she was wearing. "That suit's disgusting," he told her. Cunningham knew that at times he just simmered with unfocused anger, so she tried to calm him down. "Look, I know you're angry, and I know how you feel," she said. "You have no fucking idea how I feel," he shot back. "No fucking idea what it's like to be me." 30 years old. Turning 30 is a milestone for most people, especially for those of the generation that said it would never trust anyone over that age. To celebrate his own 30th, in February 1985, Jobs threw a lavishly formal but also playful party, black tie and tennis shoes, for 1,000 people in the ballroom of the St. Francis Hotel in San Francisco. The invitation read, "There's an old Hindu saying that goes, in the first 30 years of your life, you make your habits. For the last 30 years of your life, your habits make you." come help me celebrate mine. One table featured software moguls, including Bill Gates and Mitch Kapor. Another had old friends such as Elizabeth Holmes, who brought as her date a woman dressed in a tuxedo. Andy Hertzfeld and Burrell Smith had rented tuxedos and wore floppy tennis shoes, which made it all the more memorable when they danced to the Strauss waltzes played by the San Francisco Symphony Orchestra. Ella Fitzgerald provided the entertainment, as Bob Dylan had declined. She sang mainly from her standard repertoire, though she occasionally tailored a song like The Girl from Ipanema to be about the boy from Cupertino. When she asked for some requests, Jobs called out a few. She concluded with a slow rendition of Happy Birthday. Scully came to the stage to propose a toast to technology's foremost visionary. Wozniak also came up and presented Jobs with a framed copy of the Zaltair hoax from the 1977 West Coast Computer Fair, where the Apple II had been introduced. The venture capitalist Don Valentine marveled at the change in the decade since that time. He went from being a Ho Chi Minh lookalike who said never trust anyone over 30 to a person who gives himself a fabulous 30th birthday with Ella Fitzgerald, he said. Many people had picked out special gifts for a person who was not easy to shop for. Debbie Coleman, for example, found a first edition of F. Scott Fitzgerald's The Last Tycoon. But Jobs, in an act that was odd yet not out of character, left all of the gifts in a hotel room. Wozniak and some of the Apple veterans, who did not care for the goat cheese and salmon mousse that was served, met after the party and went out to eat at a Denny's. It's rare that you see an artist in his 30s or 40s able to really contribute something amazing, Jobs said wistfully to the writer David Sheff, who published a long and intimate interview in Playboy the month he turned 30. Of course, there are some people who are innately curious, forever little kids in their awe of life, but they're rare. The interview touched on many subjects, but Jobs' most poignant thoughts were about growing old and facing the future. He said, "Your thoughts construct patterns like scaffolding in your mind. You are really etching chemical patterns. In most cases, people get stuck in those patterns, just like grooves in a record, and they never get out of them. I'll always stay connected with Apple. I hope that throughout my life, I'll sort of have the thread of my life and the thread of Apple weave in and out of each other, like a tapestry. There may be a few years when I'm not there, but I'll always come back." If you want to live your life in a creative way, as an artist, you have to not look back too much. You have to be willing to take whatever you've done and whoever you were and throw them away. The more the outside world tries to reinforce an image of you, the harder it is to continue to be an artist. That's why a lot of times artists have to say, "Bye. I have to go. I'm going crazy and I'm getting out of here." And they go and hibernate somewhere. Maybe later they reemerge a little differently. With each of those statements, Jobs seemed to have a premonition that his life would soon be changing. Perhaps the thread of his life would indeed weave in and out of the thread of Apple's. Perhaps it was time to throw away some of what he had been. Perhaps it was time to say, "Bye, I have to go," and then reemerge later, thinking differently. Exodus. Andy Hertzfeld had taken a leave of absence after the Macintosh came out in 1984. He needed to recharge his batteries and get away from his supervisor, Bob Belleville, whom he didn't like. One day, he learned that Jobs had given out bonuses of up to $50,000 to engineers on the Macintosh team, so he went to Jobs to ask for one. Jobs responded that Belleville had decided not to give the bonuses to people who were on leave. Hertzfeld later heard that the decision had actually been made by Jobs, so he confronted him. At first, Jobs was evasive. Then he said, "Well, let's assume what you are saying is true. How does that change things?" Hertzfeld said that if Jobs was withholding the bonus as a reason for him to come back, then he wouldn't come back as a matter of principle. Jobs gave in, but it left Hertzfeld with a bad feeling. When his leave was coming to an end, Hertzfeld made an appointment to have dinner with Jobs. They walked from his office to an Italian restaurant a few blocks away. "I really want to return," he told Jobs, "but things seem really messed up right now." Jobs was vaguely annoyed and distracted, but Hertzfeld continued. The software team is completely demoralized and has hardly done a thing for months, and Burrell is so frustrated that he won't last to the end of the year. At that point, Jobs cut him off. "You don't know what you're talking about," he said. "The Macintosh team is doing great, and I'm having the best time of my life right now. You're just completely out of touch." His stare was withering, but he also tried to look amused at Hertzfeld's assessment. "If you really believe that, I don't think there's any way that I can come back," Hertzfeld replied gloomily. "The Mac team that I want to come back to doesn't even exist anymore." "The Mac team had to grow up, and so do you," Jobs replied. "I want you to come back, but if you don't want to, that's up to you. You don't matter as much as you think you do anyway." Hertzfeld didn't come back. By early 1985, Burrell Smith was also ready to leave. He had worried that it would be hard to quit if Jobs tried to talk him out of it. The reality distortion field was usually too strong for him to resist. So he plotted with Hertzfeld how he could break free of it. "I've got it," he told Hertzfeld one day. "I know the perfect way to quit that will nullify the reality distortion field. I'll just walk into Steve's office, pull down my pants, and urinate on his desk." What could he say to that? It's guaranteed to work. The betting on the Mac team was that even brave Burrell Smith would not have the nerve to do that. When he finally decided he had to make his break, around the time of Jobs' birthday bash, he made an appointment to see Jobs. He was surprised to find Jobs smiling broadly when he walked in. "Are you going to do it? Are you really going to do it?" Jobs asked. He had heard about the plan. Smith looked at him. "Do I have to? I'll do it if I have to." Jobs gave him a look, and Smith decided it wasn't necessary. So he resigned less dramatically and walked out on good terms. He was quickly followed by another of the great Macintosh engineers, Bruce Horn. When Horn went in to say goodbye, Jobs told him, "Everything that's wrong with the Mac is your fault." Horn responded, "Well, actually, Steve, a lot of things that are right with the Mac are my fault, and I had to fight like crazy to get those things in." "You're right," admitted Jobs. "I'll give you 15,000 shares to stay." When Horn declined the offer, Jobs showed his warmer side. "Well, give me a hug," he said, and so they hugged. But the biggest news that month was the departure from Apple, yet again, of its co-founder, Steve Wozniak. Wozniak was then quietly working as a mid-level engineer in the Apple II division. He was a humble symbol of the company's roots and stayed as far away from management and corporate politics as he could. He felt, with good reason, that Jobs did not appreciate the Apple II, which remained the company's cash cow and accounted for 70% of its sales at Christmas 1984. "People in the Apple II group were being treated as very unimportant by the rest of the company," he later said. This was despite the fact that the Apple II was by far the largest selling product in our company for ages and would be for years to come. He even did something out of character. He picked up the phone one day and called Scully, berating him for giving so much attention to Jobs and the Macintosh division. Frustrated, Wozniak decided to leave quietly to start a new company. It would make a universal remote control device he had invented. It would control your television, stereo, and other electronic devices with a simple set of buttons that you could easily program. He told the head of engineering at the Apple II division, but he didn't feel he was important enough to go outside of channels and tell Jobs or Markula. So Jobs first heard about it when the news leaked in the Wall Street Journal. In his earnest way, Wozniak had openly answered the reporter's questions when he called. Yes, he said, he felt that Apple had been neglecting the Apple II division. "Apple's direction has been horrendously wrong for 5 years," he said. Less than 2 weeks later, Wozniak and Jobs traveled together to the White House, where Ronald Reagan presented them with the first National Medal of Technology. The president quoted what President Rutherford Hayes had said when first shown a telephone, "An amazing invention, but who would ever want to use one?" And then quipped, "I thought at the time that he might be mistaken." Because of the awkward situation surrounding Wozniak's departure, Apple did not throw a celebratory dinner. So Jobs and Wozniak went for a walk afterward and ate at a sandwich shop. They chatted amiably, Wozniak recalled, and avoided any discussion of their disagreements. Wozniak wanted to make the parting friendly. It was his style, so he agreed to stay on as a part-time Apple employee at a $20,000 salary and represent the company at events and trade shows. That could have been a graceful way to drift apart. But Jobs could not leave well enough alone. One Saturday, a few weeks after they had visited Washington together, Jobs went to the new Palo Alto studios of Hartmut Esslinger, whose company, Frog Design, had moved there to handle its design work for Apple. There he happened to see sketches that the firm had made for Wozniak's new remote control device, and he flew into a rage. Apple had a clause in its contract that gave it the right to bar Frog Design from working on other computer-related projects, and Jobs used it. I informed them, he recalled, that working with Woz wouldn't be acceptable to us. When the Wall Street Journal heard what happened, it got in touch with Wozniak, who, as usual, was open and honest. He said that Jobs was punishing him. "Steve Jobs has a hate for me, probably because of the things I said about Apple," he told the reporter. Jobs' action was remarkably petty, but it was also partly caused by the fact that he understood, in ways that others did not, that the look and style of a product helped to brand it. A device that had Wozniak's name on it and used the same design language as Apple's products might be mistaken for something that Apple had produced. "It's not personal," Jobs told the newspaper, explaining that he wanted to make sure that Wozniak's remote wouldn't look like something made by Apple. "We don't want to see our design language used on other products. Woz has to find his own resources. He can't leverage off Apple's resources. We can't treat him specially." Jobs volunteered to pay for the work that Frog Design had already done for Wozniak, but even so, the executives at the firm were taken aback. When Jobs demanded that they send him the drawings done for Wozniak or destroy them, they refused. Jobs had to send them a letter invoking Apple's contractual right. Herbert Pfeiffer, the design director of the firm, risked Jobs' wrath by publicly dismissing his claim that the dispute with Wozniak was not personal. "It's a power play," Pfeiffer told the Journal. "They have personal problems between them." Hertzfeld was outraged when he heard what Jobs had done. He lived about 12 blocks from Jobs, who sometimes would drop by on his walks. "I got so furious about the Wozniak remote episode that when Steve next came over, I wouldn't let him in the house," Hertzfeld recalled. "He knew he was wrong, but he tried to rationalize, and maybe in his distorted reality he was able to." Wozniak, always a teddy bear even when annoyed, hired another design firm and even agreed to stay on Apple's retainer as a spokesman. Showdown, spring 1985. There were many reasons for the split between Jobs and Scully in the spring of 1985. Some were simply business disagreements, such as Scully's attempt to maximize profits by keeping the Macintosh price high when Jobs wanted to make it more affordable. Others were strangely psychological and stemmed from the intense and unlikely infatuation they initially had with each other. Scully had desperately craved Jobs' affection, and Jobs had eagerly sought a father figure and mentor. When the passion began to cool, there was an emotional backlash. But at its core, the growing rift had two fundamental causes, one on each side. For Jobs, the problem was that Scully never became a product person. He didn't make the effort or show the ability to understand the fine points of what they were making. On the contrary, he found Jobs' passion for tiny technical tweaks and design details to be obsessive and counterproductive. He had spent his career selling sodas and snacks whose recipes were largely irrelevant to him. He wasn't naturally passionate about products, which was among the most serious sins that Jobs could imagine. "I tried to educate him about the details of engineering," Jobs recalled, "but he had no idea how products are created, and after a while it just turned into arguments. But I learned that my perspective was right. Products are everything." He came to see Scully as clueless. His contempt was made worse by Scully's hunger for his affection and his delusions that they were very similar. For Scully, the problem was that Jobs, when he was no longer in courtship or manipulative mode, was frequently obnoxious, rude, selfish, and nasty to other people. He found Jobs' boorish behavior as despicable as Jobs found Scully's lack of passion for product details. Scully was kind, caring, and polite to a fault. At one point, they were planning to meet with Xerox's vice chair, Bill Glavin, and Scully begged Jobs to behave. But as soon as they sat down, Jobs told Glavin, "You guys don't have any clue what you're doing," and the meeting broke up. "I'm sorry, but I couldn't help myself," Jobs told Scully. It was one of many such cases. As Atari's Al Alcorn later observed, Scully believed in keeping people happy and worrying about relationships. Steve didn't give a shit about that. But he did care about the product in a way that Scully never could, and he was able to avoid having too many bozos working at Apple by insulting anyone who wasn't an A player. The board became increasingly alarmed at the turmoil. In early 1985, Arthur Rock and some other disgruntled directors delivered a stern lecture to both of them. They told Scully that he was supposed to be running the company and that he should start doing so with more authority and less eagerness to be friends with Jobs. They told Jobs that he was supposed to be fixing the mess at the Macintosh division and not telling other divisions how to do their jobs. Afterward, Jobs retreated to his office and typed on his Macintosh, "I will not criticize the rest of the organization. I will not criticize the rest of the organization." As the Macintosh continued to disappoint, sales in March 1985 were only 10% of the forecast. Jobs holed up in his office fuming or wandered the halls berating everyone else for the problems. His mood swings became worse, and so did his abuse of those around him. Middle-level managers began to rise up against him. The marketing chief, Mike Murray, sought a private meeting with Scully at an industry conference. As they were going up to Scully's hotel room, Jobs spotted them and asked to come along. Murray asked him not to. He told Scully that Jobs was wreaking havoc and had to be removed from managing the Macintosh division. Scully replied that he was not yet ready to have a showdown with Jobs. Murray later sent a memo directly to Jobs criticizing the way he treated colleagues and denouncing management by character assassination. For a few weeks, it seemed as if there might be a solution to the turmoil. Jobs became fascinated by a flat-screen technology developed by a firm near Palo Alto called Woodside Design, run by an eccentric engineer named Steve Kitchen. He was also impressed by another startup that made a touchscreen display that could be controlled by your finger, so you didn't need a mouse. Together, these might help fulfill Jobs' vision of creating a Mac in a book. On a walk with Kitchen, Jobs spotted a building in nearby Menlo Park and declared that they should open a secret research facility to work on these ideas. It could be called Apple Labs, and Jobs could run it, going back to the joy of having a small team and developing a great new product. Scully was thrilled by the possibility. It would solve most of his management issues, moving Jobs back to what he did best and getting rid of his disruptive presence in Cupertino. Scully also had a candidate to replace Jobs as manager of the Macintosh division, Jean-Louis Gasset, Apple's chief in France, who had suffered through Jobs' visit there. Gasset flew to Cupertino and said he would take the job if he got a guarantee that he would run the division rather than work under Jobs. One of the board members, Phil Schlein of Macy's, tried to convince Jobs that he would be better off thinking up new products and inspiring a passionate little team. But after some reflection, Jobs decided that was not the path he wanted. He refused to give up control to Gasset, who wisely went back to Paris to avoid the power clash that was becoming inevitable. For the rest of the spring, Jobs wavered. There were times when he wanted to assert himself as a corporate manager, even writing a memo urging cost savings by eliminating free drinks and first-class air travel. At other times, he agreed with those who were encouraging him to go off and run a new Apple Labs research and development group. In March, Murray sent another memo that he marked "Do Not Circulate," but gave to multiple colleagues. "In my 3 years at Apple, I've never observed so much confusion, fear, and dysfunction as in the past 90 days, he began. "We are perceived by the rank and file as a boat without a rudder, drifting away into foggy oblivion." Murray had been on both sides of the fence. At times he conspired with Jobs to undermine Scully, but in this memo he laid the blame on Jobs. Whether the cause of or because of the dysfunction, Steve Jobs now controls a seemingly impenetrable power base. At the end of that month, Scully finally worked up the nerve to tell Jobs that he should give up running the Macintosh division. He walked over to Jobs' office one evening and brought the human resources manager, Jay Elliott, to make the confrontation more formal. "There is no one who admires your brilliance and vision more than I do," Scully began. He had said such flattering things before, but this time it was clear that there would be a brutal but following the thought. And there was. "But this is really not going to work," he declared. The flatteries followed by buts continued. "We have developed a great friendship with each other," he said, "but I have lost confidence in your ability to run the Macintosh division." He also berated Jobs for bad-mouthing him as a bozo behind his back. Jobs looked stunned and countered with an odd challenge, that Scully should help and coach him more. "You've got to spend more time with me," he said. Then he lashed back. He told Scully he knew nothing about computers, was doing a terrible job running the company, and had disappointed Jobs ever since coming to Apple. Then he began to cry. Scully sat there biting his fingernails. "I'm going to bring this up with the board," Scully declared. "I'm going to recommend that you step down from your operating position of running the Macintosh division. I want you to know that." He urged Jobs not to resist and to agree instead to work on developing new technologies and products. Jobs jumped from his seat and turned his intense stare on Scully. "I don't believe you're going to do that," he said. "If you do that, you're going to destroy the company." Over the next few weeks, Jobs' behavior fluctuated wildly. One moment he would be talking about going off to run Apple Labs, but in the next, he would be enlisting support to have Scully ousted. He would reach out to Scully, then lash out at him behind his back, sometimes on the same night. One night at 9, he called Apple's general counsel, Al Eisenstadt, to say he was losing confidence in Scully and needed his help convincing the board to fire him. At 11 the same night, he phoned Scully to say, "You're terrific, and I just want you to know I love working with you." At the board meeting on April 11th, Scully officially reported that he wanted to ask Jobs to step down as the head of the Macintosh division and focus instead on new product development. Arthur Rock, the most crusty and independent of the board members, then spoke. He was fed up with both of them, with Scully for not having the guts to take command over the past year, and with Jobs for acting like a petulant brat. The board needed to get this dispute behind them, and to do so it should meet privately with each of them. Scully left the room so that Jobs could present first. Jobs insisted that Scully was the problem because he had no understanding of computers. Rock responded by berating Jobs. In his growling voice, he said that Jobs had been behaving foolishly for a year and had no right to be managing a division. Even Jobs' strongest supporter, Phil Schlein, tried to talk him into stepping aside gracefully to run a research lab for the company. When it was Scully's turn to meet privately with the board, he gave an ultimatum. "You can back me, and then I take responsibility for running the company, or we can do nothing, and you're going to have to find yourselves a new CEO," he said. If he was given the authority, he said, he would not move abruptly, but would ease Jobs into the new role over the next few months. The board unanimously sided with Scully. He was given the authority to remove Jobs whenever he felt the timing was right. As Jobs waited outside the boardroom, knowing full well that he was losing, he saw Del Yoakum, a longtime colleague, and hugged him. After the board made its decision, Scully tried to be conciliatory. Jobs asked that the transition happen slowly over the next few months, and Scully agreed. Later that evening, Scully's executive assistant, Nanette Buckhout, called Jobs to see how he was doing. He was still in his office, shell-shocked. Scully had already left, and Jobs came over to talk to her. Once again, he began to waver wildly in his attitude toward Scully. "Why did John do this to me?" he said. "He betrayed me." Then he swung the other way. Perhaps he should take some time away to work on restoring his relationship with Scully, he said. John's friendship is more important than anything else, and I think maybe that's what I should do, concentrate on our friendship. Plotting a coup. Jobs was not good at taking no for an answer. He went to Scully's office in early May 1985 and asked for more time to show that he could manage the Macintosh division. He would prove himself as an operations guy, he promised. Scully didn't back down. Jobs next tried a direct challenge. He asked Scully to resign. "I think you really lost your stride," Jobs told him. "You were really great the first year, and everything went wonderful. But something happened." Scully, who was usually even-tempered, lashed back, pointing out that Jobs had been unable to get Macintosh software developed, come up with new models, or win customers. The meeting degenerated into a shouting match about who was the worst manager. After Jobs stalked out, Scully turned away from the glass wall of his office, where others had been looking in on the meeting, and wept. Matters began to come to a head on Tuesday, May 14th, when the Macintosh team made its quarterly review presentation to Scully and other Apple corporate leaders. Jobs still had not given up control of the division, and he was defiant when he arrived in the corporate boardroom with his team. He and Scully began by clashing over what the division's mission was. Jobs said it was to sell more Macintosh machines. Scully said it was to serve the interests of the Apple company as a whole. As usual, there was little cooperation among the divisions. For one thing, the Macintosh team was planning new disk drives that were different from those being developed by the Apple II division. The debate, according to the minutes, took a full hour. Jobs then described the projects underway: a more powerful Mac, which would take the place of the discontinued Lisa, and software called File Server, which would allow Macintosh users to share files on a network. Scully learned for the first time that these projects were going to be late. He gave a cold critique of Murray's marketing record, Belleville's missed engineering deadlines, and Jobs' overall management. Despite all this, Jobs ended the meeting with a plea to Scully, in front of all the others there, to be given one more chance to prove he could run a division. Scully refused. That night, Jobs took his Macintosh team out to dinner at Nina's Cafe in Woodside. Jean-Louis Gasset was in town because Scully wanted him to prepare to take over the Macintosh division, and Jobs invited him to join them. Belleville proposed a toast to those of us who really understand what the world according to Steve Jobs is all about. That phrase, "the world according to Steve," had been used dismissively by others at Apple, who belittled the reality warp he created. After the others left, Belleville sat with Jobs in his Mercedes and urged him to organize a battle to the death with Scully. Months earlier, Apple had gotten the right to export computers to China, and Jobs had been invited to sign a deal in the Great Hall of the People over the 1985 Memorial Day weekend. He had told Scully, who decided he wanted to go himself, which was just fine with Jobs. Jobs decided to use Scully's absence to carry out his coup. Throughout the week leading up to Memorial Day, he took a lot of people on walks to share his plans. "I'm going to launch a coup while John is in China," he told Mike Murray. 7 days in May. On Thursday, May 23rd, at his regular Thursday meeting with his top lieutenants in the Macintosh division, Jobs told his inner circle about his plan to oust Scully. He also confided in the corporate human resources director, Jay Elliott, who told him bluntly that the proposed rebellion wouldn't work. Elliott had talked to some board members and urged them to stand up for Jobs, but he discovered that most of the board was with Scully, as were most members of Apple's senior staff. Yet Jobs went ahead. He even revealed his plans to Gasset on a walk around the parking lot, despite the fact that Gasset had come from Paris to take his job. "I made the mistake of telling Gasset," Jobs wryly conceded years later. That evening, Apple's general counsel, Al Eisenstadt, had a small barbecue at his home for Scully, Gasset, and their wives. When Gasset told Eisenstadt what Jobs was plotting, he recommended that Gasset inform Scully. "Steve was trying to raise a cabal and have a coup to get rid of John," Gasset recalled. "In the den of Al Eisenstadt's house, I put my index finger lightly on John's breastbone and said, 'If you leave tomorrow for China, you could be ousted. Steve's plotting to get rid of you.'" On Friday, May 24th, Scully canceled his trip and decided to confront Jobs at the executive staff meeting on Friday morning. Jobs arrived late and saw that his usual seat next to Scully, who sat at the head of the table, was taken. He sat instead at the far end, He was dressed in a well-tailored suit and looked energized. Scully looked pale. He announced that he was dispensing with the agenda to confront the issue on everyone's mind. "It's come to my attention that you'd like to throw me out of the company," he said, looking directly at Jobs. "I'd like to ask you if that's true." Jobs was not expecting this, but he was never shy about being brutally honest. His eyes narrowed, and he fixed Scully with his unblinking stare. "I think you're bad for Apple, and I think you're the wrong person to run the company," he replied, coldly and slowly. "You really should leave this company. You don't know how to operate and never have." He accused Scully of not understanding the product development process, and then he added a self-centered swipe. "I wanted you here to help me grow, and you've been ineffective in helping me." As the rest of the room sat frozen, Scully finally lost his temper. A childhood stutter that had not afflicted him for 20 years started to return. "I don't trust you, and I won't tolerate a lack of trust," he stammered. When Jobs claimed that he would be better than Scully at running the company, Scully took a gamble. He decided to poll the room on that question. He pulled off this clever maneuver, Jobs recalled, still smarting 35 years later. It was at the executive committee meeting, and he said, "It's me or Steve. Who do you vote for?" He set the whole thing up so that you'd kind of have to be an idiot to vote for me. Suddenly, the frozen onlookers began to squirm. Del Yoakum had to go first. He said he loved Jobs and wanted him to continue to play some role in the company. But he worked up the nerve to conclude, with Jobs staring at him, that he respected Scully and would support him to run the company. Eisenstadt faced Jobs directly and said much the same thing. He liked Jobs but was supporting Scully. Regis McKenna, who sat in on senior staff meetings as an outside consultant, was more direct. He looked at Jobs and told him he was not yet ready to run the company, something he had told him before. Others sided with Scully as well. For Bill Campbell, it was particularly tough. He was fond of Jobs and didn't particularly like Scully. His voice quavered a bit as he told Jobs he had decided to support Scully, and he urged the two of them to work it out and find some role for Jobs to play in the company. "You can't let Steve leave this company," he told Scully. Jobs looked shattered. "I guess I know where things stand," he said, and bolted out of the room. No one followed. He went back to his office, gathered his longtime loyalists on the Macintosh staff, and started to cry. He would have to leave Apple, he said. As he started to walk out the door, Debbie Coleman stopped him. She and the others urged him to settle down and not do anything hasty. He should take the weekend to regroup. Perhaps there was a way to prevent the company from being torn apart. Scully was devastated by his victory. Like a wounded warrior, he retreated to Eisenstadt's office and asked the corporate counsel to go for a ride. When they got into Eisenstadt's Porsche, Scully lamented, "I don't know whether I can go through with this." When Eisenstadt asked what he meant, Scully responded, "I think I'm going to resign." "You can't," Eisenstadt protested. "Apple will fall apart." "I'm going to resign," Scully declared. "I don't think I'm right for the company." "I think you're copping out," Eisenstadt replied. "You've got to stand up to him." Then he drove Scully home. Scully's wife was surprised to see him back in the middle of the day. "I've failed," he said to her sadly. She was a volatile woman who had never liked Jobs or appreciated her husband's infatuation with him. So when she heard what had happened, she jumped into her car and sped over to Jobs' office. Informed that he had gone to the Good Earth restaurant, she marched over there and confronted him in the parking lot as he was coming out with loyalists on his Macintosh team. "Steve, can I talk to you?" she said. His jaw dropped. "Do you have any idea what a privilege it has been even to know someone as fine as John Scully?" she demanded. He looked away. "Can't you look me in the eyes when I'm talking to you?" she asked. But when Jobs did so, giving her his practiced, unblinking stare, she recoiled. "Never mind, don't look at me," she said. "When I look into most people's eyes, I see a soul. When I look into your eyes, I see a bottomless pit, an empty hole, no, a dead zone." Then she walked away. On Saturday, May 25th, Mike Murray drove to Jobs' house in Woodside to offer some advice. He told Jobs he should consider accepting the role of being a new product visionary, starting Apple Labs, and getting away from headquarters. Jobs seemed willing to consider it, but first he would have to make peace with Scully. So he picked up the telephone and surprised Scully with an olive branch. He asked if they could meet the following afternoon and take a walk together in the hills above Stanford University. They had walked there in the past, in happier times, and maybe on such a walk they could work things out. Jobs didn't know that Scully had told Eisenstadt he wanted to quit, but by then it didn't matter. Overnight, he had changed his mind and decided to stay. Despite the blow-up the day before, he was still eager for Jobs to like him, so he agreed to meet the next afternoon. If Jobs was preparing for reconciliation, it didn't show in his choice of movie for that night with Murray. He picked Patton, the epic of the never-surrender general. But he had lent his copy of the tape to his father, who had once ferried troops for the general, so he drove with Murray to his childhood home to get it. His parents weren't there, and he didn't have a key. They walked around the back, checked for unlocked doors or windows, and finally gave up. The video store didn't have a copy of Patton in stock, so in the end, he had to settle for watching the 1983 film adaptation of Harold Pinter's Betrayal. On Sunday, May 26th, as planned, Jobs and Scully met in back of the Stanford campus and walked for several hours amid the rolling hills and horse pastures. Jobs repeated his plea that he should have an operational role at Apple. This time, Scully stood firm. "It won't work," he kept saying. Scully urged him to take the role of being a product visionary with a lab of his own, but Jobs rejected this as making him a mere figurehead. Defying all connection to reality, he countered with the proposal that Scully give up control of the entire company to him. "Why don't you become chairman, and I'll become president and chief executive officer," he suggested. Scully was struck by how earnest he seemed. "Steve, that doesn't make any sense," Scully replied. Jobs then proposed that they split the duties of running the company, with him handling the product side and Scully handling marketing and business. But the board had not only emboldened Scully, it had ordered him to bring Jobs under control. "One person has got to run the company," he replied. "I've got the support, and you don't." On his way home, Jobs stopped at Mike Markula's house. He wasn't there, so Jobs left a message asking him to come to dinner the following evening. He would also invite the core of loyalists from his Macintosh team. He hoped that they could persuade Markula of the folly of siding with Scully. On Monday, May 27th, Memorial Day was sunny and warm. The Macintosh team loyalists, Debbie Coleman, Mike Murray, Susan Barnes, and Bob Belleville, got to Jobs' Woodside home an hour before the scheduled dinner so they could plot strategy. Sitting on the patio as the sun set, Coleman told Jobs that he should accept Scully's offer to be a product visionary and help start up Apple Labs. Of all the inner circle, Coleman was the most willing to be realistic. In the new organization plan, Scully had tapped her to run the manufacturing division because he knew that her loyalty was to Apple and not just to Jobs. Some of the others were more aggressive. They wanted to urge Markula to support a reorganization plan that put Jobs in charge. When Markula showed up, he agreed to listen with one condition. Jobs had to keep quiet. "I seriously wanted to hear the thoughts of the Macintosh team, not watch Jobs enlist them in a rebellion," he recalled. As it got cooler, they went inside the sparsely furnished mansion and sat by a fireplace. Instead of letting it turn into a gripe session, Markula made them focus on very specific management issues, such as what had caused the problem in producing the file server software and why the Macintosh distribution system had not responded well to the change in demand. When they were finished, Markula bluntly refused to back Jobs. "I said I wouldn't support his plan, and that was the end of that," Markula recalled. Scully was the boss. They were mad and emotional and putting together a revolt, but that's not how you do things. On Tuesday, May 28th, his anger fueled by hearing from Markula that Jobs had spent the previous evening trying to undermine him, Scully walked over to Jobs' office. He had talked to the board, he said, and he had its support. He wanted Jobs out. Then he drove to Markula's house, where he gave a presentation of his reorganization plans. Markula asked detailed questions, and at the end, he gave Scully his blessing. When he got back to his office, Scully called the other members of the board just to make sure he still had their backing. He did. At that point, he called Jobs to make sure he understood. The board had given final approval of his reorganization plan, which would proceed that week. Gassé would take over control of Jobs' beloved Macintosh, as well as other products, and there was no other division for Jobs to run. Scully was still somewhat conciliatory. He told Jobs that he could stay on with the title of board chairman and be a product visionary with no operational duties. But by this point, even the idea of starting a secret research lab like Apple Labs was no longer on the table. It finally sank in. Jobs realized there was no appeal, no way to warp reality. He broke down in tears and started making phone calls to Bill Campbell, Jay Elliott, Mike Murray, and others. Murray's wife, Joyce, was on an overseas call when Jobs phoned, and the operator broke in, saying it was an emergency. "It had better be important," she told the operator. "It is," she heard Jobs say. When her husband got on the phone, Jobs was crying. "It's over," he said. Then he hung up. Murray was worried that Jobs was so despondent he might do something rash, so he called back. There was no answer, so he drove to Woodside. No one came to the door when he knocked, so he went around back and climbed up some exterior steps and looked in the bedroom. Jobs was lying there on a mattress in his unfurnished room. He let Murray in, and they talked until almost dawn. On Wednesday, May 29th, Jobs finally got a tape of Patton, which he watched that evening. But Murray prevented him from getting worked up for another battle. Instead, he urged Jobs to come in on Friday for Scully's announcement of the reorganization plan. There was no option left other than to play the good soldier rather than the renegade commander. Like a rolling stone, Jobs slipped quietly into the back row of the auditorium to listen to Scully explain the new order of battle to the troops. There were a lot of sideways glances, but few people acknowledged him, and none came over to offer public displays of affection. He stared without blinking at Scully, who would remember Steve's look of contempt years later. "It's unyielding," Scully recalled, "like an X-ray boring inside your bones, down to where you're soft and destructibly mortal." For a moment, standing on stage while pretending not to notice Jobs, Scully thought back to a friendly trip they had taken a year earlier to Cambridge, Massachusetts, to visit Jobs' hero, Edwin Land. Land had been dethroned from the company he created, Polaroid, and Jobs had said to Scully in disgust, all he did was blow a lousy few million, and they took his company away from him. Now Scully reflected, he was taking Jobs' company away from him. As Scully went over the organizational chart, he introduced Gassé as the new head of a combined Macintosh and Apple II product group. On the chart was a small box labeled Chairman, with no lines connecting it, not to Scully or to anyone else. Scully briefly noted that in that role, Jobs would play the part of global visionary, but he didn't acknowledge Jobs' presence. There was a smattering of awkward applause. Jobs stayed home for the next few days, blinds drawn, his answering machine on, seeing only his girlfriend Tina Reds. For hours on end, he sat there playing his Bob Dylan tapes, especially The Times They Are A-Changin'. He had recited the second verse the day he unveiled the Macintosh to the Apple shareholders 16 months earlier. That verse ended nicely. For the loser now will be later to win. A rescue squad from his former Macintosh team arrived to dispel the gloom on Sunday night. It was led by Andy Hertzfeld and Bill Atkinson. Jobs took a while to answer their knock, and then he led them to a room next to the kitchen that was one of the few places with any furniture. With Reds's help, he served some vegetarian food he had ordered. "So what really happened?" Hertzfeld asked. "Is it really as bad as it looks?" "No, it's worse," Jobs grimaced. "It's much worse than you can imagine." He blamed Scully for betraying him and said that Apple would not be able to manage without him. His role as chairman, he complained, was completely ceremonial. He was being kicked out of his Banley 3 office to a small and almost empty building he nicknamed Siberia. Hertzfeld turned the topic to happier days, and they began to reminisce about the past. Earlier that week, Dylan had released a new album, Empire Burlesque. Hertzfeld brought a copy that they played on Jobs' high-tech turntable. The most notable track, When the Night Comes Falling from the Sky, with its apocalyptic message, seemed appropriate for the evening, but Jobs didn't like it. It sounded almost disco, and he gloomily argued that Dylan had been going downhill since Blood on the Tracks. So Hertzfeld moved the needle to the last song on the album, Dark Eyes, which was a simple acoustic number featuring Dylan alone on guitar and harmonica. It was slow and mournful, and Hertzfeld hoped it would remind Jobs of the earlier Dylan tracks he so loved. But Jobs didn't like that song either and had no desire to hear the rest of the album. Jobs's overwrought reaction was understandable. Scully had once been a father figure to him. So had Mike Markula. So had Arthur Rock. That week, all three had abandoned him. It gets back to the deep feeling of being rejected at an early age, his friend and lawyer George Riley later said. It's a deep part of his own mythology, and it defines to himself who he is. Jobs recalled years later, I felt like I'd been punched, the air knocked out of me, and I couldn't breathe. Losing the support of Arthur Rock was especially painful. Arthur had been like a father to me, Jobs said. He took me under his wing. Rock had taught him about opera, and he and his wife Toni had been his hosts in San Francisco and Aspen. I remember driving into San Francisco one time and I said to him, God, that Bank of America building is ugly. And he said, no, it's the best. And he proceeded to lecture me. And he was right, of course. Years later, Jobs's eyes welled with tears as he recounted the story. He chose Scully over me. That really threw me for a loop. I never thought he would abandon me. Making matters worse was that his beloved company was now in the hands of a man he considered a bozo. The board felt that I couldn't run a company, and that was their decision to make, he said. But they made one mistake. They should have separated the decision of what to do with me and what to do with Scully. They should have fired Scully, even if they didn't think I was ready to run Apple. Even as his personal gloom slowly lifted, his anger at Scully, his feeling of betrayal, deepened. The situation worsened when Scully told a group of analysts that he considered Jobs irrelevant to the company, despite his title as chairman. From an operations standpoint, there is no role either today or in the future for Steve Jobs, he said. I don't know what he'll do. The blunt comment shocked the group, and a gasp went through the auditorium. Perhaps getting away to Europe would help, Jobs thought. So in June he went to Paris, where he spoke at an Apple event and went to a dinner honoring Vice President George H.W. Bush. From there he went to Italy, where he drove through the hills of Tuscany with Reds and bought a bike so he could spend time riding by himself. In Florence, he soaked in the architecture of the city and the texture of the building materials. Particularly memorable were the paving stones, which came from the Il Casona quarry near the Tuscan town of Firenzuola. They were a calming bluish gray. 20 years later, he would decide that the floors of most major Apple stores would be made of this sandstone. The Apple II was just going on sale in Russia, so Jobs headed off to Moscow, where he met up with Al Eisenstadt. Because there was a problem getting Washington's approval for some of the required export licenses, they visited the commercial attaché at the American Embassy in Moscow, Mike Merwin. He warned them that there were strict laws against sharing technology with the Soviets. Jobs was annoyed. At the Paris trade show, Vice President Bush had encouraged him to get computers into Russia in order to foment revolution from below. Over dinner at a Georgian restaurant that specialized in shish kebab, Jobs continued his rant. How could you suggest this violates American law when it so obviously benefits our interests? He asked Merwin. By putting Macs in the hands of Russians, they could print all their newspapers. Jobs also showed his feisty side in Moscow by insisting on talking about Trotsky, the charismatic revolutionary who fell out of favor and was ordered assassinated by Stalin. At one point, the KGB agent assigned to him suggested he tone down his fervor. You don't want to talk about Trotsky, he said. Our historians have studied the situation, and we don't believe he's a great man anymore. That didn't help. When they got to the State University in Moscow to speak to computer students, Jobs began his speech by praising Trotsky. He was a revolutionary Jobs could identify with. Jobs and Eisenstadt attended the July 4th party at the American Embassy. In his thank you letter to Ambassador Arthur Hartman, Eisenstadt noted that Jobs planned to pursue Apple's ventures in Russia more vigorously in the coming year. "We are tentatively planning on returning to Moscow in September." For a moment, it looked as if Scully's hope that Jobs would turn into a global visionary for the company might come to pass. But it was not to be. Something much different was in store for September. Chapter 18 next, Prometheus Unbound. We now begin Chapter 18. The Pirate's Abandoned Ship. Upon his return from Europe in August 1985, while he was figuring out what to do next, Jobs called the Stanford biochemist Paul Berg. He wanted to discuss the advances being made in gene splicing and recombinant DNA. Berg described how difficult it was to do experiments in a biology lab, where it could take weeks to nurture an experiment and get a result. "Why don't you simulate them on a computer?" Jobs asked. Berg replied that computers with that kind of power were too expensive for university labs. Suddenly, he was excited about the possibilities, Berg recalled. He had it in his mind to start a new company. He was young and rich and had to find something to do with the rest of his life. Jobs had already been talking to academics, asking about their needs for a powerful computer workstation. It was something he had been interested in since 1983, when he had visited the computer science department at Brown University to show off the Macintosh. He was told there that it would take a much more powerful machine to do anything useful in a university lab. The dream of academic researchers was to have a workstation that was both powerful and personal. As head of the Macintosh division, Jobs had launched a project to build such a machine, which was codenamed the Big Mac. It would have a Unix operating system, but with the friendly Macintosh interface. But after Jobs was forced out of the Macintosh division, his replacement, Jean-Louis Gasset, canceled the Big Mac project. When that happened, Jobs got a distressed call from Rich Page, who had been engineering the Big Mac's chipset. It was the latest in a series of conversations that Jobs was having with unhappy Apple employees who were urging him to start a new company and rescue them. Plans to do so began to form over Labor Day weekend, when Jobs spoke to Bud Tribble, the original Macintosh software chief. Jobs floated the idea of starting a company to build a powerful but personal workstation. He also enlisted 2 other Macintosh division employees who had been talking about leaving: the engineer George Crow and the controller Susan Barnes. That left one key vacancy on the team, a person who could market the new product to universities. The obvious candidate was Daniel Lewin. At Apple, he had organized a group of universities to buy Macintosh computers in bulk. Besides missing 2 letters in his first name, Lewin had the chiseled good looks of Clark Kent and the polish of a Princeton graduate. He and Jobs shared a bond. Lewin had written a Princeton thesis on Bob Dylan and charismatic leadership, and Jobs knew something about both of those topics. Lewin's university group had been a godsend to the Macintosh division, but he had become frustrated after Jobs left, and Bill Campbell had reorganized marketing in a way that reduced the role of direct sales to universities. He had been meaning to call Jobs when that Labor Day weekend, Jobs called first. He drove to Jobs' unfurnished mansion, and they walked the grounds while discussing the possibility of creating a new company. Lewin was excited, but not ready to commit. He was going to Austin with Campbell the following week, and he wanted to wait until then to decide. Upon his return, he gave his answer. He was in. The news came just in time for the September 13th Apple board meeting. Although Jobs was still officially the board's chairman, he had not been to any meetings since he lost power. He called Scully, said he was going to attend, and asked that an item be added to the end of the agenda for a chairman's report. He didn't say what it was about, and Scully assumed it would be a criticism of the latest reorganization. Instead, when his turn came to speak, Jobs described to the board his plans to start a new company. "I've been thinking a lot, and it's time for me to get on with my life," he began. "It's obvious that I've got to do something. I'm 30 years old." Then he referred to some prepared notes to describe his plan to create a computer for the higher education market. The new company would not compete with Apple, he promised, and he would take with him only a handful of non-key personnel. He offered to resign as chairman of Apple, but he expressed hope that they could work together. Perhaps Apple would want to buy the distribution rights to his product, he suggested, or license Macintosh software to it. Mike Markkula bristled at the possibility that Jobs would hire anyone from Apple. "Why would you take anyone at all?" he asked. "Don't get upset," Jobs assured him and the rest of the board. "These are very low-level people that you won't miss, and they will be leaving anyway." The board initially seemed willing to wish Jobs well in his new venture. After a private discussion, the directors even proposed that Apple take a 10% stake in the new company and that Jobs remain on the board. That night, Jobs and his 5 renegades met again at his house for dinner. He was in favor of taking the Apple investment, but the others convinced him it was unwise. They also agreed that it would be best if they resigned all at once, right away. Then they could make a clean break. So Jobs wrote a formal letter telling Scully the names of the 5 who would be leaving. He signed it in his spidery lowercase signature and drove to Apple the next morning to hand it to him before his 7:30 staff meeting. "Steve, these are not low-level people," Scully said. "Well, these people were going to resign anyway," Jobs replied. "They are going to be handing in their resignations by 9 this morning." From Jobs' perspective, he had been honest. The 5 were not division managers or members of Scully's top team. In fact, they had all felt diminished by the company's new organization. But from Scully's perspective, these were important players. Page was an Apple fellow, and Lewin was key to the higher education market. In addition, they knew about the plans for the Big Mac. Even though that project had been shelved, this was still proprietary information. Nevertheless, Scully was optimistic. Instead of pushing the point, he asked Jobs to remain on the board. Jobs replied that he would think about it. But when Scully walked into his 7:30 staff meeting and told his top lieutenants who was leaving, there was an uproar. Most of them felt that Jobs had violated his duties as chairman and displayed stunning disloyalty to the company. "We should expose him for the fraud that he is so that people here stop regarding him as a messiah," Campbell shouted, according to Scully. Campbell admitted that, although he later became a great defender of Jobs and a supportive board member, he was furious that morning. "I was fucking furious, especially about him taking Daniel Lewin," he recalled. Daniel had built the relationships with the universities. He was always muttering about how hard it was to work with Steve, and then he left. Campbell was so angry that he walked out of the meeting to call Lewin at home. When his wife said he was in the shower, Campbell said, "I'll wait." A few minutes later, when she said he was still in the shower, Campbell again said, "I'll wait." When Lewin finally came on the phone, Campbell asked him if it was true. Lewin confirmed it was. Campbell hung up without saying another word. After hearing the fury of his senior staff, Scully surveyed the members of the board. They, too, felt that Jobs had misled them with his pledge that he would not poach important employees. Arthur Rock was especially angry. Even though he had sided with Scully during the Memorial Day showdown, he had been able to repair his fatherly relationship with Jobs. Just the week before, he had invited Jobs to bring his girlfriend up to San Francisco so that he and his wife could meet her. The 4 had a nice dinner in Rock's Pacific Heights home. Jobs had not mentioned the new company he was forming, so Rock felt betrayed when he heard about it from Scully. "He came to the board and lied to us," Rock growled later. "He told us he was thinking of forming a company when, in fact, he had already formed it. He said he was going to take a few middle-level people. It turned out to be 5 senior people." Markkula, in his quiet way, was also offended. He took some top executives he had secretly lined up before he left. That's not the way you do things. It was ungentlemanly. Over the weekend, both the board and the executive staff convinced Scully that Apple would have to declare war on its co-founder. Markkula issued a formal statement accusing Jobs of acting in direct contradiction to his statements that he wouldn't recruit any key Apple personnel for his company. He added ominously, "We are evaluating what possible actions should be taken." Campbell was quoted in the Wall Street Journal as saying he was stunned and shocked by Jobs' behavior. Jobs had left his meeting with Scully thinking that things might proceed smoothly, so he had kept quiet. But after reading the newspapers, he felt that he had to respond. He phoned a few favored reporters and invited them to his home for private briefings the next day. Then he called Andy Cunningham, who had handled his publicity at Regis McKenna. I went over to his unfurnished mansion-y place in Woodside, she recalled, and I found him huddled in the kitchen with his 5 colleagues and a few reporters hanging outside on the lawn. Jobs told her that he was going to do a full-fledged press conference and started spewing some of the derogatory things he was going to say. Cunningham was appalled. "This is going to reflect badly on you," she told him. Finally, he backed down. He decided that he would give the reporters a copy of the resignation letter and limit any on-the-record comments to a few bland statements. Jobs had considered just mailing in his letter of resignation, but Susan Barnes convinced him that this would be too disrespectful. Instead, he drove it to Markula's house, where he also found Al Eisenstadt. There was a tense conversation for about 15 minutes. Then Barnes, who had been waiting outside, came to the door to retrieve him before he said anything he would regret. He left behind the letter, which he had composed on a Macintosh and printed on the new laser writer. It said, September 17, 1985. Dear Mike, this morning's papers carried suggestions that Apple is considering removing me as chairman. I don't know the source of these reports, but they are both misleading to the public and unfair to me. You will recall that at last Thursday's board meeting, I stated I had decided to start a new venture, and I tendered my resignation as chairman. The board declined to accept my resignation and asked me to defer it for a week. I agreed to do so in light of the encouragement the board offered with regard to the proposed new venture and the indications that Apple would invest in it. On Friday, after I told John Scully who would be joining me, he confirmed Apple's willingness to discuss areas of possible collaboration between Apple and my new venture. Subsequently, the company appears to be adopting a hostile posture toward me and the new venture. Accordingly, I must insist upon the immediate acceptance of my resignation. As you know, the company's recent reorganization left me with no work to do and no access even to regular management reports. I am but 30 and want still to contribute and achieve. After what we have accomplished together, I would wish our parting to be both amicable and dignified. Yours sincerely, Stephen P. Jobs. When a man from the facilities team went to Jobs' office to pack up his belongings, he saw a picture frame on the floor. It contained a photograph of Jobs and Scully in warm conversation, with an inscription from 7 months earlier, "Here's to great ideas, great experiences, and a great friendship, John." The glass frame was shattered. Jobs had hurled it across the room before leaving. From that day on, he never spoke to Scully again. Apple's stock went up a full point, or almost 7%, when Jobs' resignation was announced. East Coast stockholders always worried about California flakes running the company, explained the editor of a tech stock newsletter. Now, with both Wozniak and Jobs out, those shareholders are relieved. But Nolan Bushnell, the Atari founder who had been an amused mentor 10 years earlier, told Time that Jobs would be badly missed. Where is Apple's inspiration going to come from? Is Apple going to have all the romance of a new brand of Pepsi? After a few days of failed efforts to reach a settlement with Jobs, Scully and the Apple board decided to sue him for breaches of fiduciary obligations. The suit spelled out his alleged wrongdoing. It stated that, despite his duties to Apple, while serving as chairman and pretending loyalty, Jobs had secretly planned a competing company, schemed to wrongfully use Apple's plans, and secretly lured away key employees. At the time, Jobs owned 6.5 million shares of Apple stock, 11% of the company, worth more than $100 million. He began to sell his shares, and within 5 months had sold them all, keeping only one share so he could attend shareholder meetings if he wanted. He was furious, and that was reflected in his passion to start what was, no matter how he spun it, a rival company. He was angry at Apple, said Joanna Hoffman, who briefly went to work for the new company. Aiming at the educational market, where Apple was strong, was simply Steve being vengeful. He was doing it for revenge. Jobs, of course, didn't see it that way. "I haven't got any sort of odd chip on my shoulder," he told Newsweek. Once again, he invited his favorite reporters over to his Woodside home. And this time, he did not have Andy Cunningham there urging him to be cautious. He dismissed the allegation that he had improperly lured the 5 colleagues from Apple. "These people all called me," he told the group of journalists milling around in his unfurnished living room. "They were thinking of leaving the company. Apple has a way of neglecting people." He decided to cooperate with a Newsweek cover story to get his version out, and the interview he gave was revealing. "What I'm best at doing is finding a group of talented people and making things with them," he told the magazine. He said that he would always have affection for Apple. "I'll always remember Apple like any man remembers the first woman he's fallen in love with." But he was also willing to fight with its management if need be. When someone calls you a thief in public, you have to respond. Apple's threat to sue him was outrageous, he said. It was also sad. It showed that Apple was no longer a confident, rebellious company. It's hard to think that a $2 billion company with 4,300 employees couldn't compete with 6 people in blue jeans. To try to counter Jobs' spin, Scully called Wozniak and urged him to speak out. "Steve can be an insulting and hurtful guy," Wozniak told Time that week. He revealed that Jobs had asked him to join his new firm. It would have been a clever way to land another blow against Apple's current management, but he wanted no part of such games and had not returned Jobs' phone call. To the San Francisco Chronicle, he recounted how Jobs had blocked Frog Design from working on his remote control under the pretense that it might compete with Apple products. "I look forward to a great product and I wish him success, but his integrity I cannot trust," Wozniak said. To be on your own. "The best thing ever to happen to Steve is when we fired him, told him to get lost," Arthur Rock later said. The theory, shared by many, is that the tough love made him wiser and more mature. But it's not that simple. At the company he founded after being ousted from Apple, Jobs was able to indulge all of his instincts, both good and bad. He was unbound. The result was a series of spectacular products that were dazzling market flops. This was the true learning experience. What prepared him for the great success he would have in his third act was not his ouster from his first act at Apple, but his brilliant failures in his second. The first instinct that he indulged was his passion for design. The name he chose for his new company was rather straightforward: Next. To make it more distinctive, he decided he needed a world-class logo, so he sought out the master of corporate logos, Paul Rand. At 71, the Brooklyn-born graphic designer had already created some of the best-known logos in business, including those for Esquire, IBM, Westinghouse, ABC, and UPS. He was under contract to IBM, and his supervisors there said that it would obviously be a conflict for him to create a logo for another computer company. So Jobs picked up the phone and called IBM's CEO, John Akers. Akers was out of town, but Jobs was so persistent that he was finally put through to Vice Chairman Paul Rizzo. After 2 days, Rizzo concluded that it was useless to resist Jobs, and he gave permission for Rand to do the work. Rand flew out to Palo Alto and spent time walking with Jobs and listening to his vision. The computer would be a cube, Jobs announced. He loved that shape. It was perfect and simple. So Rand decided that the logo should be a cube as well, one that was tilted at a 28-degree angle. When Jobs asked for a number of options to consider, Rand declared that he did not create different options for clients. "I will solve your problem, and you will pay me," he told Jobs. "You can use what I produce or not, but I will not do options, and either way you will pay me." Jobs admired that kind of thinking, so he made what was quite a gamble. The company would pay an astonishing $100,000 flat fee to get one design. "There was a clarity in our relationship," Jobs said. He had a purity as an artist, but he was astute at solving business problems. He had a tough exterior and had perfected the image of a curmudgeon, but he was a teddy bear inside. It was one of Jobs' highest praises: purity as an artist. It took Rand just 2 weeks. He flew back to deliver the result to Jobs at his Woodside house. First they had dinner, then Rand handed him an elegant and vibrant booklet that described his thought process. On the final page, Rand presented the logo he had chosen. In its design, color arrangement, and orientation, the logo is a study in contrasts, his booklet proclaimed. Tipped at a jaunty angle, it brims with the informality, friendliness, and spontaneity of a Christmas seal and the authority of a rubber stamp. The word "next" was split into 2 lines to fill the square face of the cube, with only the E in lowercase. That letter stood out, Rand's booklet explained, to signify education, excellence, E equals MC squared. It was often hard to predict how Jobs would react to a presentation. He could label it terrible or brilliant. One never knew which way he might go. But with a legendary designer such as Rand, the chances were that Jobs would embrace the proposal. He stared at the final page, looked up at Rand, and then hugged him. They had one minor disagreement. Rand had used a dark yellow for the E in the logo, and Jobs wanted him to change it to a brighter and more traditional yellow. Rand banged his fist on the table and declared, "I've been doing this for 50 years and I know what I'm doing." Jobs gave in. The company had not only a new logo, but a new name. No longer was it Next, it was Next. Others might not have understood the need to obsess over a logo, much less pay $100,000 for one. But for Jobs, it meant that Next was starting life with a world-class feel and identity, even if it hadn't yet designed its first product. As Markula had taught him, a great company must be able to convey its values from the first impression it makes. As a bonus, Rand agreed to design a personal calling card for Jobs. He came up with a colorful type treatment, which Jobs liked. But they ended up having a lengthy and heated disagreement about the placement of the period after the P in Stephen P. Jobs. Rand had placed the period to the right of the P, as it would appear if set in lead type. Steve preferred the period to be nudged to the left, under the curve of the P, as is possible with digital typography. It was a fairly large argument about something relatively small, Susan Kerr recalled. On this one, Jobs prevailed. To translate the Next logo into the look of real products, Jobs needed an industrial designer he trusted. He talked to a few possibilities, but none of them impressed him as much as the wild Bavarian he had brought to Apple, Hartmut Esslinger, whose firm Frog Design had set up shop in Silicon Valley and, thanks to Jobs, had a lucrative contract with Apple. Getting IBM to let Paul Rand do work for Next was a small miracle willed into existence by Jobs' belief that reality can be bent. But that was a snap compared to the likelihood that he could convince Apple to let Esslinger work for Next. This did not keep Jobs from trying. At the beginning of November 1985, just 5 weeks after Apple filed a lawsuit against him, Jobs wrote to Eisenstadt and asked for a special exception. "I spoke with Hartmut Esslinger this weekend, and he suggested I write you a note expressing why I wish to work with him and Frog Design on the new products for Next," he said. Astonishingly, Jobs' argument was that he did not know what Apple had in the works, but Esslinger did. Next has no knowledge as to the current or future directions of Apple's product designs, nor do other design firms we might deal with, so it is possible to inadvertently design similar-looking products. It is in both Apple's and Next's best interest to rely on Hartmut's professionalism to make sure this does not occur. Eisenstadt recalled being stunned by Jobs' audacity, and he replied briefly, "I have previously expressed my concern on behalf of Apple that you are engaged in a business course which involves your utilization of Apple's confidential business information," he wrote. "Your letter does not alleviate my concern in any way. In fact, it heightens my concern because it states that you have no knowledge as to the current or future directions of Apple's product designs, a statement which is not true." What made the request all the more astonishing to Eisenstadt was that it was Jobs who just a year earlier had forced Frog Design to abandon its work on Wozniak's remote control device. Jobs realized that to work with Esslinger, and for a variety of other reasons, it would be necessary to resolve the lawsuit that Apple had filed. Fortunately, Scully was willing. In January 1986, they reached an out-of-court agreement involving no financial damages. In return for Apple's dropping its suit, Next agreed to a variety of restrictions. Its product would be marketed as a high-end workstation. It would be sold directly to colleges and universities. and it would not ship before March 1987. Apple also insisted that the next machine not use an operating system compatible with the Macintosh, though it could be argued that Apple would have been better served by insisting on just the opposite. After the settlement, Jobs continued to pursue Esslinger until the designer decided to wind down his contract with Apple. That allowed Frog Design to work with Next at the end of 1986. Esslinger insisted on having free rein, just as Paul Rand had. "Sometimes you have to use a big stick with Steve," he said. Like Rand, Esslinger was an artist, so Jobs was willing to grant him freedoms he denied other mortals. Jobs decreed that the computer should be an absolutely perfect cube, with each side exactly a foot long and every angle precisely 90 degrees. He loved cubes. They had a certain weightiness, but also a slight hint of a toy. But the next cube was a classic example of Jobs' design desires overriding engineering practicalities. The circuit boards, which fit nicely into the traditional pizza box shape, had to be reconfigured and stacked to fit inside a cube. Even worse, the perfection of the cube made it hard to manufacture. Most parts that are cast in molds have angles that are slightly greater than a perfect 90 degrees. This makes it easier to get them out of the mold, just as it is easier to get a cake out of a pan with slightly slanted sides. But Esslinger dictated, and Jobs enthusiastically agreed, that there would be no such draft angles that would ruin the purity and perfection of the cube. So the sides had to be produced separately, using molds that cost $650,000 at a specialty machine shop in Chicago. Jobs' passion for perfection was out of control. When he noticed a tiny line in the chassis caused by the molds, something that any other computer maker would accept as unavoidable, he flew to Chicago and convinced the die-caster to start over and do it perfectly. "Not a lot of die-casters expect a celebrity to fly in," noted one of the engineers. Jobs also had the company buy a $150,000 sanding machine to remove all lines where the mold faces met. He also insisted that the magnesium case be a matte black, which made it more likely to show blemishes. Jobs had always indulged his obsession that the unseen parts of a product should be crafted as beautifully as its front, just as his father had taught him when they were building a fence. This, too, he took to extremes when he found himself free at Next. He made sure that the screws inside the machine had expensive plating. He even insisted that the matte black finish be coated on the inside of the cube's case, even though only repairmen would see it. Joe Nocera, then writing for Esquire, captured Jobs' intensity at a Next staff meeting. He wrote, "It's not quite right to say that he is sitting through this staff meeting, because Jobs doesn't sit through much of anything. One of the ways he dominates is through sheer movement. One moment he's kneeling in his chair, the next minute he's slouching in it, the next he has leaped out of his chair entirely and is scribbling on the blackboard directly behind him. He is full of mannerisms. He bites his nails. He stares with unnerving earnestness at whoever is speaking. His hands, which are slightly and inexplicably yellow, are in constant motion." What particularly struck Nocera was Jobs' almost willful lack of tact. It was more than just an inability to hide his opinions when others said something he thought was dumb. It was a conscious readiness, even a perverse eagerness, to put people down, humiliate them, and show he was smarter. When Daniel Lewin handed out an organization chart, for example, Jobs rolled his eyes. "These charts are bullshit," he interjected. Yet his moods still swung wildly, as they had at Apple. A finance person came into the meeting, and Jobs lavished praise on him for a really great job on this. The previous day, Jobs had told him, "This deal is crap." One of Next's first 10 employees was an interior designer for the company's first headquarters in Palo Alto. Even though Jobs had leased a building that was new and nicely designed, he had it completely gutted and rebuilt. Walls were replaced by glass, and carpets were replaced by light hardwood flooring. The process was repeated when Next moved to a bigger space in Redwood City in 1989. Even though the building was brand new, Jobs insisted that the elevators be moved so that the entrance lobby would be more dramatic. As a centerpiece, Jobs commissioned I.M. Pei to design a grand staircase that seemed to float in the air. The contractor said it couldn't be built. Jobs said it could, and it was. Years later, Jobs would make such staircases a feature at Apple's signature stores. The computer. During the early months of Next, Jobs and Daniel Lewin went on the road, often with a few colleagues, to visit campuses and get opinions. At Harvard, they met with Mitch Kapor, the chairman of Lotus Software, over dinner at Harvest Restaurant. When Kapor began spreading butter on his bread, Jobs asked him, "Have you ever heard of serum cholesterol?" Kapor responded, "I'll make you a deal. You stay away from commenting on my dietary habits, and I will stay away from the subject of your personality." It was meant humorously, but as Kapor later commented, human relationships were not his strong suit. Lotus agreed to write a spreadsheet program for the Next operating system. Jobs wanted to bundle useful content with the machine, so Michael Hawley, one of the engineers, developed a digital dictionary. He learned that a friend of his at Oxford University Press had been involved in typesetting a new edition of Shakespeare's works. That meant there was probably a computer tape he could get his hands on. If so, he could incorporate it into the Next's memory. So I called up Steve, and he said that would be awesome, and we flew over to Oxford together. On a beautiful spring day in 1986, they met in the publishing house's grand building in the heart of Oxford. Jobs made an offer of $2,000 plus 74 cents for every computer sold to have the rights to Oxford's edition of Shakespeare. "It will be all gravy to you," he argued. "You will be ahead of the parade. It's never been done before." They agreed in principle, and then went out to play skittles over beer at a nearby pub where Lord Byron used to drink. By the time it launched, the Next would also include a dictionary, a thesaurus, and the Oxford Dictionary of Quotations, making it one of the pioneers of the concept of searchable electronic books. Instead of using off-the-shelf chips for the Next, Jobs had his engineers design custom ones that integrated a variety of functions on one chip. That would have been hard enough, but Jobs made it almost impossible by continually changing the functions he wanted it to perform. After a year, it became clear that this would be a major source of delay. He also insisted on building his own fully automated and futuristic factory, just as he had for the Macintosh. He had not been humbled by that experience. This time, too, he made the same mistakes, only more excessively. Machines and robots were painted and repainted as he obsessively revised his color scheme. The walls were museum white, as they had been at the Macintosh factory, and there were $20,000 black leather chairs and a custom-made staircase, just as in the corporate headquarters. He insisted that the machinery on the 165-foot assembly line be configured to move the circuit boards from right to left as they were built, so that the process would look better to visitors who watched from the viewing gallery. Empty circuit boards were fed in at one end, and 20 minutes later, untouched by humans, came out the other end as completed boards. The process followed the Japanese principle known as Kanban, in which each machine performs its task only when the next machine is ready to receive another part. Jobs had not changed his way of dealing with employees. He applied charm or public humiliation in a way that in most cases proved to be pretty effective, Tribble recalled. But sometimes it wasn't. One engineer, David Paulson, put in 90-hour weeks for the first 10 months at Next. He quit when Steve walked in one Friday afternoon and told us how unimpressed he was with what we were doing. When Business Week asked him why he treated employees so harshly, Jobs said it made the company better. "Part of my responsibility is to be a yardstick of quality. Some people aren't used to an environment where excellence is expected." But he still had his spirit and charisma. There were plenty of field trips, visits by Aikido masters, and off-site retreats. And he still had that pirate flag spirit. When Apple fired Chiat Day, the ad firm that had done the 1984 ad and taken out the newspaper ad saying, "Welcome IBM, seriously," Jobs took out a full-page ad in the Wall Street Journal proclaiming, "Congratulations, Chiat Day, seriously, because I can guarantee you, there is life after Apple." Perhaps the greatest similarity to his days at Apple was that Jobs brought his reality distortion field with him. It was on display at the company's first retreat at Pebble Beach in late 1985. There, Jobs announced that the first Next computer would be shipped in just 18 months. It was already clear that this date was impossible, but he blew off a suggestion from one engineer that they be realistic and plan on shipping in 1988. If we do that, the world isn't standing still. The technology window passes us by, and all the work we've done we have to throw down the toilet, he argued. Joanna Hoffman, the veteran of the Macintosh team who was among those willing to challenge Jobs, did so. Reality distortion has motivational value, and I think that's fine, she said as Jobs stood at a whiteboard. However, when it comes to setting a date in a way that affects the design of the product, then we get into real deep shit. Jobs didn't agree. He said, "I think we have to drive a stake in the ground somewhere, and I think if we miss this window, then our credibility starts to erode." What he did not say, even though it was suspected by all, was that if their target slipped, they might run out of money. Jobs had pledged $7 million of his own funds, but at their current spending rate, that would run out in 18 months if they didn't start getting some revenue from shipped products. 3 months later, when they returned to Pebble Beach for their next retreat, Jobs began his list of sayings with, "The honeymoon is over." By the time of the third retreat, in Sonoma in September 1986, the timetable was gone, and it looked as though the company would hit a financial wall. Perot to the rescue. In late 1986, Jobs sent out a proposal to venture capital firms offering a 10% stake in Next for $3 million. That put a valuation on the entire company of $30 million, a number that Jobs had pulled out of thin air. Less than $7 million had gone into the company so far, and there was little to show for it other than a neat logo and some fancy offices. It had no revenue or products, nor any on the horizon. Not surprisingly, the venture capitalists all passed on the offer to invest. There was, however, one cowboy who was dazzled. Ross Perot, the short Texan who had founded Electronic Data Systems and then sold it to General Motors for $2.4 billion, happened to watch a PBS documentary, The Entrepreneurs, which had a segment on Jobs and Next in November 1986. He instantly identified with Jobs and his group, so much so that as he watched them on television, he said, "I was finishing their sentences for them." It was a line eerily similar to one Scully had often used. Perot called Jobs the next day and offered, "If you ever need an investor, call me." Jobs did indeed need one, badly, but he was careful not to show it. He waited a week before calling back. Perot sent some of his analysts to check out Next, but Jobs took care to deal directly with Perot. One of his great regrets in life, Perot later said, was that he had not bought Microsoft, or a large stake in it, when a very young Bill Gates had come to visit him in Dallas in 1979. By the time Perot called Jobs, Microsoft had just gone public with a $1 billion valuation. Perot had missed out on the opportunity to make a lot of money and have a fun adventure. He was eager not to make that mistake again. Jobs made an offer to Perot that was 3 times more expensive than what he had quietly offered to venture capitalists a few months earlier. For $20 million, Perot would get 16% of the equity in the company, after Jobs put in another $5 million. That meant the company would be valued at about $126 million. But money was not a major consideration for Perot. After a meeting with Jobs, he declared that he was in. "I pick the jockeys, and the jockeys pick the horses and ride them," he told Jobs. "You guys are the ones I'm betting on, so you figure it out." Perot brought to Next something that was almost as valuable as his $20 million lifeline. He was a quotable, spirited cheerleader for the company, who could give it an air of credibility among adults. "In terms of a startup company, it's one that carries the least risk of any I've seen in 25 years in the computer industry," he told the New York Times. "We've had some sophisticated people see the hardware. It blew them away. Steve and his whole Next team are the darndest bunch of perfectionists I've ever seen." Perot also traveled in exclusive social and business circles that complemented Jobs' own. He took Jobs to a black-tie dinner dance in San Francisco that Gordon and Ann Getty gave for King Juan Carlos I of Spain. When the king asked Perot whom he should meet, Perot immediately produced Jobs. They were soon engaged in what Perot later described as electric conversation, with Jobs animatedly describing the next wave in computing. At the end, the king scribbled a note and handed it to Jobs. "What happened?" Perot asked. Jobs answered, "I sold him a computer." These and other stories were incorporated into the mythologized story of Jobs that Perot told wherever he went. At a briefing at the National Press Club in Washington, he spun Jobs' life story into a Texas-sized tale about a young man so poor he couldn't afford to go to college, working in his garage at night, playing with computer chips, which was his hobby, and his dad, who looks like a character out of a Norman Rockwell painting, comes in one day and said, "Steve, either make something you can sell or go get a job." 60 days later, in a wooden box that his dad made for him, the first Apple computer was created, and this high school graduate literally changed the world. The one phrase that was true was the one about Paul Jobs looking like someone in a Rockwell painting. And perhaps the last phrase, the one about Jobs changing the world. Certainly, Perot believed that. Like Scully, he saw himself in Jobs. "Steve's like me," Perot told the Washington Post's David Remnick. "We're weird in the same way. We're soulmates." Gates and next. Bill Gates was not a soulmate. Jobs had convinced him to produce software applications for the Macintosh, which had turned out to be hugely profitable for Microsoft. But Gates was one person who was resistant to Jobs' reality distortion field. As a result, he decided not to create software tailored for the next platform. Gates went to California for regular demonstrations, but each time he came away unimpressed. "The Macintosh was truly unique, but I personally don't understand what is so unique about Steve's new computer," he told Fortune. Part of the problem was that the rival titans were naturally unable to be deferential to each other. When Gates made his first visit to Next's Palo Alto headquarters in the summer of 1987, Jobs kept him waiting for a half hour in the lobby. Gates could see through the glass walls that Jobs was walking around, having casual conversations. "I'd gone down to Next, and I had the Odwalla, the most expensive carrot juice, and I'd never seen tech offices so lavish." Gates recalled, shaking his head with just a hint of a smile. And Steve comes a half hour late to the meeting. Jobs' sales pitch, according to Gates, was simple. "We did the Mac together," Jobs said. "How did that work for you?" "Very well. Now we're going to do this together, and this is going to be great." But Gates was brutal to Jobs, just as Jobs could be to others. "This machine is crap," he said. "The optical disc has too low latency. The fucking case is too expensive. This thing is ridiculous." He decided then, and reaffirmed on each later visit, that it made no sense for Microsoft to divert resources from other projects to develop applications for Next. Worse yet, he repeatedly said so publicly, which made others less likely to spend time developing for Next. "Develop for it, I'll piss on it," he told InfoWorld. When they happened to meet in the hallway at a conference, Jobs started berating Gates for his refusal to do software for Next. "When you get a market, I will consider it," Gates replied. Jobs got angry. "It was a screaming battle, right in front of everybody," recalled Adele Goldberg, the Xerox PARC engineer. Jobs insisted that Next was the next wave of computing. Gates, as he often did, got more expressionless as Jobs got more heated. He finally just shook his head and walked away. Beneath their personal rivalry and occasional grudging respect was their basic philosophical difference. Jobs believed in a complete integration of hardware and software, which led him to build a machine that was not compatible with others. Gates believed in, and profited from, a world in which different companies made machines that were compatible with one another. Their hardware ran a standard operating system, Microsoft's Windows, and could all use the same software apps, such as Microsoft's Word and Excel. His product comes with an interesting feature called incompatibility, Gates told the Washington Post. "It doesn't run any of the existing software. It's a super nice computer. I don't think if I went out to design an incompatible computer, I would have done as well as he did." At a forum in Cambridge, Massachusetts, in 1989, Jobs and Gates appeared one after the other, laying out their competing worldviews. Jobs spoke about how new waves come along in the computer industry every few years. Macintosh had launched a revolutionary new approach with the graphical interface. Now Next was doing it with object-oriented programming tied to a powerful new machine based on an optical disc. Every major software vendor realized they had to be part of this new wave, he said, except Microsoft. When Gates came up, he repeated his belief that Jobs' end-to-end control of the software and the hardware was destined for failure, just as Apple had failed in competing against the Microsoft Windows standard. The hardware market and the software market are separate, he said. When asked about the great design that could come from Jobs' approach, Gates gestured to the next prototype that was still sitting on stage and sneered, "If you want black, I'll get you a can of paint." IBM. Jobs came up with a brilliant countermove against Gates, one that could have changed the balance of power in the computer industry forever. It required Jobs to do two things that were against his nature: licensing out his software to another hardware maker and getting into bed with IBM. He had a pragmatic streak, though a tiny one, so he was able to overcome his reluctance. But his heart was never fully in it, which is why the alliance would be short-lived. It began at a party, a truly memorable one, for the 70th birthday of the Washington Post publisher Katharine Graham in June 1987 in Washington. 600 guests attended, including President Ronald Reagan. Jobs flew in from California and IBM's chairman John Akers from New York. It was the first time they had met. Jobs took the opportunity to badmouth Microsoft and try to persuade IBM to stop using its Windows operating system. I couldn't resist telling him I thought IBM was taking a giant gamble betting its entire software strategy on Microsoft, because I didn't think its software was very good, Jobs recalled. To Jobs' delight, Akers replied, "How would you like to help us?" Within a few weeks, Jobs showed up at IBM's headquarters in Armonk, New York, with his software engineer Bud Tribble. They put on a demo of Next, which impressed the IBM engineers. Of particular significance was Next Step, the machine's object-oriented operating system. Next Step took care of a lot of trivial programming chores that slow down the software development process, said Andrew Heller, the general manager of IBM's workstation unit, who was so impressed by Jobs that he named his newborn son Steve. The negotiations lasted into 1988, with Jobs becoming prickly over tiny details. He would storm out of meetings over disagreements about colors or design, only to be calmed down by Tribble or Lewin. He didn't seem to know which frightened him more, IBM or Microsoft. In April, Perot decided to host a mediating session at his Dallas headquarters, and a deal was struck. IBM would license the current version of the Next Step software, and if the managers liked it, they would use it on some of their workstations. IBM sent a 125-page contract to Palo Alto. Jobs tossed it down without reading it. "You don't get it," he said as he walked out of the room. He demanded a simpler contract of only a few pages, which he got within a week. Jobs wanted to keep the arrangement secret from Bill Gates until the big unveiling of the Next computer scheduled for October. But IBM insisted on being open. Gates was furious. He realized this could reduce IBM's dependence on Microsoft operating systems. Next Step isn't compatible with anything, he raged to IBM executives. At first, Jobs seemed to have pulled off Gates's worst nightmare. Other computer makers that relied on Microsoft's operating systems, most notably Compaq and Dell, came to ask Jobs for the right to clone Next and license Next Step. There were even offers to pay a lot more if Next would get out of the hardware business altogether. That was too much for Jobs, at least for the time being. He cut off the clone discussions, and he began to cool toward IBM. The chill became mutual. When the person who made the deal at IBM moved on, Jobs went to Armonk to meet his replacement, Jim Canavino. They cleared the room and talked one-on-one. Jobs demanded more money to keep the relationship going and to license newer versions of Next Step to IBM. Canavino made no commitments, and he later stopped returning Jobs' phone calls. The deal lapsed. Next got a bit of money for a licensing fee, but it never got the chance to change the world. The launch, October 1988. Jobs had perfected the art of turning product launches into theatrical events. For the world premiere of the Next computer on October 12, 1988, in San Francisco's Symphony Hall, he wanted to outdo himself. He needed to blow away the doubters. In the weeks leading up to the event, he drove up to San Francisco almost every day to hole up in the Victorian house of Susan Kare, Next's graphic designer. You might remember her from the original Macintosh team, where she designed the fonts and icons. She helped prepare each of the slides as Jobs worried over everything, from the wording to the right shade of green to serve as the background color. "I like that green," he said proudly as they were doing a trial run in front of some staffers. "Great green, great green," they all murmured in agreement. No detail was too small. Jobs went over the invitation list and even the lunch menu, which included mineral water, croissants, cream cheese, and bean sprouts. He picked out a video projection company and paid it $60,000 for help, and he hired the postmodernist theater producer George Coates to stage the show. Coates and Jobs decided, not surprisingly, on a stark and radically simple stage look. The unveiling of the Black Perfect Cube would happen on a minimalist stage setting with a black background, a table covered by a black cloth, a black veil draped over the computer, and a simple vase of flowers. Because neither the hardware nor the operating system was actually ready, Jobs was urged to do a simulation. But he refused. Knowing it would be like walking a tightrope without a net, he decided to do the demonstration live. More than 3,000 people showed up for the event, lining up 2 hours before it began. They were not disappointed, at least by the show. Jobs was on stage for 3 hours, and he again proved to be, in the words of Andrew Pollack of the New York Times, the Andrew Lloyd Webber of product introductions, a master of stage flair and special effects. Wes Smith of the Chicago Tribune said the launch was to product demonstrations what Vatican II was to church meetings. Jobs had the audience cheering from his opening line, "It's great to be back." He began by recounting the history of personal computer architecture, and he promised that they would now witness an event that occurs only once or twice in a decade, a time when a new architecture is rolled out that is going to change the face of computing. The next software and hardware were designed, he said, after 3 years of consulting with universities across the country. What we realized was that higher education wants a personal mainframe. As usual, there were superlatives. The product was incredible, he said, the best thing we could have imagined. He praised the beauty of even the parts you couldn't see. Balancing the foot-square circuit board on his fingertips, he enthused, "I hope you get a chance to look at this a little later. It's the most beautiful printed circuit board I've ever seen in my life." He then showed how the computer could play speeches. He featured Martin Luther King Jr.'s "I Have a Dream" and John F. Kennedy's "Ask Not," and send email with audio attachments. He leaned into the microphone on the computer to record one of his own. "Hi, this is Steve, sending a message on a pretty historic day." Then he asked those in the audience to add a round of applause to the message, and they did. One of Jobs' management philosophies was that it's crucial every now and then to roll the dice and bet the company on some new idea or technology. At the next launch, he boasted of an example that, as it turned out, would not be a wise gamble. He had decided to use a high-capacity but slow optical read-write disk and no floppy disk as a backup. 2 years ago, we made a decision, he said. We saw some new technology, and we made a decision to risk our company. Then he turned to a feature that would prove more forward-thinking. "What we've done is made the first real digital books," he said, noting the inclusion of the Oxford edition of Shakespeare and other volumes. There has not been an advancement in the state-of-the-art of printed book technology since Gutenberg. At times, he could be amusingly aware of his own flaws, and he used the electronic book demonstration to poke fun at himself. "A word that's sometimes used to describe me is mercurial," he said, then paused. The audience laughed knowingly, especially those in the front rows, which were filled with Next employees and former members of the Macintosh team. Then he pulled up the word in the computer's dictionary and read the first definition: of, or relating to, or born under the planet Mercury. Scrolling down, he said, "I think the third one is the one they mean, characterized by unpredictable changeableness of mood." There was a bit more laughter. If we scroll down the thesaurus, though, we see that the antonym is saturnine, Well, what's that? By simply double-clicking on it, we immediately look that up in the dictionary, and here it is. Cold and steady in moods, slow to act or change, of a gloomy or surly disposition. A little smile came across his face as he waited for the ripple of laughter. Well, he concluded, I don't think mercurial is so bad after all. After the applause, he used the quotations book to make a more subtle point about his reality distortion field. The quote he chose was from Lewis Carroll's Through the Looking Glass. After Alice laments that no matter how hard she tries, she can't believe impossible things, the White Queen retorts, Why? Sometimes I've believed as many as 6 impossible things before breakfast. Especially from the front rows, there was a roar of knowing laughter. All of the good cheer served to sugarcoat or distract attention from the bad news. When it came time to announce the price of the new machine, Jobs did what he would often do in product demonstrations. He listed off the features, described them as being worth thousands and thousands of dollars, and got the audience to imagine how expensive it really should be. Then he announced what he hoped would seem like a low price. We're going to be charging higher education a single price of $6,500. From the faithful, there was scattered applause. But his panel of academic advisors had long pushed to keep the price between $2,000 and $3,000, and they thought that Jobs had promised to do so. Some of them were appalled. This was especially true once they discovered that the optional printer would cost another $2,000, and the slowness of the optical disc would make the purchase of a $2,500 external hard disk advisable. There was another disappointment that he tried to downplay. He said, early next year, we will have our 0.9 release, which is for software developers and aggressive end users. There was a bit of nervous laughter. What he was saying was that the real release of the machine and its software, known as the 1.0 release, would not actually happen in early 1989. In fact, he didn't set a hard date. He merely suggested it would be sometime in the second quarter of that year. At the first Next retreat back in late 1985, he had refused to budge, despite Joanna Hoffman's pushback, from his commitment to have the machine finished in early 1987. Now it was clear it would be more than 2 years later. The event ended on a more upbeat note, literally. Jobs brought on stage a violinist from the San Francisco Symphony who played Bach's A Minor Violin Concerto in a duet with the Next computer on stage. People erupted in jubilant applause. The price and the delayed release were forgotten in the frenzy. When one reporter asked him immediately afterward why the machine was going to be so late, Jobs replied, "It's not late, it's 5 years ahead of its time." As would become his standard practice, Jobs offered to provide exclusive interviews to chosen publications in return for their promising to put the story on the cover. This time, he went one exclusive too far, though it didn't really hurt. He agreed to a request from Businessweek's Katie Hafner for exclusive access to him before the launch, but he also made a similar deal with Newsweek and then with Fortune. What he didn't consider was that one of Fortune's top editors, Susan Fraker, was married to Newsweek's editor, Maynard Parker. At the Fortune Story Conference, when they were talking excitedly about their exclusive, Fraker mentioned that she happened to know that Newsweek had also been promised an exclusive, and it would be coming out a few days before Fortune. So Jobs ended up that week on only 2 magazine covers. Newsweek used the cover line, Mr. Chips, and showed him leaning on a beautiful Next, which it proclaimed to be the most exciting machine in years. Businessweek showed him looking angelic in a dark suit, fingertips pressed together like a preacher or professor. But Hafner pointedly reported on the manipulation that surrounded her exclusive. Next carefully parceled out interviews with its staff and suppliers, monitoring them with a censor's eye, she wrote. That strategy worked, but at a price. Such maneuvering, self-serving and relentless, displayed the side of Steve Jobs that so hurt him at Apple. The trait that most stands out is Jobs' need to control events. When the hype died down, the reaction to the Next computer was quiet, especially since it was not yet commercially available. Bill Joy, the brilliant and witty chief scientist at rival Sun Microsystems, called it the first yuppie workstation, which was not an entirely positive comment. Bill Gates, as might be expected, continued to be publicly dismissive. "Frankly, I'm disappointed," he told the Wall Street Journal. Back in 1981, we were truly excited by the Macintosh when Steve showed it to us, because when you put it side by side with another computer, it was unlike anything anybody had ever seen before. The next machine was not like that. In the grand scope of things, most of these features are truly trivial. He said that Microsoft would continue its plans not to write software for the next. Right after the announcement event, Gates wrote a parody email to his staff. "All reality has been completely suspended," it began. Looking back at it, Gates laughs that it may have been the best email I ever wrote. When the next computer finally went on sale in mid-1989, the factory was ready to produce 10,000 units a month. As it turned out, sales were about 400 a month. The beautiful factory robots, so nicely painted, remained mostly idle, and Next continued to lose money. Chapter 19, Pixar, Technology Meets Art. We now turn to another of Jobs' ventures in Chapter 19. Lucasfilm's computer division. Back in the summer of 1985, when Jobs was losing his footing at Apple, he went for a walk with Alan Kay. You may remember Alan Kay from his time at Xerox PARC. He was now an Apple Fellow. Kay knew about Jobs' interest in the intersection of creativity and technology, so he suggested they visit a friend of his, Ed Catmull, who was running the computer division of George Lucas's film studio. They rented a limo and rode up to Marin County, to the edge of Lucas's Skywalker Ranch, where Catmull and his small computer division were based. Jobs later recalled, "I was blown away, and I came back and tried to convince Scully to buy it for Apple. But the folks running Apple weren't interested, and they were busy kicking me out anyway." The computer division at Lucasfilm made both hardware and software for creating digital images. It also had a group of computer animators who made short films. This group was led by a talented, cartoon-loving executive named John Lasseter. George Lucas had just finished his first Star Wars trilogy and was going through a difficult divorce. Because of this, he needed to sell the computer division. He told Ed Catmull to find a buyer as soon as possible. After a few potential buyers backed out in the fall of 1985, Catmull and his colleague Alvy Ray Smith decided to look for investors so they could buy the division themselves. So they called Jobs, set up another meeting, and drove down to his house in Woodside. After complaining for a while about how terrible John Scully was, Jobs proposed that he buy their Lucasfilm division completely. Catmull and Smith were hesitant. They wanted an investor, not a new owner. But it soon became clear that there was a compromise. Jobs could buy a majority of the division and be the chairman, but he would let Catmull and Smith run it. Jobs recalled, "I wanted to buy it because I was really into computer graphics. I realized they were way ahead of others in combining art and technology, which is what I've always been interested in." He offered to pay Lucas $5 million plus invest another $5 million to capitalize the division as a separate company. That was far less than Lucas had been asking, but the timing was right. They decided to negotiate a deal. The chief financial officer at Lucasfilm found Jobs arrogant and prickly. So when it came time to hold a meeting of all the players, he told Catmull, "We have to establish the right pecking order." The plan was to gather everyone in a room with Jobs, and then the CFO would come in a few minutes late to establish that he was the person running the meeting. But a funny thing happened, Catmull recalled. Steve started the meeting on time without the CFO, and by the time the CFO walked in, Steve was already in control of the meeting. Jobs met only once with George Lucas, who warned him that the people in the division cared more about making animated movies than they did about making computers. "You know, these guys are hell-bent on animation," Lucas told him. Lucas later recalled, "I did warn him that was basically Ed and John's agenda. I think in his heart he bought the company because that was his agenda too." The final agreement was reached in January 1986. It provided that, for his $10 million investment, Jobs would own 70% of the company. The rest of the stock was distributed to Ed Catmull, Alvy Ray Smith, and the 38 other founding employees, down to the receptionist. The division's most important piece of hardware was called the Pixar image computer, and the new company took its name from it. For a while, Jobs let Catmull and Smith run Pixar without much interference. Every month or so, they would gather for a board meeting, usually at Next headquarters, where Jobs would focus on the finances and strategy. Nevertheless, by the force of his personality and controlling instincts, Jobs was soon playing a stronger role. He spewed out a stream of ideas, some reasonable, others wacky, about what Pixar's hardware and software could become. And on his occasional visits to the Pixar offices, he was an inspiring presence. I grew up a Southern Baptist, and we had revival meetings with mesmerizing but corrupt preachers, recounted Alvy Ray Smith. Steve's got it, the power of the tongue and the web of words that catches people up. We were aware of this when we had board meetings, so we developed signals, nose scratching or ear tugs, for when someone had been caught up in Steve's distortion field and he needed to be tugged back to reality. Jobs had always appreciated the virtue of integrating hardware and software, which is what Pixar did with its image computer and rendering software. It also produced creative content, such as animated films and graphics. All three elements benefited from Jobs' combination of artistic creativity and technological geekiness. Silicon Valley folks don't really respect Hollywood creative types, and the Hollywood folks think that tech folks are people you hire and never have to meet, Jobs later said. Pixar was one place where both cultures were respected. Initially, the revenue was supposed to come from the hardware side. The Pixar image computer sold for $125,000. The main customers were animators and graphic designers, but the machine also soon found specialized markets in the medical industry, where CAT scan data could be rendered in three-dimensional graphics, and in intelligence fields for rendering information from reconnaissance flights and satellites. Because of the sales to the National Security Agency, Jobs had to get a security clearance. This must have been fun for the FBI agent assigned to vet him. At one point, a Pixar executive recalled, Jobs was called by the investigator to go over the drug use questions, which he answered openly. The last time I used that was, he would say, or on occasion he would answer that no, he had actually never tried that particular drug. Jobs pushed Pixar to build a lower-cost version of the computer that would sell for around $30,000. He insisted that Hartmut Esslinger design it, despite protests by Catmull and Smith about his fees. It ended up looking like the original Pixar image computer, which was a cube with a round dimple in the middle, but it had Esslinger's signature thin grooves. Jobs wanted to sell Pixar's computers to a mass market. He had the Pixar folks open up sales offices, for which he approved the design, in major cities. He believed that creative people would soon come up with all sorts of ways to use the machine. My view is that people are creative animals and will figure out clever new ways to use tools that the inventor never imagined, he later said. I thought that would happen with the Pixar computer, just as it did with the Mac. But the machine never caught on with regular consumers. It cost too much, and there were not many software programs for it. On the software side, Pixar had a rendering program known as Reyes, which stood for Renders Everything You Ever Saw, for making three-dimensional graphics and images. After Jobs became chairman, the company created a new language and interface named RenderMan. They hoped it would become a standard for three-dimensional graphics rendering, just as Adobe's PostScript was for laser printing. As he had with the hardware, Jobs decided that they should try to find a mass market for the software they made, rather than just a specialized one. He was never content to aim only at corporate or high-end specialized markets. He would have these great visions of how RenderMan could be for every man, recalled Pam Kerwin, Pixar's marketing director. He kept coming up with ideas about how ordinary people would use it to make amazing 3D graphics and photorealistic images. The Pixar team would try to talk him out of it by saying that RenderMan was not as easy to use as, say, Excel or Adobe Illustrator. Then Jobs would go to a whiteboard and show them how to make it simpler and more user-friendly. We would be nodding our heads and getting excited and say, "Yes, yes, this will be great," Kerwin recalled. And then he would leave, and we would consider it for a moment and then say, What the heck was he thinking? He was so weirdly charismatic that you almost had to get deprogrammed after you talked to him. As it turned out, average consumers were not craving expensive software that would let them render realistic images. RenderMan didn't take off. There was, however, one company that was eager to automate the rendering of animators' drawings into color images for film. When Roy Disney led a board revolution at the company his uncle Walt had founded, the new CEO, Michael Eisner, asked what role he wanted. Disney said that he would like to revive the company's venerable but fading animation department. One of his first initiatives was to look at ways to computerize the process, and Pixar won the contract. It created a package of customized hardware and software known as CAPS, the Computer Animation Production System. It was first used in 1988 for the final scene of The Little Mermaid, in which King Triton waves goodbye to Ariel. Disney bought dozens of Pixar image computers as CAPS became an integral part of its production. Animation. The digital animation business at Pixar, the group that made little animated films, was originally just a sideline. Its main purpose was to show off the company's hardware and software. It was run by John Lasseter, a man whose childlike face and demeanor masked an artistic perfectionism that rivaled Jobs's. Born in Hollywood, Lasseter grew up loving Saturday morning cartoon shows. In ninth grade, he wrote a report on the history of Disney Studios, and he decided then how he wanted to spend his life. When he graduated from high school, Lasseter enrolled in the animation program at the California Institute of the Arts, which was founded by Walt Disney. In his summers and spare time, he researched the Disney archives and worked as a guide on the Jungle Cruise ride at Disneyland. The latter experience taught him the value of timing and pacing in telling a story, an important but difficult concept to master when creating animated footage frame by frame. He won the Student Academy Award for the short he made in his junior year, Lady and the Lamp. This film showed his debt to Disney films and foreshadowed his signature talent for giving inanimate objects, such as lamps, human personalities. After graduation, he took the job for which he was destined, an animator at Disney Studios. Except it didn't work out. Some of us younger guys wanted to bring Star Wars-level quality to the art of animation, but we were held in check, Lasseter recalled. I got disillusioned, then I got caught in a feud between two bosses, and the head animation guy fired me. So in 1984, Ed Catmull and Alvy Ray Smith were able to recruit him to work where Star Wars-level quality was being defined, Lucasfilm. It was not certain that George Lucas, already worried about the cost of his computer division, would really approve of hiring a full-time animator, so Lasseter was given the title Interface Designer. After Jobs came onto the scene, he and Lasseter began to share their passion for graphic design. I was the only guy at Pixar who was an artist, so I bonded with Steve over his design sense, Lasseter said. He was a friendly, playful, and huggable man who wore flowery Hawaiian shirts, kept his office cluttered with vintage toys, and loved cheeseburgers. Jobs was a prickly, whip-thin vegetarian who favored simple and uncluttered surroundings. But they were actually well-suited for each other. Lasseter was an artist, so Jobs treated him with respect. Lasseter saw Jobs, correctly, as a patron who could appreciate artistry and knew how it could be combined with technology and commerce. Jobs and Catmull decided that to show off their hardware and software, Lasseter should produce another short animated film in 1986 for SIGGRAPH, the annual computer graphics conference. At the time, Lasseter was using the Luxo lamp on his desk as a model for graphic rendering, and he decided to turn Luxo into a lifelike character. A friend's young child inspired him to add Luxo Jr., and he showed a few test frames to another animator who urged him to make sure he told a story. Lasseter said he was only making a short, but the animator reminded him that a story can be told even in a few seconds. Lasseter took the lesson to heart. Luxo Jr. ended up being just over 2 minutes. It told the tale of a parent lamp and a child lamp pushing a ball back and forth until the ball bursts to the child's dismay. Jobs was so excited that he took time off from the pressures at Next to fly down with Lasseter to SIGGRAPH, which was being held in Dallas that August. It was so hot and muggy that when we'd walk outside, the air hit us like a tennis racket. Lasseter recalled. There were 10,000 people at the trade show, and Jobs loved it. Artistic creativity energized him, especially when it was connected to technology. There was a long line to get into the auditorium where the films were being screened, so Jobs, not one to wait his turn, talked their way in first. Luxo Jr. got a long standing ovation and was named the best film. "Oh, wow," Jobs exclaimed at the end. "I really get this. I get what it's all about." As he later explained, our film was the only one that had art to it, not just good technology. Pixar was about making that combination, just as the Macintosh had been. Luxo Jr. was nominated for an Academy Award, and Jobs flew down to Los Angeles to be there for the ceremony. It didn't win, but Jobs became committed to making new animated shorts each year, even though there was not much of a business reason for doing so. As times got tough at Pixar, he would sit through brutal budget-cutting meetings, showing no mercy. Then Lasseter would ask that the money they had just saved be used for his next film, and Jobs would agree. Tintoy. Not all of Jobs' relationships at Pixar were as good. His worst clash came with Catmull's co-founder, Alvy Ray Smith. From a Baptist background in rural North Texas, Smith became a free-spirited hippie computer imaging engineer. He had a big build, a big laugh, and a big personality, and sometimes an ego to match. Alvy just glows with a high color, friendly laugh, and a whole bunch of groupies at conferences, said Pam Kerwin. A personality like Alvy's was likely to ruffle Steve. They are both visionaries and high energy and high ego. Alvy is not as willing to make peace and overlook things as Ed was. Smith saw Jobs as someone whose charisma and ego led him to abuse power. He was like a televangelist, Smith said. He wanted to control people, but I would not be a slave to him, which is why we clashed. Ed was much more able to go with the flow. Jobs would sometimes assert his dominance at a meeting by saying something outrageous or untrue. Smith took great joy in calling him on it, and he would do so with a loud laugh and a smirk. This did not make Jobs like him. One day at a board meeting, Jobs started berating Smith and other top Pixar executives for the delay in getting the circuit boards completed for the new version of the Pixar image computer. At the time, Next was also very late in completing its own computer boards, and Smith pointed that out. He said, "Hey, you're even later with your Next boards, so quit jumping on us." Jobs went ballistic, or in Smith's words, totally non-linear. When Smith was feeling attacked or confrontational, he tended to slip into his southwestern accent. Jobs started parodying it in his sarcastic style. "It was a bully tactic, and I exploded with everything I had," Smith recalled. "Before I knew it, we were in each other's faces, about 3 inches apart, screaming at each other." Jobs was very possessive about control of the whiteboard during a meeting, so the burly Smith pushed past him and started writing on it. "You can't do that," Jobs shouted. "What?" responded Smith. "I can't write on your whiteboard, bullshit." At that point, Jobs stormed out. Smith eventually resigned to form a new company to make software for digital drawing and image editing. Jobs refused him permission to use some code he had created while at Pixar, which further inflamed their dislike for each other. "Alvy eventually got what he needed," said Catmull, "but he was very stressed for a year and developed a lung infection. In the end, it worked out well enough. Microsoft eventually bought Smith's company, giving him the distinction of being a founder of one company that was sold to Jobs and another that was sold to Gates. Ornery in the best of times, Jobs became particularly so when it became clear that all three of Pixar's endeavors, hardware, software, and animated content, were losing money. "I'd get these plans, and in the end I kept having to put in more money," he recalled. He would complain, but then write the check. Having been ousted at Apple and struggling at Next, he couldn't afford a third strike. To stop the losses, he ordered a round of deep layoffs, which he carried out with his typical lack of empathy. As Pam Kerwin put it, he had neither the emotional nor financial runway to be decent to people he was letting go. Jobs insisted that the firings be done immediately with no severance pay. Kerwin took Jobs on a walk around the parking lot and begged that the employees be given at least 2 weeks' notice. "Okay," he shot back, "but the notice is retroactive from 2 weeks ago." Catmull was in Moscow, and Kerwin put in frantic calls to him. When he returned, he was able to put in place a small severance plan and calm things down just a bit. At one point, the members of the Pixar animation team were trying to convince Intel to let them make some of its commercials, and Jobs became impatient. During a meeting, in the midst of berating an Intel marketing director, he picked up the phone and called CEO Andy Grove directly. Grove, still playing the role of mentor, tried to teach Jobs a lesson. He supported his Intel manager. "I stuck by my employee," he recalled. "Steve doesn't like to be treated like a supplier." Grove also played the role of mentor when Jobs proposed that Pixar give Intel suggestions on how to improve its processor's ability to render 3D graphics. When the engineers at Intel accepted the offer, Jobs sent an email back saying Pixar would need to be paid for its advice. Intel's chief engineer replied, "We have not entered into any financial arrangement in exchange for good ideas for our microprocessors in the past, and have no intention for the future." Jobs forwarded the answer to Grove, saying that he found the engineer's response to be extremely arrogant, given Intel's dismal showing in understanding computer graphics. Grove sent Jobs a blistering reply, saying that sharing ideas is what friendly companies and friends do for each other. Grove added that he had often freely shared ideas with Jobs in the past, and that Jobs should not be so mercenary. Jobs relented. "I have many faults, but one of them is not ingratitude," he responded. "Therefore, I have changed my position 180 degrees. We will freely help. Thanks for the clearer perspective." Pixar was able to create some powerful software products aimed at average consumers, or at least those average consumers who shared Jobs' passion for designing things. Jobs still hoped that the ability to make super-realistic 3D images at home would become part of the desktop publishing craze. Pixar's Showplace, for example, allowed users to change the shadings on the 3D objects they created so that they could display them from various angles with appropriate shadows. Jobs thought it was incredibly compelling, but most consumers were content to live without it. It was a case where his passions misled him. The software had so many amazing features that it lacked the simplicity Jobs usually demanded. Pixar couldn't compete with Adobe, which was making software that was less sophisticated but far less complicated and expensive. Even as Pixar's hardware and software product lines struggled, Jobs kept protecting the animation group. It had become for him a little island of magical artistry that gave him deep emotional pleasure, and he was willing to nurture it and bet on it. In the spring of 1988, cash was running so short that he called a meeting to decree deep spending cuts across the board. When it was over, Lasseter and his animation group were almost too afraid to ask Jobs about authorizing some extra money for another short. Finally, they brought up the topic, and Jobs sat silent, looking skeptical. It would require close to $300,000 more out of his pocket. After a few minutes, he asked if there were any storyboards. Catmull took him down to the animation offices, and once Lasseter started his show, displaying his boards, doing the voices, showing his passion for his product, Jobs started to warm up. The story was about Lasseter's love for classic toys. It was told from the perspective of a toy one-man band named Tinny, who meets a baby that charms and terrorizes him. Escaping under the couch, Tinny finds other frightened toys. But when the baby hits his head and cries, Tinny goes back out to cheer him up. Jobs said he would provide the money. "I believed in what John was doing," he later said. "It was art. He cared and I cared. I always said yes." His only comment at the end of Lasseter's presentation was, "All I ask of you, John, is to make it great." Tin Toy went on to win the 1988 Academy Award for Animated Short Films, the first computer-generated film to do so. To celebrate, Jobs took Lasseter and his team to Green's, a vegetarian restaurant in San Francisco. Lasseter grabbed the Oscar, which was in the center of the table, held it up, and toasted Jobs by saying, "All you asked is that we make a great movie." The new team at Disney, Michael Eisner as CEO and Jeffrey Katzenberg in the film division, began a quest to get Lasseter to come back. They liked Tin Toy, and they thought that something more could be done with animated stories of toys that come alive and have human emotions. But Lasseter, grateful for Jobs' faith in him, felt that Pixar was the only place where he could create a new world of computer-generated animation. He told Catmull, "I can go to Disney and be a director, or I can stay here and make history." So Disney began talking about making a production deal with Pixar. Lasseter's shorts were really breathtaking both in storytelling and in the use of technology, recalled Katzenberg. "I tried so hard to get him to Disney, but he was loyal to Steve and Pixar. So if you can't beat them, join them. We decided to look for ways we could join up with Pixar and have them make a film about toys for us." By this point, Jobs had poured close to $50 million of his own money into Pixar, more than half of what he had gotten when he cashed out of Apple, and he was still losing money at Next. He was hard-nosed about it. He forced all Pixar employees to give up their options as part of his agreement to add another round of personal funding in 1991. But he was also a romantic in his love for what artistry and technology could do together. His belief that ordinary consumers would love to do 3D modeling on Pixar software turned out to be wrong. But that was soon replaced by an instinct that turned out to be right. That combining great art and digital technology would transform animated films more than anything had since 1937, when Walt Disney had given life to Snow White. Looking back, Jobs said that if he had known more, he would have focused on animation sooner and not worried about pushing the company's hardware or software applications. On the other hand, if he had known the hardware and software would never be profitable, he would not have taken over Pixar. "Life kind of snookered me into doing that, and perhaps it was for the better," he said. Chapter 20, A Regular Guy, Love is Just a Four-Letter Word. Now we'll explore Chapter 20. Bez. In 1982, while he was still working on the Macintosh, Jobs met the famous folk singer Joan Baez. They were introduced by her sister Mimi Farina, who ran a charity that was trying to get computer donations for prisons. A few weeks later, he and Baez had lunch in Cupertino. "I wasn't expecting a lot, but she was really smart and funny," Jobs recalled. At the time, he was nearing the end of his relationship with Barbara Jasinski. They had vacationed in Hawaii, shared a house in the Santa Cruz Mountains, and even gone to one of Baez's concerts together. As his relationship with Jasinski ended, Jobs began getting more serious with Baez. He was 27 and Baez was 41, but for a few years they had a romance. It turned into a serious relationship between two accidental friends who became lovers. Jobs recalled in a somewhat wistful tone. Elizabeth Holmes, Jobs's friend from Reed College, believed that one of the reasons he went out with Baez, other than the fact that she was beautiful, funny, and talented, was that she had once been the lover of Bob Dylan. "Steve loved that connection to Dylan," she later said. Baez and Dylan had been lovers in the early 1960s, and they toured as friends after that, including with the Rolling Thunder Revue in 1975. Jobs had the bootleg recordings of those concerts. When she met Jobs, Baez had a 14-year-old son, Gabriel, from her marriage to the anti-war activist David Harris. At lunch, she told Jobs she was trying to teach Gabe how to type. "You mean on a typewriter?" Jobs asked. When she said yes, he replied, "But a typewriter is antiquated." "If a typewriter is antiquated, what does that make me?" she asked. There was an awkward pause. As Baez later said, "As soon as I said it, I realized the answer was so obvious. The question just hung in the air. I was just horrified." Much to the astonishment of the Macintosh team, Jobs burst into the office one day with Baez and showed her the prototype of the Macintosh. They were dumbfounded that he would reveal the computer to an outsider, given his obsession with secrecy. But they were even more blown away to be in the presence of Joan Baez. He gave Gabe an Apple II, and he later gave Baez a Macintosh. On visits, Jobs would show off the features he liked. He was sweet and patient, but he was so advanced in his knowledge that he had trouble teaching me, she recalled. He was a sudden multimillionaire. She was a world-famous celebrity, but sweetly down to earth and not all that wealthy. She didn't know what to make of him then, and still found him puzzling when she talked about him almost 30 years later. At one dinner early in their relationship, Jobs started talking about Ralph Lauren and his polo shop, which she admitted she had never visited. "There's a beautiful red dress there that would be perfect for you," he said, and then drove her to the store in the Stanford Mall. Bays recalled, "I said to myself, far out, terrific. I'm with one of the world's richest men and he wants me to have this beautiful dress." When they got to the store, Jobs bought a handful of shirts for himself and showed her the red dress. "You ought to buy it," he said. She was a little surprised and told him she couldn't really afford it. He said nothing, and they left. "Wouldn't you think if someone had talked like that the whole evening, that they were going to get it for you?" she asked, seeming genuinely puzzled about the incident. "The mystery of the red dress is in your hands. I felt a bit strange about it." He would give her computers, but not a dress, and when he brought her flowers, he made sure to say they were left over from an event in the office. "He was both romantic and afraid to be romantic," she said. When he was working on the next computer, he went to Bays's house in Woodside to show her how well it could produce music. He had it play a Brahms quartet, and he told me eventually computers would sound better than humans playing it. Even get the innuendo and the cadences better, Bays recalled. She was revolted by the idea. He was working himself up into a fervor of delight while I was shrinking into a rage and thinking, how could you defile music like that? Jobs would confide in Debbie Coleman and Joanna Hoffman about his relationship with Bays and worry about whether he could marry someone who had a teenage son and was probably past the point of wanting to have more children. At times he would belittle her as being an issues singer and not a true political singer like Dylan, said Hoffman. She was a strong woman, and he wanted to show he was in control. Plus, he always said he wanted to have a family, and with her he knew that he wouldn't. And so, after about 3 years, they ended their romance and drifted into becoming just friends. "I thought I was in love with her, but I really just liked her a lot," he later said. "We weren't destined to be together. I wanted kids, and she didn't want any more." In her 1989 memoir, Bays wrote about her breakup with her husband and why she never remarried. She wrote, "I belonged alone, which is how I have been since then, with occasional interruptions that are mostly picnics." She did add a nice acknowledgement at the end of the book to Steve Jobs for forcing me to use a word processor by putting one in my kitchen. Finding Joanne and Mona. When Jobs was 31, a year after his ouster from Apple, his mother Clara, who was a smoker, was stricken with lung cancer. He spent time by her deathbed, talking to her in ways he had rarely done in the past and asking some questions he had held back from asking before. "When you and Dad got married, were you a virgin?" he asked. It was hard for her to talk, but she forced a smile. That's when she told him that she had been married before, to a man who never made it back from the war. She also filled in some of the details of how she and Paul Jobs had come to adopt him. Soon after that, Jobs succeeded in tracking down the woman who had put him up for adoption. His quiet quest to find her had begun in the early 1980s, when he hired a detective who had failed to find anything. Then Jobs noticed the name of a San Francisco doctor on his birth certificate. "He was in the phone book, so I gave him a call," Jobs recalled. The doctor was no help. He claimed that his records had been destroyed in a fire. That was not true. In fact, right after Jobs called, the doctor wrote a letter, sealed it in an envelope, and wrote on it, "To be delivered to Steve Jobs on my death." When he died a short time later, his widow sent the letter to Jobs. In it, the doctor explained that his mother had been an unmarried graduate student from Wisconsin named Joanne Schiebel. It took another few weeks and the work of another detective to track her down. After giving him up, Joanne had married his biological father, Abdul Fattah John Jandali, and they had another child, Mona. Jandali abandoned them 5 years later, and Joanne married a colorful ice skating instructor, George Simpson. That marriage didn't last long either, and in 1970 she began a wandering journey that took her and Mona, both of them now using the last name Simpson, to Los Angeles. Jobs had been reluctant to let Paul and Clara, whom he considered his real parents, know about his search for his birth mother. With a sensitivity that was unusual for him and which showed the deep affection he felt for his parents, he worried that they might be offended. So he never contacted Joanne Simpson until after Clara Jobs died in early 1986. I never wanted them to feel like I didn't consider them my parents, because they were totally my parents, he recalled. I loved them so much that I never wanted them to know of my search, and I even had reporters keep it quiet when any of them found out. When Clara died, he decided to tell Paul Jobs, who was perfectly comfortable and said he didn't mind at all if Steve made contact with his biological mother. So one day, Jobs called Joanne Simpson, said who he was, and arranged to come down to Los Angeles to meet her. He later claimed it was mainly out of curiosity. I believe in environment more than heredity in determining your traits, but still you have to wonder a little about your biological roots, he said. He also wanted to reassure Joanne that what she had done was all right. I wanted to meet my biological mother mostly to see if she was okay and to thank her, because I'm glad I didn't end up as an abortion. She was 23 and she went through a lot to have me. Joanne was overcome with emotion when Jobs arrived at her Los Angeles house. She knew he was famous and rich, but she wasn't exactly sure why. She immediately began to pour out her emotions. She had been pressured to sign the papers putting him up for adoption, she said, and did so only when told that he was happy in the house of his new parents. She had always missed him and suffered about what she had done. She apologized over and over, even as Jobs kept reassuring her that he understood and that things had turned out just fine. Once she calmed down, she told Jobs that he had a full sister, Mona Simpson, who was then an aspiring novelist in Manhattan. She had never told Mona that she had a brother, and that day she broke the news, or at least part of it, by telephone. "You have a brother, and he's wonderful, and he's famous, and I'm going to bring him to New York so you can meet him," she said. Mona was in the middle of finishing a novel about her mother and their journey from Wisconsin to Los Angeles. Anywhere but here. Those who have listened to that audiobook will not be surprised that Joanne was somewhat quirky in the way she told Mona about her brother. She refused to say who he was, only that he had been poor, had gotten rich, was good-looking and famous, had long dark hair, and lived in California. Mona then worked at the Paris Review, George Plimpton's literary journal, housed on the ground floor of his townhouse near Manhattan's East River. She and her co-workers began a guessing game about who her brother might be. John Travolta? That was one of the favorite guesses. Other actors were also hot prospects. At one point, someone did guess that maybe it's one of those guys who started Apple Computer, but no one could recall their names. The meeting happened in the lobby of the St. Regis Hotel. He was totally straightforward and lovely, just a normal and sweet guy, Mona recalled. They all sat and talked for a few minutes. Then he took his sister for a long walk, just the two of them. Jobs was thrilled to find that he had a sibling who was so similar to him. They were both intense in their artistry, observant of their surroundings, and sensitive yet strong-willed. When they went to dinner together, they noticed the same architectural details and talked about them excitedly afterward. "My sister's a writer," he exclaimed to colleagues at Apple when he found out. When Plimpton threw a party for Anywhere But Here in late 1986, Jobs flew to New York to go with Mona. They grew increasingly close, though their friendship had its complexities, as might be expected given who they were and how they had come together. "Mona was not completely thrilled at first to have me in her life and have her mother so emotionally affectionate toward me," he later said. "As we got to know each other, we became really good friends, and she is my family. I don't know what I'd do without her. I can't imagine a better sister. My adopted sister, Patty, and I were never close." Mona likewise developed a deep affection for him, and at times could be very protective, although she would later write a sharp novel about him, a regular guy, that described his quirks with unsettling accuracy. One of the few things they would argue about was her clothes. She dressed like a struggling novelist, and he would berate her for not wearing clothes that were fetching enough. At one point, his comments so annoyed her that she wrote him a letter. "I am a young writer, and this is my life, and I'm not trying to be a model anyway." He didn't answer. But shortly after, a box arrived from the store of Issey Miyake, the Japanese fashion designer whose stark and technology-influenced style made him one of Jobs' favorites. "He'd gone shopping for me," she later said, "and he'd picked out great things, exactly my size, in flattering colors. There was one pantsuit that he had particularly liked, and the shipment included 3 of them, all identical. I still remember those first suits I sent Mona," he said. "They were linen pants and tops in a pale grayish green that looked beautiful with her reddish hair." The Lost Father. In the meantime, Mona Simpson had been trying to find their father, who had left when she was 5. Through Ken Auletta and Nick Pileggi, prominent Manhattan writers, she was introduced to a retired New York cop who had started his own detective agency. "I paid him what little money I had," Simpson recalled, but the search was unsuccessful. Then she met another private eye in California, who was able to find an address for Abdul Fattah Jandali in Sacramento through a Department of Motor Vehicles search. Simpson told her brother and flew out from New York to see the man who was apparently their father. Jobs had no interest in meeting him. "He didn't treat me well," he later explained. "I don't hold anything against him. I'm happy to be alive. But what bothers me most is that he didn't treat Mona well. He abandoned her." Jobs himself had abandoned his own daughter, Lisa, and was now trying to repair their relationship, but that complexity did not soften his feelings toward Jandali. Simpson went to Sacramento alone. "It was very intense," Simpson recalled. "She found her father working in a small restaurant. He seemed happy to see her, yet strangely passive about the whole situation. They talked for a few hours, and he recounted that after he left Wisconsin, he had drifted away from teaching and gotten into the restaurant business. Jobs had asked Simpson not to mention him, so she didn't, but at one point her father casually remarked that he and her mother had had another baby, a boy, before she had been born. "What happened to him?" she asked. He replied, "We'll never see that baby again. That baby's gone." Simpson recoiled but said nothing. An even more astonishing revelation happened when Jandali was describing the previous restaurants he had run. There had been some nice ones, he insisted, fancier than the Sacramento place they were then sitting in. He told her, somewhat emotionally, that he wished she could have seen him when he was managing a Mediterranean restaurant north of San Jose. "That was a wonderful place," he said. "All of the successful technology people used to come there, even Steve Jobs." Simpson was stunned. "Oh yeah, he used to come in, and he was a sweet guy and a big tipper," her father added. Mona managed to stop herself from blurting out, "Steve Jobs is your son!" When the visit was over, she called Jobs secretly from a payphone at the restaurant and arranged to meet him at the Espresso Roma Cafe in Berkeley. Adding to the personal and family drama, he brought along Lisa, now in grade school, who lived with her mother, Chrisanne. When they all arrived at the cafe, it was close to 10 p.m., and Simpson poured out the story. Jobs was understandably astonished when she mentioned the restaurant near San Jose. He could recall being there and even meeting the man who was his biological father. "It was amazing," he later said of the revelation. "I had been to that restaurant a few times, and I remember meeting the owner. He was Syrian, balding. We shook hands." Nevertheless, Jobs still had no desire to see him. "I was a wealthy man by then, and I didn't trust him not to try to blackmail me or go to the press about it," he recalled. "I asked Mona not to tell him about me. She never did, but years later Jandali saw his relationship to Jobs mentioned online. A blogger noticed that Simpson had listed Jandali as her father in a reference book and figured out he must be Jobs' father as well. By then, Jandali was married for a 4th time and working as a food and beverage manager at the Boomtown Resort and Casino just west of Reno, Nevada. When he brought his new wife, Rosal, to visit Simpson in 2006, he brought up the topic. "What is this thing about Steve Jobs?" he asked. She confirmed the story but added that she thought Jobs had no interest in meeting him. Jandali seemed to accept that. "My father is thoughtful and a beautiful storyteller, but he is very, very passive," Simpson said. "He never contacted Steve." Simpson turned her search for Jandali into a basis for her second novel, The Lost Father, published in 1992. Jobs convinced Paul Rand, the designer who did the Next logo, to design the cover, but according to Simpson, It was god-awful, and we never used it. She also tracked down various members of the Jandali family in Homs and in America, and in 2011 was writing a novel about her Syrian roots. The Syrian ambassador in Washington threw a dinner for her that included a cousin and his wife who then lived in Florida and had flown up for the occasion. Simpson assumed that Jobs would eventually meet Jandali, but as time went on, he showed even less interest. In 2010, when Jobs and his son, Reed, went to a birthday dinner for Simpson at her Los Angeles house, Reed spent some time looking at pictures of his biological grandfather, but Jobs ignored them, nor did he seem to care about his Syrian heritage. When the Middle East would come up in conversation, the topic did not engage him or bring out his typical strong opinions, even after Syria was swept up in the 2011 Arab Spring uprisings. "I don't think anybody really knows what we should be doing over there," he said when asked whether the Obama administration should be intervening more in Egypt, Libya, and Syria. "You're fucked if you do, and you're fucked if you don't." Jobs did keep a friendly relationship with his biological mother, Joanne Simpson. Over the years, she and Mona would often spend Christmas at Jobs' house. The visits could be sweet, but also emotionally draining. Joanne would sometimes break into tears, say how much she had loved him, and apologize for giving him up. "It turned out all right," Jobs would reassure her, as he told her one Christmas, "Don't worry, I had a great childhood. I turned out okay." Lisa Brennan, however, did not have a great childhood. When she was young, her father almost never came to see her. "I didn't want to be a father, so I wasn't," Jobs later said, with only a touch of remorse in his voice. Yet occasionally he felt the pull. One day, when Lisa was 3, Jobs was driving near the house he had bought for her and Cresan, and he decided to stop. Lisa didn't know who he was. He sat on the doorstep, not going inside, and talked to Cresan. The scene was repeated once or twice a year. Jobs would come by unannounced, talk a little about Lisa's school options or other issues, then drive off in his Mercedes. But by the time Lisa turned 8 in 1986, the visits were happening more often. Jobs was no longer immersed in the grueling push to create the Macintosh or in the power struggles with Scully that followed. He was at Next, which was calmer, friendlier, and headquartered in Palo Alto, near where Cresan and Lisa lived. In addition, by the time she was in 3rd grade, it was clear that Lisa was a smart and artistic kid. Her teachers had already praised her writing ability. She was spunky and high-spirited, and had a little of her father's defiant attitude. She also looked a bit like him, with arched eyebrows and a faintly Middle Eastern angularity. One day, to the surprise of his colleagues, he brought her by the office. As she turned cartwheels in the corridor, she squealed, "Look at me." Avi Tavanian, a lanky and friendly engineer at Next who had become Jobs' friend, remembers that every now and then when they were going out to dinner, they would stop by Cresan's house to pick up Lisa. "He was very sweet to her," Tavanian recalled. "He was a vegetarian, and so was Cresan, but she wasn't. He was fine with that. He suggested she order chicken, and she did." Eating chicken became her little indulgence as she moved between 2 parents who were vegetarians with a spiritual regard for natural foods. "We bought our groceries, our puntarella, quinoa, celeriac, carob-covered nuts, in yeasty-smelling stores where the women didn't dye their hair," she later wrote about her time with her mother. "But we sometimes tasted foreign treats. A few times we bought a hot, seasoned chicken from a gourmet shop with rows and rows of chickens turning on spits, and ate it in the car from the foil-lined paper bag with our fingers." Her father, whose dietary obsessions came in fanatical waves, was more particular about what he ate. She watched him spit out a mouthful of soup one day after learning that it contained butter. After loosening up a bit while at Apple, he was back to being a strict vegan. Even at a young age, Lisa began to realize his diet obsessions reflected a life philosophy, one in which strict self-denial could heighten later sensations. He believed that great harvests came from arid sources, pleasure from restraint, she noted. He knew the equations that most people didn't know. Things led to their opposites. In a similar way, the absence and coldness of her father made his occasional moments of warmth so much more intensely satisfying. I didn't live with him, but he would stop by our house some days, a deity among us for a few tingling moments or hours, she recalled. Lisa soon became interesting enough that he would take walks with her. He would also go rollerblading with her on the quiet streets of old Palo Alto, often stopping at the houses of Joanna Hoffman and Andy Hertzfeld. The first time he brought her around to see Hoffman, he just knocked on the door and announced, "This is Lisa." Hoffman knew right away. It was obvious she was his daughter, she told me. Nobody has that jaw. It's a signature jaw. Hoffman, who suffered from not knowing her own divorced father until she was 10, encouraged Jobs to be a better father. He followed her advice and later thanked her for it. Once he took Lisa on a business trip to Tokyo, and they stayed at the sleek and businesslike Okura Hotel. At the elegant downstairs sushi bar, Jobs ordered large trays of unagi sushi, a dish he loved so much that he allowed the warm, cooked eel to pass as vegetarian. The pieces were coated with fine salt or a thin, sweet sauce, and Lisa remembered later how they dissolved in her mouth. So, too, did the distance between them. As she later wrote, "It was the first time I'd felt so relaxed and content over those trays of meat. The excess, the permission and warmth after the cold salads meant a once inaccessible space had opened. He was less rigid with himself, even human under the great ceilings with the little chairs with the meat and me." But it was not always sweetness and light. Jobs was as mercurial with Lisa as he was with almost everyone, cycling between embrace and abandonment. On one visit he would be playful, on the next he would be cold. Often he was not there at all. She was always unsure of their relationship, according to Hertzfeld. "I went to a birthday party of hers, and Steve was supposed to come, and he was very, very late. She got extremely anxious and disappointed. But when he finally did come, she totally lit up." Lisa learned to be temperamental in return. Over the years, their relationship would be a roller coaster, with each of the low points extended by their shared stubbornness. After a falling out, they could go for months without speaking. Neither one was good at reaching out, apologizing, or making the effort to heal, even when he was wrestling with repeated health problems. One day in the fall of 2010, he was wistfully going through a box of old snapshots with me and paused over one that showed him visiting Lisa when she was young. "I probably didn't go over there enough," he said. Since he had not spoken to her all that year, I asked if he might want to reach out to her with a call or email. He looked at me blankly for a moment, then went back to riffling through other old photographs. The romantic. When it came to women, Jobs could be deeply romantic. He tended to fall in love dramatically, share with friends every up and down of a relationship, and pine in public whenever he was away from his current girlfriend. In the summer of 1983, he went to a small dinner party in Silicon Valley with Joan Baez and sat next to an undergraduate at the University of Pennsylvania named Jennifer Egan, who was not quite sure who he was. By then, he and Baez had realized that they weren't meant to be together forever, and Jobs found himself fascinated by Egan, who was working on a San Francisco weekly during her summer vacation. He tracked her down, gave her a call, and took her to Café Jacqueline, a little bistro near Telegraph Hill that specialized in vegetarian soufflés. They dated for a year, and Jobs often flew east to visit her. At a Boston Macworld event, he told a large gathering how much in love he was and that he needed to rush out to catch a plane to Philadelphia to see his girlfriend. The audience was charmed. When he was visiting New York, she would take the train up to stay with him at the Carlisle or at Jay Chiat's Upper East Side apartment. They would eat at Café Luxembourg, visit, repeatedly, the apartment in the San Remo he was planning to remodel and go to movies or once at least the opera. He and Egan also spoke for hours on the phone many nights. One topic they wrestled with was his belief, which came from his Buddhist studies, that it was important to avoid attachment to material objects. "Our consumer desires are unhealthy," he told her, "and to attain enlightenment you need to develop a life of non-attachment and non-materialism." He even sent her a tape of Kobun Chino, his Zen teacher, lecturing about the problems caused by craving and obtaining things. Egan pushed back. Wasn't he defying that philosophy, she asked, by making computers and other products that people coveted? He was irritated by the dichotomy, and we had exuberant debates about it, Egan recalled. In the end, Jobs's pride in the objects he made overcame his feeling that people should avoid being attached to such possessions. When the Macintosh came out in January 1984, Egan was staying at her mother's apartment in San Francisco during her winter break from Penn. Her mother's dinner guests were astonished one night when Steve Jobs, suddenly very famous, appeared at the door carrying a freshly boxed Macintosh and went to Egan's bedroom to set it up. Jobs told Egan, as he had a few other friends, about his premonition that he would not live a long life. That was why he was driven and impatient, he confided. He felt a sense of urgency about all he wanted to get done, Egan later said. Their relationship ended by the fall of 1984, when Egan made it clear that she was still far too young to think of getting married. Shortly after that, just as the turmoil with Scully was beginning to build at Apple in early 1985, Jobs was heading to a meeting when he stopped at the office of a guy who was working with the Apple Foundation, which helped get computers to nonprofit organizations. Sitting in his office was a lithe, very blonde woman who combined a hippie aura of natural purity with the solid sensibilities of a computer consultant. Her name was Tina Redsey. She was the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen, Jobs recalled. He called her the next day and asked her to dinner. She said no, that she was living with a boyfriend. A few days later, he took her on a walk to a nearby park and again asked her out. This time, she told her boyfriend that she wanted to go. She was very honest and open. After dinner, she started to cry because she knew her life was about to be disrupted. And it was. Within a few months, she had moved into the unfurnished mansion in Woodside. She was the first person I was truly in love with, Jobs later said. We had a very deep connection. I don't know that anyone will ever understand me better than she did. Reds came from a troubled family, and Jobs shared with her his own pain about being put up for adoption. We were both wounded from our childhood, Redsey recalled. He said to me that we were misfits, which is why we belonged together. They were physically passionate and prone to public displays of affection. Their makeout sessions in the next lobby are well remembered by employees. So too were their fights, which occurred at movie theaters and in front of visitors to Woodside. Yet he constantly praised her purity and naturalness. As the well-grounded Joanna Hoffman pointed out when discussing Jobs' infatuation with the otherworldly Reds, Steve had a tendency to look at vulnerabilities and neuroses and turn them into spiritual attributes. When he was being eased out at Apple in 1985, Redsey traveled with him in Europe, where he was nursing his wounds. Standing on a bridge over the Seine one evening, they talked about the idea, more romantic than serious, of just staying in France, maybe settling down, perhaps indefinitely. Reds was eager, but Jobs didn't want to. He was burned, but still ambitious. I am a reflection of what I do, he told her. She recalled their Paris moment in a poignant email she sent to him 25 years later, after they had gone their separate ways but kept their spiritual connection. We were on a bridge in Paris in the summer of 1985. It was overcast. We leaned against the smooth stone rail and stared at the green water rolling on below. Your world had split, and then it paused, waiting to rearrange itself around whatever you chose next. I wanted to run away from what had come before. I tried to convince you to begin a new life with me in Paris, to shed our former selves and let something else course through us. I wanted us to crawl through that black chasm of your broken world and emerge, anonymous and new, in simple lives where I could cook you simple dinners and we could be together every day, like children playing a sweet game with no purpose save the game itself. I like to think you considered it before you laughed and said, "What could I do? I've made myself unemployable." I like to think that in that moment's hesitation before our bold futures reclaimed us, we lived that simple life together all the way into our peaceful old ages, with a brood of grandchildren around us on a farm in the south of France, quietly going about our days, warm and complete like loaves of fresh bread, our small world filled with the aroma of patience and familiarity. The relationship went up and down for 5 years. Redsey hated living in his sparsely furnished Woodside house. Jobs had hired a hip young couple who had once worked at Chez Panisse as housekeepers and vegetarian cooks. They made her feel like an intruder. She would occasionally move out to an apartment of her own in Palo Alto, especially after one of her huge arguments with Jobs. "Neglect is a form of abuse," she once scrawled on the wall of the hallway to their bedroom. She was captivated by him, but she was also baffled by how uncaring he could be. She would later recall how incredibly painful it was to be in love with someone so self-centered. Caring deeply about someone who seemed incapable of caring was a particular kind of hell that she wouldn't wish on anyone, she said. They were different in so many ways. On the spectrum of cruel to kind, they are close to the opposite poles, Hertzfeld later said. Reds's kindness was evident in ways large and small. She always gave money to street people. She volunteered to help those who, like her father, had mental illness, and she took care to make Lisa and even Chrisanne feel comfortable with her. More than anyone, she helped persuade Jobs to spend more time with Lisa. But she lacked Jobs' ambition and drive. The otherworldly quality that made her seem so spiritual to Jobs also made it hard for them to stay on the same wavelength. Their relationship was incredibly tempestuous, said Hertzfeld. Because of both of their characters, they would have lots and lots of fights. They also had a basic philosophical difference about whether aesthetic tastes were fundamentally individual, as Redzi believed, or universal and could be taught, as Jobs believed. She accused him of being too influenced by the Bauhaus movement. Steve believed it was our job to teach people aesthetics, to teach people what they should like, she recalled. I don't share that perspective. I believe when we listen deeply, both within ourselves and to each other, we are able to allow what's innate and true to emerge. When they were together for a long stretch, things did not work out well. But when they were apart, Jobs would long for her. Finally, in the summer of 1989, he asked her to marry him. She couldn't do it. It would drive her crazy, she told friends. She had grown up in a volatile household, and her relationship with Jobs bore too many similarities to that environment. They were opposites who attracted, she said, but the combination was too combustible. I could not have been a good wife to Steve Jobs, the icon, she later explained. I would have sucked at it on many levels. In our personal interactions, I couldn't abide his unkindness. I didn't want to hurt him, yet I didn't want to stand by and watch him hurt other people either. It was painful and exhausting. After they broke up, Redzi helped found Open Mind, a mental health resource network in California. She happened to read in a psychiatric manual about narcissistic personality disorder and decided that Jobs perfectly met the criteria. It fits so well and explained so much of what we had struggled with that I realized expecting him to be nicer or less self-centered was like expecting a blind man to see, she said. It also explained some of the choices he'd made about his daughter Lisa at that time. I think the issue is empathy. The capacity for empathy is lacking. Reds later married, had 2 children, and then divorced. Every now and then, Jobs would openly long for her, even after he was happily married. And when he began his battle with cancer, she got in touch again to give support. She became very emotional whenever she recalled their relationship. Though our values clashed and made it impossible for us to have the relationship we once hoped for, she told me, the care and love I felt for him decades ago has continued. Similarly, Jobs suddenly started to cry one afternoon as he sat in his living room reminiscing about her. She was one of the purest people I've ever known, he said, tears rolling down his cheeks. There was something spiritual about her and spiritual about the connection we had. He said he always regretted that they could not make it work, and he knew that she had such regrets as well. But it was not meant to be. On that, they both agreed. Chapter 21, Family Man, at home with the Jobs clan. Let's now turn to Chapter 21. Laureen Powell. By this point, based on his dating history, a matchmaker could have put together a composite sketch of the woman who would be right for Jobs. Smart, yet unpretentious. Tough enough to stand up to him, yet zen-like enough to rise above turmoil. Well-educated and independent, yet ready to make accommodations for him and a family. Down to earth, but with a touch of the ethereal. Savvy enough to know how to manage him, but secure enough to not always need to. and it wouldn't hurt to be a beautiful, lanky blonde with an easygoing sense of humor who liked organic vegetarian food. In October 1989, after his split with Tina Redsey, just such a woman walked into his life. More specifically, just such a woman walked into his classroom. Jobs had agreed to give one of the View from the Top lectures at the Stanford Business School one Thursday evening. Laureen Powell was a new graduate student at the business school, and a guy in her class talked her into going to the lecture. They arrived late, and all the seats were taken, so they sat in the aisle. When an usher told them they had to move, Powell took her friend down to the front row and took 2 of the reserved seats there. Jobs was led to the one next to her when he arrived. I looked to my right, and there was a beautiful girl there, so we started chatting while I was waiting to be introduced, Jobs recalled. They joked a bit, and Laureen said she was sitting there because she had won a raffle, and the prize was that he got to take her to dinner. He was so adorable, she later said. After the speech, Jobs hung around on the edge of the stage chatting with students. He watched Powell leave, then come back and stand at the edge of the crowd, then leave again. He ran out after her, brushing past the dean, who was trying to grab him for a conversation. After catching up with her in the parking lot, he said, "Excuse me, wasn't there something about a raffle you won that I'm supposed to take you to dinner?" She laughed. "How about Saturday?" he asked. She agreed and wrote down her number. Jobs headed to his car to drive up to the Thomas Fogarty Winery in the Santa Cruz Mountains above Woodside, where the Next Education Sales Group was holding a dinner. But he suddenly stopped and turned around. I thought, wow, I'd rather have dinner with her than the education group, so I ran back to her car and said, "How about dinner tonight?" She said yes. It was a beautiful fall evening, and they walked into Palo Alto to a funky vegetarian restaurant, St. Michael's Alley, and ended up staying there for 4 hours. "We've been together ever since," he said. Avi Tavanian was sitting at the winery restaurant waiting with the rest of the Next Education group. Steve was sometimes unreliable, but when I talked to him, I realized that something special had come up, he said. As soon as Powell got home, after midnight, she called her close friend Catherine Smith, who was at Berkeley, and left a message on her machine. "You will not believe what just happened to me," it said. "You will not believe who I met." Smith called back the next morning and heard the story. "We had known about Steve, and he was a person of interest to us, because we were business students," she recalled. Andy Hertzfeld and a few others later speculated that Powell had been scheming to meet Jobs. "Laureen is nice, but she can be calculating, and I think she targeted him from the beginning," Hertzfeld said. Her college roommate told me that Laureen had magazine covers of Steve and vowed she was going to meet him. If it's true that Steve was manipulated, there's a fair amount of irony there. But Powell later insisted that this wasn't the case. She went only because her friend wanted to go, and she was slightly confused as to who they were going to see. "I knew that Steve Jobs was the speaker, but the face I thought of was that of Bill Gates," she recalled. "I had them mixed up. This was 1989. He was working at Next, and he was not that big of a deal to me. I wasn't that enthused, but my friend was, so we went." "There were only 2 women in my life that I was truly in love with, Tina and Laureen," Jobs later said. "I thought I was in love with Joan Baez, but I really just liked her a lot. It was just Tina and then Laureen." Laureen Powell was born in New Jersey in 1963 and learned to be self-sufficient at an early age. Her father was a Marine Corps pilot who died a hero in a crash in Santa Ana, California. He had been leading a crippled plane in for a landing, and when it hit his plane, he kept flying to avoid a residential area rather than ejecting in time to save his life. Her mother's second marriage was a horrible situation, but she felt she couldn't leave because she had no way to support her large family. For 10 years, Laureen and her 3 brothers had to live in a tense household, keeping a good demeanor while hiding their problems. She did well. "The lesson I learned was clear, that I always wanted to be self-sufficient," she said. "I took pride in that. My relationship with money is that it's a tool to be self-sufficient, but it's not something that is part of who I am." After graduating from the University of Pennsylvania, she worked at Goldman Sachs as a fixed-income trading strategist, dealing with huge sums of money that she traded for the company's account. Her boss, John Corzine, tried to get her to stay at Goldman, but instead, she decided the work was not fulfilling. "You could be really successful," she said, "but you're just contributing to capital formation." So after 3 years, she quit and went to Florence, Italy, living there for 8 months before enrolling in Stanford Business School. After their Thursday night dinner, she invited Jobs over to her Palo Alto apartment on Saturday. Cat Smith drove down from Berkeley and pretended to be her roommate so she could meet him as well. Their relationship became very passionate. They would kiss and make out, Smith said. He was enraptured with her. He would call me on the phone and ask, "What do you think? Does she like me?" Here I am in this bizarre position of having this iconic person call me. That New Year's Eve of 1989, the three went to Chez Panisse, the famous Alice Waters restaurant in Berkeley, along with his daughter Lisa, who was then 11. Something happened at the dinner that caused Jobs and Powell to start arguing. They left separately, and Powell ended up spending the night at Cat Smith's apartment. At 9 the next morning, there was a knock at the door. Smith opened it to find Jobs standing in the drizzle, holding some wildflowers he had picked. "May I come in and see Laureen?" he said. She was still asleep, and he walked into the bedroom. A couple of hours went by while Smith waited in the living room, unable to go in and get her clothes. Finally, she put on a coat over her nightgown and went to Pete's Coffee to get some food. Jobs did not come out until afternoon. "Cat, can you come here for a minute?" he asked. They all gathered in the bedroom. "As you know, Laureen's father passed away, and Laureen's mother isn't here, and since you're her best friend, I'm going to ask you the question," he said. "I'd like to marry Laureen. Will you give your blessing?" Smith climbed onto the bed and thought about it. "Is this okay with you?" she asked Powell. When she nodded yes, Smith announced, "Well, there's your answer." It was not, however, a definite answer. Jobs had a way of focusing on something with intense concentration for a while, and then suddenly turning his attention elsewhere. At work, he would focus on what he wanted to, when he wanted to. On other matters, he would be unresponsive, no matter how hard people tried to get him to engage. In his personal life, he was the same. At times, he and Powell would show such intense public affection that it embarrassed everyone around them, including Cat Smith and Powell's mother. In the mornings at his Woodside mansion, he would wake Powell up by blasting the Fine Young Cannibals song, "She Drives Me Crazy," on his tape deck. Yet at other times, he would ignore her. Steve would fluctuate between intense focus, where she was the center of the universe, to being coldly distant and focused on work, said Smith. He had the power to focus like a laser beam, and when it came across you, you basked in the light of his attention. When it moved to another point of focus, it was very, very dark for you. It was very confusing to Laureen. Once she had accepted his marriage proposal on the first day of 1990, he didn't mention it again for several months. Finally, Smith confronted him while they were sitting on the edge of a sandbox in Palo Alto. What was going on? Jobs replied that he needed to feel sure that Powell could handle the life he lived and the type of person he was. In September, she became fed up with waiting and moved out. The following month, he gave her a diamond engagement ring, and she moved back in. In December, Jobs took Powell to his favorite vacation spot, Kona Village in Hawaii. He had started going there 9 years earlier when, stressed out at Apple, he had asked his assistant to pick a place for him to escape. At first glance, he didn't like the cluster of simple thatched roof bungalows nestled on a beach on the Big Island of Hawaii. It was a family resort with communal eating, but within hours, he had begun to see it as paradise. There was a simplicity and spare beauty that moved him, and he returned whenever he could. He especially enjoyed being there that December with Powell. Their love had matured. The night before Christmas, he again declared, even more formally, that he wanted to marry her. Soon, another factor would drive that decision. While in Hawaii, Powell got pregnant. "We know exactly where it happened," Jobs later said with a laugh. The wedding, March 18, 1991. Powell's pregnancy did not completely settle the issue. Jobs again began to hesitate about the idea of marriage, even though he had dramatically proposed to her at both the very beginning and the very end of 1990. Furious, she moved out of his house and back to her apartment. For a while, he sulked or ignored the situation. Then he thought he might still be in love with Tina Redsey. He sent her roses and tried to convince her to return to him, maybe even get married. He wasn't sure what he wanted, and he surprised a wide range of friends and even acquaintances by asking them what he should do. Who was prettier, he would ask, Tina or Laureen? Who did they like better? Who should he marry? In a chapter about this in Mona Simpson's novel, A Regular Guy, the Jobs character asked more than 100 people who they thought was more beautiful. But that was fiction. In reality, it was probably fewer than 100. He ended up making the right choice. As Redza told friends, she never would have survived if she had gone back to Jobs, nor would their marriage. Even though he would long for the spiritual nature of his connection to Reds, he had a far more solid relationship with Powell. He liked her, he loved her, he respected her, and he was comfortable with her. He may not have seen her as mystical, but she was a sensible anchor for his life. He is the luckiest guy to have landed with Laureen, who is smart and can engage him intellectually and can sustain his ups and downs and tempestuous personality, said Joanna Hoffman. Because she's not neurotic, Steve may feel that she is not as mystical as Tina or something. But that's silly. Andy Hertzfeld agreed. Laureen looks a lot like Tina, but she is totally different because she is tougher and armor-plated. That's why the marriage works. Jobs understood this as well. Despite his emotional turbulence and occasional meanness, the marriage would turn out to be enduring. It was marked by loyalty and faithfulness, overcoming the ups and downs and jarring emotional complexities it faced. Avi Tavanian decided Jobs needed a bachelor's party. This was not as easy as it sounded. Jobs did not like to party and didn't have a group of male buddies. He didn't even have a best man. So the party ended up being just Tavanian and Richard Crandall, a computer science professor from Reed who had taken a leave to work at Next. Tavanian hired a limo, and when they got to Jobs' house, Powell answered the door dressed in a suit and wearing a fake mustache, saying that she wanted to come as one of the guys. It was just a joke, and soon the three bachelors, none of them drinkers, were on their way to San Francisco to see if they could pull off their own pale version of a bachelor party. Tavanian had been unable to get reservations at Green's, the vegetarian restaurant at Fort Mason that Jobs liked, so he booked a very fancy restaurant at a hotel. "I don't want to eat here," Jobs announced as soon as the bread was placed on the table. He made them get up and walk out, to the horror of Tavanian, who was not yet used to Jobs' restaurant manners. He led them to Café Jacqueline in North Beach, the soufflé place that he loved, which was indeed a better choice. Afterward, they took the limo across the Golden Gate Bridge to a bar in Sausalito, where all three ordered shots of tequila, but only sipped them. "It was not great as bachelor parties go, but it was the best we could come up with for someone like Steve, and nobody else volunteered to do it," recalled Tavanian. Jobs was appreciative. He decided that he wanted Tavanian to marry his sister Mona Simpson. Though nothing came of it, the thought was a sign of affection. Powell had fair warning of what she was getting into. As she was planning the wedding, the person who was going to do the calligraphy for the invitations came by the house to show them some options. There was no furniture for her to sit on, so she sat on the floor and laid out the samples. Jobs looked for a few minutes, then got up and left the room. They waited for him to come back, but he didn't. After a while, Powell went to find him in his room. "Get rid of her," he said. "I can't look at her stuff, it's shit." On March 18, 1991, Stephen Paul Jobs, 36, married Laureen Powell, 27, at the Ahwahnee Lodge in Yosemite National Park. Built in the 1920s, the Ahwahnee is a sprawling pile of stone, concrete, and timber, designed in a style that mixed Art Deco, the arts and crafts movement, and the Park Service's love of huge fireplaces. Its best features are the views. It has floor-to-ceiling windows looking out on Half Dome and Yosemite Falls. About 50 people came, including Steve's father, Paul Jobs, and his sister Mona Simpson. She brought her fiancé, Richard Appel, a lawyer who went on to become a television comedy writer. As a writer for The Simpsons, he named Homer's mother after his wife. Jobs insisted that they all arrive by chartered bus. He wanted to control all aspects of the event. The ceremony was in the solarium, with the snow coming down hard and Glacier Point just visible in the distance. It was conducted by Jobs' longtime Soto Zen teacher, Kobun Chino. He shook a stick, struck a gong, lit incense, and chanted in a mumbling manner that most guests found incomprehensible. "I thought he was drunk," said Tavanian. He wasn't. The wedding cake was in the shape of Half Dome, the granite crest at the end of Yosemite Valley. But since it was strictly vegan, without eggs, milk, or any refined products, more than a few of the guests found it inedible. Afterward, they all went hiking, and Powell's three strong brothers started a snowball fight, with lots of tackling and roughhousing. "You see, Mona," Jobs said to his sister, "Laureen is descended from Joe Namath and we're descended from John Muir." A family home. Powell shared her husband's interest in natural foods. While in business school, she had worked part-time at Odwalla, the juice company, where she helped develop the first marketing plan. After marrying Jobs, she felt it was important to have a career, having learned from her childhood the need to be self-sufficient. So she started her own company, Terra Vera, that made ready-to-eat organic meals and delivered them to stores throughout Northern California. Instead of living in the isolated and rather spooky unfurnished woodside mansion, the couple moved into a charming and unpretentious house on a corner in a family-friendly neighborhood in Old Palo Alto. It was a privileged area. Neighbors would eventually include the visionary venture capitalist John Doerr, Google's founder Larry Page, and Facebook's founder Mark Zuckerberg, along with Andy Hertzfeld and Joanna Hoffman. But the homes were not flashy, and there were no high hedges or long drives shielding them from view. Instead, houses were nestled on lots next to each other, along flat, quiet streets flanked by wide sidewalks. "We wanted to live in a neighborhood where kids could walk to see friends," Jobs later said. The house was not the minimalist and modernist style Jobs would have designed if he had built a home from scratch. Nor was it a large or distinctive mansion that would make people stop and take notice as they drove down his street in Palo Alto. It was built in the 1930s by a local designer named Carr Jones, who specialized in carefully crafted homes in the storybook style of English or French country cottages. The two-story house was made of red brick with exposed wood beams and a shingle roof with curved lines. It looked like a rambling Cotswold cottage, or perhaps a home where a well-to-do hobbit might have lived. The one Californian touch was a mission-style courtyard framed by the wings of the house. The two-story vaulted ceiling living room was informal, with a floor of tile and terracotta. At one end was a large triangular window reaching up to the peak of the ceiling. It had stained glass when Jobs bought it, as if it were a chapel, but he replaced it with clear glass. The other renovation he and Powell made was to expand the kitchen to include a wood-burning pizza oven and room for a long wooden table that would become the family's main gathering place. It was supposed to be a 4-month renovation, but it took 16 months because Jobs kept redoing the design. They also bought the small house behind them and tore it down to make a backyard, which Powell turned into a beautiful natural garden filled with a profusion of seasonal flowers, along with vegetables and herbs. Jobs became fascinated by the way Carr Jones relied on old materials, including used bricks and wood from telephone poles, to provide a simple and sturdy structure. The beams in the kitchen had been used to make the molds for the concrete foundations of the Golden Gate Bridge, which was under construction when the house was built. He was a careful craftsman who was self-taught, Jobs said as he pointed out each of the details. He cared more about being inventive than about making money, and he never got rich. He never left California. His ideas came from reading books in the library and Architectural Digest. Jobs had never furnished his woodside house beyond a few bare essentials: a chest of drawers and a mattress in his bedroom, a card table and some folding chairs in what would have been a dining room. He wanted around him only things that he could admire, and that made it hard to simply go out and buy a lot of furniture. Now that he was living in a normal neighborhood home with a wife and soon a child, he had to make some compromises. But it was hard. They got beds, dressers, and a music system for the living room, but items like sofas took longer. "We spoke about furniture in theory for 8 years," recalled Powell. "We spent a lot of time asking ourselves, what is the purpose of a sofa?" Buying appliances was also a philosophical task, not just an impulse purchase. A few years later, Jobs described to Wired the process that went into getting a new washing machine. He said, "It turns out that the Americans make washers and dryers all wrong. The Europeans make them much better, but they take twice as long to do clothes. It turns out that they wash them with about a quarter as much water and your clothes end up with a lot less detergent on them. Most important, they don't trash your clothes. They use a lot less soap, a lot less water, but they come out much cleaner, much softer, and they last a lot longer." We spent some time in our family talking about what's the trade-off we want to make. We ended up talking a lot about design, but also about the values of our family. Did we care most about getting our wash done in an hour versus an hour and a half? Or did we care most about our clothes feeling really soft and lasting longer? Did we care about using a quarter of the water? We spent about 2 weeks talking about this every night at the dinner table. They ended up getting a Miele washer and dryer made in Germany. "I got more thrill out of them than I have out of any piece of high tech in years," Jobs said. The one piece of art that Jobs bought for the vaulted ceiling living room was an Ansel Adams print of the winter sunrise in the Sierra Nevada, taken from Lone Pine, California. Adams had made the huge mural print for his daughter, who later sold it. At one point, Jobs' housekeeper wiped it with a wet cloth. Jobs tracked down a person who had worked with Adams to come to the house, strip it down a layer, and restore it. The house was so unassuming that Bill Gates was somewhat baffled when he visited with his wife. "Do all of you live here?" asked Gates, who was then in the process of building a 66,000 square foot mansion near Seattle. Even when he had his second coming at Apple and was a world-famous billionaire, Jobs had no security guards or live-in servants, and he even kept the back door unlocked during the day. His only security problem came, sadly and strangely, from Burrell Smith, the mop-headed, cherubic Macintosh software engineer who had been Andy Hertzfeld's sidekick. After leaving Apple, Smith descended into schizophrenia. He lived in a house down the street from Hertzfeld, and as his disorder progressed, he began wandering the streets naked, at other times smashing the windows of cars and churches. He was put on strong medication, but it proved difficult to control. At one point, when his demons returned, he began going over to the Jobs house in the evenings, throwing rocks through the windows, leaving rambling letters, and once tossing a firecracker into the house. He was arrested, but the case was dropped when he went for more treatment. Burrell was so funny and naive, and then one April day he suddenly snapped, Jobs recalled. It was the weirdest, saddest thing. Jobs was sympathetic and often asked Hertzfeld what more he could do to help. At one point, Smith was thrown in jail and refused to identify himself. When Hertzfeld found out 3 days later, he called Jobs and asked for help in getting him released. Jobs did help, but he surprised Hertzfeld with a question. "If something similar happened to me, would you take as good care of me as you do Burrell?" Jobs kept his mansion in Woodside, about 10 miles up into the mountains from Palo Alto. He wanted to tear down the 14-bedroom 1925 Spanish colonial revival and had plans drawn up to replace it with an extremely simple, Japanese-inspired modernist home 1/3 the size. But for more than 20 years, he engaged in a slow-moving series of court battles with preservationists who wanted the crumbling original house to be saved. In 2011, he finally got permission to tear down the house, but by then he had no desire to build a second home. On occasion, Jobs would use the semi-abandoned Woodside home, especially its swimming pool, for family parties. When Bill Clinton was president, he and Hillary Clinton stayed in the 1950s ranch house on the property on their visits to their daughter, who was at Stanford. Since both the main house and ranch house were unfurnished, Powell would call furniture and art dealers when the Clintons were coming and pay them to furnish the houses temporarily. Once, shortly after the Monica Lewinsky scandal broke, Powell was making a final inspection of the furnishings and noticed that one of the paintings was missing. Worried, she asked the advance team and Secret Service what had happened. One of them pulled her aside and explained that it was a painting of a dress on a hanger, and given the issue of the blue dress in the Lewinsky matter, they had decided to hide it. During one of his late-night phone conversations with Jobs, Clinton asked how he should handle the Lewinsky issue. "I don't know if you did it, but if so, you've got to tell the country," Jobs told the president. There was silence on the other end of the line. Lisa moves in. In the middle of Lisa's 8th grade year, her teachers called Jobs. There were serious problems, and it was probably best for her to move out of her mother's house. So Jobs went on a walk with Lisa, asked about the situation, and offered to let her move in with him. She was a mature girl, just turning 14, and she thought about it for 2 days. Then she said yes. She already knew which room she wanted, the one right next to her father's. When she was there once, with no one home, she had tested it out by lying down on the bare floor. It was a tough period. Creasanne Brennan would sometimes walk over from her own house a few blocks away and yell at them from the yard. When I asked her recently about her behavior and the allegations that led to Lisa's moving out of her house, she said that she had still not been able to process in her own mind what happened during that period. But then she wrote me a long email that she said would help explain the situation. She wrote, "Do you know how Steve was able to get the city of Woodside to allow him to tear his Woodside home down? There was a community of people who wanted to preserve his Woodside house due to its historical value, but Steve wanted to tear it down and build a home with an orchard. Steve let that house fall into so much disrepair and decay over a number of years that there was no way to save it. The strategy he used to get what he wanted was to simply follow the line of least involvement and resistance. So by his doing nothing on the house, and maybe even leaving the windows open for years, the house fell apart. Brilliant, no? In a similar way, did Steve work to undermine my effectiveness and my well-being at the time when Lisa was 13 and 14 to get her to move into his house. He started with one strategy, but then it moved to another, easier one that was even more destructive to me and more problematic for Lisa. It may not have been of the greatest integrity, but he got what he wanted." Lisa lived with Jobs and Powell for all 4 of her years at Palo Alto High School, and she began using the name Lisa Brennan Jobs. He tried to be a good father, but there were times when he was cold and distant. When Lisa felt she had to escape, she would seek refuge with a friendly family who lived nearby. Powell tried to be supportive, and she was the one who attended most of Lisa's school events. By the time Lisa was a senior, she seemed to be flourishing. She joined the school newspaper, the Campanile, and became the co-editor. Together with her classmate Ben Hewlett, grandson of the man who gave her father his first job, she exposed secret raises that the school board had given to administrators. When it came time to go to college, she knew she wanted to go east. She applied to Harvard, forging her father's signature on the application because he was out of town, and was accepted for the class entering in 1996. At Harvard, Lisa worked on the college newspaper, the Crimson, and then the literary magazine, The Advocate. After breaking up with her boyfriend, she took a year abroad at King's College London. Her relationship with her father remained stormy throughout her college years. When she would come home, fights over small things, what was being served for dinner, whether she was paying enough attention to her half-siblings, would blow up, and they would not speak to each other for weeks and sometimes months. The arguments occasionally got so bad that Jobs would stop supporting her, and she would borrow money from Andy Hertzfeld or others. Hertzfeld at one point lent Lisa $20,000 when she thought that her father was not going to pay her tuition. "He was mad at me for making the loan," Hertzfeld recalled, "but he called early the next morning and had his accountant wire me the money." Jobs did not go to Lisa's Harvard graduation in 2000. He said, "She didn't even invite me." There were, however, some nice times during those years. One summer, Lisa came back home and performed at a benefit concert for the Electronic Frontier Foundation, an advocacy group that supports access to technology. The concert took place at the Fillmore Auditorium in San Francisco, which had been made famous by the Grateful Dead, Jefferson Airplane, and Jimi Hendrix. She sang Tracy Chapman's anthem, "Talkin' 'Bout a Revolution," with the lyrics, "Poor people are going to rise up and get their share," as her father stood in the back, cradling his 1-year-old daughter, Erin. Jobs' ups and downs with Lisa continued after she moved to Manhattan as a freelance writer. Their problems were made worse by Jobs' frustrations with Chrisanne. He had bought a $700,000 house for Chrisanne to use and put it in Lisa's name, but Chrisanne convinced her to sign it over and then sold it. She used the money to travel with a spiritual advisor and to live in Paris. Once the money ran out, she returned to San Francisco and became an artist creating light paintings and Buddhist mandalas. "I am a connector and a visionary contributor to the future of evolving humanity and the ascended earth," she said on her website, which Hertzfeld maintained for her. "I experience the forms, color, and sound frequencies of sacred vibration as I create and live with the paintings." When Chrisanne needed money for a bad sinus infection and a dental problem, Jobs refused to give it to her. This caused Lisa to stop speaking to him again for a few years. And so the pattern would continue. Mona Simpson used all of this, plus her imagination, as a basis for her third novel, A Regular Guy, published in 1996. The book's title character is based on Jobs, and to some extent it sticks to reality. It shows Jobs' quiet generosity to, and purchase of a special car for, a brilliant friend with a degenerative bone disease. It also accurately describes many unflattering aspects of his relationship with Lisa, including his original denial of paternity. But other parts are pure fiction. For example, Chrisanne had taught Lisa to drive at a very early age, but the book's scene of Jane driving a truck across the mountains alone at age 5 to find her father never happened. In addition, there are small details in the novel that, in journalistic terms, are too good to check. An example is the head-snapping description of the character based on Jobs in the very first sentence. "He was a man too busy to flush toilets." On the surface, the novel's fictional portrayal of Jobs seems harsh. Simpson describes her main character as unable to see any need to pander to the wishes or whims of other people. His hygiene is also as questionable as that of the real Jobs. He didn't believe in deodorant and often professed that with a proper diet and the peppermint Castile soap, you would neither perspire nor smell. But the novel is lyrical and intricate on many levels. By the end, there is a fuller picture of a man who loses control of the great company he founded and learns to appreciate the daughter he had abandoned. The final scene is of him dancing with his daughter. Jobs later said that he never read the novel. "I heard it was about me," he told me, "and if it was about me, I would have gotten really pissed off, and I didn't want to get pissed at my sister, so I didn't read it." However, he told the New York Times a few months after the book appeared that he had read it and saw reflections of himself in the main character. "About 25% of it is totally me, right down to the mannerisms," he told the reporter Steve Lohr. "And I'm certainly not telling you which 25%. His wife said that, in fact, Jobs glanced at the book and asked her to read it for him to see what he should make of it. Simpson sent the manuscript to Lisa before it was published, but at first she didn't read more than the opening. "In the first few pages, I was confronted with my family, my anecdotes, my things, my thoughts, myself in the character Jane," she noted. "And sandwiched between the truths was invention, lies to me, made more evident because of their dangerous proximity to the truth." Lisa was wounded, and she wrote a piece for the Harvard Advocate explaining why. Her first draft was very bitter, then she toned it down a bit before she published it. She felt violated by Simpson's friendship. "I didn't know for those 6 years that Mona was collecting," she wrote. "I didn't know that as I sought her consolations and took her advice, she too was taking." Eventually, Lisa reconciled with Simpson. They went out to a coffee shop to discuss the book, and Lisa told her that she hadn't been able to finish it. Simpson told her she would like the ending, Over the years, Lisa had an on and off relationship with Simpson, but it would be closer in some ways than the one she had with her father. Children. When Powell gave birth in 1991, a few months after her wedding to Jobs, their child was known for 2 weeks as Baby Boy Jobs. This was because settling on a name was proving only slightly less difficult than choosing a washing machine. Finally, they named him Reed Paul Jobs. His middle name was that of Jobs' father, and his first name, both Jobs and Powell insist, was chosen because it sounded good rather than because it was the name of Jobs' college. Reed turned out to be like his father in many ways, sharp and smart, with intense eyes and a captivating charm. But unlike his father, he had sweet manners and a humble grace. He was creative. As a kid, he liked to dress in costume and stay in character, and also a great student, interested in science. He could copy his father's stare, but he was openly affectionate and seemed not to have an ounce of cruelty in his nature. Erin Sienna Jobs was born in 1995. She was a little quieter and sometimes suffered from not getting much of her father's attention. She picked up her father's interest in design and architecture, but she also learned to keep a bit of an emotional distance so as not to be hurt by his detachment. The youngest child, Eve, was born in 1998. She turned into a strong-willed, funny firecracker who, neither needy nor intimidated, knew how to handle her father. She could negotiate with him and sometimes win, and even make fun of him. Her father joked that she's the one who will run Apple someday if she doesn't become president of the United States. Jobs developed a strong relationship with Reed, but with his daughters, he was more distant. As he would with others, he would occasionally focus on them, but just as often would completely ignore them when he had other things on his mind. He focuses on his work, and at times he has not been there for the girls, Powell said. At one point, Jobs marveled to his wife at how well their kids were turning out, especially since we're not always there for them. This amused and slightly annoyed Powell because she had given up her career when Reed turned 2, and she decided she wanted to have more children. In 1995, Oracle's CEO Larry Ellison threw a 40th birthday party for Jobs filled with tech stars and moguls. Ellison had become a close friend, and he would often take the Jobs family out on one of his many luxurious yachts. Reed started referring to him as our rich friend, which was amusing evidence of how his father avoided flashy displays of wealth. The lesson Jobs learned from his Buddhist days was that material possessions often cluttered life rather than enriched it. "Every other CEO I know has a security detail," he said. "They've even got them at their homes. It's a crazy way to live. We just decided that's not how we wanted to raise our kids."